selling you overnight to a wealthy young lady who suffers from bipolar disorder and hyperacusis. It is well known that everyone has to kneel when they see her, fearing that the slightest sound might anger this demon. The last servant who broke a cup has already been thrown to the wolves behind the mountain. Upon hearing this, your heart jumps into your throat, clutching the medicine box. Just then, the housekeeper turns back and stares at you coldly. It is strictly forbidden to make any noise. Any high-decibel sound will make the young lady very unhappy. Then, she points to the pitch-black end of the hallway. You are absolutely not allowed to go up to the third floor. That is a forbidden area. Regardless of what sound you hear, don't go up, unless you want to die. It sends a chill down your spine more than any threat could. You nod quickly. I understand. The housekeeper leads you into a guest room as cold as a morgue. Fearing the sound of water might be too loud, you don't even dare to take a hot shower. You just wipe your body, simply. Then, you change into the pajamas you brought. Shivering under the covers, you can only keep hypnotizing yourself that everything will be fine, and that once Moku finishes paying off the debt, you can leave. Who would have thought that with thunder rolling outside the window, you would sleep extremely restlessly? Suddenly, a loud bang explodes without warning in the middle of the night. That sound is like a heavy object being slammed against the wall, carrying the violence of destroying everything. You wake up instantly, your heart pounding wildly. A crisp, shattering sound echoes as expensive porcelain turns into powder. The sound is coming from right above your head, the third floor. The forbidden area. A woman's violent roar pierces through the floorboards. The sound is hoarse and painful, like a caged beast going mad. Instantly, the whole villa is brightly lit, and messy yet suppressed footsteps can be heard in the hallway. You huddle under the covers, finally realizing that this is the legendary young lady of the capital. The maid's suppressed sobbing and the housekeeper's anxious low drink of a sedative. Go find the doctor. The young lady is having another episode. Reach you. No one dares to go up. Going up is just asking for death. Even if it means death, they have to go. Otherwise, everyone will die. In the chaos, a faint smell of blood actually begins to permeate the air. The knuckles of your hand holding the medicine box turn pale. You have an ominous premonition about the sky of this Hoshin. The hallway is in chaos. You push open the bedroom door and happen to see several maids crowding at the top of the stairs with pale faces. The medicine bowls in their hands jingle as their bodies tremble. Who is going to deliver it? The young lady is holding something in her hand now. I don't dare to go. The maids push each other. No one dares to set foot on that road to hell leading to the third floor. The old housekeeper's gloomy gaze suddenly sweeps over the crowd, accurately locking onto you. In that instant, a cold light flashes in her lifeless eyes. It is the look of someone who has found a scapegoat. Mr. Moku. The housekeeper walks toward you quickly, not giving you any time to react. She actually snatches the tray directly from a maid's hand and shoves it into your arms. The bowl is scalding hot. Your fingers shrink from the heat, but you don't dare to let go. Since you've come to the Hoshi family, you must understand the Hoshi family's rules. The housekeeper's voice is cold and unyielding. The young lady's migraine has flared up. This is the sedative and the soothing soup. Take it up. You can't believe your ears. But you just said, the third floor is a forbidden area. That's for normal times. The housekeeper cuts you off directly, her eyes cold and matter-of-fact. She leans in closer, lowering her voice. Do you know why the Moku family sent you here? You know in your heart that if something happens to the young lady tonight, do you think the Moku family will still get the money? This sentence hits you like a slap in the face. You realize instantly, you are just a debt repayment item. You can be replaced if you die, but that young lady must not have anything happen to her. You bite your lower lip, your face pale, looking at that pitch-black staircase. I understand. Your voice trembles, but you still take the step. There are no lights on the third floor. You step in, as if entering another world. The air is filled with a nauseating smell of blood. Just then, a flash of lightning streaks across the window. The pale light instantly illuminates a corner of the room. You gasp on the spot. This is not a study. It looks like a tornado has passed through. Invaluable Ming Dynasty blue and white porcelain is shattered all over the floor. The precious mahogany desk is overturned. Books covering the walls are torn to shreds. But that woman is nowhere in sight. Your heart is pounding. You tiptoe, wanting to put the medicine down and run. Just as you are about to put down the tray, a tiny crisp sound explodes in the deathly darkness. Your whole body freezes. Under your feet, a forgotten piece of porcelain snaps in two under your soul. This sound is undoubtedly a thunderclap in the ears of the hyperacusic Hoshino. The breathing in the dark suddenly stops. Your scalp tingles. A sense of fear, as if being locked onto by a top predator, instantly spreads throughout your body. A voice, hoarse to the extreme, comes from the shadows. Immediately after, a dot of scarlet fire lights up in the dark. It is an unextinguished cigarette butt, crushed in her slender palm. Before you can see clearly, a gust of wind carrying the smell of blood rushes at you. The tray is knocked over. The bowl shatters. Before you can scream, an icy hand already chokes your throat. Your whole body is slammed down with great force. The extreme pain and suffocation make your vision go dark for a moment. By the light of the lightning, you finally see her. That cold and noble face is now full of rage. Those eyes have no focus, only terrifying crimson. This is the Hoshino, whose rationality has completely collapsed. At this moment, she is a dragon that has just crawled out of hell. Who allowed you to come in? The voice is gloomy, carrying thick, killing intent. Seeking death? As soon as the words fall, the hand on your throat grips tighter and tighter. That hand is slender and powerful. The hideous thorn tattoo on the back of her hand seems to come alive. Your face instantly turns red, your feet off the ground. The air in your lungs is squeezed out bit by bit. The fear of death instantly envelops you. Physiological tears overflow from your eyes. A hot teardrop slides down the corner of your eye, falling precisely onto the back of her cold hand. That tear does not call back Hoshino's rationality. On the contrary, the hot moisture on the back of her hand irritates her tense nerves even more. The crimson in her eyes deepens. The fingers choking your throat keep tightening inch by inch. She wants to snap your neck. Your vision begins to blur, the air in your lungs completely exhausted. The instinct to survive makes you want to scream, want to call for help. But just then, the housekeeper's sinister warning explodes in your mind. It is strictly forbidden to make any noise otherwise. You cannot scream. If you scream, you will die faster. You bite your lower lip hard. Even if it bleeds, you force yourself to swallow the scream. In the dizzying state of suffocation, your trembling right hand reaches into your pajama pocket. That is your last, life-saving straw. A suhei incense pill sealed with beeswax. This is an ancient recipe left by your grandmother, specifically for treating palpitations and madness. You only made this one, and you always carry it with you for protection. Your fingertips touch the cool wax shell, and you use all your remaining strength. Click. You crush the wax shell. A cool, quiet, and strangely milky sweet herbal medicine aroma explodes instantly. Ignoring everything, you hold the incense pill and shove it hard under Hoshino's nose. At the same time, your hand climbs onto her stiff neck. Relying on years of muscle memory from practicing medicine, you accurately press the sedative point jumping behind her ear. Hoshino lets out a painful, muffled groan in her throat. You don't dare to stop. You press hard with your fingertips, letting the aroma penetrate her nose while pressing her temples. 1 second. A miracle happens. That special medicinal aroma aggressively dispels the smell of blood in the room. Like a gentle net, it instantly catches the nerves that were exploding in Hoshino's brain. Her fingers, which were still tightening, suddenly freeze as if hit by a pause button. Her crimson eyes begin to fade, replaced by extreme confusion and struggle, like someone drowning who has just taken the first breath of fresh air. The noise tearing her soul and her mind miraculously goes quiet. Hoshino's lips move. Her voice is hoarse. The chronic pain that has tortured her for years is fading away. In its place is a sense of comfort that makes her soul tremble. So fragrant. I want to get closer. The next second, the restraint on your throat disappears completely. Hoshino lets go. Immediately after, the woman who was just like a demon from hell has her bones drained of strength. Her tall body falls forward without warning. You just took a breath of fresh air when you are pinned down by this weight, losing your balance. You land on the carpet on your butt, and that young lady is now burying her noble head deeply into the crook of your neck. Hoshi-sama. You listen, your body stiff. Your hands hover in midair. You don't know whether to push her or not. You can feel Hoshino's body is terrifyingly hot, yet she is obedient to an absurd degree right now. The lunatic who even sleeps holding a cigarette is now like a kitten with skin hunger, constantly rubbing her cheek against your delicate neck. She is looking for the source of that scent. The incense pill you crushed on your hand, mixed with your post-bath body scent, has become the most addictive medicine she has ever smelled. Hoshino's hands tighten unconsciously, wrapping around your waist and pressing you deeper into her embrace. She takes a deep breath, her nose pressed against the blood vessel jumping on the side of your neck, and lets out a satisfied hoarse moan. Fragrant. Your scalp tingles, and you don't dare to move a muscle. You wait like this for a few seconds. The expected rage does not come. What reaches your ears is the woman's gradually steady, even heavy, breathing. She is asleep. In this study that she smashed to pieces, in the arms of a stranger she almost strangled to death, this young lady who has suffered from severe insomnia and hasn't closed her eyes for 3 days and nights, has fallen asleep in seconds. The next morning, you are awakened by the pressure on your legs. You open your eyes in a daze. Your whole body is as sore as if you had been run over by a truck. Your arms are numb and have lost all sensation. The moment your memory returns, you gasp and your body goes stiff. Because on your thighs, a head is resting. Hoshino, this young lady of the capital who makes people tremble with fear, is currently lying on the carpet on her side, her head on your knees, her whole face almost buried in your abdomen. She is sleeping very soundly, her breathing long and steady. That face, which was as hideous as a demon last night, now shows a hint of sickly pallor and docility. If you ignore the ruins around you, this scene is as beautiful as a painting. However, you don't dare to move. One of Hoshino's hands is clutching your pajama hem tightly. Is this skin hunger? You swallow, trying to carefully rescue the hem of your clothes from her clutches. You move your fingers slightly, wanting to pry her hand open. The moment your fingertips touch the back of her hand, those tightly closed eyes open without warning. There is no drowsiness or confusion from just waking up. Those eyes are crimson and deep, like two bottomless ancient wells. Although the crimson has faded from her eyes, there is now a layer of dark scrutiny. You are so scared your heart stops. Your hand is suspended in mid-air, wanting to retract, but not daring to. Your voice is trembling, fearing that this mad woman will choke your neck again the next second. But Hoshino does not speak. She still rests on your lap, not moving at all. Those eyes lock onto your face without blinking. Her gaze slides over your terrified almond-shaped eyes, your pert nose, and finally lands on your pale lips. Your legs are very numb. You really can't help it. So you subconsciously want to pull back. Who allowed you to move? A hoarse, low voice rings out, carrying the laziness of having just woken up, yet revealing an unquestionable dominance. Hoshino furrows her brows slightly, seemingly dissatisfied with you, her heat source, moving away. The next second, she raises her hand and grabs your wrist, pulling you forward. You are caught off guard, and your upper body leans forward, your face almost hitting the tip of her nose. Oshi-sama. Hoshino ignores your panic. Her nose presses against the skin on the inside of your wrist, sniffing deeply as if confirming a predator's mark. That is where you crushed the Suhei incense pill last night. Even after a night, that cool herbal aroma, mixed with your body scent, still lingers in your skin. This scent is the only one that can make her brain quiet. Hoshino's eyes darken in an instant. The heart-stopping possessiveness in her gaze is no longer hidden. It really is you, she whispers softly, her voice hoarse like gravel grinding over the heart, carrying a hint of dangerous pleasure. Moku. At this moment, which is both dangerous and at the extreme point of intimacy, the heavy door of the study is pushed open cautiously from the outside. Be quiet. Is the body bag ready? The old housekeeper's low voice comes in. She walks in with a family doctor and 2 bodyguards, tiptoeing. They have all mentally prepared themselves, thinking you had long since gone cold. When this group walks around the screen and sees the scene in the room, everyone's footsteps come to an abrupt halt. The housekeeper stares with wide eyes, her chin almost dropping to the floor. The stethoscope in the doctor's hand drops with a clatter. What are they seeing? In the ruins, their man-hating and violent young lady, who dies if touched, is now lazily clinging to you, this young man, like a sticky big cat. One of her hands is holding your wrist, her posture as intimate as if you were her private body pillow. And you, who should have been long dead, are blushing, looking helplessly at this group of people at the door who have seen a ghost. Just then, Hoshino's icy voice rings out. Have you seen enough? At this moment, the woman lazily lifts her eyelids. Get out. The housekeeper is so scared she breaks into a cold sweat, leading the group and rolling away even faster than they came. The door is closed, leaving only the two of you in the room. You feel as if you are being roasted on a fire, so you try to pull your hand back and plead in a low voice. Miss Hoshi, could you please get up first? My legs. Upon hearing this, Hoshino lets you go. She sits up slowly. Last night's severe pain has disappeared completely. This is the first time in 3 years she has slept for a full 5 hours. Next, her gaze falls on you again. Because of poor circulation, your legs are still trembling slightly. You look weak, yet full of tenacious vitality. You are her medicine. The next second, Hoshino reaches out a fair finger and plays with a strand of hair in front of your forehead. Numb? Her lips curl into a hook, her eyes dark and terrifying. Then you don't need to leave. You look up abruptly. What? I gave the Moku family a chance. Hoshino's fingertips slide down your cheek and stop at your neck where the finger marks were left last night, her movements as gentle as if touching a treasure. You walked in yourself. From today on, you will live in this room. She pronounces your fate word by word. You are not allowed to go anywhere. After saying this, Hoshino stands up, stepping barefoot over the debris of the antiques, as elegant as a queen. Then, she picks up a string of cold white Bodhi beads and wraps them around her wrist. In an instant, the clingy, gloomy lunatic from just before disappears. Instead, it is the aloof. If it weren't for the room in ruins, you would even think that everything last night was. You support yourself against the cabinet and stand up with difficulty, your feet feeling as though ants are gnawing at them. Looking at the person before you, who seems like a completely different person, the chill deepens in your heart. Therefore, you take a deep breath and muster your last bit of courage. I delivered the medicine. Am I? Hoshino's movements in straightening her cuffs are practiced. She turns around, her crimson eyes looking at you indifferently. Go. She chews on this word playfully then, as if hearing some joke. The Moku family. Your fingers curl up. You don't need to worry about this, as long as I pay off the debt. Hoshino casually pulls a thin sheet of paper from a stack of documents. Your eyelids twitch. That turns out to be the debt repayment agreement signed by your stepfather, your contract of indenture. That huge multi-million figure weighs on you like a mountain, making it hard to breathe. Seeing Hoshino holding that paper, waving it nonchalantly. When the Moku family sent you in, they gave me this. You study medicine, you should understand equivalent exchange, right? These words make your heart tighten, and an ominous premonition wells up. Just then, with a crisp snap, Hoshino actually pulls out a silver lighter, her thumb lightly scraping it, and a ghostly blue flame flares up instantly. The flickering firelight is reflected in her unfathomable eyes. What are you going to do? However, Hoshino doesn't answer at all. She actually burns the IOUs worth tens of millions right in front of you. The flame instantly devours the paper. Under the firelight, half of her face is in the light, as stunning as a demon. You instinctively rush forward, wanting to grab it. But everything is too late. The only proof of your redemption turns to ashes right before your eyes, until the last spark extinguishes. Hoshino lets go. The ashes scatter onto the carpet like snow. Tens of millions just burn away like this. Gone. Hoshino pats her hands, as casual as discussing the weather. The Moku family doesn't owe me anything anymore. You blankly look at the ashes on the ground, your mind completely blank. Doesn't owe anything? You're free. You snap your head up, your voice trembling. Can I leave? Who would have thought that Hoshino suddenly lets out a low laugh, followed by taking long strides toward you step by step, until your back presses against the cold wall, with nowhere left to retreat. Just then, Hoshino stops in front of you, abruptly leaning down with both hands braced on either side of your body. A domineering wall pin that completely cages you in. Are you out of your mind from studying? Her eyes lock onto you tightly. I burned the IOU because I don't lack that bit of money, but that doesn't mean you can leave. Your breath catches. Then you cured my headache. Hoshino interrupts you, her cold fingers slowly raising to rest on the red marks left on your neck from last night. Those few marks on your fair skin look exceptionally glaring and particularly intimate. Her fingertips, carrying light calluses, gently rub against those red marks, causing a shudder to ripple through you. For a patient, you are the only special medicine. Hoshino's eyes are deep, the corners of her lips curling into a morbid arc. How could I let you run away? Your whole body freezes, a chill shooting straight from the soles of your feet to your crown. She wants to monopolize you. You bite your teeth. Miss Hoshi, I am not a medicine. My name is Moku. Hoshino's fingers smoothly move upward, pinching your soft earlobe to play with it. Moku. These two words slip from her thin lips. Nice name, good texture. Hoshino instantly can be kept as regains composure / restrains playfulness. Her playfulness, her gaze cold, domineering, and unquestionable. You are a person of Hoshian. Your task is only one, cure my illness. The housekeeper will move your things to the 3rd floor. You will live next door to me. You open your eyes wide. Isn't the 3rd floor a forbidden area? Hoshino turns and walks away, her posture as upright as a pine. When she reaches the door, she turns her head slightly to say to you, for you, she suddenly lets out a cold laugh, a laugh that plunges you into an ice cellar. Remember, be at my beck and call. If I have a headache and don't see you, I don't mind making the Moku family pay back every principal and interest. With a loud bang, the door is heavily shut. You lean against the wall alone, your legs weak, looking at the mess all over the floor and the pile of ashes, wanting to cry without tears. She is simply a complete lunatic. Not only did you fail to escape, but you upgraded directly from free roaming to captive rearing, and even have to live next door to this moody female tyrant. You are forcibly moved into the forbidden area of Hoshian. The stairs leading here are covered with dark gray, long-haired carpet, like a tongue leading into an abyss, swallowing all sound. The whole process is eerily quiet. Several servants, like mime actors, hold your pitifully few pieces of luggage, their movements as gentle as if holding fragile foam. The string in your heart tightens further until the moment you step onto the 3rd floor hallway, a suffocating vacuum feeling rushes over you. The decor here is gloomier and colder than the 2nd floor. The walls are covered with dark, sound-absorbing cotton, the floor is covered with woolen carpet several inches thick, and even the windows are tightly covered with dark velvet curtains. This place is like a huge soundproof box, or rather a cage imprisoning a monster. Mr. Moku, this is your room. The housekeeper pushes open a heavy mahogany door. The room is luxurious, but the color tone remains chillingly gray-white. What makes you care the most is the thick wall on the left, because right on the other side is Hoshino's master bedroom. The housekeeper seems to see through your thoughts, her turbid eyes revealing a profound meaning. The young lady is right next door. Although this wall is equipped with top-tier sound insulation, the young lady's hearing is. Therefore, she picks up a pair of white items from the tray and places them by your feet. The soles of those shoes are made of special soft rubber, cushioned with thick cotton. They look lightweight yet act like invisible shackles. These are specially made, soft-soled shoes. You must wear them when moving around on the 3rd floor. The housekeeper lowers her voice as if reading an imperial edict. Please be sure to remember the survival rules of the 3rd floor. Footsteps, the sound of holding things, or even the sound of you swallowing water. She suddenly raises 2 withered fingers, gesturing a despairing number. Must all be kept below 20 decibels. 20 decibels. That is the sound of a needle dropping to the ground. You look at those shoes, your throat tightening, a chill rising from the soles of your feet. What if it accidentally exceeds it? The housekeeper expressionlessly spits out a cold sentence. The last maid who accidentally made a sound was carried out, and no one has ever seen her again. The young lady might spare your life, but the suffering probably cannot be avoided. After speaking, the servants quickly retreat like shadows. In the room, a death-like silence instantly engulfs you. There are no sounds around, only the sound of your own body fluids flowing being infinitely magnified. You take a deep breath and put on those soft-soled shoes. Stepping on the carpet indeed makes no sound at all, like a ghost. You walk to the window wanting some fresh air. but the moment your hand touches the curtain, your movement freezes abruptly. Will the sound of pulling the curtain rail exceed 20 decibels? You dare not gamble. You can only look out through the gap. You can only see the high perimeter walls of Hoshin and electrified barbed wire. At this moment, you realize with utmost clarity that you have become a caged bird. You slowly squat down, opening your battered suitcase. Inside, there are no designer brands, only a few changes of clothes and a few ancient traditional Chinese medicine books. There is also a set of celadon textured medicine jars. That is a keepsake left by your grandmother. Holding it in your hand gives you a reassuring weight. You take out the medicine jars, hugging them tightly to your chest. This is your only weapon and your tool for establishing yourself. You know very well that the dormant evil dragon next door could wake up at any time. For this, you must be prepared at all times to use your medicine to trade for a thread of survival. You lower your eyelashes, your fingertips rubbing the slightly cool medicine stick, a trace of resilience flashing in the depths of your eyes. As long as she doesn't kill you, you can find a way to tame her. Lunchtime arrives quickly. You sit in an oversized dining room, but only feel that this place is like an execution ground. This is Hoshino's requirement. Someone must accompany her to eat. You're separated by 2 meters, and you can even feel the low pressure radiating from her. The whole meal is deathly gloomy. You pinch the silver chopsticks, being extremely careful with every grain of rice you pick up, fearing the chopsticks might touch the bowl and make a sound. Just then, Hoshino suddenly speaks, her voice filled with impatience. A young maid hurries forward, her face full of tension. She is holding a crystal water pot, her hands uncontrollably trembling. Your heart instantly leaps into your throat, instinctively holding your breath. Don't make a sound, whatever you do. However, the exact thing you fear happens. The moment the pot spout nears the rim of the cup, the maid's hand jerks, and with a crisp sound, the rim of the lid knocks against the crystal cup wall. This sound isn't actually loud, but in the pin-drop quiet dining room, it is as sharp as a blade, instantly piercing the silence. The air seems to freeze. The maid is scared out of her wits, her face turning as pale as paper. "Miss." Trembling, she wants to kneel down and beg for mercy, but she no longer has the chance. Hoshino, who was cutting steak, abruptly stops her movements. You watch with your own eyes as the veins on the back of the hand she uses to hold the utensils instantly bulge, and an aura of violence erupts from her. To you, it is just a crisp sound, but to her, who is hyperacusic, it is like countless steel needles fiercely stabbing into her brain. A tooth-achingly metallic screeching sound. The pure silver tableware in her hand is actually bent hard by 2 of her fingers. Next, without even looking at that maid, she simply closes her eyes, pain and disgust appearing on her face, and then she waves her hand extremely coldly, as if shooing away a fly. The next second, 2 ghost-like black-clad bodyguards step forward instantly. One twists the maid's arms behind her back, while the other directly covers her mouth tightly with a black cloth. The maid's eyes widen as she struggles desperately, casting a desperate plea for help in your direction. But you can do nothing. You can only sit rigidly in your chair, watching with your eyes as a living person is silently dragged out of the dining room. In less than 10 seconds, the dining room returns to deathly silence, as if that person never existed. Such are the rules of Hoshin. This is that lunatic's zero tolerance. A chill courses straight from your spine to your crown. You look down at the silver chopsticks in your hand, your fingers trembling violently and uncontrollably. Just now, it was just a water pot knocking. If you are eating and your chopsticks touch the bowl, will the end of being dragged away be yours tomorrow? Just as you are terrified, a cold voice suddenly sounds above your head. Why aren't you eating? You startle, raising your head just in time to meet Hoshino's unfathomable eyes. She releases that ruined piece of tableware, picking up a napkin to wipe her fingers leisurely, as if she had just had someone throw away a bag of garbage. You open your lips, your voice trembling. Hoshino casually tosses away the napkin, leaning back with her lips curving into a cruel arc. Her gaze falls on your trembling hands, her tone indifferent yet dangerous. It's because you are useful, but if you also become useless like trash and get injured. She doesn't finish her sentence, but the freezing intent in her eyes says it all. You grip your chopsticks tightly, your fingernails digging into your palms, using pain to force yourself to stay calm. You cannot shake, and even less can you make mistakes. Beside this lunatic, it is walking a tightrope, wagering your life. After that maid is dragged away, Hoshino's irritability does not subside at all. That crisp sound just now exploded like a nail in her brain. Her auditory nerves are throbbing, hurting as if countless electric drills are drilling into her temples. Clatter. She irritably pushes the dining plate in front of her hard. The sound of the plate scraping against the table makes her frown tighten even more, the violence in her eyes surging again. The next second, she abruptly turns her head, her gloomy gaze shooting toward you like a sharp blade. You are scared stiff, the tip of your chopsticks suspended midair, not daring to drop them. Seeing your trembling appearance, Hoshino's internal agitation grows stronger. What are you still holding chopsticks for? Carrying extremely suppressed anger, do you also want to create some noise so the bodyguards drag you out? This is pure displaced anger. You shrink your shoulders in fright, your chopsticks almost dropping onto the table. You know this lunatic is on the verge of a mental collapse. If you don't explain, the next one to suffer will be you. How to explain? Speaking makes noise, not speaking is default. Under extreme survival instincts, you can only bite the bullet and speak, desperately lowering your noise. I didn't. I'm eating very quietly. I won't disturb you. Having said this sentence, you are already prepared to welcome rage, instinctively closing your eyes and shrinking your neck. However, everything you expected does not happen. The entire dining room suddenly falls into an eerie quiet. Hoshino's fingers, which were massaging her temples, stop without warning. Her eyes, usually filled with irritability and gloom, surprisingly reveal a rare trace of... Just a moment ago, the instant your voice traveled into her ears, that sound was not like an electric drill. It was soft and sweet, carrying a moist, trembling tone, like a marshmallow or a feather lightly sliding across her tense auditory nerves. Not only did it not hurt, instead it brought a tingling itch, like a pair of gentle hands smoothing out the exploding wrinkles in her mind. Her temples, which had been throbbing violently, miraculously eased. Hoshino slowly lowers her hand, locking onto you tightly, her gaze sliding from your trembling eyelashes down to your pink lips. That look is no longer disgust, but the dark and inquiring look of having discovered a new world. Why do everyone else's voices make her want to kill people while only you are an exception? You quietly open one eye, only to bump straight into her unblinking eyes. Your heart skips a beat from fear, and you want to apologize in a panic. I'm sorry. Hoshino suddenly interrupts you. Immediately after, leaning back against the chair, her fair fingers tap lightly on the table, her tone unquestionable. Come here. You can only put down your chopsticks and shuffle over to her side. Just then, Hoshino abruptly raises her hand, her rough fingertips pinching your chin to force you to raise your head. Hoshino narrows her eyes, her gaze patrolling your face as if trying to see through the structure of your vocal cords, to see what makes it so different. Her throat moves slightly, her voice low and hoarse, carrying a commanding enticement. Say it again! You understand instantly, your mind blank, completely unable to keep up with this lunatic's train of thought. Which sentence? I didn't. Under extreme tension, you instinctively emit a single-syllable sound. Ah. This syllable is short, soft, and full of cluelessness, but in Hoshino's ears, it sounds like a soft candy bouncing off her eardrum, not painful, even a bit sweet. Hoshino's tightly knitted brow relaxes completely. The fingers pinching your chin unconsciously rub once more, the crimson in the depths of her eyes completely fading away. It's not an illusion. You are her medicine. Not just the body. Even your voice is a tranquilizer custom-made by the heavens for her. Hoshino purrs softly, her tone devoid of any anger, instead exuding a blushing, heart-palpitating laziness. She lets her hand go, her mood inexplicably improving. Sit down. She picks up her utensils again, moving gracefully and composedly, completely losing her previous irritability. You stand in the same spot with a bewildered look. What on earth just happened? You look at the direction the maid was dragged away, then look at the suddenly normal woman in front of you, and only feel a chill running down your back. This lunatic is even more moody than you imagined. Inside the study, Hoshino sits at her office chair, with a mountain-high pile of documents in front of her, but she cannot read a single word. The after effects of bipolar disorder wash over her nerves like a tide. Those words turn into crawling ants in her eyes, making her temples throb violently, and her anger is about to burst out. If it were before, this pile of documents worth billions would have already been torn to shreds by her, but now she has a new way to soothe herself. Hoshino presses the intercom, her voice cold as ice. In less than 2 minutes, the study door is pushed open and you sneak in like a small cat. Did you look for me? You stop 3 meters away, adopting a posture of being ready to flee at any moment. Hoshino lifts her eyelids to glance at you, her brows furrowing slightly. Why stand so far away? Afraid I'll eat you. She picks up an all-English financial report and throws it heavily onto the corner of the desk with a dull thud. You have no choice but to shuffle over step by step. Her chin points to a low, small, round stool by the edge of the desk. It has a soft cushion placed on top, looking completely out of place in this cold and stern study. The next second, she points to that financial report. Concise and to the point. You are stunned, picking up the document as dense professional terms instantly make your head spin. Read this? This is simply a heavenly book. Otherwise? Hoshino leans back against the chair and urges impatiently. Louder. Don't be like you haven't eaten. You dare not retort. Take a deep breath and stumble into it. Risk assessment report on the acquisition of Hongyuan Group, valuation asset. Your voice carries tension and trembling, stuttering when encountering rare words. Normally, she would have already had someone throw you out. But at this moment, your soft voice fills the deathly quiet study, and Hoshino's tightly knitted brows miraculously smooth out. Your voice is very light, without the sharp nails of corporate elites. When reading the asset liquidation, it sounds like reading, "The weather is really nice today." When reading malicious mergers and acquisitions, it sounds like reading a bedtime nursery rhyme. Those bloody commercial terms coming out of your lips unexpectedly turn into harmless bedtime fairy tales. The more you read, the smoother it gets, your tone gradually stabilizing, and Hoshino, with her legs crossed, is more relaxed than ever before. She isn't listening to the content at all. She already knows those numbers by heart. She is listening to your voice. That voice flows like a clear spring over her parched eardrums, turning into the best white noise. The sharp ringing in her brain disappears, and the tyranny wanting to destroy everything, and the internal knots are smoothed out, as if being stroked down the fur, one stroke at a time, by a gentle hand. After an unknown amount of time, your throat is dry from reading, and you softly call out, "Miss Hoshi?" The moment your voice stops, Hoshino's eyes instantly open, her gaze crystal clear with zero sleepiness, only the displeasure of being interrupted. "Why did you stop?" She turns her head sideways. You hold the document and say, "I'm thirsty." You are a human reading machine, not a tape recorder. Hoshino stares at you for a second, then suddenly reaches out and pushes her own cup of warm water toward you. You are flattered and in disbelief. This is her cup. Afraid it's dirty? Her tone is dangerous. No, no, no. How could you dare find it dirty? You quickly hold the crystal cup and take small sips. Hoshino watches your cheeks puffing out as you drink water, her fingers lightly tapping the armrest as her mood inexplicably brightens. This feeling is very novel. This deathly quiet study finally has a bit of life in it. Hoshino closes her eyes again, regaining her queen posture, and parts her thin lips lightly. Read that overseas market expansion plan as well. Looking at that thick stack of all English planning documents, you want to cry without tears. You feel like you aren't here to pay off a debt. You are here to act as a teacher, specifically coaxing this giant baby to sleep. After reading continuously for 2 hours, your throat is about to smoke. You are terrified of triggering this young lady's nerves again. You finish reading this page, close the folder, and your voice is already hoarse and exhausted. Hoshino leans against the back of the chair, tapping her fingers on the desk. Having listened to bedtime fairy tales for 2 hours, the buzzing in her brain has indeed receded significantly, and the irritation has temporarily been suppressed. She lifts her eyelids to glance at you, who are secretly rubbing your neck like a frostbitten eggplant. "That's enough," Hoshino says with uncharacteristic mercy. Granted a reprieve, you let out a long sigh of relief, but you dare not leave and can only sit idly in the study. Just then, your gaze falls on the cloth bag by your feet, inside of which is your complete set of eating tools. Since her mood is stable, you might as well do some real work. Gathering your courage, you carefully pull out the Celadon medicine mortar and small pestle from the cloth bag. along with a few paper packets containing sour jujube kernels for calming the nerves. This special formula of storax pill tastes and works best when freshly ground. If you can make the study's scent richer, maybe she won't get angry so easily, you think to yourself. Then, you grip the pestle and tentatively tap down gently. Clunk. A dull impact sound suddenly rings out in the quiet study. Although the sound isn't sharp, in this deathly space, it appears exceptionally abrupt. Your heart shrinks sharply, and your movements instantly freeze. You instinctively hold your breath, looking in terror at the woman behind the desk. You're done for. Did you get carried away? This is a noise-canceling zone where even a cup lid knocking gets someone dragged out. Hoshino's hand-signing document stops, the pen tip bleeding a small ink dot on the paper. The air in the study instantly freezes, and your hands holding the pestle are covered in cold sweat. You are already imagining the bodyguards rushing in and throwing you and your medicine jars out. "I'm sorry," your voice trembles as you are about to put the mortar away. Hoshino suddenly interrupts you. She doesn't raise her head, just slightly turns her face as if listening closely to distinguish the sound. You swallow your saliva. "It's just me grinding calming incense." Hoshino finally raises her head, her deep eyes landing on the Celadon medicine mortar in your arms. Strange. That dull thud just now was not as piercing as glass shattering, nor as tooth-achingly harsh as metal colliding. It is heavy, carrying an original rhythm, just like a steady heartbeat. Hoshino withdraws her gaze, lowers her head again, and says in a flat tone, "Continue." You are stunned for a second. Hoshino lets out an impatient huff. "Didn't you hear me? How would you dare ask further?" You quickly grip the pestle tightly and carefully bring it down once more. Thud. Thud. Your movements are cautious, fearing you might use too much force, but as the pestle falls repeatedly, a dull and rhythmic sound begins to echo in the study. Gradually, a quiet, herbal medicinal aroma slowly permeates with your movements. The speed of the pen in Hoshino's hand slows down more and more. This monotonous, harmless sound has a magical hypnotic power. Sound after sound, like an ancient metronome, slowly draws Hoshino's frantic heartbeat into the exact same rhythm. So quiet. It seems as if the world has only this sound left. Her eyelids begin to grow heavy, and long-lost sleepiness gently wraps around her like a tide. Sunlight spills in through the window, presenting a bizarre yet harmonious picture inside the study. The young master of the capital who holds 100 billion empire leans against his chair, his fountain pen having slipped out of his hand at some point, breathing long and deep. And down at her feet, you look like a diligent little rabbit, pounding away earnestly with the pestle, until half an hour later your hands are sore, and you secretly stop to shake them out. But the moment the sound stops, the woman on the chair immediately lets out a dissatisfied nasal sound, her brows furrowing instinctively. Just moving her lips, her voice hoarse, lazy, and thick with sleepiness and command. "Pound a bit more." You twitch your lips. Is this a young lady from the capital? She's clearly a high-maintenance ancestor. You can only resign yourself to fate, grip the pestle again, and bitterly continue serving as her medicine-pounding boy next to a multi-billion-dollar contract. Thud, thud. In the study, the sound of pounding medicine continues. You sit in the corner 3 meters away from the desk. That is, the safe distance you calculated in your heart, close enough for her to hear the sound, but not close enough to be frozen by her low pressure. But soon, you find the atmosphere wrong. The irritation in Hoshino that had already calmed down seems to show signs of a counterattack. The fountain pen in her hand smacks heavily onto the desk, absent-minded. Not enough. Hoshino feels the beast called skin hunger waking up inside her body, but she always feels something is missing. That sense of emptiness gnaws at her blood vessels like ants, making her fingers itch because she desperately wants to grab onto something solid. Therefore, her gloomy gaze cuts through the air and lands on your tiny figure huddled in the corner. Too far. That vibrant, warm feeling. "Stop!" Hoshino speaks suddenly, her voice a bit hoarse. You jump in fright, the hand-pounding medicine freezing abruptly. Did my sound get too loud and disturb you? Too far. Hoshino drops her pen, leans back, and stares straight at you. I can't hear it. You look at the 3-meter distance between the two of you, and then at this study, where even the drop of a needle can be heard. This is the god-eared Hoshino, who can hear even someone pouring water next door. At this distance, you try to reason with her. Hoshino doesn't listen at all. Her fair finger taps on the empty floor beside her office desk, her tone unquestionable. Sit here, right next to her executive chair, right beside her long legs. You have 10,000 objections in your heart. That is a high-risk zone where staying with a ruler is like staying with a tiger. But under the pressure of Hoshino's gradually gloomy gaze, you can only cave in. You hug your mortar, lug your small round stool, and shuffle over like a snail, step by step until you reach her ear. Right here. Hoshino seems quite satisfied with this distance, the wrinkles between her brows smoothing out somewhat. You have no choice but to sit down again. This position is too close, close enough that you can even feel the body temperature radiating from her, and that cold cedarwood scent domineeringly shrouding your entire being. Your line of sight is level with her thighs. This extreme contrast in size and height makes you feel like a small pet kept captive at her feet. You bite the bullet and continue pounding medicine, your body rigid, wishing you could curl into a ball. Hoshino picks up her documents again, but this time her left hand, which had been resting, naturally hangs down. At first, it's just her fingertips tapping the armrest unconsciously. That hand, as if having a mind of its own, slides down the armrest and reaches out toward you, the heat source right beside her hand. As you are concentrating intently on the mortar, your scalp suddenly tingles. Without any warning, it lands on top of your head. Just as you are about to be startled, Hoshino doesn't even raise her head, her voice flat. You have a white hair. White hair? How could that be? Before you can retort, that hand has already slid down from the top of your head. Fair as jade fingers thread through your dark, soft, short hair, as if playing with the finest silk. She casually rolls a strand of hair, then winds it again. The action is light, slow, and casual, yet radiates a scalp-numbing intimacy. Your entire body is as rigid as a rock. You can sense that hand has no intention of stopping. Having finished playing with the hair, those slightly cool fingertips brush against your auricle ambiguously. Your ears are extremely sensitive. Being brushed by the light calluses on her fingertips instantly turns them burning red, glowing through. Hoshino finally spares a sliver of gaze from her documents, looking down at you. Watching you tremble under her hand, your ears red like tiny crimson drop-shaped rabbits, a flash of mischievous amusement crosses the depths of her eyes. The fullness brought by physical contact instantly fills the emptiness in her heart. Her restless blood quiets down, soft and warm. The next second, her index fingertip gently pinches your burning earlobe, kneading it with moderate pressure. You can't help letting out a tiny squeak, wanting to pull away, but you are held down with a bit of force. Focus on your work. Hoshino even counters defensively, her tone lazy. You're messing up the noise. You really want to punch her? On one side, she is reviewing documents that determine other people's fates up top. On the other side, under the desk like petting a cat, she recklessly toys with your ears and hair. You feel you aren't anything like a person. You are just this lunatic's stress relief toy. Can you let go first? It's a bit ticklish. Hoshino remains completely unmoved. Her fingertips even slide from behind your ear down to your slender, fragile nape, gently stroking that soft flesh. Who told you to be my medicine? She lets out a low chuckle, her voice carrying a morbid satisfaction. This little thing kept in her territory feels way too good. So good that she thinks locking you by her side for the rest of her life seems like a pretty good idea. Right at this moment, the eerie and tranquil atmosphere of the study is broken. The tablet computer on the desk suddenly vibrates. It is an encrypted multinational video conference request. Hoshino glances at the screen, unexpectedly without any intention of making you step aside. She lazily pulls back her mischievous hand, presses the connect button, and then uses the tip of her shoe to gently kick your small foot. Keep pounding. You can only cower beside the oversized desk, trying your best to hide yourself in the camera's blind spot. The video connects. On the other side of the screen, several straight-laced faces instantly appear. There are senior executives of the Hoshi Group, as well as scions of Capital Circle noble families. President Hoshi, Sister Hoshino. Everyone's nerves are taut, their eyes revealing undisguised fear. Word has it that the last time they held a meeting, just because of a slight electric drill sound, Hoshino directly threw her tablet and wanted to fire that executive. Therefore, this time everyone stays in soundproof rooms, not daring to let out a loud breath. Talk business! Hoshino leans back against her chair, resuming that terrifying capital circle demon appearance. The meeting begins. The executives report their financial statements cautiously. The study is very quiet, with only the occasional sound of turning pages and that extremely faint, dull thud from beneath your desk. The people on the video side do not hear this strange background noise. Because you have been kneeling for too long, your knees are aching, and you want to secretly change your posture. As a result, the moment you move, your arm accidentally bumps against the edge of the desk, and the pestle in your hand instantly slips out of control. A succession of crisp, sharp sounds, amplified through the microphone, sounds like a thunderclap on flat ground to those on the video side. The video conference instantly falls into deathly silence. The executives on the other side of the screen turned pale with fright, their reporting voices coming to an abrupt halt. It's over. The exact same thought flashed through everyone's mind. Someone made a noise, and the young lady is going to go crazy. They had already conjured up the terrifying mental image of Hoshino furiously throwing a cup and telling all of them to get lost. You were also scared out of your wits. In a panic, you picked up the medicine pestle, your heart hammering wildly, and looked in terror at the woman above you, silently forming words with your lips. Hoshino's gaze indeed darkened. She slowly lowered her head to look at you, the little troublemaker, just when everyone thought she was about to erupt. Just when you thought you were going to be thrown out to feed the wolves, this woman, who had always had zero tolerance for noise, merely furrowed her brows slightly. She actually reached out her hand beneath the desk, right into the absolute blind spot of the camera, and gently grabbed your cold hand. She let out a very faint sigh. Her voice carried not a shred of anger, but instead leaked a hint of scalp-numbing helplessness and indulgence. Looking into your panicked, flustered eyes, her voice low and tender to a startling degree, she asked, "Doesn't your hand hurt?" On the other side of the video, everyone was petrified. The executives looked at each other in dismay, suspecting they were experiencing auditory hallucinations. Was that person, whose tone was as gentle as coaxing a child, really their decisive, tyrannical President Hoshi? Does your hand hurt under the desk? The expressions of the few capital circle heiresses instantly turned extremely colorful, laden with indescribable shock. A lunatic who makes noise during a meeting not only doesn't get beaten up, but instead gets asked if his hand hurts? The vice president stuttered as he began to speak. Hoshino raised her head, her gaze returning to the screen. In that instant, the gentleness on her face vanished completely, instantly reverting to that ice-cold, grim Reaper expression. Avoid what? One of her hands was still playing with your fingers under the desk while the other tapped on the table, her voice cold as ice. Continue reporting. If the data is wrong by even one more decimal point, go to the HR department to pick up your resignation letter. The vice president shivered in fright. Although the meeting continued, everyone's mentality completely collapsed. While reporting for work with trembling hearts, they frantically guessed which deity managed to tame this capital circle mad dog. Meanwhile, you stood there helpless under the desk because Hoshino was holding your hand and completely refused to let go. Like this, while expressionlessly listening to a report on a tens of billions project, she maliciously toyed with the joints of your fingers one by one. That sensation felt as though she were stamping her brand onto every single inch of your skin. The atmosphere at the dinner was strange to the extreme. The woman opposite you, known as a female ghost, seemed to be in a very good mood. Yet you were sitting on pins and needles, because just a few hours ago, she had been holding a multi-billion-dollar meeting while toying with your fingers under the table. Suddenly, a low and cold voice broke the silence. "Eat more." Immediately following that, a piece of sweet and sour pork ribs appeared in your bowl, bought personally by Hoshino for you. At this sight, the old butler who had served her for 20 years felt his eyelids twitch wildly, as if witnessing the end of the world. Looking at those ribs, he felt as though they were a final meal before execution. You mumbled a soft thank you and just shoved the rib into your mouth. When Hoshino swept a critical gaze over your wrist, her tone flat. "Hugging it makes your bones ache." Right after that, she announced a decision. "From now on, all my calming incense will be made by you." You thought to yourself that the incense-making room had a grinder, which would at least be convenient. But the next second, she shattered your fantasy. You froze on the spot, only to hear her say in an unquestionable tone, "It lacks a soul. I want you to make it by hand. grinding it down bit by bit using that celadon jar. Hearing this, you went completely numb. With the massive monthly consumption at Hoshi Manor, if you did it all by hand, would your hands even survive? The moment you wanted to protest, Hoshino's gaze instantly turned cold. What? Do you think you're here to enjoy life? Don't forget your identity. A single sentence dragged you right back to reality. You were merely someone here to pay off a debt. You could only lower your head in resignation, cursing her in your heart as a bloodsucker. She didn't care about any soul. She was simply obsessed with the sight of you sitting beside her, toiling laboriously for her. That was her exclusive privilege. You had thought this was already the limit, but you never expected that this woman's peculiar fetishes extended far beyond this. At 10 o'clock at night, just as you finished bathing and prepared to sleep, your door was suddenly knocked on. Mr. Moku. Why come knocking so late? With a flustered heart hugging your celadon medicine jar, you pushed open the door to the adjoining master bedroom. As a result, you only saw Hoshino leaning against the headboard reading a book. Hearing the movement, she merely lifted her eyes, and then she patted the carpet beside her. You walked over hugging the jar, full of vigilance. So late. Are we still studying books? Unexpectedly, Hoshino closed the book, pointed at the jar in your arms, and said, "Pound medicine." You glanced at the wall clock. 10:30. Now? You suspected you misheard. Aren't you going to sleep? Who would have thought she would say matter-of-factly, adjusting her posture and closing her eyes. Precisely because I'm going to sleep. I want to listen to that sound. That sound. You were completely bewildered. Using the medicine pounding sound as a lullaby, what kind of twisted, special fetish was this? Hoshino opened her eyes with displeasure, her voice carrying a drowsy hoarseness. What are you still standing there for? Start. Not allowed to stop. Looking at her, I call the shots face. You took a deep breath and told yourself, she is a mad woman. You could only resign yourself to fate and sit down. Thud, thud, thud. The dull impact sound echoed in the bedroom. To you, this sound was tedious hard labor, but to Hoshino, it was top-tier enjoyment. Because you were right within her reach, obediently toiling for her, this sense of control was more effective than any tranquilizer. Half an hour later, your hands felt like they were about to break, and your eyelids began to droop. Stealing a glance at the bed, you saw Hoshino breathing long and deep. She's out like a light, you muttered to yourself, just wanting to stop and slip away. No sooner had the sound stopped for 3 seconds than the woman on the bed, supposedly fast asleep, abruptly thrust a hand out from under the quilt. The next second, she grabbed your wrist tightly. Want to slack off? Hoshino didn't even open her eyes. Not only did she refuse to let go, but she instead pulled your hand to her pillow, rubbed her cheek against the back of your hand, and said, "Don't stop." Mumbling, she pulled the quilt over, trapping your hand right under it. You were forced to crouch by the edge of the bed, one hand held captive by her, while the other still had to laboriously break apart the medicine. This was clearly a wicked landlord oppressing an innocent cabbage. The pitiful medicine pounding sound, accompanied by your sighs, rang out through the entire latter half of the night. Several consecutive days of forced bedtime accompaniment and late-night medicine pounding unexpectedly caused the atmosphere on the 3rd floor to turn bizarrely harmonious. The servants discovered that the erratic young lady's frequency of temper tantrums had plummeted straight down, and your treatment also rose with the tide. The kitchen would make desserts for you, and the butler bowed to you respectfully. Even Hoshino herself permitted you to read casual books. This illusion of peaceful times slowly relaxed your tense nerves, even causing you to harbor a trace of unmerited wishful thinking. That afternoon, the sunlight was just right. Hoshino sat behind her desk, handling official business, her profile lacking a bit of its usual hostility. Sitting on the sofa, your gaze involuntarily drifted toward her. Over the past few days, her tolerance for you had been ridiculously high. Thus, a dangerous question bubbled up in your mind. Where exactly is her bottom line regarding you? Is it because your voice and scent are irreplaceable? Or is it because she genuinely feels just a tiny bit different about you as a person? If it were the former, you were merely a tool, and perhaps you now possessed bargaining chips. You lowered your gaze to look at the glass in your hand. Standing up, you carried the cup over to her and said softly, "Miss Hoshi, let me replace that with a fresh cup for you." Hoshino didn't even raise her head, giving a casual, Picking up her cup, you walked back to the desk. The exact moment you set the cup down, your fingers loosened ever so slightly. Thump. The heavy glass cup base slammed heavily onto the tabletop. This dull, loud noise acted like a heavy hammer in the quiet study. It even smudged the document she had just signed. Your heart leaped straight to your throat as you stared fixedly at her. If she merely frowned and cursed a couple of times, it meant you were safe. Hoshino didn't curse. Her hand holding the pen paused midair, and she slowly raised her head. In those eyes, there was neither the expected fury nor the anticipated indulgence, only a chilling, detached indifference. That look was too sharp, as though it could pierce straight through your heart and see through every little scheme hiding at the bottom of it. A chill ran down your spine, instantly drowning you in fear. You were wrong. You had no business plucking a tiger's whiskers while it was dozing. Hand slipped? Hoshino put down her pen, her tone terrifyingly flat. Swallowing your saliva, you said, "I'm sorry." "Is that so?" Hoshino let out a light laugh. "Do you feel like I've been treating you too well lately?" Your entire body stiffened, instinctively wanting to back away. "Come here," she said, cutting off all your excuses. You didn't dare move. Your feet felt as though they were rooted to the spot. Suddenly, Hoshino reached out, grabbing your wrist with a tremendous force. A huge pull surged forward, and with a startled cry, you lunged forward. In a dizzying blur, you were dragged straight into her lap and firmly pressed down onto her thighs. You had always wondered how a woman could possibly possess such strength. Distances instantly shrank to zero. Struggling in panic, you were restrained by your waist and rendered completely immobile. "Miss Hoshi!" Hoshino raised a hand, her index finger pressing against your lips. That gorgeous yet sinister face drew close to yours, the tip of her nose nearly touching yours. "Put away those little schemes of yours. What are you testing? Testing whether I can bear to hurt you, or testing whether you can turn the world upside down?" Your pupils contracted sharply. She knew everything. Your clumsy acting looked like a joke in her eyes. "I didn't." This time you were genuinely terrified. Hoshino's finger slid down, pinching your fragile neck and lightly stroking that pulsing blood vessel. "That cup just now, you let go of it on purpose." Her tone was absolute. "You wanted to see what I would do to you over a tiny bit of noise." The shame and terror of being exposed made you tremble uncontrollably. Feeling the trembling beneath her palm, Hoshino flashed a trace of violent amusement in the depths of her eyes. Leaning abruptly close to your ear, her warm breath spraying across your auricle, she whispered, "Moku, I pamper you and let you walk about freely because you're obedient. But that doesn't mean you can presume upon my favor and ride on top of my head." The fingers pinching your neck tightened slightly, depriving you of breath yet stopping short of causing injury. "This is the first and last warning. Let there not be a next time." Hoshino's tone plummeted abruptly, exuding biting coldness. "If there is a next time, if I catch you intentionally creating noise again." There is an absolute soundproofing room in Hoshi Manor's basement. There is no sound there. Not even the air has any life. Even if you scream your lungs out, the outside world won't hear a shred of movement. By then, Moku, you won't ever make a sound again for the rest of your life. Your face turned as pale as paper. That basement, reportedly anyone who went in there, she released her hold on your neck. "As long as you obediently listen, that kind of place will never belong to you." You nodded frantically, understanding completely. You truly understood now. She was a madwoman, and her pampering was arsenic wrapped in frosting. You only possessed the right to obey, not the qualification to test her limits. Satisfied, Hoshino hooked her lips and lowered her head, dropping a light kiss onto your eyes. Immediately afterward, she released her grip on you, resuming her high and mighty posture. "Since you understand, wipe the table clean," she pointed at the document. Scrambling clumsily, you climbed down from her lap, wiping away the water stains on the table while your hands continued to shake uncontrollably. Seeing Hoshino leaning back in her chair, spinning Buddhist prayer beads, her expression as indifferent as a Buddha, you finally woke up completely. What illusions of peaceful times. A vicious hound remains a vicious hound, and nothing can change its bone-deep nature of devouring people. 3 days passed, and you clearly felt that the atmosphere in Hoshi Manor had changed, or rather, everyone's attitude toward you had undergone a heaven-shaking transformation. The servants looked at you with pity, like looking at a sacrificial offering. Their gazes were filled with awe and even carried a hint of flattery. "Mr. Moku, this is osmanthus sugar lotus root freshly made by the kitchen. Your medicinal materials have been dried." As you walked down the stairs, the servants all bowed respectfully, practically wishing they could treat you like an offering. The reason was simple. Everyone had discovered an ironclad rule for survival. As long as you were around, that erratic female ghost was like a tiger whose teeth had been pulled. Thus, you became Hoshi Manor's sole fire extinguisher and the household's talisman for survival. That morning, as you sat on the sofa reading a medical book, the old butler walked over with an anxious expression, cold sweat covering his forehead. Lowering his voice, his tone laden with entreaties, he asked, "Could you?" Closing your book, you looked at him with vigilance. The person in charge of the South City branch office has messed up in a massive way. Wiping away his sweat with lingering fear as he glanced upstairs, the butler continued. It caused a $300 million bad debt. Miss flew into a huge rage and already smashed a tea set. You clutched your lips. That's Miss Hoshi's official business. Isn't it inappropriate for me to go in? Having been warned just a few days ago, you really didn't want a court disaster. I'm begging you. The usually unsmiling butler bowed deeply to you on the spot. If Miss truly takes action, things will be impossible to smooth over. Only if you go in now can Mrs. Anger be cut in half. Looking at the butler's graying hair and listening to the faint angry shouts echoing from upstairs, you sighed helplessly. I understand. You went to the kitchen to fetch a cup of ginseng tea. Over the past few days, you seem to have already grown accustomed to this role. Accustomed to being her medicine, her fire extinguisher, and the sole soft spot in this cold luxury estate. This habit was truly terrifying. The moment you reached the doorway of the study, you heard a tyrannical, icy laugh from inside. 300 million? If you threw that into the ocean, you'd at least hear a splash, but gambling it away, you must really think you have too many lives. Hoshino's voice was bone-chillingly cold, immediately followed by the crisp shattering of porcelain. The woman kneeling on the floor shook like a sifter, her forehead knocking against the broken porcelain shards, bleeding profusely, yet not even daring to voice a plea for mercy. The air pressure inside the room was at an absolute extreme. Right in the middle of this suffocating, deathly silence, two very light knocks on the door rang out abruptly, sounding exceptionally conspicuous. Everyone was startled, thinking, who is so blind to come deliver their head to death at a time like this? However, Hoshino, who sat in the executive chair radiating tiger-like ferocity, showed a slight twitch at the edge of her brows upon hearing the sound, merely casting a cold sweep toward the door. You walked in carrying a tray, trespassing into this space reeking of blood and gunpowder. Keeping your gaze straight as if ignoring the water on the floor, you walked directly to the desk and gently placed the ginseng tea beside her hand. Please have some tea to calm your anger. Your voice was low. Everyone held their breath, waiting for this female demon to erupt. The tense jawline of Hoshino visibly relaxed the moment she caught that familiar scent. Glancing at the tea and then at you, so obedient and meek, she said, "Throw him out." Picking up the teacup, her tone remained cold, yet lacked its previous blood-dripping intent. Quote, "Handle it according to the rules." The executives retreated like a tide, unable to resist stealing one last look at you before leaving, their eyes filled with descriptions of a savior and living bodhisattva. The study quickly returned to quiet. Hoshino took a sip of tea and reached out, habitually and naturally pinching the fingers hanging down by your side. Did the butler send you? You do not deny it, thinking she must be thirsty. Hoshino smiles faintly without exposing you. Stop stalling, get up and go change your clothes. Change clothes? Hoshino walks over to the dressing mirror and picks up a silk scarf, yet through the mirror, her gaze lands heavily on you. What are you staring blankly for? Her chin tilts up slightly, that posture noble and taken for granted. Come over and tie this scarf for me. Tie a silk scarf? How can she say such an intimately charged action so naturally? But looking into her unyielding gaze, you can only walk over. The two of you are extremely close, and you can sense her cool, aloof fragrance, resting loosely around your waist as if it were a silent enclosure. You tie a delicate knot. Hoshino, however, holds your waist to keep you from moving. She contentedly hooks the corner of her lips. Having said that, she lets go of her hand to go upstairs and grab a jacket. Walking outward, Hoshino tilts her head sideways, her eyes flashing with meaningful light. Come with me! You are stunned. Taking you to a gathering. Standing amidst the light and shadows, Hoshino spins her prayer beads, her tone flat yet carrying an unquestionable dominance. Having hidden you for so long, if those people outside still lacked any insight, the threshold of my Hoshi manor would have been trampled flat. The night is like ink, as a black Maybach slowly drives into the capital's top-tier private club. A Suzhou-style garden hidden deep within an alleyway, where even the lanterns at the entrance exude a cold detachment. The next second, the car door is pulled open respectfully, and a delicate black high-heeled shoe steps onto the bluestone pavement first. Hoshino steps out of the car, dressed in a black trench coat like a sharp blade about to leave its sheath. Yet instead of walking away, she stands by the car, her gaze dropping straight into the interior. Following that, a pair of white, soft-soled leather shoes tentatively stretches out. Then, you step out beside her, completely out of place. Seeing you shrink your shoulders, Hoshino speaks flatly. You quickly shake your head. It's just a bit scared. The atmosphere here is too oppressive. Hearing this, Hoshino actually lets out a cold laugh. She inserts one hand into her pocket, nonchalantly spinning her prayer beads. With me here, no one in this capital dares to touch you. She takes a long stride forward. Not daring to delay, you hurriedly trot to catch up. Passing through the corridor, several Tang-suit waiters catch sight of Hoshino and immediately bow 90 degrees, an attitude that looks less like welcoming guests. Having never witnessed this kind of spectacle, your social anxiety instantly flares up, leaving the tall figure ahead as your only reliance. Right at this moment, around a corner, several intoxicated women walk straight toward you, their gazes turning brazenly explicit. You reach out and grab the sleeve of Hoshino's trench coat tightly. Ms. Hoshi. Hoshino's footsteps pause. She lowers her eyes, her line of sight falling upon your hand clutching her sleeve. Anyone who dared touch her clothes in the past would have long since had their hands chopped off. Yet right now, the manic turbulence deep within her heart strangely settles into peace. Instead of getting angry, she looks at you with a half smile. Can't even walk anymore? Hearing this, just as you want to let go, Hoshino cuts you off and directly extends her left hand, wearing the prayer beads. Impatiently, she executes a reverse catch, instantly enveloping your wrist. The prayer beads press against your skin, bringing a wave of tingling electric shivers. Stay close, she says while walking. If you get lost, I won't look for you. Being dragged along, you inwardly complain. She's clearly walking way too fast, and why grip so tightly? This forcefulness is obviously out of fear that you'll run off. Soon you arrive at the heavenly class private room. The bodyguards immediately push open the double doors. Miss Hoshi has arrived! With the announcement, the rowdy private room instantly plunges into deathly silence. Led by Hoshino by the hand, you step across that high threshold. Inside, smoke billows, seating 7 or 8 women, each accompanied by exceptionally handsome male companions. As everyone's gaze is cast over simultaneously, the entire room goes dead silent. That legendary Hoshi Buddha, who supposedly suffered from severe mysophobia and androphobia, is actually holding a man's hand. And not casually holding it, but with an extremely dominant, tight grip around your wrist. Has the sun risen from the west? A woman in a floral shirt reacts first, her gaze playful. Hoshino, which family's fresh little cutie is this? Yet Hoshino completely ignores everyone's scrutiny, pulling you straight to the center of the sofa and waving away the accompanying wine boy who tries to sidle up. Sit. She presses down on your shoulder to make you sit beside her, before finally seating herself with grand poise. Refusing to give up, that woman leans in and lowers her voice. Is this the one who cures your headaches? Looks. Hearing this, Hoshino abruptly raises her eyes, coldly sweeping toward the woman. What are you looking at? Don't want your eyes anymore? The woman instantly chokes, rubbing her nose with a wry expression. Can't I even look? Guarding him like he's the apple of your eye. Hoshino ignores her, turning her head the very next second to look at you. She naturally helps tuck a stray lock of hair behind your ear, her fingertip deliberately brushing against your lobe. Don't run around. If those people snatch you away, I'll really get angry. The private room is thick with murky air as you sit quietly beside her. At that moment, the eldest daughter of the Zhao family sitting opposite you, Eriko, speaks up. Hoshino, I heard you've been cultivating your health and nourishing your nature in Hoshi Manor lately. Yet her murky eyes begin to dart around restlessly. Hoshino's expression remains indifferent. Nourishing an illness? Eriko gives a hee-haw laugh, her gaze sticking brazenly onto you. I reckon it's to nurture a little lover, right? Staring at that gaze makes your spine stiffen, and subconsciously you scoot closer to Hoshino, bumping into her arm once again. Hoshino pauses for a moment, then instead takes advantage of the momentum to lift her arm, resting it directly against the back of the sofa behind you. This is a posture carrying extreme possessiveness and protection. Lifting her eyelids, her voice grows a fraction colder. Talk business. But Eriko is drunk and completely fails to heed the warning. Carrying a full glass of red wine, she wobbles around the coffee table, marching straight up to you with alcohol reeking in the air. Little brother, big sister will toast you a drink. Looking at the sloshing red wine, your stomach churns violently. You don't drink alcohol at all, and you're even allergic to it. You hastily shrink backward. Denying her face, Eriko's expression sinks on the spot. Propelled by the alcohol, her hand reaches out to grab your wrist. What's wrong with taking a sip? Just as her hand is about to touch you, a fair hand stretches out from out of nowhere, planting itself firmly in front of you. Hoshino's hand is pressed directly against that wine glass, the cold prayer beads colliding against the glass wall with a dull thud. He doesn't drink. The next second, there is not a shred of warmth in those eyes, looking as though she were gazing at a dead person. Eriko freezes on the spot, but instantly the alcohol surges up to make her even more displeased. She sneers publicly. Well, this is no fun. The little lover you brought along is so precious he can't even drink a glass of wine? The moment those 3 words escape, the air in the private room instantly freezes. Although you are well aware of your identity, those 3 words still strike like a vicious slap across your face. Hoshino senses your emotions. Her hand resting on her knee tightens abruptly, the thorn tattoo on the back of her hand seeming to come alive, yet she forces herself to endure. Not only because that plot of land is extremely important, but even more so because she doesn't want you to witness a bloody scene that would give you nightmares. Swallowing down the murderous intent in the depths of her eyes, she suppresses her temper to explain. Who would have thought Eriko would show no appreciation and grow enraged instead? What allergy? She violently slams the wine glass down onto the marble coffee table with a sharp, ear-splitting crash. Red wine splatters like a glaring pool of blood. Yet that very loud crash acts like a rusted saw, viciously sawing open Hoshino's skull. Sharp ringing instantly explodes in her ears, her rationality cracking in this very second. Hoshino's face turns instantly as pale as paper. She merely grips the wine glass tightly, her knuckles turning chalky white and the veins on the back of her hand bulging and throbbing. The string of agarwood prayer beads on her wrist trembles violently from her muscle tension. She is using monumental willpower to restrain the urge to crack open the brain of the idiot standing before her. Yet Eriko continues courting death by roaring, "This drink has to be finished today. If you don't drink it, you're looking down on me." All this noise. Hoshino closes her eyes, cold sweat rolling down her temple, as a frantic voice in her head screams for her to shut them up. Right at this moment, you, who have stayed right by her side, abruptly sense something is wrong. You notice her bulging veins, her pale face, and the infinite pain leaking out beneath her tightly closed eyes. Among everyone present, only you notice. As a practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine, your instincts lock you onto her firmly. Something is wrong. Her breathing has changed. It is no longer steady and deep, but instead grows extremely shallow and rapid, just like a dying patient. And most terrifying of all are her eyes. The pupils are shrinking violently before condensing into tiny pinpricks as red veins spread at a visible rate. The sign that her severe bipolar disorder is about to spiral out of control. You are far too familiar with this state. It was the exact same look she had that rainy night before she choked your neck. In Hoshino's world, everything is twisting. Eriko's voice is infinitely amplified, turning into a piercing electric drill sound. The clinking of cups sounds like thunderclaps, and the air conditioning exhaust becomes a shrill buzzing. Massive ringing engulfs her like a tsunami. The string in her mind called rationality snaps instantly. As long as she smashes the crystal cup in her hand against this idiot's temple, the world will finally quiet down. Hoshino's fingers move. The crystal cup, deformed by her grip, slowly lifts from the table. At this critical juncture, a subtle tactile sensation suddenly travels from beneath the table. Hoshino stiffens all over. It is a very light, warm touch. Your hand hanging at your side has quietly reached out without you knowing when. In this blind spot where no one else can see, you extend your little pinky finger like a tiny twig, tentatively hooking Hoshino's little finger. You gently stroke her feverish palm once, then twice again. That slight tickle acts like an electrical current, piercing instantly through her noise-blocked senses. The tingling numbness burrows straight into her brain, which is on the verge of exploding. Just like the medicine pounding sound from that night. It doesn't hurt. The sharp red alarm bells in Hoshino's mind pause for a split second, and the impulse to destroy everything is forcefully pressed onto a pause button. She slowly lowers her head, shifting her gaze from Eriko over to you. You're looking at her. In this chaotic, noisy Vanity Fair, only you heard the ringing inside her head. Only you saw through her pain. You make no sound, silently mouthing a single phrase. Don't be angry. Under the table, your little pinky gives her finger another gentle tug, laden with clumsy flattery and entreaty. Hoshino's tense jawline finally relaxes a fraction. The terrifying pinpricks in her pupils slowly scatter, and her breathing grows heavy once more. She says nothing, merely turning her hand over. That hand, prepared for violence, releases the cup, accurately capturing your mischievous little hand under the table, like a drowning person clutching the sole driftwood. As the cup is placed back onto the tabletop, Hoshino sinks entirely back into the sofa. The scarlet glow in the depths of her eyes has not fully retreated, but the murderous intent is reined in. She speaks, her voice chillingly hoarse. This drink. But once this cup is finished, the profit margin on this contract. The corner of her lips hooks into a cruel smile, her gaze resembling a blade. I'll be adding another 3 points. Stepping out of the Lanting Club, the night wind hits your face head on. You take a deep breath. The saber-rattling atmosphere from just moments ago left your hands and feet feeling weak. Hoshino walks beside you with steady strides. Aside from her skin being paler, she looks no different than usual. Only you know that her hands are burning hot, yet trembling uncontrollably. Just as a bodyguard pulls open the car door, a sarcastic voice suddenly floats out from the shadows of the parking lot. President Hoshi? Leaving just like that? The hand gripping your wrist tightens abruptly. A middle-aged woman wearing a gray suit walks over. She is Yuki, the eldest daughter of the GU family, a lifelong sworn enemy of the Hoshi family. Hoshino halts her steps and turns around, her expression detached. What is the business? Yet Yuki walks closer with a smile, her gaze resembling a poisonous snake. Nothing much, just heard President Hoshi was stirred into quite a fury tonight. A malicious smile. Hoshino, you really need to step out less often. I hear you're taking your medicine more and more frequently. Don't go following in your madman father's footsteps. The corners of her lips hook into a cruel arc, driving word by word straight into Hoshino's bleeding wound. Back then, when he jumped from the 28th floor, his brains splattered all over the ground. If you meet the same end, this capital circle will lose quite the object of amusement. You feel your brain ring out with a hum. Terrified, you look at Hoshino, that is her father, the absolute reverse scale she cannot permit anyone to touch. The hands of the surrounding bodyguards drift toward their waists, waiting solely for a single glance from Hoshino. The anticipated explosive rage does not happen, replaced instead by a flawless, textbook smile. Her voice is gentle, yet plunges people into an icy abyss. Aunt GU is joking. Pausing, she actually steps forward to help adjust Yuki's collar, her tone gentle. After all, if I were dead, who would leave the GU family? Yuki's smile instantly freezes on her face. Before she can even react, Hoshino grabs you, who are left staring in utter foolishness, and pulls you away. Ripped apart like a mask and vanishing in an instant is a suffocating, deathly silence. Return to Hoshi Manor. Afterwards, the soundproof partition rises slowly. The back seat instantly transforms into a sealed, confined black cage containing a beast teetering on the edge of collapse. Cowering in the corner without daring to let out a breath, you find the car interior unlit. Through the swift streaks of light and shadow outside the window, you see Hoshino leaning against the backrest, with her head tilted back and eyes closed. One of her hands grips the armrest tightly, nails sinking deep, while the other hand presses against her temple where veins bulge out. She is trembling. She is using her remaining shred of sanity to prevent anyone from seeing her current disheveled appearance. Looking at her agonizing state, your chest feels as though it's being squeezed. You tentatively extend a hand, wanting to tug at her sleeve. Without opening her eyes, her voice is cold and trembling, keeping everyone 1,000 miles away. Don't speak. She is afraid that if she blinks even once, she won't be able to resist shedding blood inside this tiny carriage, even if it's directed at you, her sole medicine. The partition closes completely, plunging the interior into absolute darkness and deathly silence. Only her suppressed, heavy breathing echoes, like a ticking time bomb about to detonate. The Maybach speeds away on the midnight highway, turning the front and back seats into isolated islands. Within the death-like silence, only a single sound magnifies infinitely. It is the sound of cold white jade Bodhi beads rubbing and colliding against one another. Hoshino leans in the corner with her eyes tightly shut, yet her hands resting on her knees frenziedly flick through that string of prayer beads. Reaching an ultimate speed, the sound is no longer warm, turning instead sharp and piercing like bones grinding against each other. Through the flickering light, your heart leaps to your throat as you watch her hands. Those pale, powerful hands feature chalky white knuckles, and the priceless prayer beads now resemble executed prisoners, as though they might be crushed to dust by her bare strength at any second. She is enduring. You clearly sense the destructive emotion radiating from her body. Yuki's words were nothing short of a curse. At this moment, her mind is experiencing a tempest. As a doctor, you know she is at her most dangerous. As her medicine, you instinctively want to do something. Finally mustering your courage, you lean your body forward. Miss Hoshi. As your voice just emerged, Moku said that the woman in the shadows was like a beast whose reverse scale had been touched, instantly tensing up. 2 words squeezed through her teeth, Moku said, cold and violent. You instantly froze, your outstretched hand awkwardly suspended in midair. You are not reconciled, but I am looking at you. I told you not to speak. Hoshino turned her head abruptly. Through the flashing lights, you finally saw her appearance clearly. Her eyes were tightly closed, her brows knitted together, the veins on her temples throbbing wildly, Moku said, cold sweat saturating her collar. The strings in her brain had been stretched to the limit. She could not control the violence within from tearing you apart. This was her final struggle before losing control. She used the last of her reason. Her voice was hoarse as she looked out the window. Your heart was gripped tightly. You understood the warning, and even more, you understood the restraint beneath that warning. This woman was nearly insane, yet she was still protecting you. You silently withdrew your hand and obediently turned your head away. Inside the carriage, only the sound of the Buddhist prayer beads rubbing together faster and faster remained. As soon as the car stopped, Hoshino pushed the door open and rushed out like a cold wind into the villa. But she was pushed back by the ferocity of her cursing. "Get lost!" she growled as she pushed the servants aside and headed straight for the study on the 2nd floor. A loud bang was followed by the sound of the door being locked. From inside the study came the muffled sound of heavy objects hitting the wall. That was her painful catharsis. You had just stepped out of the car when that rosewood door slammed shut right in front of you. Immediately after, it was the sound of a bookshelf collapsing, the sound of books being torn apart. Following that, the crisp shattering of glass containers. A one-sided destruction was taking place inside. It's over. It's really over this time. The old butler stood at the door, pacing anxiously, his face full of terror. Only you and the butler remained. Your face turned pale. At that time, she was clearly still holding it in. It is because she held it in for too long. The butler sighed and lowered his voice. The young lady cannot stand others mentioning the master's affairs. That is her inner demon. That person from the GU family deliberately provoked her. The butler looked at you, stopping mid-sentence, trying not to lose composure in front of an outsider, not wanting to scare you. Your heart contracted violently. You remembered that in the car, she would rather crush her prayer beads than shout for you to turn away. So she was on the verge of a breakdown back then. She locked herself away not to throw a tantrum, but to digest the pain that was about to explode on her own. Another loud bang. The butler shivered, his old face turning ghastly pale. This movement is not right. Before, when the young lady had an episode, she should be quiet after smashing things. She pointed at the door tremblingly. This time, she is seeking pain. You were confused. The bipolar disorder has reached its limit. She needs physical pain to shift her focus. The butler's voice rattled. If we don't go in to stop her, the young lady will have to see blood to end it today. The two words "see blood" pierced your ears like needles. You remembered those hands, the hands that shielded you from beer and picked food for you. Could she be self-harming in there? You suddenly spoke, your tone exceptionally firm. The butler was stunned. Dr. Moku, give me the spare key. You reached out your hand. I am a doctor, and I am her medicine. Do you want to wait for her to kill herself inside? The butler hesitated, but hearing the uncontrolled commotion inside, she gritted her teeth, pulled out a key, and handed it to you tremblingly. Please be very careful. You took the key. The cold metal was heavy. You walked to the door, and through the door panel, you seemed to hear her heavy gasping. That was the final cry of a trapped beast. You took a deep breath and inserted the key into the lock. Click. The steady door was pushed open. You thought you would see a manic madman, but the room was silent as the grave. The heavy curtains blocked all light, and the entire study was like a giant dark cave. The air was filled with dust and the suffocating smell of smoke. Oju-sama! You held the medical kit, your hand trembling slightly. Only death-like silence was in your heart. Walking inward through the faint light of the corridor, the floor was covered in broken porcelain and torn pages. Every step made a harsh, crunching sound. Finally, in the deepest corner of the study, you saw a point of scarlet fire. Hoshino was sitting on the floor, her back against the bookshelf. She just sat there quietly, like a plaster statue that had lost its soul. Between her slender fingers, she held a burning cigarette. Smoke swirled, blurring her pale face. Your heart contracted violently. You had never seen Hoshino like this. No rage, only bottomless emptiness and numbness. Just then, she seemed to hear your footsteps. She raised her eyelids slightly, but there was no focus in those eyes. Pitch black, like a pool of dead water. She looked numbly at the scarlet fire on her fingertips. Following that, she raised her hand expressionlessly. You saw that ferocious, thorny tattoo on the back of her left hand. She made a gesture that made your soul fly away in terror. She was actually holding that burning cigarette butt. Without any hesitation, she pressed it hard against the tattoo on the back of her hand. The movement was so slow, as if she were performing some kind of sacred ritual, Moku said, without trembling, without hesitation. You felt as if you could hear the heart being scorched. A smell of burnt flesh instantly permeated the air, but she didn't even knit her brows. She even tilted her head, watching the cigarette butt sink into her heart, watching the skin turn black and charred, as if that hand were not hers. It was too terrifying, too tragic. Your pupils contracted violently, and the blood all over your body rushed to your head, Moku said. At this moment, Moku said, your instinct as a doctor, along with the heart that she had protected all along, completely broke through your fear of her status, Moku said. Whatever queen of the Beijing circle, or creditor, at this moment in your eyes, Moku said. She was just a madwoman destroying herself, Moku said. You let out a heartbreaking cry, Moku said. Calling her full name, Moku said. The medical kit in your hand crashed to the floor, Moku said. You couldn't care less, rushing toward her regardless. You rushed in front of her without thinking, Moku said, and slapped the cigarette butt from her hand, Moku said. The scorching ash spilled onto the back of your hand, but you couldn't feel the pain at all. You held her flesh-smeared left hand with trembling hands. In the center of the exquisite thorny tattoo was now a deeply charred circular pit. Moku said the surrounding area was red, swollen, and blistered, which was shocking. That sickening smell of charred flesh rushed into your nostrils, Moku said, as if it were a blade cutting through your heart's defenses. You could no longer hold back the broken wail overflowing from your throat. How can you do this to yourself? Doesn't it hurt? Only then did Hoshino, whose cigarette butt had been knocked away, finally come to her senses. She blinked sluggishly, her vision slowly focusing, meeting your face, which was a mess of tears. She didn't understand why you were crying. Clearly, she was the one in pain, but why did you look more hurt than her? The sound of your weeping seemed to drag her out of that world full of noise. She turned her eyes sluggishly, her gaze falling on your tear-stained face. The fear was still in your eyes, but there was more. The sadness and pity that were almost overflowing. She stiffened the corners of her mouth. The interrupted pleasure of self-destruction made a violent irritability surge up. She spoke. "Who let you in?" Her voice was hoarse and rough, like rusty iron plates rubbing together. She tried to pull her hand back, but it was held tightly by you. Following that, she stared at you gloomily. "I told you to get out." "While I am still." This was not a threat. Her reason was hanging by a thread, and the violent factors in her body were still clamoring. She was afraid she would lose control and tear you, this fragile little thing, to pieces. If it were anyone else, they would have been scared and fled. You didn't. You looked at her hollow eyes, looking at the thorns she deliberately erected. Instead of letting go, you grabbed even tighter. "I am your doctor. What about your hand? Do you want to let it become useless?" You, this little boy who usually didn't even dare to speak loudly, actually challenged the queen of the Beijing circle. Hoshino was stunned for a moment. In that instant of hesitation, you scrambled to take the burn ointment from your pocket, unscrewed the cap with trembling fingers, and squeezed out a large glob of medicine. "Don't move, don't move." Your cool fingertips, stained with ointment, carefully applied it to the edges of the wound. That cooling sensation miraculously suppressed the piercing, burning pain. Hoshino's tensed muscles relaxed unconsciously. Watching you kneeling in front of her, trembling and afraid, yet stubbornly holding her broken hand as if it were a rare treasure. You lowered your head, approached the wound, and gently blew on it, coaxing her like a child who had fallen and gotten hurt. "It doesn't hurt anymore, it won't hurt after blowing on it. Don't be like this, I will heal you. It will hurt." These 3 words were like a heavy hammer that smashed the ice that had frozen in Hoshino's heart for over 20 years. From childhood to adulthood, no one had ever asked her if she hurt. No one had ever cried like this for her wounds. It ached with bitterness. The voices in her mind forcing her to self-destruct disappeared miraculously at this moment. Replacing them was your broken sobbing, your clumsy and gentle blowing. This sound was so good to hear. Focus slowly returned to Hoshino's hollow eyes. That point of focus gradually gathered and finally condensed into your reflection. The ointment was applied. The heart-drilling burning pain was temporarily stopped. But Hoshino did not improve. On the contrary, when the severe pain subsided, a more terrifying reaction swept over her. She was shivering. At first, it was just her fingertips trembling. Then her arms, and even her entire back was trembling uncontrollably. However, Hoshino seemed to have been thrown into an ice cellar. It was not the coldness of the skin, but the desperate chill seeping from the bone marrow. This was the physiological breakdown brought about by the rapid withdrawal of adrenaline after a bipolar episode. You could even hear her teeth chattering. She hung her head, messy white hair covering her brows and eyes. She wanted to stop this shameful trembling, but she couldn't. She was like a broken machine falling apart. You knelt in front of her, holding her injured hand. The sensation from your palm was as cold as a 1,000-year-old glacier. You clearly felt her helplessness and fragility. That arrogant queen of the Beijing circle, the Hoshino who wanted to kill you just a moment ago, was now as fragile as thin paper. "Are you cold?" Your parents, in order to pay off debts, sold you overnight to the wealthy young lady who suffers from bipolar disorder and auditory hypersensitivity. Hoshino did not answer, just mechanically trying to pull her hand back. She wanted to curl herself back into that dark corner. Don't look at her in such a pathetic state. You looked at her dodging movements, your heart swelling with bitterness. She wasn't a monster, she was just a patient with no one to love her. "I'm not leaving." You moved forward on your knees, and even though the broken porcelain stabbed your knees, you didn't stop. You came in front of her and spread your arms like a little bird wanting to warm a frozen traveler, stubbornly and tightly hugging her waist. Hoshino's violently trembling body suddenly stiffened. A warm, soft hug, full of vibrant vitality. A hug that tried its best to warm her. You pressed your cheek against her cold chest, listening to that heart beating wildly and anxiously, so loud. "Stop shaking." You closed your eyes and tightened your arms, wishing you could transfer all your heat to her. "Okay?" Hoshino sat stiffly with her hands hanging in midair. The voice in her mind telling her to die suddenly went quiet. The world was left with only you. You said, "Let me get out, but I am your medicine." There was no disgust or fear in your eyes, only sincerity that made her soul tremble. I'm staying right here. I'm not going anywhere." These simple words split through the haze that had accumulated in her heart for over 20 years. Hoshino felt something sprout in her withered heart. The chill seeping from her bones was receding, replaced by a scorching heat. He didn't despise her. He had seen her most insane, most unsightly side, yet he still chose to hold her tightly. Hoshino hoarsely called your name, her eye sockets terrifyingly red, but this time she didn't push you away. The hands hanging in mid-air fell slowly, landing on your back. The moment your back felt the touch of her fingertips, lively body heat, Moku said, burrowed into her body. This was the first time that Hoshino, in her ugliest state of illness, Moku said, had not been avoided like a plague, Moku said. No one had pricked her with sedatives, Moku said, and no one had looked at her with the eyes of a monster, Moku said. Only you, regardless of the broken glass on the ground, Moku said, knelt before her, Moku said, and held her broken, dirty body, Moku said, in your arms, Moku said. I'm here, Moku said. It was like opening Pandora's box, Moku said. The gray-like emptiness in Hoshino's eyes, Moku said, collapsed rapidly, Moku said, replaced, Moku said, by a desire that could burn her reason to ashes. Not enough. This kind of hugging is not enough, Moku said. Every cell in her body was screaming. That was the rebound of skin hunger, suppressed to the extreme. She had been cold for too long, Moku said. Now that she had seen the light, she just wanted to knead you into her body, Moku said, and never let go. Hoshino hoarsely called your name, Moku said, like a beast growling. Moku said, the next second she tightened her arms violently, with such astonishing force that it felt like she would break your waist. You let out a cry of surprise. Before you could react, the world spun. Hoshino gripped the back of your head with one hand and clamped your waist with the other, pressing you hard into her arms. The last shred of gap disappeared completely. You were almost embedded in her chest. You panicked. Her strength was enough to suffocate you. But Hoshino couldn't hear. Her reason had disconnected. What controlled this shell was the instinct named greed. She lowered her head, and her beautiful, seductive face buried into your neck. It wasn't smelling, Moku said. It was plundering. Like a starving beast, she rubbed and sniffed greedily against your neck. Her cold nose pressed against your warm skin, stirring up a shiver in you. So fragrant, she mumbled vaguely, her hot breath spraying behind your ear. Following that, you felt a wet sensation. She was rubbing against your skin with her lips. It was more than just rubbing. She even opened her lips and used her teeth to gently grind the flesh of your neck, just to feel the vibrant vitality jumping under the blood vessels. A sharp tingling rushed to the top of your head. Hoshino! Go easy. Instead, it further stimulated Hoshino, and she intensified her actions. She forcefully ran her hands through your short hair, forcing you to look up, exposing more of your fragile neck for her to demand. It was as if she wanted to reclaim all the warmth she had lacked for over 20 years at this moment. The study was silent as the grave, with only the woman's increasingly heavy and obsessed breathing sounds. Hoshino closed her eyes, her cheek pressed tightly against your carotid artery, listening to your powerful heartbeat. Her manic and restless heart finally miraculously fell into place. This was alive, this was hot, and it belonged to her. After a long time, she didn't lift her head, still burying her face in your neck. Her voice was hoarse to the point of being a mess, carrying a terrifying paranoia. You came over by yourself. Since you hugged me, don't even think about letting go. You were strangled by her until you couldn't breathe, listening blankly to this vow that sounded like a curse. You still didn't know that you had personally opened the cage of a wild beast and, as a sacrifice, remained in the cage forever. Just when your legs were so numb they were about to break, you finally couldn't help it. The floor is cold. Let's get up first, okay? Who would have thought that Hoshino didn't move at all? She just rested her chin on the top of your head, rubbing your hair with the tip of her nose, and a lazy, hoarse hum overflowed from her throat. But the arms holding you didn't loosen even by a millimeter. Then please let go of me first. You tried to reason. I will clean up the medical kit. Before you finished speaking, the woman who had been as quiet as a big cat a moment ago suddenly frowned. She gasped sharply, her face revealing undisguised pain. Your heart tightened. Your doctor's instinct made you tense up instantly. Where does it hurt? Hoshino immediately lowered her eyelids and raised her burnt left hand, shaking it in front of you. Her voice was hoarse, yet revealed a justified sense of grievance. "It burns with pain." You looked at the gruesome wound, your heart softening, just as you were about to say, "Let me blow on it for you." Unexpectedly, Hoshino raised her right hand to press her temple, her brows knit into a knot as if a saw were sawing at it. Before you could speak, she covered her heart with her hand, her eyes looking at you gloomily. You understood instantly. "Heart pain? Is it angina?" You hurried to take her pulse. But Hoshino avoided your hand, her deep eyes staring straight at you, her tone resentful and dangerous. "If you leave, I will hurt everywhere." Your hand froze in mid-air. Now you finally understood. This was no complication. This was clearly that decisive queen of the Beijing circle, currently using her status as a patient to shamelessly bait you. "I'm not leaving." You sighed helplessly, as if coaxing a child. "I will help you back to your room to rest." Hoshino stared at you for a few seconds, and finally mercifully loosened her strength a little, but still held your wrist. "Help me." She reached out her hand as a matter of course. You had to accept your fate and act as a crutch, struggling to help her up from the floor. Hoshino leaned almost half of her body weight on you. The two of you stumbled out of the study and pushed open the heavy double doors of the master bedroom next door. A cold scent of cedar rushed toward you. This was your first time entering Hoshino's bedroom. "Please lie down and rest." You helped her to the bed, but your wrist suddenly tightened. A force struck. Your parents, in order to pay off debts, sold you overnight to the wealthy young lady who suffers from bipolar disorder and auditory hypersensitivity. You were pulled down directly and fell into that large, soft bed. A hot body had already covered you, and with a stretch of long arms, she wrapped you into her embrace, bed and all. "Oju-sama." You were scared out of your wits, scrambling to climb out. "I want to go back to my room." Hoshino hugged you from behind. Her long arms extremely domineeringly wrapped around your body, locking you tightly in her embrace. "Tonight," she whispered in your ear, her breath spraying onto your sensitive back of the neck. "This is not according to the rules. Men and women should not touch." Hoshino interrupted you directly, her excuse high-sounding. "If I don't keep my medicine by my side, what will I do if I have an episode in the middle of the night? Do you want me to die of pain? No buts." Hoshino buried her face into your neck and took a deep breath of your scent. Her voice carried a thick weariness and contentment. "We are just sleeping under the same blanket and talking. I won't touch you." "I'd believe you, but what's going on with you using both hands and feet to wrap around me like an octopus right now?" She domineeringly trapped your movement. You were like a giant hug pillow doll she had forcibly snatched away. You lay stiffly in the darkness, your back pressed tightly against the woman's scorching chest, the sound of heavy breathing ringing in your ear. Gradually, your heart, beating wildly with tension, unexpectedly synchronized with her breathing. Sensing your tense body, she only then slowly relaxed. You quietly turned your head, taking advantage of the moonlight to look at that deeply sleeping profile behind you. That face, usually gloomy and coldly glamorous, was completely unguarded at the moment. Her long eyelashes drooped down, and she actually looked somewhat well-behaved. "You really think of yourself as a baby, huh?" You muttered to yourself in a low voice, and the fear in your heart dissipated unconsciously. Considering that she was in so much pain from self-harm today, you would just act as a hug pillow for one night. You sighed, and inside the woman's warm embrace, smelling that cedarwood scent, you unexpectedly closed your eyes as well. But right after you fell asleep, that woman who should have been deeply asleep slowly opened her eyes. In the dark, Hoshino's eyes were completely clear, with not a shred of sleepiness. Looking at you curled up into a ball in her arms, the corners of her lips hooked into a domineering arc. She tightened her arms, hugging you even tighter. In this lifetime, don't even think about running away. Early the next morning, you woke up amidst a sense of suffocation. Opening your eyes in a daze, your field of vision was filled with a flat, firm expanse of skin. Through the thin silk clothing radiating scorching heat, your brain instantly short-circuited. Last night, you had been forcibly detained here by Hoshino, acting as a hug pillow the entire night. You moved cautiously, wanting to crawl out of this suffocating embrace. However, The moment you moved, that iron hoop across your waist instinctively tightened, pulling you right back in. What are you moving around for? The woman's hoarse, lazy voice came from above your head, carrying the magnetic resonance of just waking up. You instantly froze, looking up. Hoshino wasn't blinking at all. Her chin rested on the top of your head like a domineering big cat, exuding a lazy, indolent vibe. This was the deepest sleep she had had in years. "Oju-sama," you reminded her in a low voice, trying to wake this woman pretending to sleep. "It's time for your hand to have its medicine changed." Hearing the word medicine, Hoshino slowly opened her eyes. A trace of annoyance at being disturbed flashed through those eyes. But when her gaze landed on your face, flushed from sleep, her mood inexplicably improved again. She let go of her arms, rolled over onto her back, and pulled the quilt up to cover your exposed shoulders. Lazily, she extended her injured left hand toward you, a posture that looked precisely like a queen waiting to be served. You sighed helplessly, with a head full of messy hair, and ran back next door to fetch the medical kit. The wound on that hand looked even more shocking. The circular charred pit in the center of the exquisite thorny tattoo had already scabbed over, but the surrounding blisters had burst, leaking transparent tissue fluid, leaving a large area red and swollen. You sat kneeling beside the bed, carefully using a cotton swab dipped in iodine to clean the wound bit by bit. Hiss! The stinging medicine touched the wound, and Hoshino's fingers trembled slightly, her brows furrowing instantly. You immediately lightened your movements, lowering your head close to the wound and blowing gently. "I'll be lighter, bear with it a little." Warm breath brushed across the back of her hand. Hoshino lowered her gaze, watching your lowered brows and eyelashes. Your expression was focused and earnest, your eyelashes fluttering like two little fans, stirring up ripples in her heart. "All done." You reapplied the burn ointment and gently wrapped a layer of gauze around it again. Looking at that hand, which could be called a work of art, your heart felt somewhat blocked. "Oju-sama," while packing up the medical kit, you couldn't help but speak up, your voice gentle yet carrying a trace of blame. "Don't do this anymore." Hoshino leaned against the headboard, looking at her own hand nonchalantly. "Do what?" "Don't hurt yourself." You raised your head, apricot-shaped eyes filled with seriousness. "It's definitely going to leave a scar in the future." Hoshino raised her left hand, looked at it against the sunlight, and asked, "Is leaving a scar bad?" Her counter-question left you directly stunned. "How ugly it is." Before your voice faded, Hoshino suddenly leaned forward, that alluring face aggressively closing in on you. The next second, she extended that bandaged hand, using the back of her fingers to gently brush against your flushed cheek. The rough texture of the gauze made you instinctively shrink your neck. "Moku?" She stared intently into your eyes, her voice low and hoarse as if concealing a hook. "You gave it to me." You were completely bewildered. Clearly she had burned herself. It only has meaning because of you. Hoshino's gaze was dark, her fingers sliding down your cheek, stopping at the corner of your lips, her fingertip gently rubbing. "Keep it. Every time I see this scar in the future." She paused, a trace of nearly pathological, obsessed light flashing in the depths of her eyes. "It was you who actively held me. I remember you crying in my arms. You are my medicine." You never expected that she would record that kind of moment in this way. In her eyes, this ugly cigarette burn was by no means proof of pain. It was a medal of love and redemption exchanged from you at the cost of self-harm. "You have too many crooked theories. I'll go brew medicine for you." Having said that, you clutched the medical kit and fled in panic. After you left, watching your panicked fleeing back, she lowered her head and looked at the gauze on the back of her hand. She even felt a bit of regret. Knowing that this would make you willingly throw yourself into her arms, perhaps she should have burned it a little deeper. Your parents, in order to pay off debts, sold you overnight to the wealthy young lady who suffers from bipolar disorder and auditory hypersensitivity. The day after the scar incident, the atmosphere in the Sing Garden underwent some subtle changes. In the study, contrary to her usual routine, Hoshino was not reviewing documents. The old butler asked timidly, "Is the calming incense not effective?" Eriko also looked nervous. "Does your head hurt again?" Hearing this, Hoshino raised her eyelids, looking at you gloomily. "It's not that I didn't sleep well. It's drug tolerance." You understood instantly. As a doctor, you naturally understood drug tolerance. You're a human being. Is developing a tolerance to your voice and scent even scientific? Following that, Hoshino leaned back in her chair, her tone as serious as if she were discussing a multi-billion-dollar project. Listening to voices and smelling scents to relieve pain isn't working anymore. This trick doesn't work. The butler panicked. Let's change the incense. At that moment, Hoshino's gaze locked onto you tightly, like a person sizing up their private property. We just need to change the therapy. She extended that gauze-wrapped hand pointing straight at you. Switch to tactile therapy. You were completely dumbfounded, only hearing Hoshino lean forward, staring at you with those intensely coercive eyes as she announced syllable by syllable, hearing is not enough. I have to be able to touch you for my heart to feel at ease. Starting today, whether eating, working, or sleeping, you must stay within my reach at all times. We must maintain physical contact, not a second apart. Your jaw dropped in shock. What kind of drug tolerance was this? This was clearly pushing your luck. Here, Hoshino's word was law. Thus, you were forced to begin a tragic life as a human accessory. At noon in the dining room, you were forcibly moved from the opposite side to sit right next to her. Your left hand was tightly gripped in her palm. You protested softly. Oju-sama, how am I supposed to eat like this? As a result, her expression remained calm as she drank soup with one hand. Aren't you holding your chopsticks with your right hand? Your left hand is doing nothing anyway. Let me hold it to cure my illness. But this posture is very awkward. Awkward? Hoshino immediately put on a painful expression. But the blood vessels in my brain are going to explode the moment I let go. It was this trick again. You knew full well she was faking it. But seeing the burns on the back of her hand, your heart softened instantly. Hand in hand, you gave up resisting and pushed your hand further into hers. Just don't let them explode. Hearing this, a flash of triumphant laughter crossed the depths of Hoshino's eyes. Not only did she not let go, but she intertwined her fingers with yours. Her thumb gently rubbed the back of your hand, and she even fed you a piece of fish meat. Eat more, the texture isn't good enough. After finishing lunch, moving to the study, with tactile therapy as her imperial mandate, Hoshino completely stopped pretending. She pointed to her large executive chair, which could comfortably fit 2 people, and said, "Sitting over there is too far." Looking at that chair symbolizing supreme power, you waved your hands repeatedly. This isn't appropriate. That's your seat. If I tell you to sit, you sit. Hoshino stretched out her arm and actually tossed your entire body right over. However, she didn't let you sit separately. Instead, she pressed you directly beside her on the seat, leaning closely against her large thigh. On one side were contracts worth tens of millions, yet her hand naturally rested on your lower back, occasionally pinching your waist or running fingers through your short hair along your spine. Your whole body instantly stiffened. You could only clutch a medical textbook to shield your face, unable to read a single word. The woman's body temperature and fragrance completely enveloped you. To make matters worse, the moment you tried to shift slightly to get some fresh air, Hoshino immediately stopped her pen. She turned her head and looked at you gloomily with those eyes like an abandoned kitten. Without speaking, you understood the meaning in her eyes: headache. Consequently, you had no choice but to resign yourself to fate and shift back, pressing closely against her again. Can you really focus on work like this? The corners of Hoshino's lips curved into a triumphant arc. What she said was true. With you as her human accessory, her speed at processing documents was actually twice as fast as usual. Hoshino tightened her arms, pulling you deeper into her embrace, resting her chin on your shoulder as she took a deep sniff of the medicinal fragrance on you. Wherever I go from now on, I'm taking you with me. Prepare yourself. Since you've become my medicine, you must have the self-awareness of a portable accessory. Looking out the window and feeling the hand on your waist, you could only sigh helplessly. In the blink of an eye, it was late into the night. In the study, Hoshino had just concluded a 4-hour cross-continental meeting. You immediately handed over a cup of warm water, rubbing your brow as weariness thick in your voice came through. Go bring the original document for the western suburb land plot. Where is it? Hoshino raised her chin slightly, pointing toward the massive safe in the corner. Your heartbeat skipped a beat. That was Hoshino's private safe, the core confidential vault of the entire Qing business empire. Even the butler, who had followed her for decades, didn't dare come within 10 paces of it. You nervously pinched your hem. Oju-sama, that's a safe. I can't open it. You only wanted to pay off debts. You didn't want to get tangled up in high society secrets. However, Hoshino acted as if she hadn't heard your concerns. Sinking into the sofa, too lazy to open her eyes, she parted her thin lips and recited a string of numbers. 990,318. You petrified on the spot. This string of numbers, 99, stood for Juju forever, and it was your birthday. No, it had to be a coincidence. Just as you were filled with doubt and suspicion, Hoshino looked at you with half-closed eyes, her tone lazy. You only felt your hands and feet go numb. She was displaying all her trump cards to you without any reservation. Taking a deep breath, you walked up to the safe. The door clicked and sprang open. Pulling the door open, your pupils shrank instantly. At the very top were confidential documents and seals. In the middle were neat rows of gold bars and a few cold, merciless firearms, and in the most prominent position lay a craft paper envelope. The opening was unsealed, and you recognized that familiar handwriting at a glance. It was actually the debt slavery contract signed by the Moku family back then, along with the fatal leverage regarding your father's regulatory violations. As long as you took these items, you could ruin the Moku family at any moment. Or even just taking a piece of business intelligence and selling it to a competitor would be enough to cause Hoshino massive losses. Did she really trust you this much? Your fingers trembled slightly, but you didn't touch those leverages, nor did you look twice at the gold bars. You just kept your eyes straight, found the document, and quickly shut the safe door. Click. The locking sound rang out, and you let out a long sigh of relief. Holding the document, you walked back to the sofa. Oju-sama. But Hoshino didn't take it. Her deep eyes gazed at you quietly, her tone teasing with a hint of probing. Didn't take anything else? The Moku family's messy accounts? Or maybe grab a gold bar and run away? Your parents, in order to pay off debts, sold you overnight to the wealthy young lady who suffers from bipolar disorder and auditory hypersensitivity. You placed the document on the coffee table and looked at her earnestly. I'm not a thief. You trust me, and I cannot fail that trust. The amusement in the depths of Hoshino's eyes instantly deepened. She truly hadn't misjudged the person. This little puppy, though timid, had a spine made of steel. The next second, she reached out her hand toward you and gently patted the space beside her. You obediently walked over and sat down. Who would have thought that the moment you settled, that tall woman would lean right over? Her noble head rested heavily against your broad shoulder. Your shoulder sank from the weight, causing you to instinctively straighten your back. I'm tired. Her voice shed all its defenses, carrying an unprecedented vulnerability and exhaustion. At this moment, she was neither the ghost of the Beijing Circle, nor a fickle madwoman. She was merely a child returning from battle outside, utterly drained. Moku, she rubbed against your neck, warm breath spraying against your skin with a spoiled tone. Rub my head for me, my head hurts. Your heart instantly softened into a complete mess. She had dropped all her defenses, exposing her most fragile neck to you. This was absolute trust and also silent dependence. You sighed, raised your hand, and your cool fingertips gently pressed against her temples. Is the pressure okay? She let out a content, sighing breath. A little harder. As instructed, you increased the pressure, bit by bit probing into her tense nerves. Outside the window was fine drizzle. Inside was warm, dim light, and time seemed to slow down. Yet you did not know that she had already grasped something in her heart far more effective than any leverage, your soft heart. As long as you retained that soft heart, she could trap you forever in this cage named trust. In the days at the Shin Garden, cozy and serene, you almost became Hoshino's Siamese twin. Accompanying her to work during the day, Hoshino didn't even have a headache for 3 consecutive days. Piercing through this layer of bubbles that afternoon while you were organizing silk tree flowers, your cell phone suddenly vibrated. Hoshino, who was reading documents, furrowed her brows slightly. Your heart jumped. You hurriedly picked it up. Mentor was flashing across the screen. It was a call from the school. You answered it cautiously. Moku, are you going to graduate or not? As soon as you picked up, your mentor's angry roar burst through the earpiece. The first draft of your thesis is due next week. Where are you? If you don't return to school tomorrow, you can just wait to delay your graduation. Teacher, you just wanted to explain. Over there, they had already hung up the phone. The beep 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 busy signal acted like a warning bell. It instantly woke you up from drowning in years of peace. You were an elite student of the medical school, and practicing medicine was your lifelong dream. It was also the only way for you to shake off the Moku family's control. You could never ruin your own future just to soothe Hoshino. You clutched your phone, your knuckles turning white. You took a deep breath, turned around, and looked at that woman. Yet Hoshino didn't even lift her head, as if that phone call simply didn't exist in her world. Oju-sama. You swallowed hard, your voice tight. I need to return to school. The finger turning the page paused instantly. Hoshino slowly raised her head, those eyes turning icy cold in an instant like a bottomless cold pool. What did you say? Say it again. You shrank back in fright from her gaze, but still braced yourself to speak. I must go back to finish my experiment, otherwise. Then don't graduate. Hoshino closed the document with a snap, her tone completely matter-of-fact. Can't the Shing family afford to raise you? She stood up and closed in on you step by step, backing you into a corner. You wanted to run. She looked down from above. She had just become addicted to this kind of intimacy, and now you were telling her that even going back to school was out of the question. She couldn't bear to have you leave her sight, not even for a single second. I don't want to run. You looked up at her, your eyes brimming with tears yet stubbornly refusing to fall. I have my studies. I can't be locked up in this cage for the rest of my life to act as your medicine bait. You had grasped the weakness she had revealed just last night. Oju-sama, you said you trusted me. I will go to school during the day and come back at night, I promise. Hoshino stared at you for a long time. If you locked someone away by force, even if their body stayed, their heart would wither. Opening the cage door didn't mean the bird could fly away. As long as the rope around its feet was still in her hand, no matter how far it flew, it would have to obediently return. Very well. She suddenly relented, and your eyes lit up. But Hoshino changed the subject, pulling an exquisite velvet box from her pocket. You must wear this. She opened the box with one hand, and lying inside was an extremely thin silver clavicle chain. The pendant was a hollow, peculiar little silver ball. An amulet. Hoshino took out the necklace. Giving you no chance to refuse, she looped both hands around your neck and put it on you herself. With a subtle clicking sound, the cold metal touched your skin, and you shivered. Hoshino fastened the clasp, her fingertips rubbing against that little silver ball, before naturally caressing the sensitive skin of your neck. You had no idea that inside that little silver ball were the world's top micro-locator and high-fidelity audio bug. No matter where you were, what you did, or who you met, it would be transmitted in real time to her phone. This was the invisible shackle she had forged for you. Hoshino curved the corners of her lips in satisfaction, then lowered her head, planting a light kiss on your forehead with a gentleness that was bone-chilling. Moku, whether you are at school or at the Sing Garden, whether it is day or night, she pressed against your ear, letting out a low chuckle. If I find out it has left your neck, I will break your legs so you can never leave me for the rest of your life. Your whole body stiffened, forced to endure this kiss full of possessiveness. That silver necklace felt like an invisible shackle, pressing tightly against your collarbones. But no matter what, Hoshino had relented. You could return to school tomorrow. Thank you, Oju-sama. You touched that little silver ball, forcing down the discomfort in your heart. Then I'll go back to my room to pack up and head to school bright and early tomorrow. You turned to leave, urgently needing to return to the small guest room next door, even if it was just for one night, just to pull yourself away from this suffocating. However, the moment your hand touched the door handle, stop right there. The woman's lazy yet unshakable voice came from behind you, and your footsteps paused. Your parents, in order to pay off debts, sold you overnight to the wealthy young lady who suffers from bipolar disorder and auditory hypersensitivity. Hoshino leaned against the back of her chair, her deep eyes staring right at you as if calculating something. She raised an eyebrow, her tone light. Go back to your room to pack. You were directly stunned. My guest room? No need to go back. Hoshino stood up, taking long strides toward you. The next second, she reached out and spun your entire body around, making you face that double-leaf door on the other side of the corridor. That was her master bedroom. Move your things in. She pointed to the door, symbolizing the highest forbidden zone of the Sing Garden, her tone as casual as if she were talking about the weather. Why? We live right next door, the distance of a single wall. I can come over whenever you need me. This was too absurd. That was the master bedroom. What would a debt-repaying medicine bait moving in even look like? A kept concubine boy? Facing your protest, Hoshino acted completely justified, her gaze even carrying a trace of reproach for why you were being so unreasonable. Next door. Your face was full of question marks. The two doors were less than 3 meters apart. Was that considered far? What if I have an episode in the middle of the night and my head hurts to the point of splitting? Hoshino raised a finger, waving it in front of you as she began talking nonsense with a straight face. You crawl out of bed next door, run over, and push open my door. That takes at least 15 seconds. She closed the distance, her tall figure completely overshadowing you. Do you know what the pain of a bipolar episode feels like? Every single second feels like being sliced by 1,000 cuts. With a cold laugh, she lightly tapped your forehead with her fingertip. That 15-second delay is enough for me to die of pain in bed. Your mouth opened, completely speechless. What kind of twisted logic was this? Just to save 15 seconds, you were going to throw yourself into the fire? However, Hoshino lost patience and raised a hand to snap her fingers. The standby butler immediately led 2 maids over and pushed open the door to your guest room directly. Hoshino coldly spat out a single word: move. The process was shockingly fast. In less than 10 minutes, all your belongings were entirely transferred into that master bedroom reeking of a strong female presence. When you were forced to stand on the carpet of the master bedroom, your entire body was stiff. The extreme, bone-chilling cold air was permeated with a scent that belonged uniquely to Hoshino, dominantly filling every single inch of space. Yet at this moment, into this depressing, cold-toned atmosphere, a remarkably out-of-place color suddenly intruded. On that oversized bed, large enough to sleep 3 people, sat a blue plaid pillow. There was also a turquoise medicine jar, a few traditional Chinese medicine books, and a plastic mug printed with a cartoon bear. This intense visual contrast made it look both completely out of place and absurdly cute, like a little animal that had accidentally wandered into a wolf's den and been dragged back by a mother wolf. Not bad. Hoshino surveyed the room, her gaze lingering on that blue plaid pillow for a full 2 seconds, a trace of satisfaction flashing in the depths of her eyes. She turned around, looking at you standing there flustered as you went to take a shower. Her gaze lingered on you meaningfully. Don't bring that nervous scent onto my bed. I want a good night's sleep. The bathroom door closed with a click, leaving you standing all alone in front of that giant bed, looking at your pathetic little blue plaid pillow. You felt like crying without tears. You finally understood. What convenience for treatment. What saving 15 seconds. This was clearly just an excuse to cohabitate, to completely belong to this madwoman. The night was deep and dark, with only a dim bedside lamp left lit inside the master bedroom. After finishing your shower, you stood in front of that massive bed doing a long mental pep talk. Hoshino was already lying down, leaning against the headboard while flipping through an English book. Under the light, she lost a bit of her daytime arrogance and gained a bit of domestic laziness. What are you standing there for? Hoshino didn't even lift her head, her voice light. Do I have to invite you up? You swallowed hard, crawling up the bed in a dragging manner, but instead of moving toward the middle, you hugged the extreme outer edge of the bed like a gecko, half your body suspended in mid-air, separated by the boundary you had unilaterally drawn. Clutching the edge of the blanket, your voice was tense. I have bad sleeping posture. I tend to kick the blankets off at night and grind my teeth. I think it's better if I sleep on the edge. Hoshino's book-turning motion stopped. She closed the book, propping her head up with one hand, watching you with amused leisure. Bad sleeping posture? She raised an eyebrow, a flash of teasing dancing in her eyes. Weren't you quite well behaved when you slept in my study the other few days? Your face flushed red and you braced yourself to bluff. That was during the day! At night, I sleepwalk and throw punches! Hoshino let out a low chuckle, carrying a playful knowingness that saw right through everything. Fine. She didn't call out your bluff, just nonchalantly raising a hand to turn off the bedside lamp. The world instantly plunged into pitch black, and you let out a sigh of relief, thinking you had managed to muddle through this hurdle. However, in the dark, the rustling sound of fabric rubbing together echoed. Following that, a scorching, powerful, long arm reached out without warning, accurately locking around your waist. The next second, with a pull of Hoshino's arm, you were dragged straight back from the edge of the bed, blanket and all. "What are you doing?" You struggled in panic, pressing your hands against her to push her away. "Don't move." Hoshino's voice was right by your ear, hoarse and carrying a hint of sleepiness. She gave you no chance to escape. Like a domineering octopus, she used both hands and feet to complete a smooth set of locking moves instantly. An elongated leg directly crossed over your legs, one arm tightly clasping your waist, while the other hand threaded behind your neck to serve as a pillow, leaving not a single gap. Your entire body was embedded in her embrace, forced to become her exclusive hug pillow. I can't breathe like this." Hearing this, Hoshino didn't let go. Instead, she escalated things by lowering her head further, burying her face deep into your neck, greedily inhaling the faint herbal medicinal scent on your body like a fiend. That was the only remedy that could quiet her brain. Feeling you still squirming, Hoshino tightened her arms, whispering an ominous threat right by your ear. "Move again, and I'll throw you out to the backyard to feed the wolves." Your whole body stiffened, daring not to move anymore. You knew how ferocious the barking of those Tibetan mastiffs in the Zen Garden's backyard was. The person in her arms finally settled down, and Hoshino curved the corners of her lips in satisfaction, though her movements in holding you carried a hint of careful tenderness. Breathing aligned and skin pressed together, the restlessness that had tortured her for over 20 years miraculously dissipated at this moment. "Good night," she murmured in the dark, her breathing quickly turning steady and calm. As for you, forced to act as a human hug pillow all night while listening to the steady heartbeat behind you, you wept silently in your heart. "Is this treatment? This is clearly treating me like a oversized doll." This sleep was also exhausting. In your dream, you were like a small boat in a vast ocean, tightly enveloped by warm yet heavy seawater with nowhere to escape. Your parents, in order to pay off debts, sold you overnight to the wealthy young lady who suffers from bipolar disorder and auditory hypersensitivity. At 7 a.m., your biological clock woke you up precisely. The primary sensation upon regaining consciousness was heat, a suffocating feeling of confinement, as if bound by a giant python. Feeling uncomfortable and dazed, you wanted to roll over, only to find you couldn't move at all. You forced your heavy eyelids open. A patch of snow-white skin greeted your eyes, followed by the memories of last night rushing back like a tidal wave. Being forcibly hauled onto the bed, locked in an embrace, used as a pillow, you instinctively wanted to shrink backward. Yet with this movement, you discovered with horror just how treasonous your current posture was. You had originally been unilaterally suppressed by her, but now you were clinging to Hoshino like a koala, limbs and all. One leg was boldly draped across her waist and abdomen, both arms were tightly wrapped around her neck, and your cheek was pressed firmly against her chest. Was this being forced? This was clearly throwing yourself into her arms. You wailed internally, cold sweat breaking out instantly. Last night you had claimed you had bad sleeping posture and threw punches, yet now you had directly turned into an octopus wrapping around someone. If this germophobic madwoman found out, would she throw you off the bed directly? Before she wakes up, retreat fast. With movements that were extremely light and slow, you tried to pull your legs back. 2 centimeters. Just as you carefully raised your head to check if Hoshino had been awakened, you collided without warning into a pair of crimson, bottomless eyes. A firework seemed to explode in your brain. Hoshino was awake. To be precise, she was leaning against the headboard, one hand pillowed behind her head while the other remained resting on your waist. Her narrow, elongated eyes holding not a trace of panic, but instead a clarity that made your heart skip a beat. She just stared at you quietly, unblinking. How long had she been looking? A full minute? In the morning light, her gaze was profound, like a predator sizing up prey caught in its net. Time seemed to stand still at that moment. You froze against her chest, your faces barely a couple of centimeters apart, breaths intertwining. Extreme embarrassment and fear made your brain start running wild. What is she looking at? Is she angry that I crossed the line, or... Suddenly thinking of something, you instinctively raised a hand and wiped your mouth in a panic. Done for? Done for. Did I sleep so deeply just now that with my face pressed against her chest, I drooled? This is the crown princess of the Beijing Circle with severe germophobia. If I wiped my drool on her pajamas, 10 lives wouldn't be enough to pay for it. Watching you frantically and foolishly wiping the corner of your mouth, The deep abyss of gloom in Hoshino's eyes finally rippled. A very light chuckle vibrated out from her chest. Instead of disgustedly wiping her clothes, she picked up the hand resting on your waist. That hand slid upward along your spine, threading through your messy hair. Finally, her cool fingertips gently brushed against your sleep-flushed cheek with a casual air of playfulness. Hoshino pinched the flesh of your cheek, the texture so pleasing that she couldn't put it down. Her gaze lingered on your face before finally coming to a stop on your fair, fragile neck. That look wasn't fierce, but it made you instinctively shiver. It was a form of extremely dark appetite. Much like someone who had starved for a long time looking at the freshest piece of meat on a plate, she was evaluating, appreciating, and pondering where to take the best bite. Moku. She stroked your cheek, parting her thin lips to utter words that made your whole body burn. See, you are my medicine. I didn't even have a single nightmare. You were forced to tilt your head back, enduring her touch and gaze. Ochu-sama, I didn't mean to. Doesn't matter. Hoshino interrupted you directly, her fingertips sliding down to press against your violently pounding carotid artery. She was in a wonderful mood, not only because she had slept well, but also because waking up to find you hanging on to her like a small animal. This feeling of being completely relied upon immensely pleased her pathological desire for possession. Since you were awake, Hoshino finally released you, patting your head instead like she was summoning a little dog. Go get my clothes for me. There's an early meeting today. Help me pick a tie. Granted a reprieve, you scrambled off her body using hands and feet, your legs turning soft as you rolled off the bed and almost fell. Without looking back, you sprinted into the bathroom. I'm going to wash up. Hoshino leaned against the headboard, watching your fleeing back as the smile in her eyes gradually subsided, returning to that pool of gloom. She raised her hand to her nose and sniffed lightly. Her fingertips still retained the warmth of your cheek and that faint herbal medicine scent. Smells so good. Hoshino licked the dry corners of her lips, her breathing fluttering out of rhythm for a split second. This little puppy was starting to become more and more addictive. Beyond just sleeping in an embrace, she was even beginning to greedily crave. By the third day of sharing a pillow, you were on the verge of a nervous breakdown. You had thought that after conquering the fear of the first night, you would get used to it later, but facts proved that getting used to a woman full of aggression wrapping around you like an octopus every night tested one's willpower far too much. Especially since sharing body heat meant it was too high. Even with the air conditioning on, her body pressed tightly against your back still felt like a furnace. Right now, at 11 p.m., the room was pitch black. Hoshino was embracing you from behind as per usual, her arm crossing your chest and her hand resting casually on your lower abdomen, her chin propped on the top of your head and her warm breath spraying against the back of your neck. Both felt like feathers sweeping across your heart. Itchy and burning. Your whole body was stiff as a log, not daring to move an inch because you realized that the slightest movement would rub against the tight, flexible body curves of the woman behind you. That sensation was far too vivid, making your mind run wild. You heard your own heart pounding in your chest, beating so fast it felt like it was about to burst out. Oh no! You suddenly remembered that Hoshino had auditory hypersensitivity. In this deathly quiet midnight, would this thunderous heartbeat sound as noisy as a drum to her ears? Would she think you harbored improper thoughts about her? You must calm down. You closed your eyes tightly, took a deep breath, and forced yourself to shift your focus. You began to recite the driest, most obscure medical texts in your mind. The Yellow Emperor's inner canon. The heart is the monarch of organs, from which spirit and clarity emerge. The governor and mentor organs govern and regulate. You silently recited the esoteric ancient text, attempting to use the dryness of academics to extinguish the burning heat in your chest. Emptiness is form. That is a patient that is a madwoman, not a woman. Just as you became immersed in your recitation and your heartbeat slightly leveled out, that woman behind you, who ought to have been fast asleep, had her hand resting on your lower abdomen, slowly move upward. Your parents, in order to pay off debts, sold you overnight to the wealthy young lady who suffers from bipolar disorder and auditory hypersensitivity. Finally, it stopped precisely over your heart, feeling that violent vibration right through the thin layer of clothing. You jumped in fright, your body instantly tensing up. What are you reciting? Hoshino's voice suddenly rang out right by your ear. Her lips were practically pressed against your auricle, her voice low and hoarse, carrying a hint of playful amusement from being woken up. Your mouth hasn't stopped moving this whole time. Are you reciting a spell to curse me? You quickly denied it. No. Then what are you doing? Her hand not only didn't move away, but instead pressed gently against your heart with her fingertips, as if confirming the frequency. Up to what kind of mischief? You wore a look of helplessness. To cover up that unspeakable secret feeling, you could only talk nonsense with a straight face. I'm memorizing medical texts. Hoshino raised an eyebrow, clearly not expecting this answer. You swallowed hard, striving to put on a professional appearance. Traditional Chinese medicine teaches that the heart governs spirit and clarity. I was feeling restless just now. Reciting the Yellow Emperor's inner canon can calm the mind and soothe the spirit. It's to, exactly, memorize myself to sleep so I won't feel nervous. Yet Hoshino let out a low chuckle in the dark. She naturally sensed your stiffness and tension. That shyness mixed with the herbal medicine scent was more intoxicating to her than anything else. Memorizing medical texts to calm the mind. What a cute and clumsy little fool. She leaned in even closer, her nose almost brushing against your cheek. What medical book is so magical? Her fingers slid down along your cheek, nonchalantly pinching your earlobe and toying with it at her fingertips. Since I'm not asleep either, the next second she pressed right against your ear. You instantly went dumbfounded. Hoshino was completely righteous. Didn't you say it aids in sleeping? Since it's your medicine, let's use it together. But that's really boring. A single word suppressed all your protests. With no other choice, amidst this hormone-overflowing midnight, you began to stutteringly recite while shrinking in her embrace. The Yellow Emperor asked, I have heard that the true men of antiquity held heaven and earth in grasp and mastered yin and yang. Your voice carried a nervous, trembling sound. Those solemn and dry ancient texts, when read out from your mouth, strangely changed their flavor. Crisp, melodious. With her eyes closed and her chin resting on your shoulder, the curve of Hoshino's lips grew deeper and deeper. This was no medical text recitation. This was clearly reading bedtime stories to her. The more you recited, the softer your voice became, and the breathing of the woman behind you grew increasingly steady. It seemed she really was listening to you until she fell asleep. That hand toying with your earlobe also slowly came to a halt. You quietly let out a sigh of relief and stopped reciting. Just as you thought the crisis was averted and prepared to sneakily wiggle away just a bit, that hand resting on your waist suddenly tightened. The woman didn't blink. She merely murmured in a sleep-like half-whisper. The heart governs spirit and clarity. Are you my deity? You froze instantly. Before you could react, she buried her face even deeper, plunging entirely into deep sleep. Heart pounding like thunder in the dark. Autumn in the capital had arrived. A black and red Maybach slowly parked at the medical school's main gate, drawing countless sideways glances. This kind of top-tier luxury car, with an A8 prefix consecutive license plate, exuded an aura of, strangers do not approach. The next second, you got out with your backpack on. The long-lost campus air rushed toward you, mixed with the fragrance of green grass and cheerful laughter. Gone was the deathly, depressing heaviness of the Sing Garden, and gone was the bitter medicine smell filling the entire house. At that instant, you even experienced an illusion. You were free. However, inside your pocket, you pulled out a short text message. Don't take it off. Those simple 4 words were like a basin of ice water, instantly extinguishing that spark of elation you had just raised. You instinctively raised your hand, reaching toward your collarbone. That cold, silver clavicle chain was pressing tightly against your skin. That exquisite, hollow little silver ball looked like a cold eye watching you chillingly through the fabric. This wasn't an accessory. This was a dog chain. It was the steel seal Hoshino had branded upon you, constantly reminding you that even if you flew out of the Sing Garden, you remained a plaything in the palm of her hand. You took a deep breath, suppressing the feeling of suffocation. Early autumn weather wasn't cold, yet you tied a beige square scarf around your neck. This outfit made you look completely out of place in the crowd. But you had no choice. That necklace was too conspicuous. If you didn't cover it up, in case someone noticed the micro device hidden inside, the consequences would be unimaginable. You tightened your backpack straps and walked quickly with lowered head toward the dormitory building. The next second, you pushed open the door of dormitory 302. Inside, the sound of chatting. Rin, a second-generation wealthy heir dressed entirely in designer brands, glanced at you from the mirror with a sarcastic tone. "Well, if it isn't our missing person, head scholar Moku. We thought you dropped out to marry into a wealthy family." You paused your steps, forcing out a smile. "Something came up and I got delayed." You walked over to your bed and began organizing your things. Yet Rin turned around, his gaze scanning you like a searchlight, and finally fixing on that abrupt scarf of yours. "Moku, that Maybach downstairs just now was dropping you off, right?" "I saw it." Hearing this, the other two roommates also looked over, their gazes instantly turning complex. You were universally acknowledged as the impoverished school scholar, yet that car easily started in the tens of millions. You vaguely explained, "A relative's car." "A relative?" Rin sneered, actually standing up directly and walking over to you. He reached out as if to touch your scarf. "What relative is so generous? What are you wearing a scarf for in this weather? Is there something on your neck?" Your reaction was extreme. You violently stepped back and tightly covered your neck. Your movement was far too intense. The atmosphere turned awkward in an instant. Rin's hand remained frozen in midair, his face looking ugly. "It's just a scarf." Right at that moment, because of your excessive movement, a corner of the scarf instantly slipped, and a section of silver chain along with that exquisite little silver ball were exposed just like that. Although it was only for a split second, Rin still managed to see clearly. He froze on the spot. As a wealthy heir who knew his goods, he could tell at a glance that the chain was definitely not ordinary. The special silver quality was absolute private haute couture. The contempt in his eyes instantly turned into jealousy and inquiry. "This relative of yours treats you really well, huh? I bet it's worth more than our entire dormitory's 4 years of tuition." The surrounding air instantly froze, various glances of jealousy piercing into you like needles. You gripped the little silver ball tightly. It was growing slightly warm in your palm. That terrifying woman at this very moment was wearing earphones on the other side of the city, listening coldly to everything. Your parents, in order to pay off debts, sold you overnight to the wealthy young lady who suffers from bipolar disorder and auditory hypersensitivity. You could only lower your head, your voice trembling as you told a lie. Fake, bought from a street stall, just wearing it to cover something. You dashed into the bathroom as if fleeing for your life, slamming the door shut with a bang. Outside the door, Rin's disdainful cold snort immediately echoed. "Acting all high and mighty." Listening to Rin's cold sarcasm outside the door, your body slipped down weakly. You reached out to touch that cold necklace. They all envied you for riding in luxury cars and wearing haute couture jewelry. But they didn't know. This wasn't climbing up a high branch. This was dancing on the edge of a cliff while wearing shackles, and the woman holding the rope was hiding in the shadows at this moment. The next second, inside the medical school's experimental building, the air was permeated with a scent of disinfectant. To you, however, this was the long-lost breath of freedom. Wearing a white lab coat, you focused entirely on staring into the microscope. Right at that moment, a crisp female voice reached you, "Moku." It was Sensei Shu from the same research group, a famously brilliant talent at the school. Holding a logbook, she naturally walked closer, pointing at the computer screen. "The living cell reaction here is higher than expected. Your thesis core argument holds up." "Really?" Your eyes lit up, and you instantly leaned over, your head pressing close to Sensei Shu's. Because of your total focus, you completely failed to notice that your shoulders were almost touching. Looking at the perfect data, you laughed out from the bottom of your heart. "Thank you, Sensei. Thanks to you keeping an eye on it for me, otherwise I really would have delayed my graduation." Your laughter was clear and clean, carrying the unique sunshine of a youth. Sensei Shu looked at your smiling face close at hand. "No problem. Just treat me to milk tea another day." The atmosphere was harmonious, even carrying a trace of youthful shyness. However, the exact moment you were about to agree, the phone in your pocket began to ring wildly without warning. That vibration sounded like a sharp alarm, instantly piercing through this beauty. The smile on your face froze on the spot. On the screen, there was no contact name, only a string of numbers engraved deeply into your heart. Your heart shrank violently. It was 3:10 p.m. She should be in a meeting right now. Why would she suddenly call? Sorry, Sensei, I'll take a call. Holding your phone, you walked quickly to a corner and only then cautiously pressed the answer button. Ms. Singh. You deliberately lowered your voice. However, on the other end of the line was a suffocating dead silence. A full 3 seconds passed. A cold voice, devoid of a shred of temperature, traveled through the earpiece, instantly freezing your bodily fluids. Female. You almost dropped your phone. How did she know? You had just answered the call. How did she know the person talking to you was a woman? You instinctively reached toward the collarbone. The moment your fingertips touched it, you felt that metal ball was actually so hot. Real-time, high-fidelity eavesdropping. She hadn't been thinking at all. She'd been monitoring all the activity on your end the entire time. Your conversation with Sensei, and even Sensei's breathing, were transmitted into her ears without missing a single syllable. It's just Sensei. You felt your throat go dry, your voice trembling as you spoke. We were discussing experimental data. Stay away from her. Hoshino instantly interrupted your explanation. Her tone was calm, but the underlying violence beneath that calmness made your hair stand on end. 3 meters, she issued absurd instructions from the other end of the line. Right now, immediately. You didn't dare to disobey. Like a marionette, you rigidly took several large steps backward until your back pressed against the cold wall. You said in a small voice, "I've backed away." You felt some helplessness. This was what she called returning to school. Yet your soul was still being dragged beneath the hem of her skirt. You attempted to win back a sliver of normal social rights. We really were just looking at data, Moku. Hoshino's voice instead carried a thick sense of disgust and irritability that was actually a sign of her auditory hypersensitivity acting up. It's not that I won't let you speak, she murmured on the other end of the line, offering a pathological reason. It's just that that woman's voice is too ugly. That cutesy voice sounds like fingernails scratching a blackboard. Her tone carried painful malevolence. It's so noisy it makes me... You were instantly left speechless. Sensei Shu was a radio station broadcaster. Her voice was universally acknowledged as pleasant. Yet in the eyes of this mad woman, every voice other than yours was noise. Especially a female voice that made her feel threatened. Make her shut up. Hoshino coldly dropped her final ultimatum. If I hear her laugh one more time, I'll have someone go pull out her tongue. Beep, beep. You leaned against the wall, your hands and feet ice cold. What's wrong with you? Sensei Shu in the distance noticed your complexion looked wrong and wanted to walk over with concern. Don't come over, you shouted abruptly, startling Sensei Shu. Looking at her bewildered expression, your heart was filled with guilt and powerlessness, because the madwoman was not only listening, but who knew? I'm a bit unwell. You lowered your head, concealing that terrifying necklace. Sensei. After saying that, you hurried back to the experimental table as if fleeing. This was your life. No socialization. You were like a doll, installed with surveillance. Every single movement within the permitted range of that capital crown princess. Crossing the line by even half a step would ruin everything around you. The late autumn night breeze carried a chill. As you walked quickly toward the school gate where the black and red Maybach sat, you unexpectedly felt a sense of returning to a cage. You climbed into the back seat. The car's heating was very strong, carrying that consistent, cold cedar wood fragrance. Hoshino was sitting in the shadows with a laptop resting on her knees. Ms. Singh, I'm back. Yet as the car door closed, Hoshino's fingers tapping on the keyboard suddenly stopped. She didn't look at you, instead twitching her nostrils before her brows furrowed fiercely. What's that smell on you? Her gaze swept over you with disgust. You were momentarily stunned, raising your sleeve to sniff. There's no smell, it's just the smell from school. Hoshino sneered, suddenly leaning close to your neck side like a police dog carefully sniffing out the source. Pungent disinfectant smell, inferior cafeteria cooking oil fumes. Her expression grew increasingly gloomy, finally fixing on your collarbone area. A flash of violent disgust crossed her eyes, along with a layer of cheap, cloyingly sweet industrial perfume. Your parents, In order to pay off debts, I sold you overnight to the wealthy young lady who suffers from bipolar disorder and auditory hypersensitivity. That was accidentally sprayed when Rin used his cologne. But in the eyes of Hoshino, whose 5 senses were razor sharp and who had a pathological reliance on the herbal medicine sent on you, this was nothing short of a disaster. It was as if her most precious antidote had been thrown into a massive dying vat. It was dirty, completely contaminated. Hoshino suddenly barked out a low command. "Pull over!" The female driver hurriedly pulled over to the side. "Miss," Hoshino shifted aside as if you were a source of contagion, lowering all the windows and letting the freezing night breeze pour in, attempting to blow away that impurity smell, giving her a headache in the car. You shrank awkwardly in the corner, shivering from the cold wind. That was my roommate's cologne. Hoshino pressed her temples. "This smell's giving me a headache." Her expression of disgust deeply pierced you. You lowered your head. So in her eyes, even getting stained with a bit of ordinary human fireworks dust was a crime. You had to remain sterile, pure, and supplied exclusively for her consumption at all times. The Maybach sped all the way back to the Shin Garden. The moment the car stopped, Hoshino strode out of the vehicle and headed straight up to the 3rd floor. Following right behind her, the moment you stepped into the master bedroom, your wrist was grabbed in a tight grip. Before you even had time to react, you were dragged straight into the bathroom. The bathroom door was locked from the inside. Hoshino let go of you, turned around, and pulled a dark green bottle of body wash off the shelf. Her exclusive, top-customized fur and cedar wood scent. She shoved the body wash into your arms, the bottle slamming heavily against your chest. "Go take a shower." Hoshino pointed toward the shower stall, staring down at you with terrifyingly gloomy eyes. "Wash away every single one of those messy smells on you. Disinfectant, cooking fumes, and that damn woman's smell and perfume." You clutched the body wash, biting your lower lip. "I was going to wash anyway." "Wash a little longer." Hoshino stepped closer, her fingers pinching your chin. Her gaze was extremely aggressive, as if she wanted to skin you alive and take you apart. "If you come out after washing, and I still smell a single trace of foreign odor." She leaned down, pressing against your ear and threatened fiercely, "Tonight you can forget about going upstairs, to the balcony, and sleep on the floor." Having said that, she turned around and walked away, leaving behind a room filled with steamy, muggy heat. You had no choice. You could only turn on the shower and let the hot water wash over your body. You changed into clean pajamas and came out. The bedroom lights were dimmed. Hoshino was leaning against the headboard, staring at the bathroom door. Seeing you come out, she put down her book. She beckoned with her hand, as if calling a puppy that had just finished a bath. You obediently walked over and knelt down beside her. The next second, Hoshino eagerly pulled you into her embrace. She lowered her head, burying it into the crook of your neck, taking a deep, forceful breath. There was no pungent disinfectant, only your warm, milky scent mixed with her rich, cold cedar wood fragrance. From head to toe, you were marinated in her aura. That familiar feminine presence instantly smoothed out all her manic irritability. Hoshino's tense body relaxed completely. She closed her eyes, nuzzled against the side of your neck, the corners of her lips curling into a morbid arc. "That's right." She tightened her arms, locking you tightly in her embrace, her voice hoarse and lazy. "Remember this scent. You are mine. From now on, you are forbidden to bring anyone else's scent back. I don't like it." Inhaling the blended scent of the two of you, you were washed clean. Inside this cage, you finally became a qualified and obedient remedy once again. At 2 o'clock in the middle of the night, a fierce gale raged outside the window. You were sleeping in a daze when you suddenly felt the heat source beside you undergoing a strange transformation. Hoshino was trembling. At first it was just a slight quiver, but soon, this trembling became violent and uncontrollable, causing even the large bed to resonate. You instinctively reached out to touch her arm, but what your hand met was cold, sticky sweat. The woman who had been burning hot just moments ago was now like a piece of cold iron fished out from ice water. Sounds of suppressed, broken murmurs came from the woman, filled with intense fear. "Don't jump." Your heart was violently gripped. You heard clearly that she was shouting, "Don't jump." Hoshino's father leaped down from the top floor of the Sing Corporation building on her 10th birthday. Tears flooded on the spot. That was the nightmare of her entire life, and the root of her madness. At this moment, she was dragged back to that blood-stained afternoon. Low, beast-like whimpers came from Hoshino's throat, her hands clawing wildly in the air, her knuckles cracking. She wanted to catch that falling figure. Her dreams were filled with the sound of wind, tears, and her father's resolute gaze. That helplessness and fear were about to tear her apart. Watching her painful, distorted face, a sense of heartache welled up inside you. At this moment, she was no longer the crown princess of the capital circle, but merely a little girl crying in her nightmare, begging her father not to die. "Hoshino!" You bolted upright, desperately pulling her into your embrace to hold her violently shaking shoulders. "Wake up! Wake up!" For the first time, you called her by her full name, your voice not loud yet brimming with firm strength. You held her tightly, rhythmically patting her back, like soothing a frightened infant. "It's all fake, don't be afraid." Hoshino suddenly opened her eyes. Through the moonlight, you saw her dark, brooding gaze, currently scattered and blank, covered in bloodshot veins, filled with terror and fragility, just like a shattered piece of glass. She stared at you for a long time before her gaze slowly focused, her voice hoarse beyond recognition. "Moku?" "It's me," you quickly responded, using your sleeve to wipe the cold sweat from her forehead. "You had a nightmare." Hoshino breathed heavily, her chest rising and falling, but when she saw clearly that there were no tall buildings and no corpses, only a young man with messy hair and eyes full of worry looking at her, it was warm, and it was alive. The next second, as if all her strength had been drained, Hoshino fell forward. She buried her head heavily into your embrace, her cheek pressed against your warm, solid chest, her ear pressed tightly against your heart. That was the sound of your heartbeat, powerful and more effective than any requiem. Hoshino's arms wrapped around your waist, clinging to you desperately like a drowning person. She greedily sniffed the herbal and medicinal scent on your body, the only cure to dispel the smell of blood. She muttered muffledly in your embrace, carrying an imperceptible sob and fragility. "Stay like this. Your parents, in order to pay off debts, sold you overnight to the wealthy young lady who suffered from bipolar disorder and auditory hypersensitivity. Your entire body stiffened, then slowly softened. You did not push her away, merely maintaining the hugging posture and gently patting the back of her head, which was damp with sweat. I'm not moving, my chin resting on the top of your head, okay?" That night, Hoshino made no more aggressive moves. She just curled up in your arms like a child lacking a sense of security, listening to your heartbeat and smelling your scent to soothe the trembling of her soul. You were merely her body pillow and her tether, but in this cold night, you were her life buoy, the only ray of light she could grasp in this pitch-black, hopeless world. Until the horizon took on a pale, grayish-white hue and morning light dawned, you maintained that posture and sat for half the night. Half your body went numb, but you never once let go. The woman in your arms finally fell into a peaceful sleep under your soothing. Yet that hand of hers clutching your shirt collar never loosened by even a fraction from beginning to end. The late autumn night carried a growing chill. The medical school library was brightly lit. To finish your thesis, you stayed until the final half hour before closing. A cup of steaming hot latte was suddenly placed beside your desk. Overusing your brain hurts your spirit. Drink something hot to refresh yourself. A gentle, crisp female voice sounded above your head. You looked up to meet a smiling pair of eyes. The newcomer was Senior Sister Shu from the traditional Chinese medicine department, recognized across the school as an intellectual campus belle. You were somewhat surprised and quickly declined. "I was just getting ready to leave." Karen sat down opposite you, her smile as pleasant as a spring breeze. "Are you stuck on that core argument in the treatise on cold damage?" "Coincidentally, I have a few out-of-print notes right here." She understood proper boundaries, knew when to advance and retreat, and spoke in a way that made people feel very comfortable. Compared to that fickle and moody madwoman, they were two completely different extremes. A warmth bloomed in your heart, and your tense nerves relaxed slightly. "Then thank you, Senior Sister." Karen's gaze, however, suddenly landed on the necklace hanging between your collarbones. "This necklace?" Karen pushed up her glasses, a trace of appreciation flashing in her eyes. "A very special and exquisite little cage. It suits your temperament so well." The hand with which you had just picked up the coffee trembled violently. "Little cage." These 3 words were like a needle, accurately piercing through the calm you were maintaining. You instinctively covered that hollow little silver ball, and cold sweat instantly seeped from your palm. Karen meant it as a compliment, but she didn't know that she had unwittingly spoken the cruelest truth. This was a cage, and the person who made it was perhaps listening coldly to this very sentence on the other end. It's just a decoration. You stood up in a panic, your movements so fast they appeared unnatural. Senior sister, I need to go back. Karen noticed something was off with you, but still stood up as well. It's so late. Let me walk you back to the dormitory. Really, no need. You refused so quickly and nervously that your voice changed pitch. If that madwoman found out, the consequences would be unimaginable. I can just walk back by myself. Goodbye, senior sister. You practically bolted out of the reading room in a panic. Downstairs at the library, the night wind blew bleakly. Hit by the cold wind, the heart-pounding sensation inside you subsided slightly. You immediately pulled out your phone to check. No missed calls, no messages. The monitoring equipment seemed completely inactive. Perhaps Hoshino was busy and didn't hear that conversation at all. You lowered your head and prepared to walk toward the dormitory. However, you had barely taken 2 steps when your feet were nailed firmly to the ground. In the shadow of the square, beneath a huge parasol tree, sat a conspicuous black and red Maybach. The car body blended into the night, and only the arrogant license plate gleamed with cold light. And leaning against the side of the car was a tall woman, Hoshino. Her fair fingertips held an unlit cigarette, spinning it absent-mindedly between her fingers like playing with a surgical scalpel. Your blood instantly froze. She was here. You had no idea how long she had been here. Karen, feeling uneasy, actually followed you out. Why are you just standing here without moving? Your whole body stiffened. You wanted to tell Karen to run away quickly, but you couldn't make a sound. Hearing a female voice, Hoshino, who had been leaning against the car, finally moved. She slowly raised her head. Those deep, pitch-black eyes pierced through the night and straight across to land on Karen standing behind you. That streetlight, however, could never illuminate the dense malice hidden at the bottom of her eyes. Hoshino finally spoke, her voice not loud, yet sounding like a summons from the god of death. Your legs turned to jelly, and you stiffly dragged yourself over to her side. The next second, Hoshino reached out to wrap her arms around your waist, pulling you into her embrace. Then, and only then, did she lazily lift her eyelids to look at the bewildered Karen. With her fingertips, she casually snapped the cigarette in half, letting the tobacco shreds scatter, while the corners of her lips curled into a cruel arc. Chatting quite happily up there just now, weren't you? Her gaze fell on Karen's face, letting out a light sneer filled with a thread of, how do you want to die? Karen was completely frozen, looking at your pale face and instinctively sensing danger. Hoshino raised her index finger and pressed it against her lips. She didn't want to hear this woman's voice, it was too noisy. She turned her head to look at you, her fingers brushing against the necklace on your neck, pinching that small silver ball. A cage, she whispered in your ear, repeating Karen's words from moments ago, a pathological excitement flickering in her eyes. This is a cage. She suddenly raised her gaze, glaring chillingly at Karen. She pulled you to turn around and open the car door, leaving behind only a hair-raising sentence. Stay away from my cage from now on. Or else, Saturday morning, bright and sunny. After last night's bloodbath, you expected Hoshino to go crazy, but aside from cautioning Karen, she didn't punish you at all. You even developed an illusion that she might not be so unreasonable after all. Hoshino was leisurely drinking coffee. Seeing you all dressed and ready to go out, her fingers holding the cup handle paused slightly. Where are you going? I want to go to the mall. You cautiously asked for leave. The seasons are changing. I want to buy a couple of thick clothes. The class monitor invited me to drink milk tea together. You thought your reasoning was sound, but Hoshino put down her coffee cup. The porcelain cup clinked against the saucer with a crisp sound. No, clean and decisive. Your smile froze on your face. Why? I know today is the weekend. Hoshino leaned back against the backrest, her slender fingers tapping lightly on the dining table. Her deep gaze fixed on you, like a capitalist calculating accounts. Moku, sold overnight to the one suffering from bipolar disorder. You looked blank. This week, 5 days, you stayed at school for a full 50 hours. But by my side, your effective companionship time in a conscious state is less than 30 hours. Moku, do you think this is fair? You were completely dumbfounded. What kind of bandit logic was this? You went to school to study, not to play. Severe time deficiency. Hoshino completely ignored your defense and directly handed down a verdict. Given that you've been running wild outside for too long this week, causing my treatment progress to lag severely, she stood up, walked behind you, placed both hands on your shoulders, and leaned down close to your ear. Her voice was low and dangerous. Therefore, you're going nowhere. You're going to pay back the time you owe me, with interest. Just like that, your long-awaited plan to go out and play was completely ruined. Just like that, you were grounded. The location of your confinement was that study filled with the scent of cedarwood for a full 2 days. The servants were surprised to find that the study, which usually carried a low-pressure, gloomy atmosphere, was exceptionally quiet and peaceful like a painting this weekend. Hoshino handled official business, while you were placed on the exclusive little sofa right beside her, at a distance of less than half a meter. You read books and organize notes, but no matter what you did, one of Hoshino's hands never left you. Her left hand would toy with your strands of hair. When thinking about problems, she would pinch your fingertips and massage your palms. Sometimes when she got tired, she would even push her laptop aside, pat her lap, and make you sit over to hug you and recharge. There was no fear, no conflict, only a suffocating, dense, unmelting warmth. At dusk, you finished rolling the last jar of calming incense, rubbed your sore wrists, and instinctively turned your head. Done. Before your words finished, you noticed Hoshino had already fallen asleep at some point. She leaned against the chair back, still clutching a strand of your hair. The setting sun spilled across her face, gilding her with a soft golden edge. You looked at her, initially intending to pull your hair back, but instead turned your gaze to look out the window where a few flying birds swept across the sky. If it were when you had first arrived, you would definitely have been filled with anger and a desire to escape. But now, in this dusk of 2 days, confinement, you discovered with horror that looking at the freedom outside the window caused no great ripples. You turned your head back to look at the sleeping woman, then at the jar of herbs in your hand. You had gotten used to it. You got used to being kept by her side, got used to her touches, got used to this kind of pampering filled with obsession. Just now, while she was asleep, you had even instinctively quieted down your page turning. This was the scariest part. It wasn't intimidation, but this habit, like a frog being boiled slowly in warm water, it was grinding away your edges and corrupting your will, turning you from someone who yearned for the sky into someone willingly staying inside a cage. A chill surged from the soles of your feet, and you abruptly pulled back your hair. Hoshino was startled. Her eyelashes trembled as she slowly opened her eyes. That deep gaze carried a hazy mist. Seeing you, she instinctively reached out to pull you into her embrace. Such a good boy. You stiffly leaned against her chest, listening to that gentle praise, but your heart sank lower and lower. You couldn't go on like this. If you didn't escape now, you would never be able to leave again. Monday at 2 p.m., inside the study, with the curtains tightly drawn, the atmosphere was oppressively suffocating. Hoshino wore gold-rimmed glasses and Bluetooth headphones, holding a meeting with global senior executives. Her fingers tapped on the keyboard, and the high-level executives on the other side of the screen were trembling in fear. You sat on the small sofa beside her, holding a medical book, but unable to read a single word. The aura here was simply too strong. Hoshino, when working, radiated a fierce aura of anyone who blocks me dies. You quietly put down your book, pointed at the door, and mouthed a gesture. Hoshino's gaze didn't leave the screen. Her index finger simply tapped lightly on the desk, meaning go ahead. You felt like you had received a pardon, tiptoeing out of this high-pressure cabin. Downstairs in the backyard, early autumn sunlight sprinkled over the lawn, finally dispelling the chill on your body. You took a deep breath, and even your lungs felt clear. You crouched down in a corner of the planting garden, where large patches of mint and perilla grew. Hoshino had been feeling irritable lately. Fresh mint mashed into juice, paired with borneol, had a soothing effect on her. You could make her a sachet tonight. You muttered softly, your fingers nimbly snapping off the mint tips and carefully placing them into your basket. This peace did not last long. An arrogant roar of an engine tore through the afternoon silence, followed by the screech of a sudden hard brake. The pruning shears in your hand almost poked your finger. You frowned and looked back to see a flashy red Ferrari completely ignoring the bodyguards. Obstruction, aggressively charging through the main gates and drifting to a halt right in front of the main building. The car door opened and a foot wearing studded leather boots stepped out. Following that, a young woman with dyed flax-colored hair and a patterned shirt walked down. The newcomer was none other than Hoshino's cousin, the notorious profligate heiress. This seeing estate is still the same, looks just like a funeral home. Kazuko took off her sunglasses, looking around with disdain and a frivolous tone. The elderly butler walked up with a dark expression, blocking her path at the steps. "Miss Kazuko, we are not taking visitors. Please move your car out." "A meeting?" Kazuko let out a puff of laughter, shaking the document bag in her hand. "I was ordered by the old master to deliver documents to my cousin." "Are you gonna block this too?" She hated Hoshino the most. Why should Hoshino manage a trillion-dollar empire while she could only live relying on others' faces? Hearing that Hoshino hadn't stepped outside lately, she deliberately used delivering documents as an excuse to see if she could catch any dirt. "Miss has given orders that no one is allowed to disturb her." The butler refused to budge an inch. "Giving face and refusing to take it, huh?" Kazuko's expression darkened, though she didn't dare force the issue too hard. Bored and listless, she turned around, her gaze wandering randomly across the courtyard. Suddenly, her line of sight froze, in a corner of the garden not far away, amidst a patch of lush greenery. "That is definitely not one of the maids." "Then who is it?" Kazuko licked her lips, her eyes welling up with a sickening, covetous glow. "Your parents, in order to pay off debts, fooled you overnight to the wealthy young lady who suffered from bipolar disorder and auditory hypersensitivity." The butler's heart skipped a beat, and he hurriedly tried to block her view. "The new gardener, Miss Kazuko. Please leave." Kazuko smiled, a malicious and ill-intentioned grin. "The gardeners here at the Singh estate wearing this kind of fabric for their shirts? Who are you trying to fool?" She had long since heard that Hoshino had brought back a debt repayment son from the Moku family, a country bumpkin meant to act as a remedy for that crazy woman. And this remedy turned out to be so devastatingly attractive. "Step aside." Kazuko pushed the butler aside and headed straight toward the garden. "Since my cousin is busy, I won't disturb her." She stared at your back, the greed in her eyes almost spilling over. "I'll go help my cousin inspect the merchandise." The sunlight should have been warm, but as that figure closed in, you only felt the surrounding air instantly turn suffocatingly turbid. You had just cut a sprig of mint when a shadow fell over you. A heavy, pungent fragrance mixed with cigarette smoke chased away the fresh herbal and medicinal scent. You frowned, instinctively tightening your grip on the gardening shears, and slowly stood up. The woman in front of you was wearing a flashy shirt, with a thick gold chain hanging around her neck. Those upturned eyes flashed with undisguised greed, scanning back and forth over your body like a flame. Kazuko circled around you for half a turn, letting out a frivolous clicking sound with her tongue. "No wonder my cousin hasn't stepped out of the front doors lately. Turns out she was keeping a little plaything hidden here in the back garden." Her gaze landed uninhibitedly on your fair neck and slender waist, her tone frivolous. "I thought that iron tree that never blooms in 10,000 years had really cut off its desires, but I never expected it to hide such a young man. Having someone look at you like that gave you goosebumps all over your body. Although you had never seen her before, judging by her arrogant demeanor, you could guess she was a collateral branch miss of the Singh family. Miss, you took a step back to put some distance between you, trying to maintain your composure, your voice cold. "I am the aromatherapist invited by Ms. Zing. She is holding a meeting upstairs. Please go wait in the reception room." "Aromatherapist?" Kazuko let out a snort of laughter, as if she had heard some kind of joke, and instead pushed forward an inch further. "What aromatherapist? Aren't you just that debt repayment item sent by the Moku family?" "What aromatherapist? Aren't you just that debt repayment item sent by the Moku family?" She directly exposed your embarrassing identity. Your face turned pale and your fingers tightly gripped the edge of the bamboo basket. "Struck a nerve, did I?" Kazuko, seeing that you weren't speaking, assumed you were scared and grew even bolder. She reached out to pinch your chin, her tone arrogant. "Little pretty boy, what's so great about following that crazy woman Hoshino? Who knows, one day when her illness acts up, she might just snap your tender little neck." Hearing the words, "crazy woman," an inexplicable surge of anger flared up inside your chest. Although Hoshino was fickle and moody, she was your patient, No one else was allowed to talk about her like that. You abruptly turned your head, dodging her hand, your eyes filled with fury. Miss Tsing is the head of the Xing family. Please mind your language. Oh? Your hand missed its target, and Kazuko's expression instantly darkened. Kazuko gave a cold laugh, the light in her eyes no longer concealed. Instead of pinching your chin, she reached directly to stroke your slender waist. An older sister understands how to have fun much better than that cold-hearted crazy woman. Snap! A crisp, metallic closing sound interrupted Kazuko's foul language. Less than a centimeter away from her fingers, a sharp pair of gardening shears was flashing with a cold glint. Had her hand moved just a fraction further forward a moment ago, the shears would have lopped off her fingers. Less than a centimeter away from her fingers, a sharp pair of gardening shears was flashing with a cold glint. Had her hand moved just a fraction further forward a moment ago, the shears would have lopped off her fingers. Kazuko's pupils shrank, and cold sweat instantly broke out along her spine. She looked at you in disbelief. The person who had looked so timid and submissive a moment ago was now gripping the shears with both hands, the sharp tips pointing straight at her chest. Etet, your face was pale, and the hand holding the shears trembled slightly, yet you were colder than ever before. Don't touch me. You stared at her, every word dripping with frost. This is the Xing state. You stepped half a step forward, the gardening shears in your hand flashing with a cold, resolute light. Ms. King is still upstairs. Just try making a move on me. Kazuko was shaken by your imposing aura and actually took half a step back involuntarily. This kid actually dares to point shears at me. You little piece of trash, you actually dare point a blade at me? After recovering her wits, Kazuko instantly grew furious with embarrassment. The necklace you wore around your neck, that listening device was active. That capital circle woman with an overwhelmingly obsessive possessiveness was listening to all of this. That crazy woman would absolutely never tolerate anyone else laying a finger on her property. You can try, you stared coldly at her. Let's see if you are faster, or if my shears are faster, or... You raised your head to look at the tightly closed third-floor windows. Or if Miss Xing gets down here faster. The atmosphere was fraught with tension. Although the gardening shears in your hand were sharp, against a ruthless character like Kazuko, they were ultimately still too weak. Trying to outspeed me? Kazuko was provoked into fury. The humiliation of being threatened by a plaything made her distort her face. She swung her arm with a fast, precise and ruthless motion, bringing a heavy slap down hard against your wrist. Thud. A sharp pain shot through your wrist, and the gardening shears flew out of your hand. Your only weapon was gone. Refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. A fierce, murderous light flashed in Kazuko's eyes as she took a stride forward. Up above, a spine-chilling sound suddenly traveled down, the sound of leather boots stepping onto solid wood stairs. Measured and unhurried, yet like a heavy hammer, landing precisely on everyone's heart. In an instant, the entire living room was hit with a mute button. Kazuko's hand, which had been reaching out to grab you, froze mid-air. An icy, chilling aura drifted up from behind her, like being targeted on the back of the neck by a venomous snake. You saw that figure walking down. It was Hoshino. She walked very slowly, every single step carrying an overwhelming, sovereign oppression. And on her slender right hand, it was actually stained completely with pitch-black ink. The ink trickled down her fingertips, dripping onto the carpet like dried blood. She stood there, high above on the stair landing, her gaze piercing through the hall and landing coldly on the woman standing beside the sofa. In those deep eyes, there was only a dead, silent void, as if looking at a corpse that had already gone cold. Kazuko heard the sound of her own throat swallowing saliva. The terror originating from deep within her blood vessels caused all the fluids in her body to freeze instantly. With excruciating stiffness, she turned her head bit by bit. When she met Hoshino's temperatureless eyes, her arrogant momentum instantly vanished into thin air. Cousin! Kazuko's legs turned to jelly. She couldn't even manage to stand straight and slid all the way down from the edge of the sofa onto the floor. Cousin? She stammered out a call, her voice shaking beyond recognition, attempting to squeeze out an ugly smile. It's a misunderstanding. I was just joking with my brother-in-law. However, Hoshino did not speak. She didn't even acknowledge this cousin. She simply pulled out a pristine white handkerchief with leisurely composure and elegantly wiped the ink stains from her fingertips. She took another long stride down the stairs, As she closed in, the atmospheric pressure in the entire living room dropped to an absolute extreme. Everyone knew that the more quiet the eldest miss was, the more disastrous the consequences would be. Today, the floor of this Xing estate was likely going to see blood. Your parents, in order to pay off debts, fooled you overnight to the wealthy young lady who suffered from bipolar disorder and auditory hypersensitivity. Finally, Hoshino reached the front of the sofa. Her tall figure cast a shadow, completely engulfing Kazuko, who was collapsed on the ground. I was wrong. I was really wrong. Kazuko shook like a sieve in the wind, cold sweat soaking through her patterned shirt. She tried to reach out and clutch Hoshino's hem to beg for mercy, but was forced to pull her hand back instantly by that terrifying, murderous aura. Hoshino completely ignored her pleas for forgiveness. She didn't even lift her eyelids, acting as though what lay at her feet was merely a bag of sickening garbage. Following that, her gaze landed precisely and coldly on Kazuko's right hand. This was the hand that had just struck your wrist. This was the hand that had just tried to tear open your clothes. And this was the hand that had almost touched your waist. The next second, Hoshino leaned down slightly, her movements exceptionally elegant, like inviting a dance partner. Her slender fingers even gently pinched Kazuko's right wrist. The ink that had yet to dry on her fingertips left a mark on Kazuko's wrist like a death warrant. Kazuko momentarily froze, thinking she had been saved. A glimmer of hope surfaced in her eyes as she spoke with a tremble, "Thank you, cousin." Before her words could finish, a trace of cold detachment flashed through Hoshino's deep eyes. Her hand, which looked deceptively pale and frail, suddenly applied crushing force. A crisp cracking sound of bone fracturing echoed through the entire living room, followed instantly by a pig-like squeal of agony. Kazuko's eyes bulged violently, her entire face instantly flushing to a deep, purplish red. You watched with your own eyes as her right wrist bent into a bizarre 90-degree angle, hanging down limply. "My hand! My hand!" Kazuko rolled around on the ground in agony, tears and snot streaming down her face. Yet Hoshino let go of her hand, her expression entirely devoid of emotion, as if the thing she had just snapped was nothing more than a dead tree branch. She softly uttered a single word. "Trash." The butler nearby immediately offered a hot towel. Hoshino picked up the damp towel and meticulously wiped each of her fingers until they flushed red, before casually tossing the towel onto the wailing Kazuko's face, like a burial shroud. "Since you can't keep this hand under control," Hoshino's voice was flat, devoid of a single ripple of fluctuation, "then don't keep it." In the massive living room, no one dared to look at Kazuko a second time. Having finished dealing with the trash, Hoshino turned around and walked toward you instead. You were trembling all over with fright. You knew she had done it to rescue you, but this kind of brutal method made you instinctively feel a deep sense of dread. Ms. Seeing, who would have thought that upon seeing the terror in your eyes, Hoshino's footsteps would pause? She walked right up to you, dropped to one knee on the sofa, and leveled her gaze with yours. She raised her left hand. Wrapped around that pale, powerful wrist was a string of cold white jade Bodhi beads. You suddenly remembered that this was an heirloom of the Xing family, as well as an inseparable personal token that Hoshino never took off. Legend had it that this string of beads was used to suppress her fierce, volatile nature. The beads stayed while she lived, and if the beads broke, she would perish. Yet at this very moment, in full view of everyone, Hoshino expressionlessly unraveled that string of beads, the very symbol of her rationality and authority, from her wrist, loop by loop. 108 smooth jade beads emitted crisp clacking sounds as they collided in the air. Hoshino's voice was low and hoarse. Staring blankly at her, you instinctively extended your left hand. Hoshino grasped your fingertips. Her palm was scorching hot, while your hand was as cold as jade. She proceeded to slowly loop that string of prayer beads onto your wrist. The beads hung loosely around your wrist. Hoshino didn't mind in the least. With the patience of someone performing a sacred ritual, she wrapped it around your wrist once, then twice, until all 3 full turns were completed, securing the heavy, cold white jade prayer beads firmly around your wrist. "It's too big." You panicked instantly. This was the weight of supreme authority. "Wear it!" Hoshino cut you off directly, the pads of her fingers rubbing against the jade beads before pressing down firmly onto your pulsing wrist. Afterwards, she slowly turned her head. Her pitch-black eyes swept coldly across every single person in the living room, before her gaze landed back on your face. Moku! Her voice wasn't loud, yet it dropped like gold and stone hitting the floor, echoing into the ears of everyone present. This string of beads is my life. It belongs to you. She gripped your hand, wearing the prayer beads tightly, as if declaring ownership. From now on, in this capital circle, seeing the beads is the same as seeing me. The entire room was shocked. The butler abruptly raised his head, his eyes full of utter disbelief. This wasn't a gift. This was clearly an amulet, a supreme exemption token. It meant that Hoshino was handing over half her fortune, her life, and her peerless authority to you without reservation. Anyone who dared to lay a single finger on you was slapping Hoshino across the face and challenging the entire Shing family. Kazuko, lying on the ground, heard these words and fell into utter despair. This man was no mere plaything. He was the little ancestor held at the very tip of Hoshino's heart. Did you understand? Hoshino looked down at you in a daze, her tone softening slightly, carrying an unperceivable tenderness and obsession. It is a lock. As long as you wear it, all the monsters and demons in this world must step aside for you. You looked at the prayer beads on your wrist, feeling the residual warmth she left behind, a warmth that branded itself all the way into the depths of your heart. The screaming in the living room had vanished. The bodyguards dragged Kazuko away like dragging a dead dog. Yet Hoshino didn't let you look another second, pulling you along as she walked into your room. The heavy door closed, shutting out all the clamor. Hoshino sat on the sofa holding you, encircling you in her arms just like holding a child. The trash has been cleared away, but you didn't speak. Until this very moment, a massive wave of terror surged up like a tide, and your body began to shake violently and uncontrollably. Hoshino's hand stroking your hair paused abruptly. She lowered her head, scrutinizing the you in her arms. Her gaze lacked focus, and your body was desperately shrinking backward. This terror wasn't because of Kazuko. You were afraid of her. You wanted to get farther away from Hoshino. You were afraid of the woman who had just snapped someone else's wrist bones for your sake. At that exact moment, she had been too brutal, looking simply like a Rakshasa crawled straight out of hell. Your mind was filled entirely with that crisp cracking sound. If one day you weren't obedient, would she break your neck just like that? Moku, Hoshino suddenly spoke, her voice low. You jolted all over, desperately wanting to jump down from her lap. I want to go take a shower. Hoshino's arms instantly tightened, locking you securely in place like an iron cage. Yet she wasn't angry. A trace of all-knowing clarity and helplessness flickered in those eyes. She asked with blunt directness, leaving you no room to gloss over the truth. You didn't dare answer, but your trembling body had already betrayed you. Afraid of what I looked like when I made a move just now, or afraid of that sound of bones breaking? That very right hand that had just exercised violence slowly lowered to brush against your cheek. You instinctively shrank back. Hoshino's pupils instantly darkened slightly, but she didn't withdraw her hand. She pressed her chin against your forehead, her voice hoarse and magnetic. You are my remedy. You are the one who is going to stand by my side. You need to get used to this kind of scene. You abruptly looked up at her, looking at her in utter disbelief. Get used to violence and bloodshed? Hoshino looked into your terrified eyes, the corners of her lips curling into a self-deprecating, thin detachment. Everyone outside calls me the Shing Bodhisattva, thinking I wear prayer beads because I'm devout. She let out a light laugh, lifting the jade beads on your wrist, her tone gloomy yet honest. But I was never a bodhisattva. I am a Rakshasa, crawled out of a mountain of corpses in a sea of blood. The one who kills is me. This was the first time she had dissected her own darkness in front of you. She was a madwoman, a female asura whose hands were stained with fresh blood. The next second, Hoshino suddenly grabbed your hand, guiding your trembling hand to slowly press against the left side of her chest. Through her clothing came her steady, powerful heartbeat. Hoshino stared straight into your eyes, her hostility completely retracted, leaving behind only bottomless obsession. She raised that hand that had broken someone else's bones, gently wrapping it over the back of your hand. This hand can kill people, but it will never, ever use force against you. She leaned in close to your lips, her voice light as a sigh. Unless it's in bed, when I want to hold you tight, you are completely dumbfounded. She kept all her brutality for the world, yet reserved her sole tenderness and immunity entirely for you. Hoshino lowered her head, planting a light kiss on the top of your head. As long as you obediently stay in my arms, I will block all the malice in this world for you. Even if the god of death comes, he'll have to ask for my permission first. Your parents, in order to pay off debts, sold you overnight to the wealthy young lady who suffered from bipolar disorder and auditory hypersensitivity. The day after Kazuko's hand-breaking incident, the sky at the Shing estate felt completely different. As you walked down the stairs as usual to get ready for breakfast, you acutely perceived the bizarre shift in the surrounding atmosphere. Previously, the servants of the Shing estate had been polite to him, but their politeness was laced with alienation and formulaic distance. In their eyes, he was merely a remedy that could be replaced at any time or an object used to pay off a debt. But today, as soon as the servants who were cleaning saw him, they immediately stopped what they were doing, retreated to the wall, and bowed deeply, not even daring to look him directly in the eyes. That posture was one of absolute awe. You instinctively raised your hand to steady the handrail. The string of threefold cold white jade Bodhi beads on your wrist slid down by gravity, tapping lightly against the banister. With a crisp sound, everyone downstairs trembled, and even their breathing came to a halt. You abruptly lowered your head, staring fixedly at the 108 beads on your wrist. Where was this any ordinary string of prayer beads? Hoshino's words, "Seeing the beads is the same as seeing me," suddenly exploded in your ears. This was clearly her imperial jade seal. From this moment on, you were no longer that bullied remedy, but rather the half-head of the family representing Hoshino herself. The butler respectfully served breakfast. The eldest miss instructed that you were too thin, so she specially had bird's nest stewed for you. Yet as you looked at the luxurious spread, it tasted like nothing, because you knew clearly in your heart that this wasn't an amulet. It was a hot potato. Hoshino had actually taken you, her soft underbelly, and hung you up in the most conspicuous spot. This heavy sense of suffocation lasted all the way until late at night. The bathroom was shrouded in steam, and standing before the mirror, you just wanted to take off this troublesome string of beads. Wearing them while taking a bath was truly far too inconvenient, so you carefully unraveled the wrapped turns, intending to slip them off. Yet, the very moment the beads were about to leave your fingertips, the bathroom door suddenly swung open. Startled, your hand shook, and the prayer beads instantly slid back onto your wrist. Standing at the doorway, Hoshino was leaning against the doorframe, her deep gaze piercing through the steam, staring straight at your hand. "What do you think you're doing?" Her voice was laced with heavy displeasure. You instinctively hid your hand behind your back. Hearing that, Hoshino stepped forward, trapping you firmly in front of the sink. Taking a bath is one thing. She abruptly yanked out your left hand, the pads of her fingers rubbing against the cold prayer beads. "What are you taking it off for? Wearing them while taking a bath is inconvenient." Before you could finish your sentence, she ruthlessly cut you off. Not allowed to take them off. Her tone was overbearing to the point of being unquestionable. "The things I give you, unless I die, you are not allowed to let them leave your body." She actually lowered her head, her scorching breath puffing against your earlobe. "You must wear them when you bathe, and you must wear them when you sleep." Her hand slid upward along your arm, sending a shiver through you. "Even when we're doing that kind of thing." Finished speaking, Hoshino let out a cold laugh and took a step back. Her gaze swept over you uninhibitedly, like she was appraising a piece of collection art marked with her exclusive brand. "When you're done washing up and come out, I'm going to inspect." She pointed at the prayer beads on your wrist, the corners of her lips curving into a malicious smile. "If I find out you secretly took them off, for every second that string of 108 beads is missing a single second of wear, I'll let you taste what all 108 beads feel like." You instantly understood her hint. Trembling all over with fright, you tightly clutched your wrist until she turned and left. After finishing your shower, you walked out. But the moment Hoshino saw you, that lingering, baleful aura instantly shrouded her brows once again. She tossed a tube of ointment onto the bedside table, her voice gloomy. "Apply it." You obediently walked over because you knew she was minding the fact that Kazuko had touched you earlier today. For a madwoman with psychological mysophobia, this was simply harder to bear than if she had been killed. She lifted her gaze, her tone allowing no refusal. You grabbed your collar tightly, hesitating. "I've already showered. It's very clean." Her patience instantly ran out, her eyes brimming with irritation. "Don't make me say it a third time. I want to inspect." You had no choice but to untie your sash, revealing the scars left behind by the wild rose thorns on your back. These were the scratches left when Kazuko grabbed you. Hoshino's expression instantly darkened to the point of dripping water. The traces left behind by that damned severed hand could not be washed away no matter how hard you tried. Her fingers dipped into the ointment, applying it fiercely with a force that felt like she was venting. You winced in pain, and she spoke coldly, her thumb pressing heavily over the bruised skin, as if scrubbing away stubborn stains. Next time someone dares to touch you, just take them and break them. I'll take responsibility if you kill them. After finishing the wounds on your back, she pulled you abruptly in front of her, making you straddle her lap. This posture was far too dangerous. You pressed both hands against her shoulders. The ointment is applied. It's not over yet. Her gaze froze dead on a faint red mark right at your collarbone. That was the spot where Kazuko's fingernails had scratched you. Right here, her voice shook with a chilling malice. She touched you too. She thrust her finger forward, grinding it fiercely into that red mark, almost rubbing the layer of skin raw. It's going to break the skin. Dark fires of jealousy rolled within her eyes. Rub this layer of skin off and grow a new one. This was her logic. She would rather destroy it than let someone else's traces remain. After scrubbing for a moment, she finally stopped, because simple wiping could no longer satisfy her desire to cleanse. Then she would override it, completely burying it with an even deeper imprint of her own. The next second, Hoshino abruptly cupped the back of your head, her thin lips pressing accurately and unmistakably against that red mark on your collarbone. You let out a gasp of surprise. This wasn't a kiss at all, but rather her teeth grinding against your skin, bringing a prickle of numbness and stinging pain that made your whole body shiver. Until she tasted the scent of blood in her mouth, until that patch of skin turned a deep purple, did she slowly release her grip. Hoshino lifted her head, her thumb wiping away the moisture at the corner of her lips, looking with satisfaction at her own masterpiece. That faint red mark belonging to Kazuko had completely vanished. Replacing it was a deep purple bite mark, her brand. Now it's clean, she chuckled softly, then leaned in close to your ear, her warm breath sliding into your ear canal. Moku! Her tone was gentle, yet it sounded like a curse, deeply engraved into your mind. This body, from the tips of your hair down to your heels, only belongs to me. If I ever see someone else's mark on you again, she bit down on your earlobe, I'll lock you up where you can't go anywhere. Meanwhile, the capital circle exploded into chaos. The unhinged eldest miss of the Shing family had personally snapped her cousin Kazuko's wrist over a man. The news spread across all the major elite families overnight. Instantly, everyone's gaze focused entirely on you, this mysterious man, with countless covetous eyes peering at you from behind high walls. At that moment, you were in your bedroom packing your school bag. Although Hoshino had agreed to let you return to school for 2 days, she had still strapped the prayer beads on you and forced you into a high-necked, long-sleeved shirt, solely to hide that deep purple bite mark. Your phone suddenly vibrated. An unfamiliar number with a local area code. You answered it with hesitation. Your parents, in order to pay off debts, sold you overnight to the wealthy young lady who suffered from bipolar disorder and auditory hypersensitivity. Is that Moku? It's Rin, your roommate, came a probing voice, slightly sharp and dripping with sourness. You paused, hand halting. Is something the matter? Nothing much, Rin laughed on the other end. Just heard you're staying at a relative's place. He deliberately emphasized the word relative, lowering his voice to carry ill-concealed, malicious gossip. Last night I heard my dad say something huge happened at the Shing family, seemingly over a man. That relative of yours. Could it be someone from the Shing family? The fingers gripping your phone tightened instantly. There were no walls that kept out the wind. This kind of probing was a dangerous signal. You're overthinking it. You forced composure. I'm just tutoring, I'll be right back. With that, you hung up the phone directly. Looking at the darkened screen, you felt a deep wave of exhaustion. Peaceful campus life was likely gone for good. Whose call was it? A cold voice suddenly came from behind. Hoshino had walked in without you noticing. She needed to go to the old estate to chop off those hands that were reaching in too far, and it would take at least 2 days. A sales call. You shoved the phone back into your pocket, not daring to mention Rin. Hoshino didn't expose your lie. She walked right up to you, her gaze falling upon the string of cold white jade prayer beads on your wrist. "I have to go on a business trip these next 2 days." Hoshino reached out and smoothed down your collar, her fingertips brushing past the bite mark with a ghost-like touch. "But shadow guards will follow you." A flash of disgust crossed her eyes. "If anyone at school is blind, smash them with these beads. If you break them, put it on my tab." Your heart gave a jolt. Although she was always forcing you and controlling you, at a moment like this, she was the only one standing completely without reservation in front of you. "Safe travels." Hoshino raised an eyebrow, seemingly well pleased by this expression of care. She planted a light, firm kiss on your lips. "Be a good boy these next 2 days." She released you, her thumb rubbing across your cheek, her eyes flashing with a profound gleam. "Wait for me to come back." You were stunned, but Hoshino smiled knowingly. "When the time comes, you'll find out, making the whole capital know whose territory you are." She turned and strode away, stroking the cold prayer beads on your wrist and listening to the engine starting up downstairs. Your sense of unease only grew stronger. You had thought Hoshino's business trip would grant you a 2-day breathing room. On Tuesday noon, the sunlight was just right as you and your roommate Yuki had just stepped out of the cafeteria, getting ready to head back to the dorm for a noon nap. Without needing to constantly tense your nerves to please that moody woman, you felt even the air tasted a fraction sweeter. Yuki draped an arm over your shoulder and asked, "Moku, let's go grab seats at the library." Just as you were about to nod, the surrounding crowd froze as if hit by a pause button before bursting into irrepressible gasps. "Whose car is that?" "A Maybach S 680. "Which big shot is this?" Your heart skipped a beat. An ominous premonition instantly surged up your spine. You saw that right under the male dormitory building, that outrageously arrogant black Maybach sat like a silent behemoth, its body reflecting a cold sheen and exuding an unapproachable, stern aura of solemnity. The surroundings were packed with students. Rin was standing not far away, staring at that car with a complex look in his eyes. Your footsteps were instantly nailed to the spot. Didn't she say she was going for 2 days? This was barely a single day and night. A bodyguard strode toward you, lowering his head respectfully. "The eldest miss is waiting for you in the car." Silence fell instantly all around. Countless gazes hit you like searchlights. Without even getting the chance to explain to Yuki, you lowered your head and quickly dove into the luxury car, amidst a sea of shocked looks. With a bang, the air pressure inside the car was terrifyingly low. Hoshino was sitting in the shadows of the back seat. Her state was terrible, her brows shrouded by a baleful aura on the verge of erupting. "Miss Singh." You looked at her like that. Before your words could finish, Hoshino suddenly opened her eyes, those bloodshot eyes locking onto you with a dead stare. The next second, she violently reached out, grabbing the back of your neck and yanking your entire body over. Caught off guard, you crashed right into her arms locked around your waist like iron tongs, pressing you tightly against her chest. She lowered her head, burying her face deep into the crook of your neck. Greedily, she took a deep breath. That herbal and medicinal fragrance carrying your body heat acted like a powerful sedative, instantly extinguishing the raging mania howling in her mind. Hoshino's tense muscles finally relaxed little by little. Her cheek rubbed against your warm skin, and a satisfied sigh escaped her throat. Her voice was hoarse, as if filled with grit. "I'm alive again." You were squeezed until you could barely breathe, asking helplessly, "Miss Singh?" "It's about Shinkazuko." "It's all sorted out," Hoshino said dully, her tone full of disgust and irritation. "Those old fogies." As it turned out, she had spent a whole day and night at the old estate, while those collateral elders relied on their seniority, arguing endlessly over Kazuko's broken hand. Their sharp crying and hypocritical pleas for mercy had practically pierced her eardrums. Without you by her side, those noises were magnified infinitely. Her head pounded with splitting pain, completely unable to fall asleep, and even hearing your breathing through the necklace proved useless. The anxiety of being able to see you but not touch you only made her more frantic. She had signed all the documents overnight, driven those people all away, and rushed back without stopping, solely for... "Moku." Hoshino lifted her head, her chin resting on your forehead, her eyes filled with obsessive possessiveness. You froze as Hoshino's slender fingers stroked the necklace on your neck. "I shouldn't have let you stay back at school." Her tone was gloomy. Just hearing your voice isn't enough. I want to smell you, I want to be able to touch you anytime, anywhere. A bad feeling rose in your heart. Ms. Singh, we agreed. Hoshino cut you off directly, acting like an unreasonable tyrant unilaterally tearing up the treaty. Starting today, apart from class time, all other hours, she leaned in close to your lips, announcing word for word. You must stay by my side without leaving an inch. Even when I go to the company for meetings, you're coming with me. Your eyes widened. How can that be? That's your workplace. Why can't it? Hoshino raised an eyebrow, reverting to that lazy yet overbearing demeanor as she pulled you back into her arms and closed her eyes comfortably. I'm the boss. I'll just have someone scrap all your class schedules so you don't even have to attend classes. You closed your eyes in despair, leaning against this madman's chest. It's over. This time I've genuinely turned into a permanent pocket accessory that can't be shaken off. In the core area of the capital's CBD, the Singh Group headquarters building soared into the clouds, this skyscraper, until that executive-exclusive revolving door slowly turned, and Hoshino stepped inside. Today's lobby instantly plunged into an eerie silence. The receptionist's phone dropped onto the desk with a clack, and a passing manager slipped, barely keeping his balance. Your parents, in order to pay off debts, fooled you overnight to the wealthy young lady who suffered from bipolar disorder and auditory hypersensitivity, because they saw that the Shing Buddha, who had always kept men at a distance, was actually holding a young man by the hand. You were forced to walk alongside her. Hoshino noticed you shrinking back and pinched your palm with slight dissatisfaction. Why are you keeping your head down so low? Your voice was small like a mosquito's. Everyone is looking. The daylight was too scorching, filled with shock and the sparks of gossip. You felt like a rare animal on display. Hoshino let out a cold hum, becoming even more domineering as she interlaced her fingers with yours and pulled you closer into her embrace. Are you unpresentable? Look up. Holding your hand, she walked straight toward the executive private elevator, unfazed under the gaze of hundreds of eyes that looked ready to pop out of their sockets. The elevator doors closed, cutting off the whispers that instantly erupted behind you. On the top floor, the executive office. This was the brain of the Shing Group, and also the place with the fastest flowing business intelligence in the entire capital circle. Anyone working here was nothing short of a top elite. Good morning, President Shing. The chief secretary greeted her at the elevator entrance with the assistant team, but upon seeing you, that standard professional smile instantly froze on her face. Yet Hoshino merely nodded expressionlessly, not only refusing to let go of your hand, but offering no introduction whatsoever. That posture was like a queen inspecting her territory with her most favored male consort, needing no explanation to anyone, because as long as she was there... It wasn't until you walked through those heavy office double doors that the secretarial pool outside instantly blew up. That legendary remedy. Oh my god, President Shing is actually carrying his bag for him? I didn't see that wrong, right? That school bag is being held by President Shing. This was your first time stepping into a place that controlled hundreds of billions in assets. It was massive. 2 entire walls were made of huge floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking the prosperity of the entire capital. Yet the black and red sofas and the massive solid wood executive desk everywhere exuded an unapproachable chill and solemnity. This was Hoshino's battlefield. But now a strange corner had been added to this battlefield. Put that pink school bag down casually on the sofa, she said, before pointing beside the desk. You followed her finger and froze instantly. Right beside that desk, symbolizing absolute power, a set of out-of-place furniture had somehow appeared. It was an off-white, lazy lounge chair, paired with a cute small white round table next to it. On the table were no documents, but rather plates filled with washed grapes, sliced cantaloupe, and even expensive imported snacks and yogurt. Beside that pile of snacks was neatly stacked the unfinished traditional Chinese medicine ancient texts you had been reading. This was quite literally an exclusive pet corner, and a VIP luxury edition at that. You pointed at that corner, stammering. What else? She sat down behind the executive desk, speaking as a matter of course. If you sit too far away, I can't hear your breathing. Following that, she pointed at the daybed, giving you instructions with the overbearing tone of a boss ordering subordinates to sign a multi-billion-dollar contract. Whether reading a book, sleeping, or eating. She abruptly lifted her head, her deep pupils locking onto you, her tone filled with unresistible possessiveness. You are not allowed to go anywhere before off-work hours. Looking at this warm yet comfortable cage, and then looking at the woman who had already started flipping through documents while occasionally looking up to confirm your position, you could only heave a helpless sigh, and walked over holding your book. At 3 p.m. in the Sing Group's primary conference room, this was a top-level strategic decision-making meeting. Both sides of the 10-meter-long conference table were packed with the group's core executives, the atmosphere so heavy it felt like it could drip water. Is this the plan you all spent half a month preparing? At the head of the table, Hoshino expressionlessly flipped through the documents. With a crisp sound, that thick proposal was casually tossed out. Data falsification, risk assessment, it's all utter garbage. Hoshino leaned back against her chair, her gaze as cold and sharp as stars. Does the Singh family spend tens of millions every year feeding you all just so you can come here and tell me bedtime stories? The marketing director's forehead was dripping with cold sweat, trembling all over. I'm sorry, we'll revise it immediately. The entire conference room fell into dead silence, everyone wishing they could bury their heads into their chests. However, these trembling executives could never imagine what an absurd scene was currently unfolding right underneath. You were sitting right by Hoshino's side. Because the conference room chairs were tall, Hoshino had purposely had someone adjust the angle, and coupled with the executives not daring to raise their heads or look around randomly. No one had actually discovered that in the seat that should have belonged to the chief assistant, you were curled up, sitting upright with an ancient medical text in your hands. You couldn't actually register a single word because your left hand had been taken hostage. While Hoshino's right hand was visibly resting on the table, tapping rhythmically with a fountain pen to inflict merciless psychological pressure on her subordinates. Down below the table, she had overbearingly grabbed your hand. Not only did she refuse to hold it normally, she was even playing with it. Just like fondling that expensive string of cold white jade prayer beads, her fingertips slowly slid across the back of your hand, stroking your delicate skin. Once more, sliding from the wrist to the palm, then weaving between your fingers to interlock them. And this part, redo all of it. Hoshino pointed coldly at the PPT on the screen, her tone extremely stern. Yet under the table, that very hand that had just been directing state affairs was now viciously pinching your soft fingertips. She kneaded that soft flesh with moderate force, her nails occasionally scratching lightly across your palm, stirring up a wave of numb tingling. Your whole body went rigid. It was far too humiliating. In a setting with such a serious atmosphere, she was actually playing with your hand under the table. Just then, Hoshino suddenly pressed her thumb against the web of your thumb with a slightly heavy force. Unable to hold back, a very faint whimper slipped past your throat, though soft. In the dead silence of the conference room, it sounded like a thunderclap. The female vice president sitting closest twitched her ears and actually raised her head in confusion. You were instantly frightened out of your wits, instinctively wanting to pull your hand back. But the moment you moved, Hoshino's hand tightened abruptly like an iron clamp, trapping you firmly. Hoshino lifted her eyelids, her cold, sharp gaze shooting straight at the female vice president, her tone instantly dropping to freezing point. Is my face on the presentation? The female vice president was startled into a jolt, hastily lowering her head. Only then did Hoshino give a cold hum, retracting her gaze. Following that, she punishingly pinched your palm under the table, drawing circles across your palm print with a hint of warning. Try moving around blindly again. Your parents, in order to pay off debts, sold you overnight to the wealthy young lady who suffered from bipolar disorder and auditory hypersensitivity. You felt like crying without tears. To your dismay, Hoshino seemed to have grown addicted. While listening to the reports, she absent-mindedly pried open your fingers one by one. It tickles. Even your heartstrings were trembling. You could only stealthily turn your head sideways to glance at her. Stop playing around. Hoshino sensed your gaze, her peripheral vision catching your appearance. It was a scenery only she could see, and the heart that had been irritable because of her subordinates suddenly smoothed out. The corners of her lips curled up in an imperceptible arc. She made an even more outrageous move. She released your hand, but slid upward along your wrist, sneaking straight into the wide sleeve of your hoodie. Her warm fingers pressed against the sensitive skin on the inner side of your forearm, all the way until she gripped your elbow. You shivered all over, nearly springing out of your chair. At that exact moment, Hoshino suddenly spoke, cutting off the reporting executive. Pulling her hand out from your sleeve and resuming her aloof and cold persona, she said, "Today's meeting ends here." She stood up, looking down imperiously at a room full of executives who looked as though a heavy burden had been lifted from their shoulders, her voice cool. "I want to see a new proposal." With that, she turned around, grabbed your legs that had turned to jelly, and strode out of the conference room, not stopping until you returned to the executive office and the door clicked shut. Only then did you let out a long breath, collapsing limply onto the sofa. "Hoshino, you are going way too far." You called out her name in anger, raising your hand which had been pinched completely red. That was a meeting. Hoshino walked over to the sofa, looking at your bristling appearance, the amusement in her eyes no longer concealed. She grabbed that hand which she had been toying with for half an hour, brought it to her lips, and kissed it, her tone laced with unappeased lawlessness. "If I hadn't been holding your hand, that document wouldn't have been what I threw. It would have been that idiot's head." Pressing her forehead against yours, she chuckled softly. "You saved his life." The afternoon in the executive office was bathed in just the right amount of sunlight, yet you were bored to tears. Ever since you became her permanent pocket attachment, Hoshino's work efficiency had been terrifyingly high, leaving you to accompany her overtime like a primary school student. Just then a cool voice suddenly chimed in. "Moku!" You immediately closed your book, standing at attention like a soldier on standby, present. Hoshino looked up from a stack of documents, her gaze dropping straight onto the plate of honey tangerines in front of you. "I want to eat a tangerine." She spoke righteously, her tone as flat as if she were issuing a multi-billion-dollar commercial directive. "Then eat it. Does a trivial matter like this require a report?" Who would have thought Hoshino would actually raise both hands holding a contract in her left hand and shaking it in front of you? No hands. Subsequently, she pointed her chin at the fruit plate with a silent visual cue. The corners of your mouth twitched wildly. Did this person's hands break? Or was she suddenly unable to care for herself? You tried reasoning with her. "Ms. Singh, you could put the pen down first." Hoshino leaned back against the chair and began acting shamelessly in all seriousness. "A tens of billions project is a matter of seconds. I'll just starve. If I starve and get hemorrhoids, you're treating it." You were tickled green by this absurd logic. You picked up a tangerine, peeled off the golden skin, and even picked away the white strings on the segments one by one until they were completely clean. "Here." You handed the peeled tangerine meat forward. However, Hoshino merely lowered her gaze to look at the hand you offered, refusing to reach out and take it. "Hands are dirty." Hoshino frowned, offering an even more ridiculous excuse. "Just sign documents." You took a deep breath, reciting 3 times in your heart that she was a patient. "Then what do you want?" Hoshino leaned slightly forward, opening those attractive thin lips. The pupils behind her lenses flickered with a mischievous, expectant light. Your hand twitched abruptly. This was far too intimate. But looking at her posture, waiting with her lips parted for you to feed her until the end of time, you could only compromise. You acted like you were coaxing a child. Hoshino cooperated very well, biting down on that juicy fruit segment. She chewed twice, staring at you with deep, dark eyes. Not bad. Thus, an eerie scene unfolded. The all-powerful head of the Shing family was enjoying your feeding service like an invalid. Until the very last segment of tangerine, your mind drifted for a second and you fed it a bit too deeply, causing Hoshino to close her lips right at that instant, swallowing the tip of your thumb along with it. The moist sensation instantly wrapped around your fingertip. You instinctively wanted to pull your hand back. Hand? Hoshino didn't let go. Instead of spitting it out, she used the tip of her tongue to gently lick across your slender fingertip that had intruded into her territory. The back of her tongue scraped against your sensitive fingerprint pad, sending a direct bolt of electricity straight to your crown. You went weak all over. Hoshino applied a tiny bit of pressure with her teeth onto that delicate fingertip. She actually gave your fingertip a moderate nip, half a punishment, half flirtation. A flash of triumphant amusement crossed Hoshino's eyes. Finally, she mercifully opened her lips, her eyes staring fixedly at your wet fingers, her throat bobbing. Sure enough, she licked the residual tangerine juice from the corner of her lips, her voice hoarse and low. "This tangerine!" Just as the atmosphere grew thick and stringy, 2 urgent knocks interrupted. The office door was pushed open abruptly. That urgent document requires you." Hoshino's chief assistant, Ren, charged in with a stack of documents in a frenzy, and she walked straight into a scene that almost terminated her career. Behind the expansive executive desk, their aloof and unapproachable President Xing sat with wetness gleaming at the corners of her lips, her gaze fierce like a wolf hunting prey, while in front of her, you were still holding tangerine peel, your finger that had just escaped President Xing's mouth hanging suspended in midair, wet and glistening as if it had just undergone an indescribable baptism. Dead, suffocating silence. Ren's feet nailed to the floor on the spot, her mind blank, her hands trembling. The priceless business secret documents scattered like snowflakes across the floor. "I'm finished. I walked in on the boss's intimate moment." Ren stammered, wishing she could gouge out her own eyes. "I didn't see anything. Wow, these documents are so sweet. What on earth is she babbling about?" The amusement on Hoshino's face vanished instantly. Leisurely pulling out a tissue to wipe the corner of her mouth, she lifted her head, her cold pupils shooting toward the doorway like flying daggers. "Ren," her voice dropped cold enough to shed ice, carrying the baleful aura of unfulfilled desires. "Do you want to go to Africa to dig for mines?" Ren jolted all over, her survival instincts surging to maximum capacity. "I'm sorry, President Xing. Rolling out immediately." Fumbling frantically, she scooped up her documents, rolled out of the office like a ball, and thoughtfully pulled the door shut behind her. Peace returned indoors. You covered your face and buried it into the sofa, letting out a despairing wail. "I can't show my face in public anymore." Hoshino looked at your turtle-like posture, her mood inexplicably brightening. She actually reached out, dug you out from the sofa, and pulled you back into her embrace. "What are you afraid of?" She pinched that finger of yours that still bore tooth marks, brought it to her lips for another kiss, and spoke righteously. "I'm eating medicine. Who dares to have an opinion? Your parents, in order to pay off debts, fooled you overnight to the wealthy young lady who suffered from bipolar disorder and auditory hypersensitivity." Yet Hoshino clearly didn't intend to continue working. "Let's go." She stood up, buttoned her suit jacket, and resumed her meticulous elite appearance, as if the hooligan from a moment ago had never existed. You followed closely behind her. When stepping out of the office, the outside was dead silent, countless gazes sweeping over you like radar. Especially Ren, who had just caused trouble, burying her head so deep into her keyboard it nearly touched the keys. The executive private elevator arrived. Hoshino took your hand and walked inside. As the metal doors slowly closed, cutting off all lines of sight, the two of you were instantly left alone in the elevator. The elevator began its descent. Looking at the flashing red numbers, you finally let out a sigh of relief. You could finally leave this embarrassing place. However, before that breath could fully escape, the silent woman beside you suddenly whirled around and grabbed hold of you directly. With a gasp of surprise, your back slammed heavily against the cold elevator wall. Thud. With a muffled impact, Hoshino propped one hand beside your ear, trapping you firmly in the narrow corner. "Ms. Singh." Your heart stopped dead in your chest. You completely failed to understand. Weren't you guys still fine back in the office? Why did her expression flip again so suddenly? Yet Hoshino didn't say a single word. She only lifted her head slightly, those deep eyes churning with a dark fire known as jealousy. Her gaze inched over your still flushed cheeks and down to that finger she had just sucked on. "That assistant just now," she finally spoke, her voice low and carrying an utterly unreasonable heavy sourness. She looked at you. "Ren, isn't it normal for her to take a glance?" But Hoshino narrowed her eyes, her tone as sinister as an ominous wife's. She stared at you for a full 3 seconds, her eyeballs practically falling out. The next second, she pinched your chin, forcing you to lift your head. "Your face was so red just now, and you looked so..." Her throat bobbed, swallowing the words pretty. This was supposed to belong to her alone to look at, yet that damned Ren had actually seen it. "Does she think you look good?" Hoshino grew angrier the more she thought about it, the baleful aura in her eyes barely containable. Was she thinking in her heart how easy you are to bully? You listened in utter astonishment. What kind of divine brain circuit is this? "Ms. Zing, please be reasonable?" Assistant Ren was terrified. The way she looked at me was like looking at a horror movie. How could she think I looked good? She was scared she'd be silenced by you. But Hoshino refused to listen to explanations. A madman's logic recognizes no reason, only possession. I don't care. She suddenly lowered her head, the tip of her nose brushing against yours, their breaths intertwining. Whether you look good or not, only I get to know. You were completely speechless. Before you could even coax this jealous jar, Hoshino suddenly glanced at the elevator display screen. 35, 34, 30 seconds left. She uttered a baffling statement. Collecting some interest. Before the words finished falling, Hoshino's lips descended heavily upon yours. This time, it wasn't playful flirtation. It was a deep, urgent kiss laden with punishment. One hand braced against the wall while the other tightly cupped the back of your head. She left you no room for retreat. Her thin lips forcefully pried open your teeth, driving straight in to sweep through you wantonly. You were forced to endure it while the front of your body burned like fire. The elevator plummeted rapidly, the sensation of weightlessness mixed with the dizziness of oxygen deprivation. 20, 10. The numbers counted down, yet Hoshino showed no signs of stopping, even emitting an embarrassing, heart-fluttering wet sound. It was as if she wanted to swallow back every shadow of you that others had laid eyes on entirely through this kiss. The air grew thinner and thinner. You were nearing suffocation. In the final 2 seconds before the elevator doors were about to open, Hoshino finally released you, though she didn't step back. Pressing against your swollen lips, her thumb heavily brushed across the silver thread of saliva at the corner of your mouth. Her gaze was terrifyingly dark as she panted heavily, her voice hoarse beyond recognition. From now on, this look only belongs to me. The elevator doors chimed open. The bright lights of the first-floor lobby flooded in instantly, and right outside stood several department managers waiting to report for work. However, the moment the elevator doors parted, what met their eyes was the aloof and unapproachable President Singh, standing with her back to them, leisurely tidying her clothes. While behind her, you leaned against the wall with lips swollen red. President Singh. The managers exchanged glances, stepping back neither forward nor away. Right at that moment, all expression on her face instantly vanished, reverting to that cold, aloof capital ghost. She spat out 2 words coldly. Out. Then she yanked your hand, striding out of the elevator and leaving behind a lobby vaguely scented with tangerine. The peace of the executive office was soon broken by a strong wave of cologne. At 3 in the afternoon, the office door was knocked on. Entering instead was a fresh face, a young man wearing a slim-fit suit with handsome features. He was the newly transferred chief secretary, Suta. Relying on his elite university degree and decent looks, he always fancied himself an exception to Hoshino. Women, what's so great about that little plaything tucked in the corner? Thus, Suta walked in carrying a tray and what he imagined was a dashing stride, his gaze stepping right past you, reading on the daybed. In his eyes, you were merely a pet raised in a cage, posing zero threat. His target was the woman behind the executive desk. Feigning a magnetic tone, he said, "Assistant Ren is busy. This is the coffee you requested." Instead of putting the coffee down, he bypassed the desk entirely and leaned directly toward Hoshino. Along with his approach, a heavy, pungent wave of cologne instantly diffused through the air. Hoshino's brows furrowed deeply, the tip of her pen slashing a harsh tear across the paper. Before she could even speak, Suta's foot suddenly slipped. Ah! His body lunged straight toward Hoshino, the coffee in his hand tilting along with him. According to his script, President Singh would surely catch him, and then he could manufacture physical contact. Yet never in his wildest dreams did he expect that the exact second the coffee spilled, not only did Hoshino refuse to catch him, but she reacted as if she had seen a plague source, violently sliding backward by half a meter along with her chair. The movement was so lightning fast, it was as if she were dodging a ghost. Clatter. The coffee cup smashed onto the floor, the scalding liquid splashing all over Suta. Except for 2 drops staining his trouser cuffs, his entire body remained completely clean. President Singh Suta collapsed onto the floor in an utter mess. "I didn't mean to. Let me help you clean it up." He reached out to touch Hoshino's. "Sold you overnight to the wealthy young lady who suffered from bipolar disorder and auditory hypersensitivity. Don't move." Hoshino spoke coldly, the 2 words sounding as though they had been fished straight out of an ice cellar. Suta's hand froze instantly in midair. Hoshino stood up, looking down at him imperiously, her face registering an unmasked physiological disgust. Raising a hand to cover her nose and mouth with her brows locked in a tight knot, she asked, "Did you fall into a perfume vat and pickle yourself?" Her voice was gloomy and cut straight to the bone. "This cheap, industrial, artificial scent is even stunkier than a sewer." Suda's face instantly flushed to the color of a pig's liver. "This is a limited edition. I don't care what kind of edition it is." Hoshino had zero desire to listen to his nonsense and felt a rising wave of nausea. "Your stench is assaulting my nose." The next second, Hoshino pointed toward the doorway with a tone allowing no room for negotiation. "Get out. Go straight to the Human Resources Department to collect your wages, and never let me smell this odor again." Suda was completely dumbfounded. The upward mobility plan he had meticulously prepared had actually lost to a bottle of cologne. "Are you still not rolling out?" Violent anger surfaced in Hoshino's eyes. "Do you want me to have security throw you out?" Terrified by that look, Suta shuddered all over and scrambled out in a panic. Peace finally returned to the office, though the pungent scent still lingered in the air. Hoshino stood right where she was, her expression looking utterly abysmal as every manic factor throughout her body screamed in protest. Too filthy. Just then, he walked over from the corner, holding a Celadon medicine jar. Having witnessed the entire scene from start to finish, you didn't think Hoshino was being cruel at all. Instead, you inexplicably felt like giving her a round of applause. Tentatively, you called out to her, "Missing?" At that very moment, Hoshino whirled around abruptly. The moment she laid eyes on you, those brooding, gloomy pupils finally found their focal point. Following that, she strode over, grabbed your wrist, and yanked you right into her embrace. The next second, acting much like a madman undergoing an episode, she impatiently lowered her head and buried her entire face into the crook of your neck. Her hair tickled you slightly, but she took a deep, greedy breath against your neck, pressing her nose against your warm skin to inhale that clean, crisp scent mixed with herbal medicine and sunlight. That nauseating cologne odor was finally dispelled, smoothing out the wrinkles in her cerebral cortex bit by bit. "Smells good." Muffled against your neck, she let out a sound like a big dog rubbing against you to beg for comfort. "You smell so much better. How on earth did you grow like this?" Squeezed tightly in her arms, you felt the dependence and vulnerability she only ever revealed in front of you. Raising your hand, you gently patted her back. In the past, you used to think Hoshino's germophobia and auditory hypersensitivity were nothing short of a torture device designed to torment people. Yet today, watching that man being driven away without an ounce of mercy, and hearing her say you were the only one who smelled good, the corners of your mouth unexpectedly curled upward into a tiny, uncontrollable arc. This madman's germophobia sometimes actually felt quite reassuring. At least in her world, everyone else was trash. This exclusive soul preference felt intoxicatingly satisfying. The Zine Group encountered a rare stock market fluctuation. Due to a sudden shift in overseas market policies, the company's stock price plummeted in a cliff-like drop within the first half hour of opening, enough to trigger a full-blown outbreak of Hoshino's bipolar disorder. Inside the executive office, the air pressure felt thick enough to freeze. Hoshino expressionlessly hung up the internal line, slamming it down with a force that nearly smashed the receiver. Her eyes were bloodshot with startling crimson, and her oppressive aura made Assistant Ren's stomach churn with nervous knots. "Get out!" Closing her eyes and massaging her throbbing temples, Hoshino spoke in a hoarse voice. "If you don't bring me a solution within 10 minutes, the entire risk control department can pack up and get lost." Assistant Ren scrambled out in a mad rush, leaving the oversized office with only the sound of rapid breathing and the smell of burning gunpowder lingering in the air. Sitting on the daybed, you couldn't register a single word of your reading. Watching Hoshino on the verge of a rampage, you had long since curled up in the corner like a quail, terrified of catching stray fire. Through your observations over the past few days, you had vaguely discovered a pattern. This madman, Hoshino, seemed to possess a specific set of reaction mechanisms when dealing with you. Provide a specific stimulus, and a specific reaction follows. Your gaze fell upon Hoshino's messy yet touchable hair. Let's give it a try. Worst case scenario is getting chewed out, and I'm already used to that. Taking a deep breath, you put down your book, lightened your steps, and walked over to the desk. Immersed in severe head pain and manic urges, Hoshino sensed someone approaching and snapped her eyes open, the ferocious glare in her depths not yet fully retracted. "What?" Before the word could finish, you had already mustered up your courage, tentatively placing your hand gently right on top of her head. Hoshino's voice cut off abruptly. Her entire body stiffened instantly, her pupils narrowing slightly. That was her head, the reverse scale of an enraged dragon. No one had ever dared lay a hand upon her head. Your heart was pounding wildly, too. The texture beneath your palm felt remarkably soft. "Miza koha. Ms. Kamisang," fighting the urge to pull your hand back. You gathered your courage and gently stroked her hair backward from the crown to the back of her head, just like petting a fluffed-up giant cat. Keeping your voice very soft and carrying the gentle tone of someone coaxing a child, you said, "The stock price will rise back up. Stop getting angry and hurting your head." Your fingers threaded through her hair, your fingertips gently massaging her tense scalp. Hoshino's originally rigid spine collapsed and softened at a speed visible to the naked eye. The sharp alarm bells ringing inside her mind were forcibly muted by this gentle touch. It felt as though a pair of hands were smoothing down every single one of her bristling hairs all along her spine. Comfortable, an exquisite, tingling sense of coziness bloomed straight from the depths of her soul. The crimson in Hoshino's eyes slowly faded, replaced by a hazy layer of moisture. Far from swatting your hand away or flying into a rage, she slowly closed her eyes, leaned her head back, and even actively nudged her head deeper into the palm of your hand. With that posture, where was there any trace of the man-eating female ghost from a moment ago? She looked precisely like a large feline animal that had been petted into bliss and was now asking for more affection. "Good!" A low, lazy nasal hum escaped her throat, her voice hoarse with a trace of greediness. "Pet it a couple more times," looking at the woman before you who sat with closed eyes and an expression of utter enjoyment. Your eyes widened in sheer shock. Really, it turned out that the violence and madness that struck terror into outsiders could actually be resolved simply by petting her head twice. You looked at your own hand, then back at Hoshino, who was currently as obedient as a giant cat. An epiphany suddenly dawned on you. In the past, you always viewed yourself as a caged bird, a plaything tossed around at her whim. Yet now, within this warped and pathological relationship, you were far from powerless. You held a remote control for Hoshino right in your hands. She might be a mad dog, a weapon with devastating destructive power, but you were the only one holding the safety pin to that weapon. If you wanted to, you could even make this fierce dragon drop down and wag its tail right at your feet. Good. The corners of your mouth couldn't help curving upward, a glimmer of sly brilliance flashing in your eyes. Applying a bit more moderate pressure to massage her, you asked softly, "Miss Singh, your parents, in order to pay off debts, sold you overnight to the wealthy young lady who suffered from bipolar disorder and auditory hypersensitivity?" Hoshino responded lazily, even wrapping her arms around your waist and burying her face into your lower abdomen. More, looking down at her from above, fear was entirely gone from your eyes, replaced by the composure and confidence of a beast tamer looking down at their own fierce creature. Taming the capital's top young miss wasn't actually as difficult as imagined. You just had to stroke her fur the right way. As the sun set, the golden red afterglow streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows. Hoshino maintained her posture of hugging your waist, her face buried against your lower abdomen. That half-hour head massage had completely relaxed the nerves she had kept strung tight all day long. Looking down at the woman in your arms, you realized this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The current Hoshino was akin to a well-fed lioness, thoroughly pleased by having her fur smoothed down. If you didn't bring up your request now, when would you? Taking a deep breath, you rapidly organized your thoughts. Through the observations of the past few days, you understood one golden rule. Playing hardball with Hoshino was useless, and playing the pity card was equally useless. The only thing that worked was making her believe the matter benefited her. "Miss Ging?" You softened your voice, your fingers gently massaging the pressure points behind her ears. "Do you feel a bit better now?" Hoshino gave a lazy hum of acknowledgement, tightening her arms around your waist as if expressing satisfaction. "Not bad." Maintaining your submissive massage, you sighed as if purely by chance. "I've been thinking about something lately. I feel my medical skills are still too shallow." Your tone sounded sincere, radiating a sense of self-reflection and care for her well-being. While this kind of simple massage can temporarily relieve your pain, it only treats the symptoms, not the root cause. Your bipolar disorder and auditory hypersensitivity are stubborn, chronic illnesses. Relying solely on pill rolling and massaging makes a complete cure very difficult. Hoshino finally opened her eyes, slowly straightening up as those deep pupils blinked while scrutinizing you. "You want to squat? Resume your internship at the affiliated hospital?" The moment those words dropped, Hoshino's complexion visibly darkened. The warmth that had just been established vanished instantly, replaced by her familiar, chilling gloominess. "You want to leave?" "Moku, it's further studies." Without waiting for her to blow her top, you rapidly tossed out your long-prepared bargaining chip at lightning speed. "Did you know? The traditional Chinese medicine department at the affiliated hospital recently welcomed an old specialist who holds a lost set of Ghost Gate 13 needles, specifically used for treating mental disorders and stubborn headaches." You began spouting total nonsense, though to be fair, it wasn't entirely made up, since the tradition did exist. That set of acupuncture techniques requires clinical practice to master. If I can learn it, I might be able to cure your headaches completely, and even alleviate your auditory hypersensitivity. You grabbed her sleeve instantly, your eyes gleaming with the sincere light of someone doing it all for her. "Ms. Xing, I want to free you from suffering. If I spend all day locked in the office peeling tangerines for you, my medical skills will wither away. In that case, I really would just be a useless pill reagent. I want to be a doctor who can genuinely help you, rather than just a pet kept for display." These words were spoken with utmost sincerity and an airtight logical loop. Finishing your pitch, you held your breath in breathless anticipation of the judgment. Yet the office plunged into a dead, suffocating silence. Hoshino didn't speak, simply staring quietly at you. Those pitch-black pupils resembled twin-deep wells, making it impossible to read whether she was pleased or angered. 2 seconds felt stretched out endlessly. Just when you assumed your act had bombed and were ready to resign yourself to fate, a very faint, low chuckle suddenly slipped from Hoshino's throat, not out of mockery, but carrying a trace of surprise and even a hint of appreciation. Following that, slender fingers brushed lightly across your cheek. "Moku." The next second, that exquisite face closed in on you until the tips of your noses nearly touched. Those eyes, usually steeped in gloom, now flickered with fragments of light, looking like a child who had discovered a novel toy. "How come I never noticed you're so good with words?" Feeling a momentary lapse in confidence, your eyes flickered. "I'm telling the truth." Hoshino raised an eyebrow, looking at you with a half smile as she pierced straight through your little scheme. "Are you doing this to cure me, or because you don't want to stay here keeping me company while I work?" Or rather, her fingers slid down your cheek to pinch the pulsing blood vessel at the side of your neck. "Do you think I've been pampering you too much lately, so you've learned to play tricks on me?" Your whole body went rigid. You had been seen right through. In front of this veteran business fox, your little tricks amounted to nothing more than swinging a broadsword in front of Guan Yu. Just as you prepared to argue your case, Hoshino pressed a finger against your lips. Far from angry, she looked at you. Someone clearly terrified, yet still fighting hard to negotiate with her, and felt an odd wave of delight surge in her heart. In the past, you would only tremble, but the current you knew how to scheme, knowing how to leverage her weaknesses to achieve your goals. You had grown vibrant, even carrying a touch of a fascinating dark edge. "Wanting to play tricks, huh?" Hoshino released her hand, leaning back against the chair with a lazy yet dangerous tone. "Since you want to go learn those Ghost Gate 13 needles." She paused, her gaze sweeping across your hopeful face before the corners of her lips curved upward into a knowing arc. "I can agree to it." Your eyes lit up instantly. "Don't rush to be happy yet." Hoshino picked up her pen, leisurely tossing out the second half. "I'm a businesswoman, and I never do losing business. You want to resume your internship and leave my line of sight for the hospital." Her gaze grew profound, belonging to a hunter eyeing prey that had walked into a trap. "But you have to pay the price." The last remnants of the sunset's afterglow dipped beneath the horizon, while your heart leaped straight into your throat. You instinctively clutched your collar tight, eyeing the calculating old fox before you with vigilance. I don't have money right now. Internship pay is really low. Watching your miser-like expression, Hoshino let out a soft laugh. Who wants your money? Sitting up straight, her slender fingers tapped rhythmically against the mahogany desktop like someone finalizing the final clauses of a contract. What I want is after-sales service. After-sales? I can let you go to the hospital for your internship and learn whatever kind of acupuncture nonsense. With profound eyes, Hoshino raised a single finger, her tone overbearing. Every day at 5 in the afternoon, no matter what you're doing, unless it's a matter of life and death, you must appear promptly downstairs at the company. I don't wait for people. You nodded like a woodpecker, pecking wood instantly. No problem. 5 o'clock is right when work ends. I'll definitely be on time. As long as you could get out, forget 5, you could run back by 4:30. Leaning forward, Hoshino stated, every night when you come back, I'm going to inspect. Inspect what? Inspecting my work notes? Instead, Hoshino gave you a look that clearly said, are you genuinely stupid or just playing dumb? Before extending a fingertip to trace extremely seductively down your collar, stopping right at your delicate collarbone, inspecting whether you brought back any unauthorized scents on your body. Remembering the disinfectant smell and your female classmate's scent from the other day? A trace of gloom flashed instantly across her eyes. Your parents, in order to pay off debts, sold you overnight to the wealthy young lady who suffered from bipolar disorder and auditory hypersensitivity. Places like hospitals are crawling with germs. I need to make sure you're still clean with my scent. If I catch even a hint of someone else's odor on you, she curved the corners of her lips into an evil smile. You know the consequence. I'll throw you straight into the bathtub and scrub a layer of skin off myself. You gave an involuntary shudder, remembering that dark green bottle of body wash from that night. Oh, be careful. And Hoshino's finger didn't move away, instead sliding down to grip your chin firmly. Inspecting your heart. Checking if you got distracted during those 8 hours away from me. Checking your heart rate frequency. With their noses nearly touching and their breaths intertwining, she whispered, checking you. You felt a wave of helplessness. This is getting way too cheesy. Clearly this is suffocating control. How on earth is this supposed to be inspected? Looking at your embarrassed appearance, the amusement in Hoshino's eyes only deepened. That's my business. She withdrew her hand and leaned back against the chair, resuming her aloof and superior posture. You just need to obediently cooperate. Well, how about this deal? You bit your lip. Although the terms were harsh, this was already a massive step forward, for the sake of freedom and for the Ghostgate 13 needles. Deal. You nodded forcefully, terrified that she might renege. Then it's settled. I'll report to the hospital tomorrow. With that, you turned around wanting to run. Yet Hoshino lazily called out to you. Your steps paused. Anything else? The contract is signed. Shouldn't you pay some deposit? Hoshino sat in that executive chair, symbolizing billions in power, supporting her head with one hand while the index finger of her other hand tapped lightly against her perfectly shaped thin lips. Her meaning was self-evident. Your eyes widened. Hoshino raised an eyebrow, speaking as a matter of course. I also need to collect some interest to soothe my heart, which is wounded at the prospect of separating from you. Now, come over and pay the deposit. Looking at this woman who acted so domineering, yet deliberately tried to play the pitiful card, you could only resign yourself to your fate. Dragging your feet, you walked over, bypassed the desk, and arrived right before her. Hoshino didn't move, simply watching you with an unhurried air, like a queen waiting for a tribute. Taking a deep breath, you bent down, closed your eyes, and brushed your lips swiftly across the corner of hers. Happy now? Yet Hoshino blinked, clearly deeply dissatisfied with this perfunctory deposit. Moku, she sneered. This is called interest. This doesn't even count as a fraction of the principal. Before her words finished falling, she abruptly thrust out a hand, grabbed the back of your head, and dragged you mercilessly down before you had a chance to escape. Forced to bend over once more with zero opportunity for retreat, Hoshino raised her chin, her thin lips forcefully pressing over yours, accurately and unerringly sealing your lips. She pried open your teeth, her tongue driving straight in with the ferocity and possessiveness of someone intending to devour you whole, rampaging through your oral cavity and sweeping away all your breath. Not until you were on the verge of oxygen deprivation and suffocation did Hoshino release you. Yet she didn't let you step back, pressing her forehead against yours instead, while her thumb heavily brushed across your swollen, moist lips. Gazing at your dazed and misty eyes, Hoshino's depths burned with the dark fire of satisfaction. "That's the deposit." Her voice was hoarse, carrying a trace of unfulfilled, lingering heat. "Sealed. Go." Just like that, you obtained Hoshino's sealed approval and finally resumed your alternating routine of interning between the school and the hospital. Although you had to hurry back to the Singroup building like Cinderella to check in every single day at 5 in the afternoon, and endure that blood-rushing full-body inspection every night, this still felt like a rare breath of freedom to you. However, you quickly discovered that such freedom came with a price. On Wednesday morning, dressed in a white lab coat with a stethoscope hanging around your neck, you followed your supervising teacher on rounds. Right at that moment, whispers drifted through the corridor as a few nurses and interns pointed and poked at your back. "That's him, the one who comes to the internship in a Maybach. Keep your voice down. I heard his financial backer has massive connections. The last person who harassed him had their hand broken." Your steps paused slightly, your fingers tightening around the medical chart holder. You had heard far too many similar idle gossips lately, with Hoshino's flashy Maybach dropping you off rain or shine every day. Keeping a low profile was impossible. Just like that, you transformed from the department's top academic star into everyone else's gossip fodder. A kept canary controlled by a ruthless mob boss, with even uglier labels like high-priced foreign boy. Moku, senior sister Eriko from your peer group, walked over awkwardly. "It's just idle gossip. It'll blow over soon." Taking a deep breath, your expression remained calm. "I know. You didn't want to explain, because the more you explained, the muddier it got. Besides, to a certain extent, they weren't entirely wrong. You were indeed kept by that mad woman, and you did indeed rely on her power." At noon in the school cafeteria, the moment you sat down with your tray, your phone suddenly vibrated. It was a message from your roommate Chika. "Little Moku, have you checked the school forum? Someone is dragging you through the mud." Your heart skipped a beat as you immediately dropped your chopsticks and clicked open the screenshot of the campus forum. A highlighted post topped the list, followed by a glaring "What" tag, exposing the upward mobility history of a certain department star, S surname male student, high coal top student by day, wealthy elite plaything by night, pictures and proof inside. Your fingertips grew slightly cold as you opened the original post, which contained thousands of words of malicious fabrication detailing how you seduced the wealthy elite and leveraged your body to climb the ranks. Below were several high-definition stealth photos. The first showed Hoshino's Maybach parked downstairs at the dormitory building, capturing your back as you bent down to get into the car. The second showed a hand adorned with prayer beads pinching your chin, seemingly demanding a kiss. Although the woman's face was censored, that intensely aggressive posture and the luxury car background were more than enough to ignite everyone's imagination. The comments section had completely collapsed. "Isn't this Moku from the traditional Chinese medicine department? You can never judge a book by its cover. He usually acts so high and mighty, yet behind closed doors he plays so dirty. No wonder he vanished for half a month before. Turns out he went off to serve his sugar mummy. Absolutely disgusting. Someone like this even deserves to study medicine." Malicious reviews flooded in, every single one piercing you deeply like sharp thorns. Not far away, Rin was holding a phone with a gloating, sneering smirk curving the corners of her mouth. She was busy admiring her own masterpiece. You looked at those words on the screen, "selling your body." Had this happened in the past, seeing such things would have terrified you out of your wits because your reputation and your final shreds of dignity were things you deeply cared about. Yet right now, sitting quietly in the bustling cafeteria, you looked at the phone screen without even a tremor in your hands. Instead, you calmly closed the post, flipped your phone face down onto the table, let out a gentle sigh, lowered your head, and took a leisurely sip of your soup. Following that, you rolled up your sleeve. That string of cold white jade Bodhi prayer beads hidden beneath your fabric emitted a faint chilly gleam under the lights. Extending your fingertips, you gently stroked the smooth jade beads. The icy texture provided an unprecedented sense of stability to your heart. Those people thought you were a pushover who would crumble under a few rumors, but they had no idea you were no longer that helpless orphan meant to be bullied by anyone. Your parents, in order to pay off debts, sold you overnight to the wealthy young lady who suffered from bipolar disorder and auditory hypersensitivity. You held the imperial jade seal of the capital's queen in your hands, and behind you stood the mad woman who struck terror into the entire capital. Hoshino had once said, "Seeing the beads is seeing me." She had also said, "Smash it back, and if it breaks, put it on my tab." You slowly raised your head, a fierce edge borrowed from that woman shining through. "Since you all want to watch a show, and since you all think I'm a kept plaything, I'll let you see whether this so-called canary can peck your eyes out." You picked up your phone and sent a message to that pinned, dark profile picture. "Transmission successful." You hooked the corners of your lips, your gaze ice cold. Overnight, your world in the medical academy fell from the lofty peaks down to the altars, transforming you into a social pariah cursed by everyone. On Thursday morning, the moment you stepped into the teaching building, you sensed an abnormality in the surrounding air. The noisy crowd in the corridor instantly fell dead silent the exact moment you appeared. Following that, countless gazes struck you like searchlights. "Look at him. Looks so pure on the outside. Never expected him to be so filthy in his bones." Those dirty slurs buzzed around like flies. You covered the prayer beads on your wrist and marched forward straight and tall without looking sideways. As long as I'm not embarrassed, the embarrassed ones are everyone else. This was the first survival rule you learned beside Hoshino. When you pushed open the doors of the large lecture hall, the noisy classroom instantly plunged into a suffocating silence. Over 200 pairs of eyes locked onto you in unison, filled with morbid curiosity and schadenfreude. Your gaze cut through the crowd and landed on the blackboard up front, where striking red chalk had filled the entire surface with degrading, insulting vocabulary. "Wealthy elite plaything, get out of the medical academy." Every single word was gigantic and aggressive, as if trying to devour you whole. Rin, sitting in the front row, even pulled out her phone to take pictures of the blackboard, shouting loudly, "Oh look, our campus star has arrived." Moku, aren't you going to explain the questions on this blackboard to everyone? Malicious jeers rose and fell in waves. Everyone assumed you would lose your temper, yet standing at the doorway looking at the profanity covering the board, your face showed absolutely no expression. You merely cast a casual glance at Rin, then stepped forward, walking steadily step by step onto the podium. The snickering in the classroom gradually quieted down. Staring in shock at your actions, they watched you walk up to the blackboard and patiently begin wiping away those red marks, which drifted down like falling dust. Those aggressive words gradually vanished beneath your hand until they disappeared entirely. The entire process lasted a full 2 minutes. Out of the more than 200 people in the full classroom, not a single person spoke. Everyone was stunned into silence by your near-uncanny composure. Once the board was clean, you put down the eraser, dusted off your hands, turned around to face the diverse expressions of the crowd below, and let out a steady breath. At that moment, you thought of Hoshino, of her study room littered in chaos during that stormy night, of her madness when an episode drove her to press cigarette butts into her own flesh, and of the suffocating terror when her hands clamped around your neck. Compared to all that, these infantile campus graffiti drawings and taunts were nothing more than kindergarten playtime, childish and utterly boring. Class starts in 3 minutes. This period is TCM physiology. That female professor has a terrible temper and hates seeing a dirty blackboard. Looking straight at the female student who had been shouting the loudest just moments ago, your gaze remained cool. "If you don't want to fail the course, you'd better shut your mouth right now." Finished speaking, you ignored everyone else, walked straight to the dead center of the front row, sat down quietly, and opened your textbook. Dead silence hung in the room for 3 seconds. That female student quietly sat back down, her voice dropping significantly lower. Rin gnashed her teeth, staring fixedly at your straight back while the pen in her hand nearly snapped in half. She couldn't understand it. Clearly trampled down into the mud, how on earth could you still maintain such an aloof attitude? Looking down at your book, your hand slipped quietly into your sleeve to grasp that string of icy prayer beads. With her standing behind you, these monsters and demons can't harm you in the slightest. The first major lecture finally ended. The moment the female professor left, the oppressive atmosphere instantly revived. Just as you prepared to go grab a cup of water, you found the aisle blocked. Rin stood there, grinning alongside a few lackeys, holding a cup of scalding latte, casting occasional glances your way with clear malice. Hugging your books, you tried to skirt around the other side, the moment you passed right by Rin's side. "Oops!" Rin suddenly let out an exaggerated scream. hurling her entire body toward you without warning. The lid of the latte in her hand happened to be loose. Splash. A full cup of scalding dark brown coffee splashed all over you, the scorching liquid instantly soaking through your clothes. The surrounding area instantly fell silent as everyone waited for a good show. You gasped in shock as the sticky liquid clung uncomfortably to your skin. Feigning utter shock, Rin let out a smile dripping with schadenfreude. "Oh, I am so sorry." Inspecting your ruined clothes up and down, her tone was packed with utter disdain. "Though, I guess it doesn't matter, right? Your sugar daddy is so loaded anyway, so what if this outfit gets ruined?" Stepping even closer, Rin whispered in a toxic voice, "Go back tonight and serve your backer well so she can buy you 10 more. After all, for you, it's just a matter of bending over, right?" An oppressed, muffled chuckle erupted around the room. Everyone expected you to run off in shame or fly into a furious rage. Yet you didn't run, nor did you even bother wiping the stains off your body. You simply stood quietly there, glanced down at your soaked clothes, and slowly raised your head. Those eyes currently resembled a bottomless abyss of frozen water, coldly locking onto Rin. Rin actually caught a glimpse of Hoshino's shadow in you, that superior gaze looking down on people as if they were trash. "Finished laughing?" Your voice was not loud, but chillingly calm enough to creep people out. Feeling slightly guilty under your stare, Rin nevertheless hardened her tone. "What's wrong with saying a couple of words? I didn't do it on purpose. At worst, I'll pay for your dry cleaning. Is a few dozen bucks enough?" She actually fished a 100-bill note out of her pocket and tossed it down at your feet like tossing alms to a beggar. Ignoring the money on the floor entirely, you pulled out your phone from your pocket, opened your payment QR code, and thrust it directly in front of Rin. "This outfit is a private custom piece from Italy," you stated flatly, sounding as though you were reporting the most ordinary fact in the world. "It's not sold domestically, and I don't remember the exact original price." Staring at Rin's stiffening face, your thin lips parted slightly. The students who had been chuckling moments before widened their eyes in shock, drawing in a sharp breath. 38,000 for a plain piece of clothing? Are you out of your mind? A ragged piece of clothing costs 38,000? You're trying to extort! Rin shrieked on the spot. "Extortion? You can go check for yourself." You stepped forward abruptly, closing the distance to tower over Rin. Though slender, your presence at that moment turned terrifyingly strong. This was the confidence of an authority figure absorbed over time, from constantly staying by Hoshino's side. Pointing toward the massive stain on your chest, your gaze remained indifferent. "The coffee has soaked in, the clothes are ruined beyond cleaning. Rin, you're the one who said you'd pay for it." You shook the QR code on your phone screen, black and white, blindingly clear. "If you don't pay, I'm calling the police right now. We can head to the police station to assess the damages slowly." Rin panicked completely. Taking a closer look at the fabric texture and gloss, she realized it truly wasn't some street vendor knockoff. 38,000 was more than her monthly allowance of just over 10,000. To her, this sum was by no means a small amount. Your parents, in order to pay off debts, sold you overnight to the wealthy young lady who suffered from bipolar disorder and auditory hypersensitivity. More importantly, your seasoned composure completely intimidated her. If you hadn't been genuinely used to wearing such garments, how could you remain so calm when they were ruined? It couldn't be faked. "I don't have that much cash." Rin's bravado instantly vanished, her voice trembling. "That's your problem. You put away your phone, your expression calm. I want the transfer by tonight." Mimicking Hoshino's casual tone, you left behind a casual threat. "My lawyer will be in touch with you." Finished speaking, you ignored Rin's pale face, turned around to pick up your school bag and straightened your spine as you walked out of the classroom amidst the awe-filled, complex gazes of your classmates. Not until you stepped out through the front doors did your tense shoulders slacken slightly. Looking down at your ruined clothes, your heart ached so much it twitched. In reality, the outfit didn't cost 38,000. It was over 60,000. But you didn't regret your retaliation just then. Touching the prayer beads inside your sleeve, the corners of your lips curled upward into a self-deprecating arc. So this was what it felt like to bully others by leaning on power. You had to admit, having just survived a massive compensation battle, The cold fabric sticking to your skin mixed with the sweet, sticky scent of coffee made you feel extremely uncomfortable. At 12 noon, just as you prepared to head out and buy a change of casual clothes, stepping out to the front entrance instantly caused a commotion. Another luxury car had arrived, this time not a Maybach, but a Bentley. A pitch-black extended Bentley slowly pulled up by the roadside, and the door opened. Instead, it was an elderly woman dressed exquisitely in white gloves, none other than Natsu, the head housekeeper of the Singh estate. Holding a red sandalwood food box, Natsu's gaze swept through the crowd, quickly locking onto you. Mr. Moku. Natsu stepped forward quickly, bowing her waist to a standard 90 degrees as her tone overflowed with utmost respect. Young miss heard you suffered a shock at school and feared you might have no appetite, so she specifically sent me to bring you some medicinal diet prepared by the home's private chef. You were instantly flustered. Why did you have to make the trip yourself? Catching sight of the coffee stain on your chest, Natsu's aged eyes flashed with a hint of heartache and suppressed fury. Oh my, if young miss sees this, she's gonna be heartbroken all over again. She waved her hand, and the female driver behind her immediately handed over an exquisite paper bag. This is what young miss had someone send over. Hurry up and change into these new clothes. Your heart warmed. Although Hoshino was a madwoman, the people around her, whether Natsu or the bodyguards, were genuinely good to you. Thus, you took the food box and the paper bag. Thank you, Natsu, and please thank Miss Hoshino for me as well. Yet this heartwarming scene completely twisted into something else entirely. The luxury car. Along with that respectful yet intimate attitude, in an instant, a few student paparazzi not far away trembled with excitement, their fingers shaking. Did you catch it? Good grief, so this is the sugar daddy? It turns out to be an old hag whose hair is completely white. She must be at least 70. You can actually bring yourself to swallow that? Way too hardcore. The malicious sound of camera shutters was completely drowned out. Natsu, entirely oblivious, simply gave her diligent and responsible instructions. Mr. Moku, young miss says she will come pick you up at 5 o'clock tonight. With that, she bowed respectfully once more before turning around, boarding the car, and driving away. Yet, a mere 10 minutes later, the Medical Academy's campus forum practically exploded. A fresh post, rocketing straight to the #1 spot on the trending list with the speed of a rocket. Solid proof is out. The sugar daddy behind the department store is actually her. The main post directly dropped that set of photos from the school gate. The white-haired Natsu was maliciously interpreted as handing you the food box with a face full of doting indulgence, while your grateful gaze was twisted into looking at the old lady with deep, lingering affection. The accompanying text was even more viciously extreme. Families, who gets this? The real sugar daddy is this old hag who could be your grandmother. Luxury car pickups, deliveries of food and clothes. This old hag really dotes on her little gigolo. I'm throwing up. Does he fancy she doesn't take baths? Does he fancy her advanced age? This is your male god's true face, willing to pry open even a coffin lid. Meanwhile, in the corner of the cafeteria, the moment you opened the red sandalwood food box, inside was a piping hot bowl of bird's nest congee. Yet before you even had a chance to take a single bite, your phone was bombarded with notifications. The moment you caught sight of that forum post, the bird's nest in your mouth nearly sprayed out. You looked at the kind-faced Natsu in the photos, then looked at those unbearable comments, feeling utterly speechless at the old hag narrative. Right at that moment, a few male students passing by with their food trays cast disgusted glances your way. Moku, is this grandma's loving lunch? Does it carry a strong hint of old people's smell? Your hand holding the spoon paused. You genuinely wanted to slam this bowl of bird's nest right onto their heads and loudly tell them this was sent by Hoshino. Yet deep within your mind suddenly flashed Hoshino's cold, arrogant, and peerless face. If that high and mighty queen ever found out that she was being portrayed as a white-haired 70 or 80-year-old crone, you shuddered violently. She would probably genuinely tear the school apart. Natsu was so good to you. If she got dragged into this scandal, she would undoubtedly become the target of unbridled wrath. Forget it. You took a deep breath and silently flipped your phone face down. Let them misunderstand. It was still better than having that madwoman rush over right now to slaughter people. Looking at the exquisite medicinal diet before you, you smiled wryly and bitterly. The louder these people cursed now, the harder their faces would sting when the truth finally came to light. After all, What Hoshino hated most in this world was anyone calling her old. Simultaneously, at the headquarters of the Xing Group, inside the top-floor president's office, Executive Assistant Ren felt that her career might be drawing to a close. Clutching her tablet, she stood trembling before the executive desk, not daring to even draw a full breath. Is this that post? Behind the desk, Hoshino twirled a fountain pen, her voice so chillingly calm it made one's hair stand on end. Yes, Ren said, her voice trembling. The Public Relations Department is already handling it. Hoshino didn't speak. She reached out, took the tablet, and her slender fingers swiped across the screen. Entering her field of vision was that explosive post about a May to December romance, accompanied by several thousand viciously malicious comments. Coffin savings. Heavy taste. Every single one was like an arrow wrapped in venom, shooting straight toward the young man she held in the palm of her hand. Hoshino's face grew increasingly dark, the surrounding air pressure dropping until it felt like it could condense ice crystals. Until her gaze locked onto that piece of solid proof photo, along with the highest liked comment. Look at this old hag, she's at least 70 or 80. In order to climb the ranks, Moku can even tolerate someone half buried in the dirt. I respect him, I really do. That so-called sugar daddy turned out to be none of other than her estate's housekeeper, Natsu, and she, Hoshino, the dignified queen of the capital's elite circle, in her prime at 25 years old, had actually been mistaken by this pack of idiots for a non-existent dead person, while even getting her position replaced by an old woman. A chilling laugh spilled out from Hoshino's throat. The next second, that six-figure Mont Blanc fountain pen, which had been used for less than 2 hours, snapped cleanly into 2 pieces right between her fingertips, ink splashing out to burst into a dark flower across the back of her hand. Executive Assistant Ren felt her knees weaken so much, she almost collapsed on the spot. Hoshino stared straight at the screen, absurdity and fury roiling deep within her eyes. She jerked her head up, the freezing glare in her eyes practically capable of freezing someone to death. They're saying I'm a 70 or 80-year-old hag? And they're saying Moku is doing it for coffin savings, Ren stammered out an explanation. President Xing, they misunderstood. These students are blind. Misunderstood? Hoshino slammed the tablet heavily onto the desk, the screen fracturing instantly. She abruptly stood up, wrenching open her shirt collar, her towering fury no longer suppressible. Striding aggressively toward the exit, she spoke in a spine-chilling tone. We're going to the medical academy. I'm going to let this pack of blind fools take a good look at who the real hag is. She's gonna slaughter them. She's gonna slaughter the entire school. Right as Hoshino was about to step out the office doors to unleash a storm of blood and slaughter. Ding dong. The private phone in her pocket suddenly chimed. It was the notification tone for a special priority contact. Hoshino's steps halted abruptly. She pulled out her phone. A brand new message popped up on the screen, coming from her little pot. Your parents, in order to pay off debts, sold you overnight to the wealthy young lady who suffered from bipolar disorder and auditory hypersensitivity. Hoshino's steps halted abruptly. She pulled out her phone. A message from her little pot popped up on the screen, containing only a simple, straightforward sentence. Miss Hoshino, someone is bullying your TCM doctor. You guessed she would go completely ballistic upon seeing the post, so you immediately fired off a second text. Please. Capital Queen Hoshino's reply carried overwhelming fury. Why won't you let me go? They called me an old woman. I want to slaughter people. Yet you tapped out a resolute line of text. Because you are the ultimate trump card. The trump card must be kept for the grand finale. This matter, I want to handle it myself. This Friday is the whole school's aromatherapy competition. I'm going to take first prize, throw the filth right back in their faces, and beat them black and blue. Looking at your bold declaration, Hoshino in the office froze. She could vividly picture you gritting your teeth with a stubborn look in your eyes. You hadn't begged her for protection. You were going to bear your own claws and fangs. Hoshino's tense lips suddenly curved upward into a cruel arc. She picked up her phone, pressed and held the voice note button, her tone lazy, yet carrying unquestionable dominance. Fine, then I'll let you play. However, that is your final ultimatum, and also your absolute backing. I'll give you 1 week. If you don't win, or if you get wronged, I'll tear down that rotten school and pave over it to build an amusement park for you to play in. Yet, that wasn't the end of it. Hoshino issued a fresh directive to the secretary behind her. Go look into that aromatherapy competition. Make it hit with a massive splash." Her gaze gleamed with dangerous light. "Add 20 million in sponsorship to the organizers. On the day of the finals, I will personally attend as a judge. And by the way, let this bunch of blind fools see what their so-called old hag sugar daddy actually looks like." In the blink of an eye, Friday arrived, the registration site for the aromatherapy competition, the absolute best opportunity to prove yourself. Yet half an hour before the registration deadline, an unexpected development struck. Standing in the lobby holding your registration form, senior schoolmate Eriko, who had agreed to team up with you, was nowhere to be seen. A cowardly voice drifted from behind. You turned around and spotted Eriko, though standing right behind her were a few other girls waiting to watch you make a fool of yourself. Eriko didn't dare meet your eyes, her hands tightly clutching a withdrawal application form while her face flushed bright red. "I'm sorry, I can't team up with you anymore." Your heart sank, though your expression remained calm. "Why?" Eriko bit her lip, her voice dropping extremely low. "The professor called me in for a talk. Said that if I pair up with you, it'll affect my scholarship." Here came that invisible soft knife again. Following that, she glanced nervously toward Rin, not far away, lowering her voice even further. "And Rin said that if I also want to get dragged through the mud on the forum, I should just go ahead and follow you." Now you understood completely. This was collective punishment. Rin was forcing everyone to isolate you and make every step an obstacle. Looking at Eriko's cowardly and evasive appearance without offering any retention, you simply nodded. "I understand." The next second, Eriko acted as if granted a great amnesty and bolted away in a panic, left standing all alone in the center of the spacious lobby. Right at that moment, the noisy, surrounding crowd suddenly quieted down, countless gazes converging onto you with either mockery or pity. Rin walked over wearing shiny leather shoes like a victorious rooster. Well, how does the taste of being abandoned feel, department star Moku?" She exaggeratedly covered her nose, shouting loudly at the surrounding onlookers. Who dares team up with a kept little plaything? This competition is supposed to be a sacred academic hall. Mocking jeers rose and fell in waves. Everyone had concluded that you were bound to lose this time. Standing right at the vortex of malice, you couldn't even be bothered to look at them. You simply lowered your gaze to the registration form in your hand. The partner name column was completely blank. The rules clearly stated that this competition was principally a two-person team format. Principally. You instantly recalled what Hoshino had once said. The strong do not need to huddle together. The next second, you took a deep breath, forcefully crossed out that line on the registration form, and strode over to the registration desk, slapping the form flat onto the counter. "Teacher." The teacher in charge of registration frowned. "Moku?" You straightened your spine, your voice cold and resolute. "No partner. I'm going solo." At those words, the entire hall erupted in uproar. "Doing two people's work alone?" Rin laughed out loud. "Moku, who do you think you are? Reincarnated divine doctor?" Facing the overwhelming skepticism, you simply swept a cool glance over the crowd. You rolled up your sleeves, exposing that string of cold white jade Buddhist prayer beads, while those apricot eyes burned with a desperate, all-or-nothing flame. Staring right at the teacher, you spoke word by word. The rules only stated principally double. It never prohibited going solo. I have two hands, and that's enough. I am my own team. Shaken by your formidable aura, the teacher finally stamped the form. Moku, looking at that red stamp seal, your heart felt completely clear. So what if you were isolated? Since no one dared stand by your side, you would hack out a bloody path all by yourself for them to witness. Just 48 hours shy of the finals, another unexpected incident struck on a bright morning. You arrived early at the experimental building, preparing to pull out your secret weapon for the competition, those few rare ingredients you had acquired using Hoshino's pocket money. Yet the moment you approached your storage locker, your right eyelid suddenly twitched violently. You pulled out the key and inserted it into the keyhole. The locker door sprang open, and a nauseating chemical ink smell instantly hit you in the face. Your heart plummeted hard. You rigidly pulled the door open wider. The next second, the scene before your eyes made your blood run completely cold. The locker was in absolute chaos. The century-old agarwood powder, top-grade saffron, and natural musk that you had carefully sorted and bottled had all been drenched in jet-black, concentrated ink. Thick black ink dripped downwards, soaking those precious medicinal herbs until they were utterly unrecognizable. Even on the inner side of the cabinet door, someone had used bright red oil paint to scrawl a line of words, "Stolen goods." You stared dead-eyed at that pile of ruined waste. This was naked malice, an outright attempt to leave you with zero escape routes. Ordinary medicinal herbs could be replaced if ruined, but these specific core ingredients of the ancient formula had no retail stock available anywhere on the market. Even if you placed an emergency order, shipping would take at least 3 to 5 days. With the finals the day after tomorrow, how were you supposed to compete without your primary ingredients? Suppressed low chuckles echoed from nearby. Without turning your head, you knew Rin and her lackets were hiding in the corner, admiring your expression of despair. They wanted to watch you break down, watch you withdraw in disgrace, and cement the accusation of being a useless vase. You took a deep breath, and when you reopened your eyes, the panic had been completely replaced by cold, ruthless composure. You decisively pulled out your phone and dialed that pinned contact at the top. The phone rang only twice before being picked up, and Hoshino's lazy yet magnetic voice flowed through the earpiece. Hearing that voice, the defenses you had kept rigidly upright instantly collapsed by a corner. "Miss Hoshino, someone is bullying me. Your parents, in order to pay off debts, sold you overnight to the wealthy young lady who suffered from bipolar disorder and auditory hypersensitivity." In an instant, inside the Xing corporate office, Hoshino's hand signing documents paused abruptly, the pen tip blooming a dark ink blot on the paper. She raised her head, her gaze instantly turning viciously predatory. The surrounding air plummeted, and she uttered a single word. "Who? No need for you to come over. I'm looking at that pile of waste right now. My experimental materials were completely ruined, all covered in black ink. Not a single speck usable. The competition is the day after tomorrow, and I can't buy new ones." Hearing you out, the blazing fire in Hoshino's heart on the other end of the line was surprisingly suppressed by a different emotion. This feeling of being needed deeply pleased her. Leaning back against her executive chair, the corners of her lips curved upward into an amused smirk. "What do you want me to do?" You gritted your teeth, recalling that massive medicinal vault beneath the Xing estate that rivaled a museum. As if discussing a covert secret, you asked, "Can you lend me some of your stock? Just a tiny bit of agarwood and musk. They're very expensive. You can put it on my tab." "Lend?" Hoshino chuckled softly. "Moku, do you have some kind of misunderstanding about your identity as the master of the Xing estate?" Gazing out the window, her voice dropped low and overbearing. "The entire Xing estate is your cage." Hoshino paused, her tone arrogant. "Since the original ones were destroyed, we'll just replace them with better ones. I'll have someone deliver the top-grade stock straight from the warehouse to you." She blinked, a trace of cruel doting flashing through her eyes. Let them take a good look at what a real tycoon actually is. Hanging up the phone, a mere 58 minutes later, the campus tranquility was suddenly shattered by a deep, rumbling engine roar. A convoy of pitch-black vehicles slowly drove in. Leading the way were 4 Land Rovers, right in the middle of which were 3 specialized cold chain transport trucks bearing special insignia. Ordinarily reserved for top-tier fresh produce and sensitive instruments, the imposing convoy drove straight up to the experimental building and stopped steadily. Is the cafeteria getting top-tier seafood? Looking at the license plates, those were high-end logistics trucks belonging to the Xing Group, typically used for transporting auction-grade red wine. Right as everyone murmured in discussion, the vehicle doors swung open simultaneously. A dozen bodyguards in black suits and white gloves quickly hopped out, stringing up caution tape, as if they were handling radioactive warheads. Following that, the transport trucks' rear cargo doors slowly lifted, billowing out white plumes of cryogenic mist. The bodyguards carefully unloaded custom-made, constant-temperature stainless steel cases one by one. Every single case bore a striking label stamped in gold leaf, "Xing Private Vault." Rin and the crowd sneered. Must be some big spenders putting on a show, playing ghosts and gods. Yet the next second, her smile froze, because the lead bodyguard captain marched straight toward you. "Mr. Moku?" The bodyguard captain stopped right in front of you, bowing respectfully. "Miss Hoshino had us deliver your takeout. Please inspect and accept." You looked at the mountain of cases before you, the corners of your lips twitching. Is this what she called lend a little bit? I only asked for a few grams of agarwood. Did this convoy empty out the entire Xing estate warehouse? You muttered under your breath. This is way too. The bodyguard captain remained entirely solemn. Miss Hoshino said, "If you're going to use it, use the best, and plenty of it." With that, he waved his hand. Instantly, the case lids popped open, and a rich, mellow medicinal fragrance instantly filled the air. An old professor from the Department of Traditional Chinese Medicine happened to walk by. When he saw the contents of the case, his eyes nearly popped out of his head and he lunged straight forward. Inside lay a piece of withered wood as thick as an arm. Top-grade Kainam agarwood, a century-old piece. This single piece could trade for an entire apartment in the capital. In the second case was top-grade Iranian saffron. The third case was even more outrageous. 2 wild purple lingji mushrooms the size of wash basins, along with deer antlers, natural musk, and Changbai mountain wild ginseng. Were these illegal materials? This was clearly a mobile museum of traditional Chinese medicine. Under the absolute crushing weight of wealth, public opinion instantly flipped. Who said he stole anything? His family owns mines. Why would he bother stealing scraps? Standing amidst the exorbitant medicinal materials and feeling the surrounding gazes shift from contempt to shock, you reached out and picked up that piece of agarwood, worth an apartment. Your heart finally steady. You turned around and looked at Rin, whose face was pale. You shook the agarwood in your hand and said lightly, "Didn't you say my materials were destroyed? Now I have new ones." The corners of your lips curled up with a cold and detached look. Rin was so consumed with jealousy that her fingernails were almost digging into her flesh. You couldn't even buy some of these with money. Putting on a tough front, he sourly spoke in a loud voice. "HMPH! Only 70 or 80-year-old hags like collecting these withered tree branches." He pointed at the medicinal materials with an expression of utter disgust. "There's a heavy old person smell. Did you really go become an old woman's adopted grandson?" Looking at Rin's clownish behavior, you didn't get angry at all. Instead, you merely cast a pitying glance at him. Go ahead and curse. While you still can, curse a few more times when Hoshino, that old woman, personally arrives. I hope your jaw can still manage to stay attached to your face. In the blink of an eye, Friday arrived. The medical university's most heavyweight annual event, the finals of the Ancient Craft Fragrance-Making Competition, officially began. The 1,000-seat auditorium was packed to capacity, and industry heavyweights gathered together. On the stage, sparkling with lights, 10 groups lined up in a row. In front of everyone stood secret high-tech extraction instruments, overflowing with a futuristic vibe. Only your table in the furthest corner looked exceptionally empty. Dressed in a simple white lab coat, you had only a blue jade medicine jar and a few brown paper bags of medicinal herbs, precisely the top-tier, specially supplied treasures Hoshino had sent you 2 days prior. At the host's command, the 2-hour countdown began. Rin, stationed at the center position, wore a confident expression. He abruptly opened his suitcase. Grass Rose Essential Oil, top-grade jasmine raw extract. A tiny bottle like that must cost thousands of yuan. Gasps of amazement rose endlessly from the audience. Rin enjoyed everyone's gaze, skillfully mixing various expensive essential oils, radiating an aura of supreme luxury. Very soon, a thick, sweet, and cloying rose fragrance instantly permeated the entire auditorium, as if 100 roses had been crushed to pieces, intoxicating to the point of dizziness. Up at the judges' table, several judges who had accepted bribes nodded repeatedly. Rin proudly lifted his chin and looked at you provokingly. You were just a country bumpkin holding rotten wood. However, you didn't even look at him. You stood quietly at the front of the stage, as if isolated from the rest of the world. You opened that blue jade medicine jar, the very same jar you had used countless times in Hoshino's study. It even retained a trace of the cedarwood scent from Hoshino's fingertips. As your fingers gently brushed over the warm jade surface, your heart miraculously settled down. You whispered to yourself, "Let's begin." Your parents, in order to pay off debts, sold you overnight to the wealthy young lady who suffered from bipolar disorder and auditory hypersensitivity. You picked up a small piece of Kainam agarwood and placed it into the jar, then added saffron, borneol, and calming medicinal herbs. Without secret instruments or complex extractions, you gripped that blue jade pestle and began the most primitive process. Amplified by the microphone, it seemed completely out of place in the auditorium filled with fragrant scents. Bursts of laughter instantly erupted from the audience. "What is he doing?" Yet you paid no heed. Your movements were unhurried and full of rhythm, grinding the medicinal materials into fine powder bit by bit. 10 minutes in. Right at that moment, the auditorium air previously dominated by the rose scent suddenly underwent a subtle shift. It was merely a wisp of extremely faint, secluded fragrance, resembling early winter's first snow or wisps of smoke from an ancient temple. It quietly slipped into everyone's nostrils, feeling like drinking a cup of iced sour plum soup on a scorching midsummer day, instantly jolting everyone awake. The drowsy brains suddenly became incomparably clear. What is this scent? Just smelling it makes all the irritability inside vanish. As your movements accelerated, that fragrance grew richer and richer, yet it perpetually maintained a restrained, aloof coolness. It was bitter. It was medicine. This was Moku's blend, and moreover, the exclusive formula you had refined over 100 times to cure Hoshino's bipolar disorder. It could soothe the most ferocious and irritable, vicious beasts in this world. Naturally, it could also conquer this room full of ordinary mortals. Before you knew it, the laughter in the auditorium completely vanished. Rin's intense rose fragrance, when compared to your aloof and cool medicinal scent, unexpectedly appeared utterly vulgar and tacky, just like a greasy, flashy prodigue meeting an ethereal deity untainted by worldly dust. This is impossible. Looking at the essential oil bottle in his hand, Rin's face instantly turned pale. He couldn't fathom how ash ground from a few pieces of rotten wood could smell better than his imported essential oils. Right at that moment, you halted your movements, looking at the fine, dark brown medicinal powder inside the jar. The corners of your lips curved up into a faint smile, thinking to yourself that Hoshino would love this most. You could even imagine that if she were here, she would definitely bury her head in the crook of your neck like a giant cat and greedily say, "It smells good." You abruptly raised your head, your voice echoing through the entire venue via the microphone. This aloof and overbearing Moku's blend continued to linger overhead with a long-lasting aftertaste. All skepticism from the audience vanished, replaced by wave after wave of gasps. Even students who knew nothing about the craft could smell the high quality of this scent. Top-tier fragrance could calm the mind and soul. Standing at the front of the stage with a thin layer of sweat beading on your forehead, your eyes burned brightly as you looked toward the judges' table, waiting for a fair verdict. Professor Zhang at the head judge's seat had a terrifyingly gloomy expression. She stared dead-eyed at your blue jade medicine jar and Kainum agarwood, a flash of greed surfacing deep within her eyes. Professor Zhang slammed her hand heavily onto the table, producing a harsh, piercing sound. She stood up and pointed straight at you with an expression of grief-stricken indignation. "Moku, this is a school-wide competition, not a place for you to show off your wealth, let alone a venue to fence stolen goods." "Fence stolen goods? What do you mean? Still playing dumb?" Professor Zhang sneered coldly, holding up that piece of agarwood high for all to see. "Everyone, this is top-grade Kainum agarwood worth 10,000 gold per gram. The materials on Moku's table add up to at least several million." The entire venue instantly exploded in an uproar. "Several million? Are they eating medicinal materials as meals?" Professor Zhang glared down at you aggressively. "You're an impoverished student who has to rely on loans even for tuition fees. Where on earth did you get these priceless materials?" Just as you were about to say someone else gave them to you and you couldn't afford them, Professor Zhang directly interrupted you, handing down an immediate verdict. Then their source is highly suspect. They must have been obtained through illegal channels. Once this heavy accusation was hammered down, you would face imprisonment. Trembling all over with anger, you retorted, "I didn't steal them. These came through proper channels." Rin found his opening. He abruptly stood up, his voice sharp and excited. "Teacher, everyone knows he has a wealthy sugar mama off campus." Pointing right at you, Rin continued. "Even if that old woman has money, she wouldn't casually hand over millions in medicinal materials to a mere plaything to squander, right? This clearly proves Moku has sticky fingers and stole them just to put on a false front." These words instantly ignited public opinion. "He's actually a thief? Disgusting!" Roaring waves of condemnation from the audience threatened to submerge you. Seeing this, Professor Zhang immediately capitalized on the momentum. I now announce the cancellation of Moku's competition qualification. Drag him down, confiscate those stolen goods, and call the police. Two towering security guards lunged toward you with aggressive momentum, attempting to snatch away that blue jade medicine jar, the medicine you had carefully prepared for Hoshino. Don't touch my things! You threw yourself flat over the experimental table, shielding the medicine jar and agarwood with your life. These are mine. These are gifts given to me by someone else. Gifts? Rin laughed so hard in the background that his waist bent backwards. Moku, at least draft a lie properly. A gift worth millions. Which sugar daddy gave it to you? The overbearing female CEO from your dreams? At this moment, the security guards had already grabbed your arms, brutally dragging you outward. Come with us. Stop making a spectacle of yourself here. Let go of me. You struggled desperately as unprecedented helplessness washed over you. Why? Why did no one believe the truth? Clearly you had won, yet you were being driven off the stage treated like a thief. The security guards' hands gripped your arms like iron tongs. Let go! These are my things! Clutching the blue jade medicine jar tightly to your chest in the chaos, your elongated sleeve suddenly slipped down due to your violent struggles. Clack! A string of translucent, cool white jade Bodhi beads instantly exposed itself under the spotlight. 108 beads, each plump and round like the moon, wrapped around your wrist. This exact scene happened to be projected onto the massive screen behind the stage. That was the female president of the medical university, who had previously been resting her eyes with them closed among the judges. At the instant the beads were revealed, her eyes snapped wide open. The veteran president looked as if she had seen something terrifying. She stood up so abruptly she even knocked over her chair. She let out a pitch-change roar, her voice cracking from extreme shock. Stop! Everyone stop! The security guards were stunned on the spot, their movements freezing instantly. Rin and Professor Zhang were also startled. With a blank expression, Professor Zhang asked, Madam President, what is the meaning of this? The evidence is conclusive. Shut your mouth! Do you know whose property that is? The veteran president pointed at the prayer beads on your wrist, her finger trembling violently, her face as pale as paper. Cool white jade Bodhi. That is the family head token of the capital's Hoshino family. That is Hoshino-sama's lifeline. The Hoshino family? Those in the audience who knew the inside story instantly sucked in a sharp breath of cold air. How is that possible? Rin shrieked. That financial backer of his is an old woman. How could it be Hoshino-sama? Professor Zhang panicked as well, stammering, President, you must have seen wrong. There are countless knockoffs of these beads out there. He probably stole them too. Before she could even finish her sentence, with a deafening crash, the tightly closed doors of the auditorium were kicked open from the outside. The heavy door panels slammed hard against the wall, dust fluttering down as the entire auditorium fell into dead silence. Everyone looked toward the entrance in absolute terror. Your parents, in order to pay off debts, sold you overnight to the wealthy young lady who suffered from bipolar disorder and auditory hypersensitivity. Walking against the dazzling sunlight, a tall and dashing figure strode in. The woman wore a custom handmade suit with a matching long trench coat draped over her shoulders, followed by 2 rows of bodyguards in black suits. She raised her head slightly, that stunningly gorgeous, yet ghost-like chilling face, clearly appearing within everyone's line of sight. Through a distance of dozens of meters, her phoenix eyes locked accurately onto the people on stage who had bullied you. Her low voice carried overwhelming fury, exploding in everyone's ears through the microphone handed over by her bodyguard. You said. Hoshino lengthened her strides, stepping on everyone's heartbeat as she walked right up to your side, reached out, and pulled you, still trembling, into her embrace. Then, looking down from above, she gazed at Professor Zhang and Rin, who had collapsed weakly onto the ground. The corners of her lips curled up into a smile of absolute cruelty. I gave them to him. Hoshino swept her gaze across the entire venue, her voice turning abruptly fierce. Does anyone have a problem with that? The woman who had just kicked open the doors was now standing right beside you. One of her arms wrapped securely around your waist while the other held the microphone. Her shoulder line was straight and her waist slender, but what grabbed everyone's attention most was her face, bearing 0 traces of age, and not a single gray hair. Her facial features were 3-dimensional, her gaze deep, and her bridge of high-slung nose radiating an innate nobility and oppressive aura that made people afraid to look her in the eye. Yet those thousands of teachers and students who had just been clamoring about a thief now stood there as if their necks had been choked, their eyes bulging out of their sockets. Is this the legendary old hag on the verge of the grave? This is the 70 or 80-year-old grandmother waiting to kick the bucket? What kind of international joke is this? This is clearly a supreme goddess that every single young master in the capital would dream of marrying into. Hoshino looked at the dumbfounded expressions below and let out a chilling, light chuckle that pierced into everyone's ears through the microphone. Why aren't you talking anymore? Casually toying with the prayer beads on your wrist, her gaze swept coldly across the entire venue. Didn't you guys have a lot to say just a moment ago? Her gaze fell upon the still trembling Rin, her thin lips parted slightly. I heard that I'm a 70 or 80-year-old decrepit old hag with one foot in the grave, and that you followed me just to get your hands on my coffin savings? These rhetorical questions landed like resounding slaps across the faces of every single rumor monger. Especially Rin, whose face instantly turned as pale as earth, shivering violently all over. How is this possible? This is actually that terrifying living ghost of the capital circle. Rin's tongue was tied as a massive wave of fear gripped his heart. He had actually just cursed her as an old woman. Hoshino didn't even bother to spare Rin another glance, turning instead toward the sweat-drenched veteran president. President Zhang? Hoshino's voice instantly turned freezing cold, laden with accountability. The veteran president walked over, stammering, Hoshino-sama, why did you personally come here? Hoshino let out a cold laugh, abruptly raising your wrist adorned with the prayer beads. If I hadn't come, my fiancé would have been driven off the stage and treated like a thief by you people. Fiancé? As those three words dropped, the entire audience gasped once more. Not a kept toy. A fiancé? Immediately following this, Hoshino pointed toward Professor Zhang and the security guards with a chilling tone. Slander and even public harassment. Glaring down at the veteran president word by word like ice, she continued, Your esteemed school's education really opens my eyes. Is this what you call a century-old prestigious school? Is this the quality you cultivate? The veteran president's face instantly flushed the color of a pig's liver. The Hoshino family donated several buildings to the school every year, and Hoshino herself was an honorary trustee. Yet her man was being cyberbullied by the entire school right on her own turf. This was equivalent to dragging the Hoshino family's face through the mud and stepping on it hard. Hoshino-sama, this is a misunderstanding, absolutely a misunderstanding. A flash of violent fury surfaced deep within Hoshino's eyes. She released your waist, and that terrifying, oppressive aura forced everyone to instinctively step back. I'm not listening to explanations. The corners of her lips curled up into a demonic smile. Today, every single person present who participated in spreading rumors or laid hands on him, not a single one of you is getting away. Hoshino's declaration that not a single one would escape was no mere threat, but a grim reaper's verdict. Just now, you guys were the ones who laid hands. Her gaze locked instantly onto those two security guards. Those two men were frightened out of their wits, their legs trembling so badly they couldn't even hold onto their police batons as they clattered to the ground. Facing this terrifyingly aura-dominant living ghost of the capital circle, they instantly devolved into trembling chicks watched by a hawk. Oh, Shino-sama, we were just following the school's orders, one of the security guards stammered, his voice shaking like a sieve. Following orders? Hoshino chuckled coldly, her vulture-like gaze sweeping over the hands that had grabbed your arm. You dared to rough up my man. You had quite a thrill dragging him off just now, didn't you? She tilted her head slightly, and the bodyguards behind her immediately stepped forward, forcefully pressing the two security guards to their knees like helpless chicks. Directly following this, Hoshino looked down at them from above, her tone flat yet exuding a bloody stench. I'll give you two choices. Whichever hand touched him, break it yourself, and we'll call it even. She leisurely tidied her cuffs, a hint of cruelty flashing in her eyes. If I have my people do it, my people lack restraint, and you'll be losing a lot more than just a hand. The entire venue fell into uproar. This was a school, yet those two rows of cold-blooded bodyguards left no one doubting her terrifying reality. The two security guards lost their minds completely, kowtowing frantically for mercy. "Spare us, Hoshino-sama! We were just working for a paycheck!" Hoshino instantly lost patience, waving her hand in disgust. "Don't stain this place." The bodyguards immediately covered their mouths and, under the terrified gazes of thousands, dragged them toward the back door like dead dogs. Very soon, a few muffled screams echoed from outside the door, leaving the auditorium in a graveyard-like silence. Hoshino turned around, her gaze sweeping like a razor blade toward the collapsed Professor Zhang. "Professor Zhang," she muttered those three words, an educator held in high esteem and high moral standing. Professor Zhang turned deathly pale. "I am the head judge. I have the right to question this. This is for the sake of fairness and justice." Hoshino acted as if she had just heard the most colossal joke in the world. She reached out her hand, and her chief assistant immediately handed over a brown paper file folder. Taking it, Hoshino didn't even bother to open it. She directly raised her arm and hurled a thick stack of documents straight at Professor Zhang's self-righteous face. The papers scattered and fluttered all over the sky. "Is this your fairness and justice?" Pointing at the scattered papers on the ground, Hoshino's voice was as cold and sharp as thunder. "There's an extra transfer of 50,000 in your personal account, and the remitter is Lin's building materials." She glanced sideways at Rin, meaning this student's mother. "Aside from these 50,000, how much else have you accepted? How many students have you suppressed? How many research achievements have you stolen?" With every single question Hoshino asked, Professor Zhang was forced back step by step until she collapsed hard onto the floor, sitting down heavily. "Your parents, in order to pay off debts, sold you overnight to the wealthy young lady who suffered from bipolar disorder and auditory hypersensitivity." Panicking, she scrambled to pick up the bank statements and chat history screenshots scattered on the ground. "No, whether it's slander or not, go tell the police." Hoshino looked at her coldly, as if looking at a pile of trash. "I've already sent the documents to the Education Bureau and the Discipline Inspection Commission. The academic world has no room for trash like you." The moment those words fell, Professor Zhang rolled her eyes and fainted on the spot, dragging herself off in disgrace as the school staff hauled her away with looks of utter disgust. In a mere 10 minutes, a professor was investigated and dealt with, all executed through Hoshino's thunderous methods. At this moment, the gazes of everyone in the audience involuntarily converged onto you. They were all waiting for you, the kind-hearted male protagonist, to step forward and say, "Let's just forget about it." You looked at the dragged-away security guards, the fainted professor, and those classmates filled with terror down below in the audience. Your delicate face remained utterly detached, expressionless, and silent. There were no pleas for mercy, no overflowing saintly compassion. You simply stood quietly beside that madwoman, letting her cleanse everything away for you, because you knew better than anyone. If not for Hoshino today, if not for this sheer backing of absolute power, then the one being dragged down right now, stripped of qualifications, reviled by the entire school, and completely ruined, would be none other than yourself. Mercy toward the enemy is cruelty toward oneself. This was the lesson Hoshino taught you with her own hands. You raised your gaze slightly to look at Hoshino. Those apricot eyes held no fear, only complete trust and reliance. You reached out and gently tugged at Hoshino's sleeve. Hoshino turned her head back, the vicious hostility in her eyes instantly dissipating, replaced by a tender expression. "What is it?" "Nothing." You shook your head. Looking at the littered and chaotic stage, your voice was soft yet incomparably clear. "The trash has been cleaned up. I want to continue the competition." You wanted to win back the championship that rightfully belonged to you in an upright, dignified manner, not by relying on sheer power. Who would have thought that after the storm subsided, the veteran president would step forward, wiping cold sweat, preparing to respectfully send off this great Buddha of the Hoshino family? Would you like to take Kazuko-san to the lounge first?" Hoshino didn't move an inch. Instead, she turned her head sideways and glanced down at you. Within your eyes, looking at the blue jade medicine jar, a lingering flame still burned fiercely. The competition wasn't over yet. You hadn't won yet. Hoshino instantly read your gaze. Across those brooding eyes of hers, a flash of indulgent amusement crossed by in a split second. Hoshino replied with a rhetorical question, then released her grip on your sleeve. Under the astonished gazes of the entire auditorium, she strode off, walking straight down the stage, though she wasn't heading toward the main exit, but rather toward… Right there, the head judge Professor Zhang's seat sat empty, resembling a vacated throne cleared out for her. Hoshino walked up to the seat and pulled the chair back with a single hand. The sound of the chair scraping against the floor was exceptionally grating in the dead silence of the auditorium. She turned around, executing the movement with natural, flowing grace, her domineering aura entirely innate. "What are you all standing around gawking for?" Hoshino swept her gaze across the petrified host and contestants standing on the stage. "The competition isn't over yet, is it?" The entire venue erupted in uproar once again. Just moments ago she was arresting people and breaking hands, and now this fierce deity wanted to sit down and watch the competition? The veteran president couldn't quite get a read on her intentions. "Hoshino-sama, what do you mean by this?" Hoshino frowned slightly, a trace of impatience flashing through her eyes as her gaze pierced through the crowd, locking accurately onto you up on the stage. "Didn't some people say he steals things? Didn't they say he relies on women to climb the ranks? Since that's the case, let him finish competing. I want to let this bunch of blind fools take a good look at whether the man Hoshino has set her eyes on relies on his face or on his actual ability." Not only was she going to help you vent your anger, she was going to clear your name entirely. She was going to sit right here and use her absolute power to build an impeccably fair stage for you. She wanted to watch you win the championship through sheer strength, forcing everyone who doubted you to swallow all those filthy words right back down. Did you understand? Hoshino tapped her knuckles lightly against the tabletop, producing a sharp thud. "Understood!" The host was so startled he nearly dropped his microphone, hastily shouting out, "The competition resumes! 30 minutes remaining!" The competition was forcibly rebooted. However, the atmosphere had completely transformed. A campus contest had instantly turned into a suffocating imperial court trial. At the judges' table, the remaining expert professors sat on pins and needles, casting covert glances at Hoshino seated right in the dead center. With a face devoid of expression, her overwhelming aura felt just like an iceberg. Yet every single judge had a sword hanging over their heads. With the cautionary tale having just been dragged away right before their eyes, who would dare mess around with scoring? Who would dare accept bribes? Right now, they wished they could pull out magnifying glasses to score with absolute fairness, terrified that a single misplaced point would get them thrown out like stray dogs by this young lady. Right at that moment, the host spoke with a trembling voice. "Student Moku, please continue." You looked at the woman seated in the dead center of the judges' table. She was looking right back at you, her eyes, usually brimming with aggressive territoriality, now carrying a profound, serene stillness. She was providing your backing. She was telling you to go ahead and do whatever you wanted, even if the sky were to fall. You took a deep breath and picked up that blue jade pestle once more. This time, your hand didn't harbor a single trace of a tremor. Your entire world narrowed down to just the medicine jar before you and that sole audience member sitting down below. The sound of pounding medicine rang out once again, striking straight into everyone's hearts. The competition timer restarted, and to certain people, these final 30 minutes felt like a form of torture, where every single second dragged on like a year. Standing before his experimental station, Rin's hands shook as if he had Parkinson's disease. He didn't dare look up at all, because the moment he lifted his gaze, he would meet the eyes of that woman who resembled a king of hell. Rin's mind was a complete mess of mush. In a state of absent-minded panic, he picked up a bottle of high-concentration synthetic musk essential oil. This type of fragrance possessed an extremely aggressive nature, normally requiring just a single drop, but Rin's hands were shaking far too badly. With a slip of his hand, more than half a bottle of concentrated essential oil poured straight into his mixing dish. Finished. Before he could even attempt a remedy, an intensely violent wave of fragrance instantly exploded outward like a chemical bomb. Your parents, in order to pay off debts, sold you overnight to the wealthy young lady who suffered from bipolar disorder and auditory hypersensitivity. It felt as though someone had overturned cheap inferior cologne and hair oil inside a rundown barbershop, mixed with expired candy. It was far too pungent, sickeningly sweet to the point of tightening one's throat, and even triggered physiological nausea. The front row judges instantly turned green in the face, and even the audience couldn't help frowning. What kind of smell is this? Is this blending fragrance or letting off poison gas? Rin's face turned deathly pale. The more flustered he got, the more mistakes he made, accidentally knocking over yet another bottle of rose essential oil. The mix of two high-concentration scents created an absolute olfactory disaster. In the dead center of the judge's table, Hoshino's brows twisted tightly into a deep knot. To her, this kind of inferior industrial artificial fragrance was no different from torture. Just as the entire auditorium was being made dizzy and nauseous by this foul stench, down in the corner of the stage you finally put down your pestle. With a calm expression, you pulled out a quaint little incense burner, laid down a bed of ash, and using a silver spoon, scooped up the deep brown medicinal powder, carefully arranging it in the shape of a seal script character for peace right atop the ash. Finally, you struck a match and ignited the powder. An extremely faint, wispy blue smoke curled upward. Initially, this wisp of smoke was completely insignificant amidst the overpowering industrial stench. Yet within mere seconds, that wisp of smoke sliced through the air like an invisible sword, carrying an intensely piercing, aloof coolness that instantly swept away and purified the turbid room. Carrying even a hint of slight bitterness, the moment that scent slipped into everyone's nostrils, everyone felt their minds ring out, as though a refreshing mountain spring had been poured straight down from the top of their heads. The stifling heat dissipated, the nausea vanished, and clarity washed over them. What kind of fragrance is this? The old professor, who had previously been covering his nose, took a deep, sudden breath, his eyes filled with shock and intoxication. The vulgar chemical odors completely faded away as the entire auditorium instantly transformed into a tranquil, serene mountain valley of medicine. Yet right at this moment, Hoshino, sitting in the dead center of the judge's table, saw her previously tightly furrowed brows smooth out the moment that wisp of blue smoke drifted across, doing so without any warning whatsoever. Slowly closing her eyes, this was precisely the scent that had accompanied her through every single night over the past half-month, soothing every single one of her bouts of bipolar distress. This was the exact sleeping fragrance you personally crafted for her in her study piece by piece, serving as her sedative, and even more so, her exclusive salvation. The fingers Hoshino rested upon the armrests began to tap lightly in rhythm with the melody lingering in the air. She was enjoying it, and even more, sending out a silent resonance toward you up on the stage. Amidst the gasps filling the room, the corners of her lips curved upward into an extremely faint yet immensely proud arc. Directly following this, that wisp of blue smoke grew increasingly concentrated as thousands of teachers and students plunged into a miraculous stillness, their restless hearts suddenly smoothed over by an invisible hand. Yet at that exact moment, an elderly woman with a head of silver hair sitting among the judges suddenly experienced an abrupt shift in expression, growing intensely excited. She was the Grand Master of the traditional Chinese medicine world, Grand Elder Liu. Seeing her abruptly stand up with a start, she strode over to the edge of the stage, greedily inhaling that remaining wisp of fragrance. Grand Elder Liu's voice trembled as a fanatical light flashed within her eyes, descending the chi and clearing the center, mimosa tree bark acting as minister, calming the spirit and relieving depression. She abruptly raised her head to look at you, her gaze locked onto you as if studying a rare, peerless piece of uncarved jade. Kid, could this be the long-lost ancient formula, the upgraded version of the Grand Clarity Jade Well fragrance? As soon as those words dropped, the professors who understood the field instantly blew their gaskets. Grand Clarity Jade Well fragrance? Isn't that the legendary 1,000 gold priceless imperial secret formula? Yet you merely nodded slightly, your demeanor neither humble nor arrogant. Grand Elder Liu has sharp eyes. This is indeed an upgraded version of the ancient formula. Splendid! Grand Elder Liu clapped her hands together in excitement. This isn't just blending fragrance. This is a miraculous medicine that saves lives and treats illnesses. This is the true heritage of traditional national medicine. With the stamp of approval from a Grand Master, the competition results were left without a shred of suspense. The judges raised their paddleboards, one after another, a string of full scores lighting up to converge into a dazzling red number, 100 points. In the 10-year history of the Medical University's fragrance competition, there had never been a full score like this. Yet Hoshino, sitting in the dead center of the judges' table, did not raise a paddle. She didn't need to score you. Her very existence was the highest praise. Looking at you shining brightly on stage, the corners of her lips curved up in pride. This was her moku. Far from being a mere vine clinging to her for survival, you were an immortal medicine, capable of saving lives all on your own. The next second, facing the microphone, she uttered a single, concise word. Approved. Oozing overbearing dominance. It meant that, aside from the championship, the Hoshino group would also tack on an astronomical scholarship fund. Thunderous applause erupted across the entire auditorium. Yet amidst this wave of cheers, Rin appeared exceptionally desolate. His final score turned out to be a ridiculous single-digit number. His mindset completely collapsed as he shrieked, interrupting the applause. "Why? His is just candy water, mine is actual fragrance." Hearing this, you held the microphone in your hand. Looking calmly down at the hysterical male student, your cool voice echoed throughout the entire auditorium. "Do you know why your fragrance lost?" Rin gritted his teeth. "Because you have connections." You shook your head, walked over to stand before him, and pointed at his bottle of turbid essential oil. Traditional Chinese medicine fragrance blending values the balance of monarch, minister, assistant, and guide. It values the balance of yin and yang. Looking at his face distorted by jealousy and rage, you continued. "And your fragrance is far too blazing and manic. In pursuit of intense impact, you indiscriminately piled on heavy ingredients. To win, you didn't hesitate to destroy the balance. Your tone grew as sharp as an awl, a double entendre hitting right at his character. Just like you as a person, your moral foundation is warped." Glaring down aggressively at Rin, you delivered the final verdict. Fragrance is born from the heart. When the heart is foul, the fragrance concocted from it. The moment those words fell, those 4 words hung heavily over Rin's head like an invisible curse. "Stop putting on a god-pretending act." Rin trembled all over with rage, an extreme mix of anger and humiliation. He wanted to rush forward and tear your face to shreds, desperate to reclaim his dignity that had been shattered into pieces across the floor. Yet the exact moment he opened his mouth to let out a shriek, a suffocating constriction without any warning seized his throat. Your parents, in order to pay off debts, fooled you overnight to the wealthy young lady who suffered from bipolar disorder and auditory hypersensitivity. His sharp curses transformed into a series of violent coughs. Rin abruptly clutched his neck, his pupils revealing a hint of panic. The inferior chemical fragrance he had accidentally spilled in excess was now burrowing straight into his lungs like a toxic miasma. Rin tried to breathe, only to find that every single gulp of air he dragged in felt like it carried hidden thorns. Directly following this, an excruciating, bone-deep itch burst forth from deep within his skin, instantly sweeping across his entire body. "It's so itchy." He began uncontrollably scratching at his neck and arms. Under the high-definition close-up of the massive screen, thousands of teachers and students watched in astonishment as large patches of terrifying red rashes erupted across Rin's previously fair face at a speed visible to the naked eye. This was the precursor to acute allergic anaphylactic shock. The high-concentration chemical fragrance irritation, compounded with extreme rage, completely destroyed his immune system. In the next fraction of a second, with a dull thud, Rin's legs grew weak, and his entire body crashed heavily onto the floor. As he went down, his arms swept against those essential oil bottles resting on the table. The bottles shattered, and the even higher concentration stock solution splashed directly across his suit. Lying on the floor, Rin clutched frantically at his throat, his fingernails gouging out streak after streak of bloody marks. His face rapidly swelled to a purplish-red hue, his body twitching violently while his eyes rolled back, his consciousness rapidly draining away. The person who had been acting so arrogant just a moment ago had now turned into a puddle of struggling mud flopping about on the floor. This scene unfolded far too quickly. 1 second he was cursing people out, and the next he was collapsed on the ground convulsing. "What's wrong with him? Quickly call the school doctor. That's an allergic anaphylactic shock. It's gonna kill someone." The situation instantly spiraled out of control. Yet amidst this chaos, Hoshino remained seated immovably at the judges' table. Watching the man writhing in agony on the stage with a cold gaze, her brows furrowed slightly as she raised a hand to cover her nose and mouth. "How noisy." She spat out those 2 words in a low voice. not a shred of pity in the depths of her eyes. From her perspective, this was nothing less than reaping what one sowed. The veteran president was spinning around in anxious circles. It would take at least 10 minutes for the school doctor to arrive, but judging by Rin's condition, let alone 10 minutes, he probably wouldn't even last 3. Was he really going to just stand by and watch him die on stage? The stage had plunged into total, chaotic disorder. Rin had stopped struggling, his throat emitting a raspy, dry, rattling sound as his entire face swelled out of shape, his eyes rolled back in absolute despair. "Move aside! Stop crowding around!" The veteran president was dripping with sweat from sheer panic, but fear spread like a contagious disease, and no one dared to move an inch. Hoshino, sitting at the judge's table, watched this farcical scene with icy eyes. She felt not a sliver of sympathy for a man who dared run wild on her turf. Frowning slightly, Hoshino tapped her slender fingers against the armrest, her tone chillingly aloof to an alarming degree. "Have someone drag him out. Don't go dying in this place." Hoshino's words were piercingly cold to the bone. Yet just as the female bodyguard was about to step forward, your cool, detached voice suddenly rang out. Not particularly loud, yet carrying a bizarre, piercing resonance. You actually intercepted the female bodyguard. "Mr. Moku?" The bodyguard looked hesitatingly toward Hoshino. Hoshino raised a hand to signal her to stand down instead, looking toward you with burgeoning interest to see exactly what you intended to do. The next second, you squatted down and fished a black and red cloth roll out from the pocket of your white lab coat. With a flick of your wrist, rows of silver needles glinting with cold light suddenly materialized before everyone's eyes. What is he trying to do? Are acupuncture needles any use at a time like this? That's an allergic anaphylactic shock. Voices of doubt erupted from all around, but you turned a deaf ear. Extending 2 fingers, you deftly drew out a 3-inch long filiform needle without even sterilizing it. You directly wiped the tip of the needle against the lingering residue of Moku's healing incense powder on your fingertips. Without a moment's hesitation, your hand moved and the needle descended. Fast, precise, and ruthless, you drove it straight into the Renjong acupoint at the midpoint of Rin's philtrum. Rin, who had been on the verge of losing consciousness entirely, jerked violently in a sudden spasm. With a completely expressionless face and without even blinking an eyelid, you delivered the second needle. Hegu acupoint, Quichi acupoint, and for the 4th, Juehai acupoint. Your movements were so blindingly fast they made people dizzy. Those hands that usually crushed medicine and peeled oranges were now steady as solid rock, every single needle imbued with undeniable authoritative control. Clearing the orifices and awakening the spirit, this was precisely the thunderous emergency salvation technique of traditional Chinese medicine. As the final silver needle dropped, you slightly twirled your fingers to rapidly manipulate the needles. A miracle occurred. Rin's tightly constricted trachea suddenly unblocked, as though a heavy, turbid breath was forcefully sucked deep into his lungs. The purplish-red color on his face visibly faded, and the terrifying red rashes covering his neck slowly began to lighten. His life had actually been saved. The entire auditorium fell into dead silence, everyone staring in utter astonishment. A few slender silver needles had truly pulled someone back from the gates of hell. Behold, the power of national medicine. The fear of suffocation finally receded. Rin violently jerked his upper body up, gasping greedily and heavily for breath as he came back to life. Yet the very moment he opened his eyes, the first thing he laid sight upon was your shoes, and that face of yours looking down at him with utter detachment. It turned out you were the one who saved him. For Rin, this single moment felt even more humiliating than nearly dying just seconds ago. He had only just publicly humiliated you, yet in the blink of an eye, like a dead dog, he had to rely on your charity just to stay alive. The surrounding gazes shifted from sheer terror to disdain and mockery. "He's got a tough life. Good thing Moku isn't holding a grudge against him. If it were me, I wouldn't bother saving scum like that." Those whispered murmurs pierced into Rin's ears like needles. Gritting his teeth, Rin rasped out hoarsely, "Who asked you to meddle? I don't need your hypocritical kindness." Yet you completely ignored him. With a completely expressionless demeanor, you pulled out the silver needles one by one. Your movements in pulling the needles were light, yet they carried a ruthless sense of rhythmic pacing. Once you finished all of this, contrary to expectations, you suddenly leaned slightly forward to bring yourself close to Rin, who was still slumped on the floor. The two of you were close enough. Close enough for Rin to catch the cool, refreshing fragrance emanating from your body, and even closer to see the bottomless chill residing within your apricot eyes. I don't need your hypocritical kindness. Your voice dropped very low, audible only to the two of you. Yet in Rin's ears, this voice sounded like a whisper straight from the depths of hell. Rin. You extended a single finger to gently press against the Renzong acupoint where he had just been needled. A stinging pain still lingered in that spot from the puncture. You declared with cruel precision, word by word, "It's to keep you alive so you can suffer." Rin's pupils contracted sharply as his entire body shuddered. You curved the corners of your lips, the smile so thin and cold it startled the soul. Did you know? Since traditional Chinese medicine can save lives, naturally it can also, and do it without leaving a trace. Your fingers slowly slid downward, hovering emptily over his heart. Your tone was as gentle as telling a bedtime story. The human body has 361 acupoints and death-inducing spots. Watching Rin's instantly deathly pale face, a flash of malicious pleasure flickered across the depths of your eyes. You might not die, but you'll experience random headaches, insomnia, or even full-body paralysis. Going to the hospital won't reveal any underlying cause, and you'll spend the rest of your life trapped in endless suffering. That right there is quite literally the most terrifying curse. You wouldn't dare! Rin was so frightened, his teeth were chattering, tears and mucus smeared all over his face. You let out a cold laugh in response. What makes you think I wouldn't dare? Withdrawing your hand, you straightened your posture, returning instantly to that aloof, pristine appearance. Looking down upon this utterly shattered opponent, you left him with a final warning. Your life was given by me. From now on at school, if I ever catch sight of your face again, or hear a single filthy phrase spit out of your mouth, you blinked your eyes, casually smoothing your cuffs. I'll needle you one more time. Only next time, whether you wake up or not will depend entirely on your own fate. Rin's final psychological defenses completely collapsed at this very moment. He abruptly let out a shrill scream, scrambling backwards on all fours like he was looking right at a demon, desperately trying to distance himself from you. Don't come near me. I won't do it. I won't ever do it again. He wept with heart-wrenching terror, even losing control of his bladder right then and there due to the extreme panic. An unpleasant odor instantly diffused through the air. The surrounding students were all dumbfounded. Nobody knew what on earth you had just said to him to terrify a young master into this miserable state. Quickly carry him away! The school doctor finally arrived, hastily directing people to haul the mentally collapsed Rin away. With a calm expression, you watched him being carried off. The next second, you pulled a tissue from your pocket, meticulously wiping the fingers that had just touched him, before tossing the tissue casually into the dustbin. Breaking a man's spirit is far crueler than physical pain. This kind of fear, deeply ingrained into the bone marrow, is the absolute best punishment for a bully. Turning around to face the applause of the entire venue, you curved the corners of your lips upward. You had won an absolute, thorough victory. Your parents, in order to pay off debts, sold you overnight to the wealthy young lady who suffered from bipolar disorder and auditory hypersensitivity. There was no more mockery, nor any more prying eyes. Those people who had once cursed you as a kept pet now held nothing in their eyes save for the purest form of adoration. You conquered a grandmaster with a jar of fragrance, saved your enemy's life with a few needles, and shattered your enemy's spirit all at once. Who called you a sponsored little pet? This was clearly a powerhouse moku. You remained completely unruffled by all these praises. Your gaze pierced through the crowd, locking a fixed stare directly onto the judges' table. Right at that moment, that fiery spirit who had been brimming with formidable dominance just moments prior, Hoshino ignored everyone else as she strode with long steps straight toward the center of the stage. As she drew closer, the entire auditorium plunged into instant dead silence, everyone holding their breath. She handed you an overcoat, wrapping your exhausted frame snugly and tightly within it. Not only did this isolate you from all the fanatical gazes down in the audience, it also shielded the string of prayer beads on your wrist. How could anyone dare let outsiders lay eyes upon her precious treasure? She commanded in a low voice, "Put it on properly." You obediently let her fuss over you, instantly enveloped in a familiar sense of security. The nerves that had remained taut all afternoon finally relaxed completely. Hoshino raised her hand to tidy the stray locks of hair by your ear, her tone overflowing with unbridled, doting fondness, as if this heart-stopping major competition was merely a game she was playing alongside you. Gazing into her profound eyes, you knew she was waiting for you to come home. Hence, you nodded firmly. You had vented your anger, slapped faces, and taken home the championship. It was time to head home. Hoshino curved the corners of her lips upward in a slight smile, pulling you firmly and securely into her embrace. Just like that, under the gaze of several thousand pairs of eyes across the entire school, the top elite young lady of the capital circle wrapped her arms around her newly canonized little genius physician and turned to stride away. The heavy doors slammed shut, leaving nothing behind in the auditorium except a lingering sense of awe. In the blink of an eye, the Maybach doors closed. Accompanied by a soft hiss, the soundproofing partition slowly rose, completely cutting you and her off from the rest of the world. Inside the carriage, profound stillness reigned. You finally leaned back against the leather seat, your nerves finally uncoiling after a full day of tension. The adrenaline faded away, and a wave of exhaustion instantly washed over you. The woman's cool voice drifted over from beside you, yet Hoshino didn't pull you into a hug like she usually did. Instead, she leaned back with a lazy posture, her fingertips toying with an object. It was a silver needle flashing with a chilling glint, the exact one you had used to needle your enemy just moments ago. Your heart skipped a beat. Miss Hoshino, stop playing with that. Who would have thought Hoshino would let out a light chuckle, pointing the needle tip toward empty air? When you needled that man, why weren't you afraid of accidentally killing him? You reported back. I know my limits. The moment those words fell, Hoshino suddenly leaned forward, a single hand forcefully pinching your chin to make you lift your head up. Do you have any idea what you looked like on stage just now? Her thumb rubbed softly against your lips, her voice turning husky. So fierce. You looked like a completely different person from usual. Your heart gave a violent leap, momentarily panicking. Would she dislike this? Was I too harsh? Hoshino raised an eyebrow, the smile in the depths of her eyes growing even more concentrated. She leaned in closer, her warm breath washing over your face. Since you're the man Moku has chosen, you ought to have the ruthless drive to pierce through the very heavens. She blinked her eyes to pose the most crucial question, that set of mind-breaking words. Who taught them to you? Looking at the dark flames burning within her eyes, you suddenly stopped feeling afraid. You boldly reached out to grab her wrist, meeting her gaze head-on with the corners of your lips turned up. Nobody taught me. I learned them from you. Hoshino froze for a fraction of a second before a burst of melodious laughter escaped her, and she pulled you straight into a tight embrace. Resting her forehead against yours, she murmured, Since you learned so well, shouldn't you be given a reward? You blinked your eyes. What reward? Who would have thought Hoshino would let out a soft meow-like laugh and say, how vulgar? Her index finger tapped lightly against her own perfect lips. Since your performance today was good, you are specially granted a privilege. The bitter medicine you were supposed to drink tonight is waived. Your eyes instantly lit up. However, Hoshino's tone shifted abruptly, her finger pinning down your lips. You don't have to drink it, but the procedure cannot be omitted. She leaned in abruptly, your breaths mingling together. Allowing you to, where's the sugar? Hoshino smiled seductively with her lips. The moment the words left her mouth, she tilted her head forward and kissed you. This was an exceptionally tender yet lingeringly passionate kiss as your hands wrapped around her neck. However, the storm had not truly subsided. Rin dropped out of school and left the capital in disgraced silence. Just when you thought life could finally return to peace, you had underestimated the dark and jealous nature of human hearts. On Wednesday morning, the moment you stepped into the classroom, you sensed something was amiss. The prying gazes from all around were even more intense than before. You pulled out your phone and tapped open the campus forum, where a brand new post had instantly gone viral. Rational analysis. Was that jaw-droppingly gorgeous financial backer that day real, or just an act? Frowning, you tapped into it. The main post rambled on, its core argument boiling down to just one point. That woman, family members, which true tycoon is in their 40s? How could someone so young and drop-dead gorgeous possibly run a $100 billion conglomerate? It's definitely an act. A friend of mine mentioned there's a business called high-end rental girlfriends, starting at $100,000 a day. So Moku spent all his savings to hire a top female model to put on a show. Reading through these preposterous analyses, you only found them absurd and laughable. Hoshino as a daily rental girlfriend? If she ever found out about this, the entire forum would explode. Right at that moment, a boy in the front row suddenly turned around, flashing a hypocritical smile. "How come your fiancé didn't come to pick you up today? Is she too busy?" It was as if you were saying, "Stop putting up an act. Can you even afford to renew the rental fee anymore?" Without even lifting your head, you replied, "She's very busy. Busy scolding people at a multinational conference, and busy checking your necklace." Who would have thought that boy would let out a fake, snide laugh, transmitting a comment loud enough for everyone to hear? "Told you so. Play with her for 2 days and she gets bored of you." And here, he actually thought he climbed up a high branch. The fingers holding your pen tightened instantly. You weren't angry, you were just exhausted. You were the master whom Hoshino held in the palm of her heart, yet at school you would forever remain a sponsored swindler. No matter how hard you tried, you could never tear off this label. You let out a soft sigh, subconsciously reaching out to touch the prayer beads tucked inside your sleeve. Gazing out the window at the gloomy sky, "Hoshino, when will you finally finish your busy work? I want to make you stand in the sunlight, right by my side, and let this crowd see what true unreachability looks like." Friday at 5 p.m., this sentiment reached its absolute peak. The school gates were a churning sea of bustling crowds, laughter and chatter. Only you felt the chill. The late autumn cold wind poured into your thin clothes, forcing you to tuck your neck in and grip the prayer beads inside your pocket tighter. You just wanted to quickly weave through the crowd. Several figures suddenly cut across your path, blocking your way forward. Well, if it isn't Champion Moku, why are you in such a rush to leave? Leading the group was precisely Ren's sycophant, and a staunch believer in the model rental theory. You frowned, attempting to walk around them, but they firmly blocked your way. Your voice remained indifferent. "Move. Don't be in such a rush." The boy chewed on his chewing gum, exaggeratedly craning his neck to look behind you. "How come we don't see that Maybach today?" He abruptly leaned in close to you with full malice. "What about that fiancé of yours? Did the acting finish, so she cashed out and walked away? Your parents, in order to pay off debts, sold you overnight to the wealthy young lady who suffered from bipolar disorder and auditory hypersensitivity." The surrounding students instantly swarmed over. "I told you it was rented! It costs $100,000 a day! Who could possibly afford that?" Whispers surged like a tidal wave. You were utterly annoyed and didn't want to explain at all. "She's busy." You spat out those 2 words coldly, turning sideways as you tried to forcefully shove your way through. "Busy? I bet you just thought it was too expensive." A flash of annoyance crossed the boy's eyes as he unexpectedly reached out and gave you a hard shove. Before he could finish his sentence, "Who said you could leave?" Caught completely off guard, your entire body stumbled backward as if running. A piercing, bone-deep pain flared from your ankle. You sucked in a sharp breath of cold air. "What are you shoving for? Are you out of your minds?" Yet he only doubled down on his bullying. "What's wrong with shoving you? That rented car must have been returned already, right? I knew he was just putting on an act." The boy was still running his mouth, but before he could finish, the words got stuck hard in his throat. A low, domineering engine roar instantly swept across the entire school entrance. Everyone instinctively turned their heads back, and the next second, the pupils of everyone present violently contracted. Witnessing the end of the street where the setting sun looked like blood, a luxury motorcade, completely pitch black in tone, came roaring forward like a surging torrent of steel. That pitch black torrent tore through traffic, roaring straight toward you, not just a single vehicle, but a full 8 of them. 3 Land Rover Defenders led the way in the front and back, shielding an elegantly sleek yet intensely intimidating Maybach S680 right in the center. It resembled a pitch-black lioness patrolling her territory, causing the surrounding private cars to scramble out of the way in sheer terror. A teeth-grating screech of brakes rang out as the motorcade executed an arrogant tail drift, planting itself firmly right across the middle of the school gates. The immense gust of wind whipped up by the maneuver forced the boy who had pushed you to stagger back several steps. Several thousand students across the entire venue were instantly struck dumb as wood. Before you could even recover your wits, the doors of all 6 Land Rovers popped open in unison. Over 20 bodyguards dressed in black moved in complete synchronization as they leaped out of the vehicles. With razor-sharp gazes, they swiftly formed a human wall, forcefully pushing everyone back by 3 meters. The well-drilled, disciplined aura frightened the boys who had been acting so arrogant just a moment ago into turning pale. What kind of model agency could possibly afford to maintain this level of private militia? Right at that moment, the rear door of the Maybach slowly swung open, causing the breathing of everyone present to freeze in that exact instant. First emerged a brilliantly polished black leather boot. Following closely was a pair of slender, straight, long legs. The woman stepped out from the car, leisurely tidying her cuffs with an elegance as though she were attending a state banquet. The setting sun washed over her, yet it failed to thaw out that millennium-old aura of freezing ice. The next second, she slowly lifted her head. Those eyes, as sinister and brooding as an abyss, pierced through the crowd and locked with pinpoint accuracy right onto your face. Her gaze lingered for a single second on your wind-tossed hair and thin, flimsy clothing, while the temperature of her surrounding aura instantly plummeted to absolute 0. Who gave you permission? Her voice wasn't loud, yet it carried a heart-stopping hostility. To block his path? She strode forward with long steps, walking straight toward you. You stared dazedly as she drew near. Hoshino came to a halt right in front of you. When she looked down and saw the thin windbreaker on your body, along with your lips turned purple from the chill of the biting wind, that pair of brooding eyes instantly twisted together into a fierce scowl. Wearing this little? Her voice was low, carrying clear displeasure and reprimand in its tone. Before you could even reply, Hoshino unhesitatingly grabbed a coat and draped it over your shoulders. Warmth instantly washed over you as Hoshino's fair fingers nimbly helped you button it up. Next, she slowly lifted her hand to stroke your face. Who upset you? Nothing. It's just that the wind is a bit too strong, and I got a little cold. Hoshino let out a light laugh, though the depths of her eyes churned with a frost capable of freezing blood solid. She didn't call you out on your lie, merely tilting her head slightly so that her dark, brooding peripheral vision swept toward those few boys like sharp blades. Those individuals instantly felt as though they had plunged into an ice cellar, trembling like wheat in a sieve. Withdrawing her gaze, Hoshino looked back at you. Cupping your face in both hands, her thumbs stroked softly across your soft cheeks. Is the wind strong? Since the wind doesn't know how to behave, we'll just make the wind stop. If people don't know how to behave, pressing her forehead directly against yours, those profound eyes flashed with a heart-stopping obsession. Tell me their names. She kissed your eyelid, her voice as soft as a lover's murmur. I'll make him vanish from the capital. It froze all the clamor lingering at the school gates, though those few boys still clung to a shred of wishful thinking. This has got to be an act, right? Yet right at that moment, a wealthy second-generation girl on the outer periphery of the crowd caught sight of Hoshino's profile, and clack, the shoebox in her hand dropped straight onto the ground. Her pupils trembled violently while her lips stammered. The classmate beside her nudged her. Who is it? Do you know this female model? Model my ass. The girl snapped abruptly back to her senses, her voice cracking from extreme terror. If you want to die, don't drag me down with you. That's no female model. Pointing in Hoshino's direction with a trembling finger, she shrieked. That's the Hoshino family, the sole Hoshino family of the capital's upper circles. That's Hoshino, the supreme head of the Hoshino financial group, that legendary female fiend. Those words struck like a nuclear bomb, instantly leveling everyone's comprehension. Hoshino, that legendary name. The boy who had dressed in flashy attire was so frightened he fell flat on his rear. I thought they said she was an old hag? Open your dog eyes and look at that license plate. That's the exclusive plate of the Hoshino family. The wealthy second-generation girl was close to tears. And that string of cold white jade prayer beads? Who in the entire capital would dare impersonate that? Fear, utter disbelief. You hadn't been lying after all. The so-called old hag was a rumor, and the female model was pure guesswork. The mountain standing behind you turned out to be so impossibly high that people didn't even dare to harbor jealousy. Yet Hoshino didn't even lift an eyelid. She simply stared at you, standing dazedly in her embrace, reaching out to grasp your left wrist where the prayer beads had remained looped all along. Since everyone had recognized them, she abruptly hoisted your wrist, the one wearing the prayer beads, raising it up high. She let the several thousand people present see it with absolute clarity. under the setting sun, that string of cold white jade prayer beads representing supreme imperial authority wound itself just like that around your slender wrist. Yet the truly explosive part was still to come. Under the gaze of thousands of terrified yet envious eyes, this female fiend of the capital's upper circle pressed her warm lips fiercely down upon the prayer beads adorning your wrist. Take a good look. Her voice traveled to every single corner. This string of beads. I put them on him with my own hands. Pressing your hand against her chest while sweeping a glance across the entire crowd, she declared word by word, "This is Hoshino's fiancé and the future master of the Hoshino family." If moments ago there had only been shock, right now it was total despair. Hoshino's gaze fell coldly upon that group of bullies. Whatever happened in the past, I can pretend I was blind to it. But, starting from today, her surrounding chill caused the temperature to plummet sharply as her eyes blinked. Whoever dares to lay a single finger on him. Hoshino curved the corners of her lips upward, flashing a demonic smile. "I'll rip out their tongue with my own hands and chop off their hands." The heavy car doors closed, and the soundproofing partitions slowly rose, instantly isolating all the tumultuous turbulence outside. The interior of the car was dim. You leaned back against the leather seat, your heartbeat still racing as if it were all a dream. The future master of the Hoshino family. This title was far too heavy, so heavy it made you feel unreal. You turned your head sideways to look at the woman beside you who had just stirred up such monstrous waves, yet she remained completely calm, closing her eyes to rest. "Why are you being so high profile today? Aren't you afraid of trouble?" you asked, brimming with worry. "Your parents, in order to pay off debts, sold you overnight to the wealthy young lady who suffered from bipolar disorder and auditory hypersensitivity?" Hearing those words, Hoshino finally opened her eyes, a flash of amusement flitting through her gaze. She let out a light laugh, abruptly pulling your hand over to her lips and giving it a moderate bite. "You need to understand, in the capital, I, Hoshino, am the biggest trouble." Straightening her posture, she locked her hand around the back of your head, forcing you to lift your face and look right at her. As for why, because I want the entire capital to know. He is the one whom I, Hoshino, have personally stamped, locked down, and held in the palm of my hand. What use is hiding or running away? I want to make you stand in the sunlight, in a place where everyone can see you yet remain forever out of reach. Listening to her overbearing and deeply affectionate declaration, your heart felt a sour swelling ache, yet you still lowered your gaze, your voice very soft. "My status doesn't match yours. It'll make you lose face." "Lose face?" Hoshino furrowed her brows, clearly deeply dissatisfied with your self-depreciation. The next second, she forcefully lifted your chin. Her thumb rubbed hard against your lips until they flushed with a vibrant red hue. Staring into your eyes, she made a solemn declaration. "Moku, I can prop you up." With a boom, your mind completely reeled. The final lingering scrap of inferiority and anxiety regarding your social standing at the bottom of your heart was smashed to smithereens by those words. This woman gave you the absolute best affection the world had to offer. An unprecedented impulse surged up within your chest. You didn't want to back down anymore. Directly following this, you abruptly propped your upper body up and boldly leaned forward. Amidst Hoshino's slightly startled gaze, you pressed your lips gently against her cool, firm chin. "Thank you," you whispered softly beside her ear. Hoshino stiffened all over. The soft warmth transmitted from her chin felt like a stray spark, instantly igniting the hidden fires raging deep within her body. "You actually took the initiative? Is that it?" Her voice turned instantly husky, dangerous undercurrents surging within the depths of her eyes. "You spark a fire and then try to run?" Before you even had a chance to retreat, a fair hand clamped fiercely around the back of your head, denying you any possibility of escape. You let out a gasp of surprise as your lips were forcefully sealed. She wasn't settling for just kissing her chin. She aggressively pried open your teeth, driving straight in with a fierce intensity as if she wanted to devour you whole, deepening the kiss. The air inside the carriage instantly turned thin and scorching hot. You were kissed until your entire body went weak, forced to helplessly cling to her shoulders while letting her have her way within your territory. I don't know how much time passed before the Maybach slowly drove into the Hoshino estate. The night was deep and dark, yet the main building was brightly illuminated, permeated by an oppressive, solemn atmosphere. The moment the car came to a steady halt, Hoshino took you by the hand as you stepped out. The elderly butler, Kenji, had already been waiting at the entrance, but his expression today was unusually solemn. Something has been delivered. Kenji turned sideways, holding an object with both hands and respectfully presenting it before Hoshino. This was sent via an emergency courier from the old family residence. It was an invitation card, an entirely pure white card, embossed with a golden longevity character. Your heart skipped a beat. This was no invitation card. It practically looked like an imperial decree being handed down. Yet Hoshino didn't even reach out a hand. She merely lowered her gaze to sweep a glance over that glaring longevity character. The warmth that had just accumulated in the depths of her eyes instantly dissipated, replaced by her familiar brooding and cold mockery. The old lady finally couldn't sit still anymore. Kenji lowered his voice. The old matriarch heard about what happened at the school and flew into a massive rage. She said that since you've acknowledged student Moku's status, you should bring him back so she can take a look. Next week is her 80th birthday, and by then, all the prominent families in the capital will be in attendance. Kenji paused, appending the most fatal sentence. The old matriarch specifically instructed that this is a family banquet, and attendance is mandatory. However, Hoshino let out a cold laugh. She pinched the heavy invitation card between two fingers, and just like tossing garbage, casually flicked it away onto the foyer table. With a sharp thwack, the invitation card slid far across the surface. Her gaze was ice cold, her tone carrying a light trace of scorn. Want to see him? She tugged at her collar, the corners of her lips curling upward into a cruel arc. I reckon she wants to stage a feast at Swan Goose Gate so she can set down rules for you in public. You understood instantly. What birthday banquet? It was nothing more than an excuse to gather all opposing forces in one place to watch you make a fool of yourself. Heading over there meant that what awaited you was by no means the care of elders, but rather scrutiny and even humiliation, 10,000 times more perilous than school. Right at that moment, Hoshino turned around to look at you where you stood in silence. She reached out and gently caressed your cheek. Moku. This is a family banquet of the Hoshino family, but it's also the highest spec Vanity Fair in the capital. You'll meet a lot of people, some wanting to probe me, some wanting to watch a joke. Her voice grew even colder, and others wanting to tear you limb from limb. She stared fixedly into your eyes, pronouncing each word distinctly. However, before you even answer, her tone was filled with unconditional doting indulgence. If you don't want to go or feel afraid. The next second, she picked up that gold-embossed invitation card, making a motion as if she were about to tear it to shreds. We won't go. As long as you aren't willing. Nobody in this capital has the right to force you. You looked at the longevity character in her hands that was on the verge of being ripped apart, knowing full well that if you just gave a single nod, she would genuinely do it. She would shield you so thoroughly, not a drop of wind could touch you. Yet, could you hide from it for a moment, or could you hide from it for a lifetime? As long as you continued wearing this string of prayer beads, as long as you continued standing by her side, those open and covert arrows would never stop flying. You couldn't hide behind her forever to act as a burden or a soft underbelly. You took a deep breath, recalling the honor of her backing you up in front of the entire world. You couldn't let her lose face. Directly following this, you abruptly reached out and firmly pressed down upon her hand that was about to tear the invitation. Miss Hoshino, you looked straight into those apricot eyes shining with an unprecedented brilliance. I'll go. Those two short words echoed resoundingly through the grand hall. Hoshino looked at you, her gaze no longer dodging. Those eyes that always held watery light were now burning with a flickering flame of courage. You've thought it through? She counter-gripped your hand, her tone sinking heavily. That's a slaughterhouse where they eat people without spitting out the bones. You won't have a way out. I know. You nodded, the corners of your lips lifting slightly. But Miss Hoshino, I am your medicine. You counter-grasped her hand, interlocking your fingers with hers. Though your voice was soft, it carried a desperate, do-or-die determination. How can medicine leave its patient behind? Since I'm going to be the master of the Hoshino family, I can't keep acting like a coward hiding his head. I want to stand right beside you, And I want to tell everyone that the person Hoshino chose is by no means a burden holding her back. Hoshino stared intently at you, her Adam's apple rolling violently. Deep within her heart, a surging wave of heartache and wildly growing affection churned relentlessly. Good! She swept you straight into her embrace, her voice turning fiercely husky. Then we'll go. I'll make you the most dazzling existence of that night. Your parents, in order to pay off debts, sold you overnight to the wealthy young lady who suffered from bipolar disorder and auditory hypersensitivity. Early the next morning, over a dozen pitch-black commercial vans rolled in back-to-back. Emerging from them was the world's top styling team that Hoshino had urgently flown in overnight from Paris and Milan. The expansive walk-in wardrobe instantly transformed into a top-tier runway, as hundreds of current-season haute couture formal wear, luxury watches, and matching cufflinks were wheeled inside. A French designer sporting a petite mustache respectfully introduced the collection to Hoshino. President Hoshino, these sets are this season's finale pieces, which haven't even been released to the public yet. However, Hoshino merely sat lazily upon the sofa, sweeping a critical gaze across those priceless suits. She pointed toward a set tucked in the corner. Take that one for him to try on. 10 minutes later, the fitting room curtain slowly parted, and you stepped out wearing a well-tailored formal suit. Hoshino, who had been conversing just moments prior, cut her words short instantly. You stepped out with a trace of awkwardness, asking, "Is it?" Yet Hoshino didn't reply. She even forgot to put down the coffee cup in her hand. You were still standing before the mirror adjusting your collar, completely oblivious to the increasingly dangerous look in the woman's eyes behind you. "Get out!" An icy voice suddenly exploded outward. The designers froze in place. "President Hoshino? All of you, get out of here!" Hoshino set down her coffee cup, her tone suppressing a soon-to-erupt surge of irritability and possessive desire. No one dared to cross this queen. The designers retreated like a tidal wave. The oversized walk-in wardrobe was left with just the two of you. Looking completely baffled, you asked, "Doesn't it look good?" Hoshino didn't answer, walking step by step right up to you. The next second, she reached out, her cool fingertips resting gently against your shoulder. Leaning in close behind your ear, her voice lowered, husky and deep. "I want only..." In order to suppress this rising wave of emotion, I must start taking my medicine. Located in the northern suburbs of the capital, the Shishan Villa served as the ancient ancestral estate of the Hoshino family, a century-old grand courtyard shrouded in history. Yet inside the main hall, the freezing chill of swords drawn and bows strung could not be concealed. The old matriarch of the Hoshino family sat upon the Grand Master's chair, leaning on a dragon-headed cane. Though well past 80 years old, those hawk-like eyes still flashed with shrewdness and ruthless severity. Seated below her were several elders from branch lines of the Hoshino family, alongside Kazuko, whose arm was in a sling and whose face was deathly pale. Kazuko's mother burst into tears and snot, crying out, "You must seek justice for Kazuko." For the sake of some wild man, Hoshino broke her own cousin's wrist, and even handed the prayer beads representing the head's authority to that man. The old matriarch slammed her cane down fiercely, and the hall instantly fell dead silent. "Useless trash!" The old matriarch cast a cold glare at Kazuko. "You couldn't even handle a single man, and you still have the face to come back and cry?" Kazuko shrank her neck, daring to be angry but not daring to speak. The old matriarch took a deep breath, a trace of gloom flashing through her cloudy eyes. She didn't care about Kazuko's hand, but she could not ignore that string of prayer beads. It was the symbol of the Hoshino family's power and must never fall into the hands of a rootless medicine bait. Hoshino was making a display of defiance to her, proving to the entire family that for the sake of this man, she could cast aside all family ties. "That person called Moku?" The old matriarch spun her jade thumb ring, her voice raspy. "I hear he's an orphan with no father and no mother." Indeed, he was sent by the Moku family as debt collateral, reeking of poverty. An uncle from a branch family immediately chimed in, his tone sharp and sarcastic. "With a background like that, he's not even worthy of carrying Hoshino's shoes." The old matriarch let out a cold laugh. "Since Hoshino has been bewitched, let's help her sober up." The female housekeeper immediately handed over a roster. "Tomorrow night's birthday banquet is a great opportunity." The old matriarch looked at a name on the list, the corners of her lips hooking into a calculating smile. I've already sent someone to pick up that young man from the Song family. Mentioning the Song family made everyone present light up. Ren Song was the only son of a top-tier political elite family in the capital, an overseas graduate from Harvard, talented and accomplished, and, moreover, the very candidate for grandson-in-law approved by the old matriarch herself. Having gone abroad for advanced studies 3 years ago, he had finally returned. Ren Song possessed a lofty pride. If he saw some country bumpkin standing beside Hoshino, the uncle covered his mouth in muffled laughter, brimming with schadenfreude, then tomorrow night's show would be truly spectacular. The old matriarch closed the list, her tone as indifferent as if deciding the life or death of an ant. No need to give Hoshino any face. Let that Moku know what the difference between clouds and mud really is. Make him realize his own inferiority and crawl away from the Hoshino family. Yet, at that exact same time, inside the third-floor study of the Hoshino estate, the lights blazed brilliantly. Hoshino stood before the massive floor-to-ceiling window, her silhouette as cold and stern as a mountain. Spread across the desk behind her was a detailed architectural blueprint of the banquet hotel, with several locations circled in red ink. Chief Assistant Ren reported with a solemn expression. News has just arrived. The old matriarch's side has brought young Master Ren back. At tomorrow's banquet, he is invited as your male companion. Hearing that name, Hoshino's brows didn't even twitch, as though it were merely an irrelevant passerby. What else? Also, the Hoshino branch families have prepared quite a few programs. Planning to establish rules for Dr. Moku at the banquet, Ren wiped away cold sweat. The so-called establishing of rules was nothing more than public humiliation and degradation of his family background. For someone like you who had never stepped foot into the Vanity Fair, the slow, agonizing torture of being sliced piece by piece was far harder to endure than a physical beating. This was fundamentally a meticulously planned feast at Swan Goose Gate. Yet Hoshino turned around. She walked over to the desk and picked up the red pen. Just in time, it's been a while since I last established some rules for this bunch of old fogies. Looking toward Ren, she issued her final command. Notify the Shadow Guard unit. Bring all top-tier bodyguards tomorrow night and seal off the hotel for me. Ren was alarmed. Isn't that perhaps not appropriate? This wasn't going to celebrate a birthday. This was openly going to stage a coup. Hoshino raised her head, her eyes burning with dark fires. Stroking her empty left wrist, her tone was soft, yet leaked a world-destroying violence. What's inappropriate about it? I'm bringing Moku so they recognize their master, not so they can bully him. She walked over to Ren and patted her stiff assistant's shoulder, speaking word by word. Tomorrow night, if anyone dares make Moku frown even slightly, or makes him feel the slightest bit displeased, Hoshino narrowed her eyes, a flash of murderous intent blazing in her depths. No matter whose birthday banquet it is, flip the table over for me. If anyone dares speak out of turn, cut out their tongue and send it to the old matriarch as a birthday gift. Ren shuddered all over, looking at her employer's unhinged demeanor, and bowed her head deeply. In the blink of an eye, Saturday at 7 p.m. arrived. The capital's night curtain had long since fallen, and the festive lights were just turning on. Inside the grand hall of the Hoshino estate's main building, the crystal chandelier poured down a waterfall of brilliance. The female housekeeper Natsu stood respectfully with 2 rows of maids flanking the staircase. On the stairs, light footsteps suddenly sounded. Hoshino stood at the landing, lifting her gaze slightly. You walked to the final step of the stairs and came to a halt. Looking at the woman extending her hand before you, you recalled that stormy night when you first arrived at the Hoshino estate. You had stood before her in that exact same manner, drenched in disarray and shivering, believing you were about to plunge straight into hell, only for hell to turn into a castle, and the demon to turn into a guardian deity. Miss Hoshino! You gently placed your hand upon her palm. Hoshino instantly tightened her grip around your hand, her gaze deep and scrutinizing as she looked you over. Are you ready? Hoshino's voice was low, carrying an imperceptible solemnity. Moku, once we step out of this door and get into the car, there's no turning back. Your parents, in order to pay off debts, she looked straight into your eyes without the slightest concealment. Tonight's banquet isn't some harmless Vanity Fair of polite mingling. She curled the corners of her lips into a sneering mockery. It's a wolf's den. There are young masters waiting to watch you make a fool of yourself, family elders wanting to grind you into the dirt, and that so-called fiancé who has been eyeing her like a tiger eyeing its prey. You looked at her. At this woman who had once terrified you yet granted you infinite backing. You felt the weight of that string of prayer beads on your wrist. It was half her life she had handed to you. Since you had taken her life, you would walk all the way to the end with her. You took a deep breath, turning your hand over to grip hers even tighter. Fingers interlocking, palms pressed flush against each other. Raising your head, you said, "Hoshino," calling her by her name. "With you here, I'm not afraid." Hoshino froze for a single second before the gloom in her eyes completely dispersed, transforming into a vast expanse of profound affection and untamed arrogance capable of drowning a soul. "Good," she let out a low chuckle, turning you around to face the grand doors. "Then let's go. Let those old folks see for themselves who the true master of the Hoshino family is." The next second, the heavy doors swung wide open, and a biting, fierce, cold wind rushed in to meet you. Outside the doors, the pitch-black Maybach had long been waiting for some time, and over a dozen bodyguard vehicles formed a long, winding dragon, their headlights piercing the pitch-black night. The bodyguards respectfully pulled open the car doors, and Hoshino shielded you as you got inside. As the car doors slammed shut heavily, the motorcade slowly started moving like a sharp sword piercing into the kaleidoscopic, bustling nightlife of the capital. Outside the carriage windows, neon lights flickered, yet your hand and Hoshino's remained tightly intertwined the entire time, prayer beads pressing against each other, pulses beating in resonance. At the same time, the Shishan Villa, in the western suburbs of the capital, was already brightly illuminated. Serving as the pinnacle of the capital's social pyramid, the old matriarch's 80th birthday party tonight boasted an astonishingly grand scale. Starting all the way from the foot of the mountain, luxury cars formed a long queue. Rolls-Royces and Bentleys were as common as cabbages tonight. Countless dignitaries and social elites shuttled through the venue, chatting in low voices while waiting for tonight's true protagonists to make their entrance. "I heard Miss Hoshino is coming tonight." "She'll definitely come." "Face still has to be given." "Have you guys heard about Miss Hoshino's?" "You mean that traditional medicine student?" "Just a fling. With the young master of the Song family here too, how could Miss Hoshino possibly bring such a low-class piece of trash here?" The murmurs surged like a tidal wave, but right at that moment, a low, powerful engine roar instantly pierced through all the clamor. Everyone instinctively stopped talking and turned to look toward the gates. Amidst the night, a pitch-black Maybach, escorted by 4 Land Rover Defenders, drove in slowly, its headlights slicing through the night sky. The next second, the motorcade came to a steady halt at the end of the red carpet. The venue fell into dead silence, every single gaze locked tightly onto that vehicle. Bodyguards stepped forward swiftly, respectfully pulling open the rear passenger door. You stepped down from the car, standing beside the door as you bent over slightly, palm facing upward, and extended your hand toward the interior. Following closely, a fair hand rested gently upon your palm, emerging from the pitch-black cabin. Among this crowd of tuxedo-clad young masters, you resembled a rising sun. The scholarly aura emanating from your very bones stood in stark contrast to this copper-scented Vanity Fair. Yet you managed to miraculously outshine all the superficial flashiness present. That was, someone sucked in a sharp breath. Who said he was a country bumpkin? With an air like that, anyone would believe he's a prince from some nation. Holding Hoshino's hand, feeling the gazes from all directions threatening to burn right through you, though you were quite nervous and your palms were slightly sweating, you remembered Hoshino's words, "Don't lower your head." You took a deep breath, straightening your back and lifting your chin slightly, yet the moment you raised your hand, the dark pattern on your cuff slipped aside, revealing a string of cold white jade beads was exposed to everyone's view without warning. A long string of prayer beads wrapped a full 3 times around your clean, slender wrist. Every single bead was smooth and full, emitting an eerie, chilling frost. That was precisely the keepsake Hoshino never parted with, the cold white jade bodhi, symbolizing the supreme authority of the head of the Hoshino family. "Oh my God!" A young aristocrat standing close by couldn't help covering his mouth, his pupils trembling violently. That's the Buddha's beads of Hoshino. It's actually on his wrist. To see the beads is to see the person. This isn't bringing a male companion. This is clearly bringing an ancestor. All those initial glances of contempt, probing, and even malice, instantly transformed into shock, wariness, and reverence. Hoshino sensed the shift in the surrounding atmosphere and tilted her head slightly to glance at you beside her. She curved the corners of her lips upward, turning her hand over to interlock her fingers with yours, displaying that string of prayer beads even more prominently before everyone. "Let's go," she murmured softly. You stepped onto the crimson carpet, walking step by step into this deep, ancient courtyard. The moment Hoshino led you into the hall, the previously bustling chatter instantly dropped into a vacuum. Immediately after, although outward cordiality was feigned, countless gazes began probing in secret. You instantly felt those stares acting like sticky webs clinging to your body, examining your formal wear, evaluating your market value, and envying the prayer beads on your wrist. Yet Hoshino's expression remained indifferent, as though she were long accustomed to it. She led you through the crowd. Wherever you passed, the guests instinctively stepped aside and respectfully lowered their heads to murmur a greeting of Miss Hoshino. "Are you hungry?" Hoshino looked down, shielding you from a branch cousin who wanted to come over and chat. Her tone softened. "There's a dessert area over there. I'll take you." But before she could finish speaking, an aged yet gloomy figure stepped silently into your path like a vulture. It was none other than the old matriarch's confidential head housekeeper, Auntie Fu, her triangular eyes filled with conspiracy and calculation. "Miss," Auntie Fu didn't even spare you a glance, flashing a fake, insincere smile at Hoshino. "The old matriarch has been waiting for you in the study for quite some time." A flash of impatient chill crossed Hoshino's eyes. "I just arrived." Let grandmother wait a moment. Not only did Auntie Fu refuse to back down, she stepped forward instead, lowering her voice. "It's regarding the transfer of 5% of the group's core equity. The veteran board members are all there, waiting solely for your signature." Hoshino's pupils shrank abruptly. Equity transfer. That was the lifeline of the Hoshino Financial Group. The old matriarch was using the interests of the entire group as a bargaining chip to force her to leave your side. Hoshino let out a cold laugh. The old lady's trick was practiced indeed. She knew this was a trap. The moment she walked away, you would be left isolated. In this royal ancestral home surrounded by wolves, the consequences could well be imagined. "Tell grandmother to discuss it another day." Hoshino gripped your hand tighter, turning around to leave. "Tonight I'm here to celebrate a birthday, not to discuss official business." Auntie Fu's voice instantly rose. "The veteran members are all present. If you don't go, I'm afraid at tomorrow's board meeting." The atmosphere instantly turned rigid. You knew what she was worried about, sacrificing those tens of billions in equity. Your heart burned with a warm ache, but reason told you that you couldn't let her do this. You couldn't become the stumbling block that caused her to lose her authority. Your parents, in order to pay off debts, sold you overnight to the wealthy young lady who suffered from bipolar disorder and auditory hypersensitivity. Miss Hoshino. You extended your other hand to gently nudge her arm. With your brow furrowed, you raised your head, offering her a docile smile. "The equity matter cannot be delayed. However, I'll be fine." You pointed toward the dessert table not far away, your tone brisk. "I'll just get something to eat right over there and wait for you to come back. I won't run around anywhere. I won't talk to anyone who approaches me, okay?" You shook the prayer beads on your wrist, making them emit a crisp clattering sound. "Besides, who would dare bully me?" Hoshino looked at you, at your clear and resolute eyes, knowing that you were putting on a brave face to ease her burdens. After a silent 3 seconds, Hoshino finally relented. She turned around, her gaze sweeping like lightning across the surging currents of the surrounding crowd. She snapped her fingers coldly into the empty air. 4 men in black instantly materialized, like ghosts, neatly falling in line 3 paces behind you, the absolute top-tier shadow guards of the Hoshino family. "Listen up." Hoshino stared at those shadow guards, her voice low yet carrying a blood-soaked, bone-chilling aura. "I'm only leaving for half an hour. Within this half hour, disregard any royal rules, and don't give anyone any face." She extended her hand to tidy up the collar of your overcoat, her fingertips lingering affectionately across your cheek. Then she turned her head back, her expression turning ferocious and brutal. "Keep your eyes locked on him! If I come back and find he's lost a single hair or suffered the slightest grievance." She hooked the corners of her lips, revealing a mouthful of pearly white teeth. "You guys!" The moment her words fell, Hoshino released your hand. The instant the warm touch withdrew, a sudden emptiness hollowed out your heart. "Wait for me!" Hoshino gave you one deep look before turning around, walking with long strides toward the second floor led by that sinister housekeeper. As her figure vanished, that suffocating coercive pressure instantly dissipated. Countless malicious gazes that had long been unable to restrain themselves locked onto you like sharks smelling blood. Standing beside the dessert table holding a glass of orange juice with 4 towering, rugged bodyguards standing like iron towers behind you, it still couldn't completely block out those people swarming over under the guise of socializing. After all, this was the old matriarch's birthday banquet. Here, people didn't even need to move. A mere glance could turn into a blade cutting straight into your flesh. So this is that notorious Mr. Moku. A frivolous male voice rang out as the crowd automatically parted. 3 or 4 pomade-slicked young masters crowded around like proud roosters, advancing aggressively. It was none other than a young branch master of the Hoshino family. He walked right up to you, closing the distance step by step while the scent of expensive cologne rushed forth, making you frown slightly. Instead of looking at your face, Hashlin treated you like a piece of merchandise, his gaze raking with undisguised nakedness from the top of your head down to your heels, eventually locking onto the garment you were wearing. This outfit. Hoshlin shook his champagne glass, his lips hooking into a mocking sneer. Armani's haute couture runway piece from this year, right? There's only one in the entire world. So it ended up here. Hoshlin extended a finger, gesturing vaguely toward your waistline where a subtle crease remained from where Hoshino had embraced you earlier. Such a pity, Hoshlin sighed exaggeratedly, speaking with the superior tone of someone lecturing rural relatives. You probably don't understand that top-tier silk fabric like this is extremely delicate. When we wear this kind of haute couture, we stand and never sit. He let out a dry laugh, his eyes brimming with contempt. How did it end up all wrinkled like this? Truly, this was practically pointing at your nose in public to curse you as a country bumpkin. Several snickers echoed from the surroundings. They were waiting to see you make a fool of yourself. They assumed you would blush, feel flustered, and lower your head in shame. Yet you neither tried to cover up the wrinkles nor showed the slightest hint of panic. You just stood there quietly, holding that glass of orange juice, your expression calm and detached as you looked at him, your gaze clear and penetrating as if watching a clown. Your voice was clear and unhurried. This is indeed silk, and top-tier mulberry silk at that. Hoshlin was momentarily stunned, assuming you had caved, but you changed the subject, taking a light sip of juice. Your tone was as calm as stating a basic fact. Clothes are designed to be worn by people, to serve people. If someone doesn't even dare to sit down just because of a piece of clothing, are people wearing the clothes, or are the clothes wearing the people? You lowered your gaze slightly, your eyes sweeping over Hoshlin's neatly pressed yet stiffly textured red suit. Young Master Hosh, you might not know this. Only pure natural silk and cotton linen will crease. That's the breathing quality of the fabric, and the proof of its high cost. You raised your head, your apricot-shaped eyes staring straight into Hoshlin's, parrying his verbal jab with neither too much softness nor too much force. As for those stiff fabrics that never crease no matter how you sit, you paused, your tone soft. They are usually chemical fibers or polyester, commonly known as... A sharp hiss went through the air. Not only the guests, but even the bodyguards behind you nearly burst out laughing. You were blatantly and unmistakably implying that Hoshlin's suit was fake, and that he was wearing cheap plastic. Hoshlin's face instantly turned a mix of pale and livid, wonderfully colorful. Beside himself with rage, his voice shot up an octave. How dare you say I'm wearing plastic? What does a medicine peddler like you know about fashion? Just as Hoshlin was about to act up, an elegant, lazy, yet absolutely authoritative male voice suddenly rang out from behind the crowd. Why bother bickering with an unmannered outsider? Aren't you afraid of losing your standing? Those young masters who had just been acting so arrogant immediately retreated to the side with ingratiating expressions, like mice seeing a cat. A man strolled leisurely over. He wore a deep purple velvet suit, impeccably tailored with a heavy texture. This color, notoriously difficult to pull off, only served to highlight his poised and luxurious regal aura. Ren Song, the only son of the capital's top-tier political elite family, a Harvard Business School dual-degree master, and moreover, the universally acknowledged favorite for the old matriarch's future grandson-in-law. He was completely different from nouveau riche figures like Hosh Lin. He was a true favored son of the heavens, as well as an arrogant, highly educated bad boy down to his bones. Big brother Ren Song. Hosh Lin hurriedly sidled up like a little flunky, yet Ren Song didn't even look at him, nor did he break his stride. His gaze remained locked onto you from start to finish, the man whom Hoshino had shielded all the way in. The next second, Ren Song walked up right in front of you. He was tall, easily towering half a head above you, looking down at you from a natural position of absolute superiority. You looked at this sudden arrival, feeling an unprecedented sense of pressure. Not the bloody violence of Hoshino, but a suffocating class barrier built upon immense wealth and elite heritage. "So you're Moku." He held a glass of red wine without extending a hand, not even offering a word of self-introduction. Because in his view, no one in this circle didn't know who Ren Song was. You tightened your grip on the juice glass and nodded without a trace of inferiority. "May I ask who you are?" Yet Ren Song didn't answer. He critiqued you with the critical and cold gaze of someone appraising a painting in a gallery, letting his eyes sweep across your face. Finally, he gave a light chuckle. "So this is Hoshino's current taste." Ren Song turned his head, as if announcing it to everyone present. "It certainly matches her recent state of mind." He looked back down at you, his eyes carrying a trace of extreme, humiliating pity. "Plain and watery," he used an exceptionally harsh phrase. Your cold and clean demeanor was twisted into something dull and tasteless. Though I suppose it makes sense. Ren Song took a sip of red wine. The crimson liquid stained his lips like a smear of blood. "That woman Hoshino has too much inner fire. She's been eating too much rich food lately and easily gets hot-tempered." He extended a single finger, lightly and dismissively tapping the air toward your shoulder, his tone airy and nonchalant. "Keeping a little traditional Chinese medicine practitioner like you around just to sip some light herbal tea every now and then." He paused, the corners of his lips hooking into a meaningful arc. "To cool down the heat, it's not a bad choice after all." "I don't mind. Your parents, in order to pay off debts, sold you overnight to the wealthy young lady who suffered from bipolar disorder and auditory hypersensitivity." A burst of muffled laughter instantly rippled through the surroundings. Your face turned abruptly pale. Ren Song hadn't used a single dirty word, yet he used the most elegant posture to deliver the most venomous insults. He likened you to Hoshino's tool for cooling her fire, a piece of medicinal dregs meant to be discarded at any moment. This was the humiliation of a primary spouse asserting dominance. He was telling you that you were nothing more than a low-class plaything. Yet you took a deep breath, forcefully suppressing the raging fire at the bottom of your heart. You raised your head and stared straight into Ren Song's arrogant eyes. Far from being crushed by him, you flashed a cold smile. "Whether I'm herbal tea or not isn't something for you to judge. But you got one thing wrong." You shook the prayer beads on your wrist, your voice turning icy. "Miss Hoshino doesn't need to cool any fire. And that peace of mind," you looked at the wine in his hand, "is something a glass of wine like yours will never be able to give." The smile at the corners of Ren Song's lips instantly froze. He narrowed his eyes. A bit interesting. Daring to talk back to this little pet, not quite as obedient as the rumors say. Ren Song gave a cold sneer and set his wine glass down. He abruptly turned around and walked over to an oil painting hanging nearby. The moment he opened his mouth, it was in fluent Parisian French, magnificent. The young masters around him instantly caught on. They immediately switched language channels and began rattling off in French as well. In an instant, they formed an exclusive circle, chatting about Monet and art that only they supposedly understood. Meanwhile, you were completely isolated on the outside. Ren Song had drawn a class divide using the most arrogant method possible. He was showing everyone that they were discussing art in the language of the aristocracy, while you, a person surnamed Moku. While chatting away, they cast contemptuous glances at you out of the corners of their eyes, their gazes filled with mockery as if looking at a crude peasant who had accidentally strayed into an imperial palace. Yet your expression remained unchanged. You felt no awkwardness at all. Your attention wasn't on those ambiguous foreign words, but on a heavy wave of expensive cologne drifting continuously toward you in the air. Rensong suddenly stopped, fixing a fake hypocritical smile on his face as he looked at you. "Oh my," he switched back to Mandarin, his tone dripping with sickening superiority. "We got too carried away chatting. What are your insights on this painting?" It was a trap. Before you could even open your mouth, Rensong covered his mouth in feigned astonishment. He looked you up and down, his gaze dropping to your fingertips, which were slightly rough from years of compounding herbs. "You study traditional Chinese medicine, don't you?" "I hear traditional medicine involves digging around in muddy dirt for plant roots all day." He degraded a millennium-old national treasure into the lowest form of labor. "Since you're used to playing in the mud, it's only natural you don't understand high art." He leaned in close to you abruptly, spitting out a cold sentence in a voice only the two of you could hear. "Lower-class people belong in the mud." A suppressed burst of laughter erupted from the surroundings. Ho Shlin laughed so hard he bent double. "Big Brother Rensong, don't give the guy a hard time. He probably can't even tell the difference between Monet and a box of money." Yet you offered no retort. In Rensong's eyes, your silence meant you were humbled beyond measure. However, little did he expect that this wasn't silence at all. The moment he had leaned in close just now, that cologne scent had grown even more intense. Yet in your nose, the nose of a professional perfumer, you caught a hint of an unnatural odor, a sour, fermented tang like rotting fruit. There was only one possible explanation. This expensive bottle of cologne Rensong wore was meant to mask a hidden physical ailment. Not only that, you also detected a component known as shishin leaf. The moment this substance encounters high-concentration alcohol, it triggers a fascinating chemical reaction. Your gaze instantly dropped to the red wine in his hand. The next second, the corners of your lips slowly hooked upward into a meaningful curve. So what if you didn't know French? Since he liked playing high class, you would show him what a professional dimensionality reduction strike looked like. You finally spoke, your voice calm yet carrying an unnerving certainty. "I don't know art, but I can smell it." You pointed abruptly toward his collar, your eyes clear and sharp. "It's expired." Those two words, expired, struck like an ice-dipped needle, piercing right into Rensong's most closely guarded secret pain. The hand holding his wine glass gave a violent jerk, and a crack instantly fractured his perfect fake smile. He had long been plagued by an unspeakable hidden condition. Long-term medication use had thrown off his body's metabolism and produced a distinct body odor. This was supposed to be his greatest secret. Yet right now, someone he viewed as a mud-scrubbing nobody had sniffed it out and exposed it publicly in a single breath. Rensong quickly readjusted his expression, but the panic in the depths of his eyes didn't escape your notice. Trying to mask his guilty conscience with an even loftier attitude, he said, "Mr. Moku loves to joke. This is an antique formula. People who don't know the trade think it smells spoiled." Chime-ins immediately sounded around him. "Exactly! What does a country bumpkin know about antique colognes? Big Brother Rensong's is a limited edition." Looking at his forced composure, you didn't argue. Instead, you gave a calm response. Your gaze swept casually across the wildly throbbing blood vessels at the side of his neck. "Then let's just say I smelled wrong. But Mr. Song, your cologne reacting with alcohol is going to be quite interesting later when you drink." To Rensong, this well-meaning reminder sounded purely like a provocation and a threat from this hateful man. A flash of vicious intent flickered across Rensong's eyes. He was going to make you disgrace yourself physically. Under the guise of adjusting his collar, he tilted his head slightly, casting an icy, calculating gaze toward a young female server not far away. That female server was carrying a large tray of red wine. Receiving Rensong's signal, she gave an imperceptible nod. Her palms were slick with sweat because she was a plant the Song family had bought off long ago. The plan was to ruin the outfit you were wearing and make you humiliate yourself in public. "The dessert table over there looks pretty good." Hosh Lin caught on instantly, pulling a few other young masters along to shift their positions intentionally or otherwise, forming a human wall that instantly sealed off all your escape routes. You were looking down at your juice, completely unaware of the female server hurrying over with heavy footsteps and a tray. "Excuse me." The female server called out, her pace getting faster and faster, almost running. When she was less than 2 meters away from you, the toe of her shoe suddenly tripped over something. The female server let out an exaggerated gasp of shock. Losing her balance entirely, she hurtled straight in your direction. The 5 or 6 glasses of full red wine on her tray traced a crimson parabola through the air, aimed squarely at you. "Mr. Moku, watch out!" The shadow guards in the distance noticed something was wrong and roared as they tried to rush forward. But it was already too late. You whipped your head around to face a torrential wave of red liquid rushing toward you like a bloody maw. And Rensong stood off to the side, the corners of his lips curving into a cruel sneer. "Get ruined. Have that high and mighty face of yours, along with this borrowed suit, completely ruined together." Everything happened in an instant, yet in your perception, it moved as slowly as a silent film. When the female server let out her exaggerated gasp, your body's instincts moved faster. A half step backward to the left would have allowed you to dodge it. The moment your foot stepped back, however, your heel collided with a soft yet solid wall. "Oops!" Hashlin's exaggerated, feigned exclamation rang out behind you. He had already led others to seal off all your retreat paths. "You stepped on my leather shoes!" Not only did he refuse to move aside, he even stuck out his foot to maliciously trip your ankle, completely cutting off your final route of escape. Your body staggered, forcing you to freeze in place. Those few full glasses of Bordeaux red wine splashed mercilessly all over you head to toe. As the wine glasses shattered on the ground, you felt a bone-chilling wetness hit your chest. That priceless suit was already completely ruined. Trickling down from your collar, across your chest and down your waist, the wine finally burst into blossoming splotches of liquid flowers across your trousers. This left you looking infinitely more bedraggled and miserable. A few drops of red wine hung from your hair, sliding down your cheek like weeping tears of blood. An exaggerated wave of gasps erupted across the banquet hall. Those elite gentlemen spoke of how tragic it was on their lips, while their eyes shone with the unadulterated glee of schadenfreude. Watching you, the person Hoshino had carefully guarded in the palm of her hand, reduced to a drowned rat right now, their jealousy and bitterness finally found an outlet. A sparrow is a sparrow. Even if you dress it in dragon robes, it will never become a crown prince. You only deserve to be doused in dirty water. Not far away, Rensong watched the scene unfold, the smile at the corners of his lips finally turning genuine. That's right. In this circle, nobody cares about your explanations. Everyone will only remember what you look like right now, soaked, bedraggled, and filthy. Your dignity had been completely torn to shreds by this splash of red wine. Your parents, in order to pay off debts, sold you overnight to the wealthy young lady who suffered from bipolar disorder and auditory hypersensitivity. A wave of scalding red wine tore your remaining facade of decency to absolute shreds. The culprit of a server knelt on the ground trembling, though her eyes drifted toward Rensong not far away. This was a premeditated setup from the start. The next second, Rensong predictably stepped forward with quick strides, cleverly shielding the server behind him. Pulling out a handkerchief, he looked at you with a face full of concern. "Are you all right?" Yet the action of his hands was anything but helpful. Pinching the handkerchief as if handling trash, he distastefully pressed down on the wine-soaked fabric of your chest, deliberately making the red wine soak in even deeper. Rensong withdrew his hand and shook his head leisurely. "This is a haute couture piece of moonlit rhapsody. Just the fabric alone costs a 6-figure sum per meter." Raising his eyes, his gaze landed on your pale face as the corners of his lips hooked upward into a malicious smile. Hoshino was willing to lend you such a gown to wear, but ruining something so precious. He closed in by another step, the heavy scent of cologne sickeningly strong. Even if you sold yourself, I doubt you could afford a single thread of it. Snickers immediately broke out all around. You just stood there, letting the icy cold wine trickle down, quietly tightening your grip on the prayer beads hidden inside your sleeve. Seeing that you didn't speak, Rensong assumed you were terrified and immediately put on the magnanimity of a host. "How about this? I'm quite familiar with the housekeeper." He beckoned to a male servant nearby, smiling as he offered up that prearranged humiliation scheme. "I'll have them find a clean set of work clothes for you to wear." Work clothes, meaning the staff uniform. Though it wouldn't fit quite right, at least it would be clean. Rensong looked you up and down with malicious light glinting in his eyes, leaning close to your ear to whisper with contempt in a voice only the two of you could hear. "Anyway, given your background, wearing that kind of clothing fits you better and feels more like your true self, doesn't it? At least it's better than standing here looking like a drowned rat making a fool of yourself." As the words fell, the surrounding young masters could hold back no longer. bursting into grating, mocking laughter. This was meant to nail you permanently to the pillar of shame for the lower classes. "Mr. Moku?" The surrounding hum of laughter buzzed on, while Rensong pinched that hypocritical handkerchief, his eyes full of malicious glee, waiting for you to submit. Yet under the malicious gazes of everyone present, you slowly straightened your back, your expression indifferent as you flicked the wine droplets off your soaked hemline. You looked straight into Rensong's eyes. "If it can't be washed clean, we can replace it." You shook the string of prayer beads on your wrist, a sarcastic curl touching your lips. "If worse comes to worst, I'll write an IOU to Hoshino. A lifetime should be enough to pay it back." "An IOU?" Rensong gave a cold sneer. "Is this about money? Dignity?" You stepped forward abruptly, closing the distance on Rensong as you pointed a finger toward his heart from a distance, speaking one word at a time. "If clothes get dirty, you wash them, and they're clean again. If your heart is foul, you flash a look of disgust in your eyes. No matter how much expensive cologne you spray, it can never cover up that rotting, spoiled stench from within." It struck right at his core weakness. Rensong's voice was shaking with anger as he yelled, "How dare you curse me?" Yet your expression remained completely detached, as if you were merely stating a basic medical fact. Following that, you swept your gaze toward the servant, holding the male staff uniform not far away, your eyes instantly turning sharp. "You want me to wear a valet's uniform?" You gave a cold sneer. "Mr. Song, did you forget who brought me here? I am Hoshino's personal date, brought here by her in person and her publicly acknowledged fiancé. At this banquet, I represent Hoshino and I represent the Hosh family." You stared down Rensong, your voice suddenly rising an octave. "You asking me to wear the clothes of a Hosh family servant? Are you trying to humiliate me, or are you trying to slap Hoshino across the face? Or perhaps you believe that in your eyes, the entire Hosh family is only fit to wear servant clothes." With this massive accusation dropped, the expressions of the onlookers waiting for a show instantly shifted. Rensong panicked entirely. "You're talking nonsense. I didn't mean that at all." You glared at him coldly, having lost all patience for the back and forth. "Since you didn't mean it, don't trouble yourself, Mr. Song. If I'm going to change clothes, Hoshino will have to come change them for me herself." You looked at his flustered face with icy eyes. "You'd better worry about yourself first. After all, it seems you can't cover it up anymore." Rensong raised his hand as if to push you. The very second his arm lifted, an unfamiliar, sour smell drilled unannounced into his nostrils. Rensong's movement abruptly froze. At first it was just a faint sourness, but the scent began to mutate and expand at a terrifying speed. The expensive cologne he wore had triggered a disastrous chemical reaction with the red wine spilled on him moments ago. The shishen leaves used in the cologne to mask body odor disintegrated rapidly under the high-concentration alcohol, releasing a stench resembling rotting fish. One of the young masters standing closest suddenly covered his mouth, his face turning ashen as he began to retch. "Good God, it smells so stinking foul!" It's like a sewer just exploded. The crowd instantly erupted in panic, desperately searching for the source of the stench. The smell was so overpowering, blending alcohol fumes and cosmetic powder, it practically amounted to a biological weapon. Soon, everyone realized with horror that the source of the smell was none other than Rensong, whom they had just been idolizing. Rensong was completely dumbfounded. He frantically sniffed his wrists and collar, his face shifting from rage to deathly pale, and then from pale to ashen gray. It's him. It really was coming from him. That fishy, putrid stench clung to him like a curse, refusing to dissipate no matter how much he fanned the air. So it really was the smell coming off Rensong. Moku was right just now when he said he couldn't cover up the spoiled stench. Turns out all that aristocratic elegance was just an act. The young masters who had been swarming around him moments ago now backed away in terror, treating him like a plague. In an instant, a 3-meter vacuum opened up around Rensong. He stood there, in a priceless suit while radiating a sickening, nauseating stench. "No, that's not it. Listen to my explanation." Rensong completely broke down, reaching out to grab Hoshlin, who violently shook him off. "Get away from me, you stinking freak." Rensong finally learned what it felt like when everyone turned against a fallen man. You stood quietly a few meters away, still covered in wine stains and looking thoroughly bedraggled. Amidst the chaos on the scene, just as Rensong was on the verge of a total collapse, a sound suddenly came from the second floor. Everyone instantly fell silent, instinctively raising their heads to look. There, under the brilliant lights, Hoshino stood at the top of the stairs. She looked down at the farce below with a completely blank expression, her gaze sweeping over the reeking Rensong. Finally, her eyes locked onto you. Though you were covered in wine stains, your spine remained ramrod straight. The veins bulged on Hoshino's hand as she gripped the railing. She took a long stride down the stairs, every step heavy with suppressed fury. As she approached, the crowd automatically parted to clear a path. Reeking from head to toe, Rensong saw her coming and panic flashed in his eyes, though he still forced himself forward to explain. "Hoshino, listen to me." Before he could finish, Hoshino's pupils suddenly constricted as towering rage surged in her eyes. With a chilling cold chuckle, Hoshino walked straight past Rensong with a blank expression, not even sparing him a single glance. She walked right up to you. Reaching out, the tips of her fingers were actually trembling slightly as the cold fabric pressed against your warm skin, stealing away your body heat. Hoshino could feel that you were shaking. An hour ago, she had held you in her arms, unwilling to let even a breath of wind touch you. Yet right here on her own turf, these people actually dared to soil the deity she held in the palm of her hand. Your parents, in order to pay off debts, sold you overnight to the wealthy young lady who suffered from bipolar disorder and auditory hypersensitivity. "It's okay now," she said in a voice eerily gentle, draping a coat over your shoulders. Having done all this, she finally turned around. That ferocious, brooding gaze locked coldly onto the terrified Rensong, her voice freezing to the bone. "To drive someone to this state and make yourself reek like this, is this what your Song family is all about?" Hoshino narrowed her eyes, her tone grim. "Is this your so-called proud dignity?" Terror welled up from deep within Rensong. He knew this madwoman Hoshino all too well. "Hoshino, this really was just a misunderstanding." Pointing at the trembling server on the ground, he frantically tried to shed responsibility. "It was just a slip of the hand that caused her to bump into Mr. Moku. Besides, I even offered to take him to change clothes. He's the one who wouldn't cooperate. Why ruin the harmony between our two families over such a trivial matter?" Hoshino didn't even turn her head. She remained entirely deaf to Rensong's excuses. Her gaze swept past Rensong and landed coldly on the kneeling server. Paralyzed with terror, the server shook violently all over. My hand slipped. You watched Hoshino, who simply looked calmly at the woman whose hand had slipped. Clinging to her like a drowning person clutching a straw, the server kowtowed frantically. "Miss Hosh, spare me! I really didn't mean it. My hand just slipped for a second." Hoshino repeated those words, nodding thoughtfully. Then, pulling out a pristine white handkerchief, she began wiping her fingertips with deliberate slowness, her cold tone chillingly terrifying. Lowering her eyes with visible disgust toward the server's shaking hands, she said, "Since she can't even hold a tray steady," the server's pupils contracted violently. "Break them." Hoshino casually tossed the handkerchief aside and gave a casual, understated command to the bodyguards behind her. "Since they're useless hands, there's no need to keep them. Clean up the mess." With a single, simple sentence, she pronounced a death sentence. Two bodyguards stepped forward immediately, dislocating the server's jaw on the spot and dragging her away swiftly like a rag doll. The socialites turned pale with fright. How ruthless. Just because of a glass of wine, she's crippling a pair of hands. Rensong felt his legs go weak, barely able to stand. He knew Hoshino was making an example out of him. Having dealt with the server, Hoshino finally turned slowly around, casting her brooding gaze directly onto Rensong for the very first time. Rensong stood rigid, feeling like a corpse resting on an autopsy table. "Rensong," she called out his name, her voice low yet carrying a suffocating pressure. Excuses like a slip of the hand might fool a 3-year-old. She closed in on him step by step, each footfall feeling like it was treading on Rensong's bare nerves. "In my domain, there are no accidents." Hoshino stopped right in front of him, her towering height completely enveloping him. She narrowed her eyes, a dark storm churning in their depths. "You touched my person. It's time to settle your account." Hoshino turned and walked toward the wine and beverage table nearby. Her eyes scanned the selections before stopping on a bottle of Romanée Conti. a prestigious wine known as the King of Burgundies. The next second, she picked up that heavy bottle of red wine with one hand and turned back to face Rensong. Seeing the woman approach step by step, sheer terror finally seized his throat. "Whoosh! Hoshino!" His voice grew sharp and blustering as he put up a false front. "Don't do anything reckless. I'm the young master of the Song family. If you dare touch me..." Unfortunately, Hoshino ignored him entirely. Walking right up to Rensong, those brooding eyes stared icily down at him. Her thin lips parted to utter words dripping with utter contempt. Immediately following that, Hoshino expressionlessly raised her hand, lifting the priceless bottle of red wine straight over Rensong's head. Then, tilting her wrist, the purplish red wine poured down in a cascading waterfall, landing squarely upon his meticulously styled hair. You watched with your own eyes as the icy red liquid instantly drenched Rensong's strands, winding its way down his cheeks, pouring into his expensive suit, and dyeing his noble deep purple attire into a wretched dark splotch. Yet Hoshino didn't stop. She poured it slowly, with calm and poised movements, just like a gardener watering a withered flower. 1 second, 10 seconds. Everyone stood dumbfounded, watching the young master of the Song family have his hair washed with red wine in front of a live audience. Only when the very last drop of wine was emptied did Hoshino slowly pull her hand back. Rensong was drenched to the skin, his hair plastered against his face as purplish red liquid dripped steadily down. You saw the humiliation he had dumped on you now being returned to him tenfold and 100-fold by Hoshino. "How is it?" Holding the empty wine bottle, Hoshino looked down at him from her position of absolute superiority. "Does this wine taste refreshing?" Rensong finally snapped out of it, screaming like a madman as he frantically wiped the wine from his face. His carefully groomed hair now resembled a soaked piece of purple seaweed. Smudged eyeliner mixed with red wine made him look like a vengeful ghost crawling out of a blood pool. "Hoshino, you're out of your mind! How dare you treat me like this for a low-class man who doesn't even belong in polite society?" Facing his roaring, Hoshino's expression remained terrifyingly calm. The empty bottle worth hundreds of thousands was casually tossed onto the carpet. Pulling out a brand new square handkerchief, she meticulously wiped her fingertips. Once finished, Hoshino dropped the handkerchief right beside Rensong's feet. This was payback for the handkerchief he had tossed at you earlier. Lifting her eyelids, her tone lacked any sincerity while dripping with extreme mockery. "Hand slipped," repeating Rensong's own excuse. Every word hit back like a boomerang, piercing deep into him. "I didn't mean it either." Trembling with rage, Rensong looked as though he might pass out. As for his ruined suit, Hoshino swept a contemptuous glance over his soaked formal wear, before turning to look at her female chief assistant, Shu Yang. Shu Yang stepped forward immediately, a checkbook already prepared in her hand. Hoshino nodded, the corners of her lips hooking into a cold sneer of ultimate humiliation. Tipping her chin toward Shu Yang, she spoke as though tossing coins to a beggar. "Write a check. The Hush family will compensate you with 10 of them." Shu Yang immediately wrote out a check and strode right up to Rensong. That long string of zeros was blindingly glaring. "Young Master Song," Shu Yang said expressionlessly, "that's more than enough for you to buy out this season's haute couture collection." Staring at the check, Rensong felt it was even hotter to the touch than red wine. His hand shook as he wanted to tear it apart to preserve his dignity, but that was 8 million. His hand froze mid-air, unable to tear it. Making the decision for him, she said, "Take it, and consider the account settled." The next second, turning her back to him, she raised a hand to point toward the banquet hall's grand entrance. Tilting her head, a murderous intent surfaced in those brooding eyes. "Get lost." Rensong stiffened from head to toe. You could see he finally understood. Hoshino's look was one of genuine murderous intent. "Don't force me to have people throw you out." Hoshino's voice was soft, yet it made one's skin crawl. "If that happens, whatever shred of dignity the Song family has left won't even be pickable off the floor." This immense terror and humiliation finally broke Rensong. Screaming in a breakdown, he snatched up the check, covered his face, and bolted toward the door, not even taking the time to retrieve his missing leather shoe as he fled barefoot and wretchedly like a routed clown. Everyone watched this scene unfold, then turned their eyes back to Hoshino, whose expression in the center of the room was chillingly cold. At that moment, not a single person dared to spare you even a glance, because they knew you were Hoshino's reverse scale. Touch it and die. As the grand doors slammed shut with a heavy bang, the entire banquet hall fell into a death-like silence. Yet the turbid mixture of wine aroma, blood stench, and dessert drinks hanging in the air caused Hoshino's brow to furrow deeply. Your parents, in order to pay off debts, sold you overnight to the wealthy young lady who suffered from bipolar disorder and auditory hypersensitivity. Lowering her gaze, she glanced at the wine stains and footprints on the floor. Not even bothering to mask her reaction, Hoshino raised a hand to wave in front of her nose, pure physical disgust shining in her eyes. The air in here is too foul. Without turning back, she ordered her assistant, Shu Yang, replace the carpet. Sweeping her gaze over the terrified guests, she added, open all the windows to air the place out. Having handled everything, Hoshino finally turned around. She walked toward you where you cowered in the corner. Cold? Approaching you, Hoshino reached out a warm palm to gently cup your chilled cheek. You nodded slightly. A little. My fault, Hoshino murmured, her thumb brushing past the red mark on the outer corner of your eye, while her eyes filled with sorrow. I'm late. Pulling you into a gentle embrace, you let out a startle. My suit is dirty. It'll ruin your clothes, you whispered in warning. They are the ones who are dirty, Hoshino interrupted softly as her arms tightened around you. Looking down at you in her arms, the corners of her lips curved upward into the faintest of arcs. Besides, you know I'm a germaphobe, but when it comes to you, I have no cleanliness rules at all. This made your heart skip a beat. Holding you softly, he said nothing more. Taking your hand, Hoshino turned and walked toward the side exit. Let's get you changed. It stinks too much in here. Everyone in the room let out an inner sigh of relief. This god of calamity was finally leaving. But just as one of Hoshino's feet was about to step out the side door, a heavy thud of a cane striking the ground exploded from the second floor. A tremendous sound that caused the entire banquet hall to vibrate. An aged voice, filled with absolute majesty, rang out. At my birthday banquet, you beat my people, you smash my venue, and you think you can just walk away? You looked up in terror. At the far end of the second floor staircase stood an elderly woman with a head of silvery white hair. Leaning on a dragon head cane with an expression as heavy as water, she was flanked by elder members of the Hosh family and a gloating Kazuko. The newcomer was none other than the true power broker of the Hosh family, old Madame Hosh. Looking down from above with falcon-like eyes blazing with rage, she snapped, Hoshino! Do you think your wings have grown strong enough that you don't even put me, your grandmother, in your eyes anymore? That roar instantly froze the atmosphere of the entire banquet hall down to freezing point. Yet Hoshino stopped without even turning around. Gently patting your back, she whispered in your ear, the old lady is just barking at the door to scare people, that's all. This utter disregard completely ignited the old madam's fury. Insolent wretch, I am talking to you. Pointing at the shambles all around with a raspy voice, she shouted, not only did you beat one of your own, but you publicly reduced the Song family boy to that state. For someone so utterly worthless, you dared to offend the Song family? You are making a mockery of the Hosh family's future. Faced with this blistering accusation, Hoshino finally turned around slowly. Narrowing her eyes slightly, she locked gazes with the old woman upstairs from a distance. The Hosh family's future? Hoshino let out a soft laugh, a smile holding only chilling indifference and mockery. Have you lost your mind in your old age? With one hand slipped into her pocket, her tone was lazy yet hit like a hammer with every word. Whatever the Hosh family has achieved today was built on the path I carved out with blood on Wall Street. Her eyes suddenly turned razor sharp. Since when did an empire as massive as the Hosh family sink so low as to depend on selling a granddaughter into a marriage alliance just to cozy up to a Song family in order to survive? It was practically ripping the skin off old Madame Hosh and trampling it into the dirt. The three words selling a granddaughter hit like a ringing slap to the face, causing the old Madame's frame to sway, nearly causing her to lose her footing. You rebellious daughter, she roared, her finger trembling as she pointed at Hoshino. Are you going to betray the family for the sake of this man? The old Madame's gaze suddenly shifted to you, cowering by her side. In that instant, a chilling intent to kill erupted from the depths of her eyes. Good. The old Madame took a deep breath and waved her hand abruptly, her voice grim and resolute. Since you are so bedazzled and loose-minded, I will help you wake up." Dozens of men in black suddenly surged from every hidden door and corner of the banquet hall. They poured out like ghosts. These people wore no sunglasses or suits, but were instead dressed in uniform dark gray combat gear. Their eyes were hollow and numb, and their bodies radiated a dangerous, deathly aura. These were the death soldiers raised by the Hosh family for years, taking orders from the old madam alone. In the blink of an eye, dozens of death soldiers formed a perimeter, surrounding you and Hoshino tightly. "Lock that calamity bringer up for me," old Madam Hosh ordered coldly from her high vantage point. She stared at Hoshino. "Today, if you don't give the Song family an explanation, no one is leaving this gate." At this, the relatives who had been deathly silent moments ago immediately found their backbone. Standing outside the safety line, they pointed at you, who was surrounded, and began an all-encompassing verbal assault. The old madam is right. This is just a man. Ever since he arrived, our Hosh family has known no peace. This kind of lowborn man is just a bloodsucker. Drive him out and hand him over to the Song family to settle the debt. The malicious words surged toward you like a tidal wave, every single sentence emphasizing your lowliness and your guilt. Your face was somewhat pale, but your eyes did not flinch. You looked at the tall figure standing in front of you. She shielded you from all the wind and rain, but you were her partner, not her burden. You loosened your grip on the corner of her clothes and took a step forward. You wanted to speak. You wanted to tell everyone why you had the right to stand beside Hoshino. However, a fair hand suddenly locked onto your wrist. Hoshino did not turn back, but with an irresistible force, she pulled you, half your body already exposed, back behind her for protection. She commanded in a low voice, "Don't let such filth splash onto you." Hoshino cut you off, then slowly raised her head. Those gloomy eyes were now covered by a thick blood-red hue. She scanned the relatives around her, who were full of fake righteousness, her gaze looking at them like a bunch of ants. "Are you finished yet?" This instantly jammed the surrounding curses. Hoshino adjusted her cuffs nonchalantly, her lips curling into a mocking sneer. She chewed over the words as if she had heard the greatest joke in the world. The next second, she took a step forward, and those death soldiers were actually cowed by the hostility radiating from her, subconsciously backing away a half step. "Have you all forgotten who I am? Your parents, in order to pay off debts, sold you overnight to the wealthy young lady who suffered from bipolar disorder and auditory hypersensitivity." Hoshino pointed to her own temple, her gaze so fierce it made one's hair stand on end. "I am Hoshino, the lunatic who has been diagnosed with severe mania since the age of 10, a mad woman capable of killing anyone at any time." Everyone's face turned ash-white instantly. The smile at the corner of Hoshino's lips grew colder. "Why do you think the Hosh family has been so peaceful lately? Why do you think I haven't burned this old manor down yet, or smothered every one of you useless trash?" She turned around abruptly and grabbed your hand, a posture like she was displaying her own life-or-death lifeline. "It's because of him." Hoshino stared at the old madam, staring at everyone. She spoke word by word, her voice thunderous to the ear. "I was already crazy. Without his scent, I would want to kill every night. Without his voice, I can't be calm for even a minute." She stroked your hair, her eyes revealing a pathological reliance. "You say he is a calamity? You're wrong. He is the only chain capable of restraining a mad woman like me." Hoshino lifted her eyes sharply, her gaze sweeping across everyone present like a blade. "The only reason you are still standing here talking nonsense, still enjoying the glory and wealth of the Hosh family," she lowered her voice, her tone grim, "is entirely thanks to this medicine of mine, and at the same time, it is what is protecting your lives." This statement hit everyone's skull like a heavy hammer. Only then did they suddenly remember. Hoshino is crazy. She is the only switch capable of controlling the mad woman, so she doesn't bite people indiscriminately. If you were truly driven away, this completely out-of-control vicious dog would kill them first. The shrieking relatives instantly shut their mouths, their faces turning the color of dirt. The way they looked at you changed. They were no longer looking at a soft persimmon to bully, but at a red button that could detonate a nuclear bomb at any moment. Hoshino looked at this group of terrified people and sneered. Gripping your hand tighter, she spoke lightly. "Don't ever say he is unworthy of the Hosh family again. Without him, the Hosh family would be nothing but a graveyard." This brutal statement truly shocked the vast majority of them. However, old Madam Hosh was an exception. Not only was she not scared off, but she was completely enraged by her granddaughter's rebellion. A fine medicine keeping me alive, indeed. The old madam gripped her cane tightly with both hands, her knuckles turning white. She looked down at you from above, her eyes filled with even more intense loathing. Since he is medicine, he should have the awareness of being a tool. Medicine is for consuming. Once used, it is just an object. The old madam's voice was loud, every word piercing to the bone. In front of everyone, she ruthlessly crushed your dignity. You can keep him and spoil him. I have no objections. The old madam shifted her stance, her tone as resolute as iron. But if you want to bring him into the Hosh family gates and make him a proper master, over my dead body. Such a low-class man shall never touch the threshold of the Hosh family name. These words were absolute, effectively pronouncing a death sentence on your lack of status. Just as everyone thought Hoshino would be unable to defy the old madam, she suddenly lowered her head, her shoulders slightly heaving. A soft chuckle spilled out, followed by a louder, more manic laugh. "Grandmother?" Hoshino stopped laughing and slowly raised her head, her eyes ice cold. "Are you mistaken about something? I didn't bring him back to ask for your permission. I brought him back to..." The moment the words fell, Hoshino suddenly grabbed your left hand hanging at your side. Under the spotlight of everyone's attention, she held your wrist high up in the air. The bead bracelet wrapped around your wrist swayed violently, emitting a crisp, mesmerizing sound. Light penetrated the 108 beads. Each one was warm and moist like fat, emitting a holy and cold luster. Those were no ordinary ornaments. That was the Hosh family's 300-year-old heirloom, passed down only to the head of each generation, symbolizing supreme authority, the cold white jade Bodhi househead command. "Grandmother." Hoshino held your hand up, as if holding high her war flag. She looked at the old madam on the second floor, whose face had instantly stiffened, and her lips hooked into a mocking arc. Her voice carried across the hall. "Are you getting too old? Or has your vision blurred? Look at what this is." The moment old Madame Hosh saw those beads, her naturally straight spine suddenly slumped. It was as if all her strength had been drained, her pupils contracted violently. The hand tightly gripping the cane was now shaking uncontrollably. "This is..." The old madam's voice was trembling. That was extreme shock. "Cold white jade Bodhi?" She pointed at Hoshino and then at the beads on your wrist. So angry she nearly stopped breathing, her voice turning sharp and cracking. "You actually gave the househead command to this man?" Once those 3 words were uttered, the faces of every Hosh family member present turned instantly deathly pale. Their knees went weak, almost ready to kneel on the spot. In this family, to see the command is to see the househead. To possess this string of beads is to possess the authority to mobilize everything the Hosh family has. Hoshino was not joking. She had truly handed the entire Hosh family over into your hands. But that was not enough. The intimidation of power alone was not enough to make this group of bloodsuckers shut their mouths completely. Hoshino was going to use the only language they understood, gold, to pave a path for you that no one would dare block. Surprised? Instead, in front of everyone, she slowly and deliberately stroked the cold jade beads on your wrist. Hoshino raised her eyelids and scanned the relatives who had been clamoring just now, her lips curling into a sneer. "Weren't you calculating accounts just now? Saying that for the sake of a TCM practitioner, it wasn't worth offending the multi-billion-dollar Song family?" She chuckled softly, her gaze suddenly razor-sharp. "Since you like calculating, then I will help you calculate." Hoshino pinched the tassel of the Buddhist beads, her tone flat yet dropping the first bombshell. "It's not just a token. 3 years ago, I established an irrevocable trust agreement at the Swiss bank." She stared at the old madam's dilating pupils and threw out an even more explosive piece of news, word by word. "These beads are bound to 51% of the Hosh Corporation's non-dilutable core equity, as well as all my private overseas assets, ports, and 237 top-tier patents." A chorus of collective gasping sounded in the hall. Everyone's brains instantly shut down. Hosh equity represented trillions in assets. Whoever possessed these beads was the true master of the Hosh family. Did you hear that? Hoshino looked at these cockroaches, stunned by the gold, her eyes full of mockery. She shook your wrist, making the beads emit a crisp, rhythmic sound. "In other words, the value of this string of beads." She extended a finger and pointed at the Song family members in the crowd, her tone arrogant to the extreme, could buy 10 Song families. Even if you razed the Song family from their land to their ancestral graves, it wouldn't equal the value of a single bead on this string. The faces of the Song family members instantly turned a sickly liver color, yet they didn't dare say a single word. Hoshino turned back to the relatives who had just been calling you a gold digger. She sneered. If you were happy, this string of beads could leak a little, and it would be more than enough to buy the coffins for all of you trash. The noble young masters, who were full of disdain just moments ago, had their expressions change completely. They were no longer looking at a poor boy, but at a walking mountain of gold. You only felt your wrist become so heavy you could barely lift it. You knew it was valuable, but you never dreamed it would be to this extent. This wasn't a gift. This was Hoshino's life and soul. Your voice was trembling. Miss Hosh, your parents, in order to pay off debts, sold you overnight to the wealthy young lady who suffered from bipolar disorder and auditory hypersensitivity. Hoshino gripped your hand tightly, not allowing you to retreat. She turned around, looking coldly at the stunned crowd. Now her voice resonated throughout the hall, carrying the trua, domineering power of someone looking down upon the world. Is there anyone left who wants to discuss his origins? Is there anyone who still thinks he is unworthy of the Hosh family? She pulled you into her arms, her chin resting on the top of your head, announcing her logic to the entire world. Who wants to compare family status? This is a wealthy powerhouse. On the second floor gallery, old Madame Hosh was so angry she was trembling violently. Her wrinkled face flushed into a frightening liver color. The dragon-headed cane in her hand tapped heavily on the floor, emitting a thudding sound. You rebellious daughter! The old madam pointed at Hoshino downstairs, her voice raspy and broken. For the sake of a man, you treat your ancestors' foundation like a child's game. Are you trying to kill me with anger? Facing the old madam's thunderous fury, Hoshino's expression remained calm. She slowly lowered the hand holding yours high, her 5 fingers sliding between your fingers, interlacing them tightly. Grandmother is old and cannot listen to the truth, so I will say it another way. Hoshino turned around, her bottomless eyes coldly scanning the entire hall. Wherever her gaze landed, everyone subconsciously lowered their heads. Her steady, cold voice resounded through the banquet hall. The rules of the Hosh family. The Hosh family carries the name Hosh, but starting from today, she raised their interlaced hands, establishing a new iron rule for the Hosh family. In this capital, Moku's rules are the rules. This statement was like a thunderclap, numbing the scalp of everyone present. This was changing the Hosh family name to Moku. Before everyone could digest this, what Hoshino said next was even more heart-stopping. From now on, as long as he is present, everyone must keep their heads low for me. She tilted her head to look at you, a trace of doting flashing in her eyes. If he wants to walk sideways, I will level the path for him. If he wants to kill someone, Hoshino blinked, her tone grim yet carrying an eerie gentleness, I will hand him the knife. Where is this doting? This is practically wanting to poke a hole in the sky. The old madam on the second floor was so angry she clutched her chest, her breathing rapid. Is there anything I wouldn't dare? The times have changed. She coldly scanned the deathly pale relatives and left the final verdict. This is my rule. Anyone who isn't convinced, murderous intent appeared in her eyes, can go reincarnate. Who would dare disagree? Who would dare touch the nerve of this madwoman? Just then, a painful groan suddenly came from the second floor gallery. The crowd looked up in terror, only to see old Madame Hosh, who had just been cursing her granddaughter, suddenly turn purple in the face, her hands clutching her chest tightly. Her eyes widened, the whites rolling up and her pupils dilating. The housekeeper, Auntie Fu, screamed in horror. The dragon-headed cane flew out of her hand, crashing heavily downstairs and breaking into 2 pieces. Following that, old Madame Hosh's body toppled backward stiffly. In an instant, the second floor fell into chaos. The old madam has fainted. Call a doctor. The old madam is convulsing. It looks like a stroke. The birthday banquet instantly turned into an emergency scene of chaos. Hoshino stood downstairs, her brows furrowed. Although she hated this old woman, she never intended to kill her with anger today. As she was about to call an ambulance and was preparing to go upstairs to check, a white figure. While everyone else was in a panic, you let go of Hoshino's hand. Not caring about the heavy formal wear, your eyes calmed to a terrifying degree. You sternly shouted at the group of relatives who could only howl and cry, your voice carrying undeniable professional authority. "I am a doctor! All of you! Get out of the way!" You were already like a white flash of lightning, charging up the stairs. You keenly captured the old madam's condition after she collapsed. Eyes tightly closed, face purple and swollen, jaws locked, a gurgling sound coming from her throat. You saw at a glance that it was a case of heart-obstructing stroke. In TCM, this is a typical closed syndrome of a stroke, and it is the most dangerous yin-yang imbalance. Once the golden rescue time is missed, it means death or disability. However, on the second-floor corridor, Hoshino's second uncle was kneeling beside the old madam, howling while frantically shaking her body. "Wake up! Don't scare me! Don't shake her!" You rushed into the crowd, seeing this scene and screaming in urgency. Shaking is the most taboo thing for a stroke patient. This is practically accelerating her death. You wanted to rush over to stop him, but before you could get close, "Get lost!" A sharp, angry curse slammed into your face. The second uncle suddenly turned his head, his tear-reddened eyes filled with resentment. He saw it was you, old grudges surfacing. He stood straight up and shoved you hard on the shoulder. "You jinx!" he roared hysterically. "You've angered the old madam to this point. Are you trying to kill her?" Caught off guard, you were shoved backward, nearly tumbling down the stairs. "I'm not." You steadied your footing, looking anxiously at the old madam on the ground, whose face was turning increasingly purple. "She has a stroke with closed syndrome. If we wait any longer, it will be too late." "What are you?" Kazuko also crowded over, blocking your path with his remaining good left hand. "A quack learning TCM? Daring to touch my grandmother?" A group of people acted like a human wall, blocking you out completely. They would rather watch the old madam convulse and wait for death on the floor than believe in you. You watched the old madam's mouth begin to twitch, tears almost falling from your eyes. After all, that was a human life. Just then, a dull sound of body impact suddenly exploded. Kazuko, who had been barking the fiercest in front of you, was sent flying straight across the room as if hit by a truck. The crowd turned back in terror, only to see a dark figure enveloped in an aura of wrath. Hoshino's face was as cold as frost, her eyes burning with an even more terrifying hostility than before. "Get out of my way, all of you! You are still protecting this murderous killer!" Hoshino's second uncle screamed. "Killer?" Hoshino sneered, pointing at the old madam on the ground who was running out of breath. "If you bunch of trash keep shaking her, she's actually going to be killed by you." She abruptly pulled a folding knife from her waist and viciously stabbed it into the wooden pillar beside her. The handle vibrated with a humming sound, its intent making everyone instantly shut their mouths. Hoshino lowered her head, looking at you in her arms. The previous violence instantly receded, turning into absolute trust and entrustment. "Go." She gave you a push on the back. "Do what you want to do. Save the person you want to save." You glanced at her and quickly rushed to the old madam's side, kneeling down. Yet, as others around wanted to say something, Hoshino turned around abruptly, standing like a stern guardian deity, blocking tightly behind you. With her back to you, who were currently administering treatment and facing the restless Hosh family members, she stated, "Let him treat her." She unbuttoned her collar, her voice hoarse, yet carrying a desperate, reckless ruthlessness. "Whoever dares to stop him again, I'll make him accompany the old madam to the grave right now. Die together." At this, the surroundings finally quieted down. Kneeling beside old Madam Hosh, you completely blocked out those malicious gazes. In your world, there was only this patient whose life hung by a thread right in front of you. The gurgling phlegm sound in the old madam's throat grew heavier, her face turning a deep, suffocating purple. She had reached the verge of asphyxiation. You lowered your glance at your formal dress shirt, your eyes turning sharply cold. Your parents, in order to pay off debts, sold you overnight to the wealthy young lady who suffered from bipolar disorder and auditory hypersensitivity. RIP! Amidst the shocked gazes of the crowd, you ripped open the expensive sleeve of your own shirt. Following that, you fished out a palm-sized leather roll from your dress pants pocket. This was your acupuncture needle pouch. Unfolding the needle pouch, rows of silver needles of varying lengths flashed with a biting, cold light. What was he planning to do? What use could acupuncture have for such an acute emergency? Some relatives couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Yet, Turning a deaf ear, your fingers lightly brushed across the tails of the needles, instantly drawing out 3 sharp, 3-edged needles. Utilizing the string of cold white jade Buddhist beads once more, you swiftly wiped the needle tips across them. You grabbed old Madame Hosh's withered and stiff left hand. 10 Xuan bloodletting to open the orifices and restore consciousness. You chanted the formula in a low voice, your gaze frighteningly focused. Your hands moved with the speed of lightning. The sharp 3-edged needles mercilessly pierced the tips of the old Madame's fingers. The sound of the needle tips piercing the skin was faint, yet it made one's scalp tingle. You squeezed firmly with your fingers. A drop of thick, dark red, dirty blood was squeezed out from the fingertips, dropping heavily onto the carpet. Next came the index finger, then the ring finger. Your movements were flowing like clouds in water, fast, accurate, and ruthless. With each needle drop, a wisp of vapor drifted out. 10 fingers, 10 drops of blood. Once all of this was done, the old Madame's breathing seemed a fraction steadier. But her jaw remained tightly clenched. Not yet enough. Fine beads of cold sweat exuded from your forehead. The silver needle in your hand shifted once more, aiming at the old Madame's auricle. You pinched the old Madame's ear to fold it, piercing fiercely right at the highest point of the ear tip. Another drop of blood dripped out. Such a scene was simply too horrifying for these wealthy elites present. Heavens, all that blood, was he saving someone or killing someone? Hoshino's second uncle covered his mouth in fright, yet didn't dare make a sound due to Hoshino's overwhelming might. However, a full minute passed, and the old Madame on the ground still kept her eyes tightly closed, showing no signs of waking up. The dead silent second floor began to stir. Why hasn't she woken up yet? So much blood has been let. Hoshino's second uncle was the first to jump out, pointing at you and screaming, "This is clearly abusing an elderly person." This outburst was like igniting a powder keg. The others chimed in as well, their voices growing increasingly harsh. "It's over. The old Madame isn't moving. She's been killed by Moku. Hoshino, look at the good man you brought back. If anything happens to the old Madame, you'll have to pay with your life for the whole clan." The abuses and wailing buzzed like flies. Standing behind you, Hoshino had a face so dark it looked like it was about to drip water. She didn't care whether the old Madame lived or died, but these people were disturbing you. You were in the middle of saving a life. Your hands couldn't shake, and your heart couldn't be flustered. Hoshino coldly ordered the bodyguards behind her, her eyes bloodshot. "Shut all their mouths up!" Just a second before a bloody conflict was about to erupt, you seemed entirely deaf to the surrounding malicious curses, your eyes fixed solely on the patient's vital signs. Still not awake, you had to forcibly activate the cerebral cortex. Cold sweat slid down your cheek. The next second, you drew the longest and thickest silver needle from your pouch. Your wrist hovered above the old Madame's face, your focus locked squarely onto the Renzong GV26 acupoint. This was the final barrier for human emergency resuscitation. Offended. Your wrist exerted sudden force, adopting the high-difficulty sparrow-pecking needling technique to plunge the long needle deep into the old Madame's Renzong point, thrusting and lifting it rapidly. "Are you crazy? Do you want to disfigure her?" The surrounding relatives were scared out of their wits. Hoshino's patience also reached its limit. "Move." Before that word could leave her lips, a loud, deep gasp burst unannounced from the throat of the old Madame on the ground. It was like a drowning person suddenly breaking the water's surface. Accompanied by a violent fit of coughing, the thick phlegm blocking the old Madame's throat was cleared. Her previously purple and swollen face began to recede at a visible speed, and the eyelids of those eyes, tightly shut for a full 3 minutes, suddenly trembled violently. Snap! They flung wide open. Although her gaze was turbid, those were the eyes of a living person. The relatives who had been clamoring just a moment ago for someone to pay with their life were like ducks pinched by the neck. Their expressions shifted from anger to dull blankness, and then from blankness to ghost-like utter disbelief. She really woke up? A few drops of blood had actually yanked an elderly person half-stepping into the gates of hell right back. Hoshino's second uncle shouted in disbelief. The old Madame ignored him, breathing heavily as her vision slowly focused. The first thing she saw wasn't those filial children and grandchildren, but you, sweat-soaked and standing extremely close to her. Kneeling beside her, you simply let out a long breath. Raising a hand to wipe away the sweat, your voice was hoarse, yet professional. As long as she's awake, her life is saved. You nimbly pulled out the silver needles, your tone calm. Though you'd better get angry less often in the future. You glanced sideways at Hoshino nearby, hinting meaningfully. Not every time will there be someone holding needles waiting for you at the gates of the underworld. The old madam glared at you, her eyes filled with extreme shock and complexity. Goodness, a divine doctor, this is too miraculous! The guests finally reacted, bursting into irrepressible cries of amazement. Standing behind you, Hoshino watched your blood-stained pants and straight spine, flames of pride igniting in her eyes. Just then, the urgent and piercing siren of an ambulance drew closer from afar. The family doctor and the emergency specialist team rushed in. The emergency specialists, carrying the stretcher, dashed up to the second floor. Quick! Leading them was Professor Chen, an authoritative specialist from Peking Union Medical College Hospital. Her soul had nearly flown out of fright when she received the call. How is the patient's condition right now? Seeing the regular forces arrive, Hoshino's second uncle immediately found a backing, pointing at the bloodstains on the old madam's fingers to lodge a preemptive complaint. Professor Chen! Just now, some crazy punk was stabbing the old madam randomly with needles, bleeding her a lot. Bloodletting? Professor Chen's brow wrinkled fiercely. As a Western medicine specialist, she detested these kinds of reckless folk remedies. Stroke emergencies are most allergic to blind tossing about. This is simply nonsense, she scolded angrily, immediately pouncing to the old madam's side for an emergency checkup. The surrounding relatives wore gloating expressions on their faces. Even Professor Chen said it was nonsense. Now you wouldn't be able to wash yourself clean, even if you jumped into the Yellow River. As long as Professor Chen defined this as illegal practice of medicine, you would indisputably be a murderous killer. Hoshino's second uncle glared fiercely at you in the corner, wanting to start mocking you, but Professor Chen, in the middle of her checkup, suddenly froze. She checked the pupils, measured the pulse, and then carefully inspected those needle punctures. Her originally furrowed brow actually smoothed out bit by bit, and shock and incredulity even surfaced on her face. Raising her head, Professor Chen asked with a voice slightly altered by agitation, "Who did this?" Your parents, in order to pay off debts, sold you overnight to the wealthy young lady who suffered from bipolar disorder and auditory hypersensitivity. It was him! Hoshino's second uncle immediately pointed at you in the corner. He's the one who harmed people. Professor Chen, quickly call the police and arrest him. Arrest who? Professor Chen abruptly cut him off, wearing an expression that looked at an idiot. If he hadn't given those few needle pricks, the old madam would be cold by now. What? Hoshino's second uncle's expression froze on his face. Professor Chen took a deep breath, her tone filled with the awe of a near-death escape. This is a classic case of stroke-yang closed syndrome. Intracranial pressure instantly spikes. Even if she were just 5 minutes late, a cerebral blood vessel might have ruptured. Pointing at the needle punctures, her voice rang out loudly. Yet these bloodletting needles were administered with absolute timeliness and pinpoint accuracy. This is called clearing orifices via heat dissipation. It's just like when a pressure cooker is about to explode and someone unplugs the valve in time. This not only saved the old madam's life, but also preserved her cerebral nerves. Otherwise, even if we managed to rescue her, she'd only be a drooling hemiplegic for the rest of her life. Those relatives who had just been cursing you as a murderer stood there like they had been struck by lightning, their faces turning from red to white, then from white to cyan. So this was a life-saving technique before which even the union experts felt inferior. Everyone, make way. Professor Chen stood up, her gaze eager. Which master hand performed this just now? Is there a senior TCM national master present? Everyone's gaze involuntarily turned toward the disheveled figure in the corner. Standing there, leisurely wiping the remaining blood off your fingers, upon hearing the inquiry, you raised your head slightly. On that impossibly young face, your expression was aloof. It was me, you answered softly. Professor Chen's eyeballs nearly fell out. How old are you this year? 20. You tossed the soiled towel into the wastebasket, your tone calm. Third-year undergraduate in the traditional Chinese medicine department at Medical University. Professor Chen drew in a sharp breath. A third year? Splendid. A hero comes from youth. Professor Chen eagerly wanted to shake your hand, but was blocked by a dark figure. Standing before you to isolate all gazes, Hoshino looked at those ash-faced relatives, her lips curling into a sneer of utter contempt. "Weren't you barking quite cheerfully just now?" She nonchalantly tidied your slightly messy hair, her voice gloomy, calling him a jinx, calling him a calamity. "Listen clearly now." Hoshino pointed at the old madam on the stretcher, then pointed at you. Word by word, she recapped the events for this bunch of blind trash. "He is the savior of your Hosh family. You can all put on mourning garments right now and get ready for the funeral feast." The crowd was filled with profound shame, their heads lowered almost into their chests. Especially Hoshino's second uncle, whose face flushed into a liver color, not daring to make another peep. The harsher his abuses had been just moments ago, the more his face burned now. You stood behind Hoshino watching all of this. A doctor holds a benevolent heart. You saved someone to preserve a life, not to hear these people's hypocritical apologies. Yet, feeling the protective posture of the woman before you, the Buddhist prayer beads on your wrist seemed to grow somewhat warm. Shortly after, the ambulance wailed away. Taking away both the old madam and the noisy crowd, the post-banquet hall was left in a mess. On the floor were overturned wine glasses, trampled carpets, and shocking pools of blood. Standing in place, your tightly strung nerves finally relaxed, and exhaustion surged like a tidal wave. Lowering your head, you looked at your hands. Those originally fair fingers were now stained with dried blood. The spaces beneath your fingernails were darkened, looking rather dirty. You subconsciously frowned. You knew Hoshino had severe mysophobia. She couldn't even tolerate the perfume scent on others, let alone such germ-filled, contaminated blood. Steady footsteps sounded from behind. Panic struck you, and you instinctively placed your hands behind your back, not wanting her to see you in this filthy state. Hoshino walked up to you, her footsteps halting. "Miss Hosh." You stepped half a step backward, lowering your head somewhat awkwardly. "I have blood and odor on me." Yet Hoshino didn't stop. Stepping forward, she directly pulled that hidden left hand out from behind your back. Lowering her gaze, her sight fell onto your blood-stained fingertips. You wanted to pull your hand back. It really was dirty. Hoshino gripped your wrist tightly, her strength moderate yet unyielding. She didn't display the disgust you had anticipated. Instead, looking at those blood-smeared fingers, her gaze actually held an incomprehensible pity. She drew a silk handkerchief from her pocket, a handkerchief clean enough to carry her pleasant cedarwood fragrance. Supporting your hand, Hoshino began patiently wiping you down finger by finger with that expensive handkerchief. Her movements were light, and that focused expression made it look as though she weren't holding a hand smeared with stains, but an artifact of peerless value. You stared blankly at her. This woman with severe mysophobia was currently using her own handkerchief to wipe away the dirty blood belonging to others from your hands. "Miss Hosh." Your nose felt sour. "Are you tired?" Hoshino lowered her head. You shook your head. "I was just a bit nervous earlier." Hoshino acknowledged softly. Finally, your hands were wiped clean. Casually dropping the blood-stained handkerchief onto the floor, she gazed at those slender fingers that had just wielded needles to save a life, ink-black depths surging in her eyes. The next second, she lowered her head and gently kissed those slightly cool fingertips. This made your whole body shudder. Hoshino raised her head, looking into your eyes. Those eyes held nothing left save bottomless obsession and heartache. You were stunned. "But that's the old madam." Hoshino snorted coldly, her tone chillingly callous to an extreme degree. "Let her die." She tightened her grip on your hand, pressing it against her lips to stroke it, her gaze revealing an unreasoning arrogance. "The lives of that bunch of old things combined aren't worth you soiling these hands. Even if every single person in the Hosh family died out, she wouldn't blink an eye. She simply couldn't stand your hands getting stained with blood. Nor could she bear you making yourself this disheveled just to save that bunch. Yet I'm a doctor." You whispered in rebuttal, your heart nonetheless growing deliciously sweet. Yet Hoshino reasoned righteously, pulling you straight into her embrace and pressing your face against her clean clothes. "You're a doctor. Medicine only needs to be responsible for curing me alone. As for everyone else," a trace of cold light flashed across her eyes. "Let them go beg the gods and pray. I won't allow you to exhaust yourself for them again." She directly pulled your hand and strode toward the doorway. "It stinks too much in here." Go back and take a bath." You held her hand, the corners of your lips unable to stop lifting. This lunatic, hopelessly, endearingly mad. Following that, you arrived at a top-tier private hospital in the capital at 2 a.m. In the VIP special care wards corridor, the Hosh family members stood tightly packed. Some people even harbored faint anticipation in their eyes. The moment their gaze touched that woman on the bench, however, all their schemes would instantly freeze. Hoshino shifted her feet, crossing them while casually spinning a lighter in her hand. The snapping sound of the metal lid was like the ticking of a countdown clock, while you sat quietly by her side. Just then, a dull sound of the thick soundproof door of the hospital room being pushed open rang out as the head nurse walked out. Hoshino's second uncle rushed forward first. "Is the old madam awake?" The head nurse nodded, her tone respectful. "Rest assured, everyone, old Madam Hosh has fully regained consciousness." A wave of relieved sighs echoed through the corridor, and several relatives immediately muttered about squeezing inside. "Wait." The head nurse, however, blocked everyone, a troubled look on her face. "Old Madam Hosh said she only wants to see one person right now." Everyone froze. The head nurse's gaze swept in a circle around the crowd, finally landing precisely on you. Your parents, in order to pay off debts, fooled you overnight to the wealthy young lady who suffered from bipolar disorder and auditory hypersensitivity. The old madam said. The head nurse swallowed. She wants to see Mr. Moku. Only him. Hoshino's second uncle's face instantly twisted with jealousy. "Why him?" You were also somewhat surprised, pointing at yourself. Yes. Just as you were about to stand up, a fair hand suddenly pressed down heavily on your shoulder. Hoshino spoke coldly, standing up to block in front of you, her gloomy eyes staring fixedly at the head nurse. "Tell that old hag, I saved her life for her. If she wants to thank someone, she can crawl out herself. She wants to see me alone?" She sneered, her eyes full of mockery and vigilance. In her dreams. She knew that stubborn old woman too well. She definitely harbored no good intentions. Hoshino turned to look at you, her brows tightly locked, her tone carrying an unquestionable, overbearing dominance. "She will bully you. I cannot let you leave my sight, especially to go see that old thing." The head nurse trembled in fright. "But Director Hosh, the old madam, insists." "Let her hold it in," Hoshino impatiently interrupted. The stalemate dragged on, isolating you from all wind, rain, and malice. Some mountains must always be climbed by oneself. Some knots must be untied by oneself. Thus, you reached out and gently tugged on Hoshino's ice-cold fingers. "Miss Hosh." Hoshino turned back. "Don't go." You pointed at yourself, then toward the direction of the hospital room. "I am a doctor. In a doctor's eyes, there are only patients, no grudges." Your fingertip gave a light scratch in her palm, like soothing a bristling large dog. "Besides, I'm your fiancé now, and I'm still holding your househead command." You raised your left hand, that string of cold white jade Buddhist beads gleaming brilliantly under the lights. "I have a sense of proportion, and I have confidence." Hoshino stared at you for a long time. The brilliance in your eyes was so intense it brought a brief flash of anxiety to her. Finally, Hoshino relented. She lowered her head and planted a fierce kiss on your forehead, part seal and part warning, blinking as she looked toward that closed hospital room door. Her voice turned gloomy enough to drip water. 10 minutes from now, if you don't come out, or if she gives you a hard time inside, I'm going in to pull out her oxygen tank." The heavy soundproof door slowly closed, completely cutting off the commotion in the corridor. Inside the VIP ward, it was quiet to the point of being eerie. You took a deep breath and stepped toward the bed. Old Madam Hosh was propped up halfway against the headboard, her face bearing a sickly gray-white. At this moment, she resembled an ordinary old woman whose candle was guttering in the wind, yet her eyes remained sharp, staring fixedly at you. You showed no fear whatsoever, professionally checking the monitor data. Old Madam Hosh. As you withdrew your hand, all indicators had stabilized. This crisis was successfully passed, yet old Madam Hosh suddenly sneered, her voice hoarse and thin-skinned. "Are you feeling very proud of yourself?" You paused for a moment. "Proud that you saved me?" The old madam laboriously raised a hand, the corners of her lips curling into a mockery. Do you think that because you became the savior of the Hosh family, I must be endlessly grateful to you and acknowledge you as Hoshino's fiancé? She panted, her gaze turning even sharper. Your methods are truly impressive. First, you played the pitiful card to win sympathy, and now you're playing out a drama of returning good for evil right in front of me. Are you trying to use this life to suck up to me and climb up to our Hosh family's high branch? Faced with this malicious speculation, you didn't even get angry. A trace of pity even flashed in the depths of your eyes. Old Madam Hosh, I saved you not because you are the head of the Hosh family, but because I am a doctor. You pointed to the stethoscope on your chest, then pointed to the old madam. You are a patient. In a doctor's eyes, the person lying on this bed is merely a body needing repair, nothing more. Meeting the old madam's stunned gaze, you slowly delivered those words, gentle yet edged with thorns. Today, even if it were a stray dog collapsed on the side of the road, I would still rush forward to save it. After all, in my eyes, your life is no different from its life. Old Madam Hosh choked so hard on your words that she broke into a violent fit of coughing. You actually compared her, the dignified head of the Hosh family, to a wild dog on the street. This was sheer insubordination. The old madam stared with wide eyes, wanting to flare up, but the moment she met your gaze, all her fury instantly evaporated. Your eyes were far too clear. They lacked the calculations she was used to, lacked the greed found in her relatives, and lacked even a trace of awe for power and status. You were sincere. You truly believed that saving her and saving a dog were fundamentally no different. You were after neither her money nor her recognition. Old Madam Hosh parted her lips. Those words prepared to humiliate you suddenly couldn't be spoken at all. In the 50 years she had governed the Hosh family, this was the first time anyone had ever dared to speak to her like this. The old madam finally regulated her breathing, turning her head away. Her voice lost a fraction of its hostility, replaced by a complex, heavy gloom. No wonder that madwoman Hoshino is so thoroughly bewitched by you. The silence fell stagnant once more. The old madam let out a cold snort, seemingly trying to cover up her previous loss of composure. Turning her head back, her voice grew gloomy and drifting. Don't think that saving my life means you can secure a firm foothold in the Hosh family. You don't understand Hoshino at all. Do you know why she's called a living ghost? Do you know how many bloodstains are on those hands of hers? Do you know how unhuman she becomes when her illness flares up? The old madam turned sharply, those turbid eyes staring dead at you, trying to find fear on your face. She has a mental illness, a hereditary one that cannot be cured. She is simply a madwoman. If you stay by her side, one day you will be scared to death. The hand you kept at your side instantly clenched into a fist, your fingernails digging deep into your palm, causing a sharp pain. You remembered that stormy night when she burned herself with a cigarette butt just so she wouldn't hurt you. You remembered how in the car she would rather crush her Buddhist beads than dare open her eyes to look at you. You remembered the scene in the banquet hall earlier when she stood against the entire world for your sake. Your heart ached densely, as though pierced by needles. You suddenly spoke up, interrupting the old madam's curses, your voice carrying a trembling anger that was exceptionally clear. The old madam frowned. She is not a madwoman. With reddened eye rims, you looked straight into her eyes without yielding an inch. She is sick, but she is not a monster. You took a deep breath, speaking the truth you had held inside, right to the face of the very culprit who caused it. If she really went crazy, it's because you people drove her crazy. The old madam gave a furious roar. Isn't that true? Not only did you not back down, but you stepped forward instead. From the time she was a child, what have you people ever given her? Aside from cold-blooded training, aside from endless political calculations, aside from forcing her to act as a weapon with no feelings, did you ever give her an ounce of warmth? When her father jumped from the building, where were you? When her illness first flared up and she hid in a closet out of terror, where were you then? You only knew how to lock her up, only knew how to give her sedatives, only knew to curse her as a lunatic and a calamity. You only cared about the Hosh family's face, the Hosh Corporation's stock price, and those damned profits. You recalled the grotesque cigarette scar on the back of Hoshino's hand, a wound she flaunted like a medal of honor. Not a single person had ever asked her if it hurt. Your voice softened. laden with endless sorrow and heartache. None of you ever asked. Your gaze, however, remained unwavering as you looked at the flustered old madam. But I still care. Your parents, in order to pay off debts, sold you overnight to the wealthy young lady who suffered from bipolar disorder and auditory hypersensitivity. I will ask her if it hurts. I will apply medicine for her. I will hold her close. I am not afraid of her, no matter what she turns into. Thus, old Madam Hosh, looking at the speechless old woman, delivered your final conclusion. I do not need your approval, nor do I covet the Hosh family's lineage. I stay by her side not to climb high branches. I simply want to guard her. Nothing more. Instantly, the hospital room fell into a tomb-like silence. Old Madam Hosh leaned against the headboard, looking at you, eyes swollen with tears, yet filled with a rebellious backbone. She parted her lips, wanting to retort, wanting to scold you for your boundless audacity. Yet the words reached her lips without a single syllable escaping. At that moment, it was as if she saw through you. Hoshino was luckier than her father. She had encountered a man willing to point right at the head of the family and curse for her sake, daring to risk his life to protect her. For a long while, the old madam closed her turbid eyes, seeming to age 10 years in an instant, or perhaps feeling a sense of shame. "Get out!" She merely waved a tired hand, her voice hoarse. "You can leave." She didn't say get lost. But this was the greatest concession this stubborn old woman could possibly make in her entire life. You gave her a deep look, said nothing more, turned around and pushed the door open to walk out in broad strides. That madwoman was waiting for you to come home. The heavy soundproof door gave a soft click, exceptionally clear in the dead silence of the corridor. Hoshino, guarding the doorway like a statue of a guardian deity, instantly reacted. She was like a vicious hound guarding its territory, staring dead at that door. The moment a single cry or sob from you emerged from inside, she would undoubtedly kick the door open without a second hesitation. You walked out. You were still wearing that wrinkled white lab coat, your hair casually tied behind your head, yet those almond eyes shone with exceptional brightness. Hoshino stepped forward in large strides, directly seizing your wrist and pulling you toward her. Her grip was heavy, revealing the agitation she was trying desperately to suppress. Her gaze swept over you like an X-ray, meticulously inspecting every inch, before locking back onto your eyes with a terrifyingly gloomy tone. Did the old hag curse you, or did anyone lay a hand on you? Looking at this woman, eyes full of wrath and body tense with strain, knowing she feared you being wronged and bullied, your heart instantly softened into a complete mess. You turned your hand over to clasp her icy fingers tightly, your fingertip giving a light scratch in her palm. No? You shook your head, the corners of your lips lifting into a relaxed smile. Recalling the soul-stirring conversation in the hospital room just moments ago, a trace of relief flashed in your eyes. We talked. Hoshino raised an eyebrow, clearly unconvinced that old hag could possibly say anything nice. You didn't go into detail about how you defended her, simply summarizing it lightly. She let me come out. From now on, she probably won't make things difficult for me anymore. Hoshino paused for a moment. The pale corridor lights shone down on you without concealing the brilliant radiance gleaming in the depths of your eyes. It was composure, paired with the resilience forged through trials. Previously, in Hoshino's eyes, you were her expensively purchased medicine guide, a canary that had to be kept caged in gold. In her view, you were timid and could not survive without her. Therefore, she had to fasten a necklace on you, wrap you in Buddhist beads, and keep you protected behind her to block out all the winds and rains of this world. Yet, on this chaotic and tumultuous night, she had watched you lift your hemline to charge up the stairs with your own eyes, watched you administer needles with calm composure amidst a storm of curses, watched you drag an old madam half-stepping into the gates of hell right back, and now, watched you stand alone against the stubborn old tyrant whom even she feared, and retreat completely unscathed. At this moment, Hoshino's heart pounded violently, and a surge of boiling magma instantly flooded through her meridians and bones. That was neither the obsession of possession nor the impulse of protection. This was her man. This was the person Hoshino had chosen. You were neither a climbing plant that only knew how to lean on her, nor a canary raised purely for ornamental display. You were a trumpet vine capable of rooting in cliff crevices and blooming amidst fierce storms. Not only could you heal the ailments of her body, but you could even rely on your own capability within this cannibalistic Hosh family. Miss Hosh. Noticing she was staring at you without speaking, you shook her hand in slight puzzlement. Shall we go home? Hoshino snapped back to reality, raising a hand to gently stroke your cheek, her voice low and husky. Do you have any idea how amazing you were today? You felt somewhat embarrassed. Hoshino shook her head. She no longer wished to conceal her emotions, pulling you tightly into her embrace. You are my pride, whispering in your ear with burning words. The single most fortunate thing in my entire lifetime is that I caught you on that stormy night. Hearing these sudden sweet words, your eye rims grew slightly warm. You knew this wasn't mere praise. It was her ultimate acknowledgement of your character. Let's go. She took your hand once more, fingers interlocked tightly. Turning around, she ignored those royal relatives with complex expressions, striding toward the elevator with her head held high in pride. Tonight, I'm going to reward you properly. The dark Maybach sped along the elevated highway. The soundproof partition rose, turning the back seat into an intimate, private world. Having endured the dramatic ups and downs of the entire evening, your physical stamina had long since stretched to its absolute limit. Tired? Hoshino lowered her head, gently rubbing her chin against the crown of your head. You closed your eyes and gave a drowsy grunt of assent, your hand instinctively gripping the lapel of her shirt tighter. Watching your dependent posture, Hoshino's heart melted into a puddle of warmth. She spoke abruptly, her low voice carrying exceptional solemnity in the quiet hours of the dawn. Forcing yourself to open your eyes drowsily, you looked up at her. Hoshino did not speak immediately. She held your hand with fingers interlocked, raised it to her lips, and planted a devout kiss upon that string of cold white jade Buddhist beads. From now on, she looked into your eyes, swearing a promise concerning power and dignity. You don't have to stand behind me anymore. You looked bewildered. Hoshino curved the corners of her lips, her gaze as deep as the ocean. I used to think I needed to lock you up in a golden cage to protect you, but I discovered I was wrong. She released your hand, looking at you. I want you to look out at this world. From this day forward, you are the master of the Hosh family, and my only companion. I will hand the command token to you, and I will crown you. Your heart gave a violent thump. You understood the weight of her words, which felt far more shocking and profound than any simple declaration of love. A radiant smile bloomed at the corners of your lips as you leaned in to embrace her. It's a deal then. We'll do it together. Hoshino tightened her arm, pressing you firmly into her embrace. Yet right at that moment, a soft chime rang out. The phone tucked in the gap between the seats suddenly vibrated. It was your phone. The sound was faint, and Hoshino, immersed in emotion, paid it no mind. Drowsily reaching out to grope for it, you wondered, who could be sending a message? Picking up your phone, the screen abruptly lit up with a blinding white glare, looking exceptionally glaring inside the dim vehicle cabin. Blinking your eyes to clear the blur, you recognized the pop-up notification. Sender, Karen. Your parents, in order to pay off debts, fooled you overnight to the wealthy young lady who suffered from bipolar disorder and auditory hypersensitivity. The content made your heart skip a beat. Are you asleep yet, Ziz? I heard something happened at the banquet tonight. I'm really worried about you. A simple, straightforward expression of concern, yet at 3 a.m. a sensitive hour. Within this private space, where an even deeper bond had just been established, this message was like an untimely thorn. You froze instantly, instinctively wanting to reply to reassure her that you were safe, but you suddenly felt that the warm embrace behind you, the temperature. Hoshino hadn't seen your screen, but she acutely sensed your momentary stiffness. Who is it? She asked languidly. Your finger twitched violently, prompting you to instinctively extinguish the screen. It's a spam text. You lied. You knew Hoshino too well. If she knew some other wild woman was thinking of you, this mad dog who had just been smoothed over would instantly explode in a rage. Hoshino didn't give it much thought and held you tighter. Ignore them. You agreed, though you felt inexplicably guilty inside. However, what you didn't know was that just a moment ago when the screen lit up, the smartwatch on Hoshino's wrist, connected to the necklace you were wearing, had silently flashed a red light. Monday morning. The black Maybach stopped steadily under the teaching building. You carried your backpack and stepped out of the car. You waved at Hoshino, who was looking at documents inside the car. Miss Hosh, I'm going to class. She confirmed your mood was good before giving a slight nod. Have the bodyguard pick you up after class. Don't wander off. You closed the car door and turned toward the teaching building. Previously, whenever you walked this path, you were met with whispers and malicious mockery. But today, the once noisy corridor seemed to have been muted the moment you stepped in. The boisterous boys instantly stood straight, hugging the wall and daring not to move, while the girls gossiping immediately shut their mouths. You took a step forward, and the crowded corridor automatically parted to both sides, clearing an exaggerated passage for you. "Good morning, Senior Moku." A freshman stammered out a greeting, followed by a 90-degree bow before fleeing in a panic. You touched your nose helplessly. After that birthday banquet over the weekend, the two words Moku had become an untouchable taboo. Everyone knew you were the apple of Hoshino's eye, the future master holding the family head's token. Offending you would end 100 times more miserably than the fate of Rin. You walked into the tiered lecture hall, habitually heading toward the front row. That was the exclusive seat for the top students. But the moment you put your backpack down, the students sitting around you reacted as if there were springs under their seats, all springing up at once. Clutching their books, they ran to the back rows, forming an absolute vacuum zone within a 2-meter radius. The huge classroom was packed with people, yet the area around you was empty, like an isolated island. No one dared to sit next to you. What if they accidentally touched your tens of thousands of yuan clothes? What if they said the wrong thing and your madwoman fiancé heard it? That would be a risk of broken limbs and total family ruin. You looked at the avoidant gazes around you, your fingers gripping the fountain pen tightening slightly. This was the side effect of power. Hoshino had cleared all obstacles for you, but she had also personally severed all your normal social interactions. Just then, the notoriously strict pathology professor walked in. Yet upon seeing you, that serious face of his actually squeezed out a fawning smile. "Student Moku, your performance in the last competition was excellent. The department has unanimously approved your postgraduate recommendation. If you want to use the laboratory in the future, just tell me. I'll leave a key for you." You stood up politely to thank him, but the professor waved his hands hurriedly. Sit down, sit down." Fearing he might tire out this living ancestor, you listened attentively, taking notes meticulously, but that sense of loneliness wrapped around you tightly. No one borrowed your notes, no one passed notes, and no one dared to walk side by side with you. You were the most powerful student in the school, but also the loneliest. The bell rang. You packed your bag and walked out of the classroom alone. This is fine too, you thought. You remembered Hoshino's words that night. "Stand by my side, and together with me, look at this world." You had to have the strength to match it, to have the capital to make others shut their mouths. Since you were destined for loneliness, then you would enjoy the loneliness of the strong. You lifted your head, your gaze gradually becoming firm. But just as you were holding your books, preparing to head to the library, a commotion suddenly erupted, not far ahead. "Who is that?" You instinctively looked up, and there, standing on the steps of the administrative building, was a woman in a khaki trench coat with gold-rimmed glasses. It was a kind of warmth, completely different from Hoshino's coldness. The woman turned her head sharply, her gaze crossing the crowd to land accurately on you. The eyes behind the lenses curved, revealing a familiar, gentle smile. It was Karen. The class bell rang. The lecture hall, capable of holding 300 people, was packed to the brim, with people even crowding the aisles. It was all because this course had a new teacher, a brilliant young female TCM doctor who had just returned from abroad, a visiting professor hired by the medical university with a hefty salary. You still sat in the isolated island at the center of the front row. Just then, the classroom door was pushed open. There were no bodyguards clearing the way, no terrifying low pressure, only a gentle breeze of warmth following the woman as she walked in. A wave of warmth instantly flowed into every corner of the classroom. Karen stepped onto the podium. She stood there, clean and intelligent. If Hoshino was a night Asura, then Karen was tea on a winter day. Following that, she set down her books and placed her hands on the lectern, scanning the room warmly. "I am Karen." Her voice was clear and gentle, unhurried, carrying a rhythm that made people feel calm. The boys below exploded. "This is the legendary senior sister Karen? She's too gentle. She's the complete opposite of that terrifying big boss." Sitting below, you watched the woman on the podium, your tense nerves involuntarily relaxing. She was the senior sister who had given you coffee in the library, the only one willing to speak to you when everyone else was isolating you. Karen quickly got to the point. She didn't need to look at her notes at all. Those obscure ancient text passages seemed carved into her brain. You were fascinated. This was the academic world you craved most. Just then, Karen reached a difficult point and stopped. Her gaze traversed the crowd and landed accurately on you. I'd like to ask a student to share their thoughts. Karen looked at you with a smile, her eyes full of encouragement. Student Moku. The eyes of the entire room instantly focused on you. You stood up. You weren't the least bit nervous. Instead, you felt quite at ease. You thought for a moment and answered crisply. Aconite is pungent and hot. I think the key lies in the processing. If modern technology could be combined to control the alkaloid content. You spoke with ease. From pharmacology to clinical practice. Karen listened quietly, the smile in her eyes deepening. After you finished, she followed your lead and threw out an even deeper question. Then, if you encounter a critical case of yang collapse, would you dare to use raw aconite? You looked firm. As long as the compounding is correct, raw aconite is indispensable for restoring yang and rescuing the dying. Well said, indispensable. Karen led the applause on the podium for you. A healer must have this kind of courage. Student Moku is absolutely correct. Your conversation flowed like water, with your thinking heights perfectly synchronized. It felt as if only the two of you existed in the entire classroom. You looked at Karen's appreciative gaze and smiled slightly, feeling a bit embarrassed. But you were completely unaware that just as you were smiling without guard, inside the necklace covered by your sweater, that micro high-fidelity bug was transmitting your crisp laughter without missing a millisecond, along with every word of your pleasant conversation with another woman, transmitting it in real time to several kilometers away. At the top of the Hosh Corporation, in that CEO's office where the air pressure was as low as hell, your parents, in order to pay off debts, fooled you overnight to the wealthy young lady who suffered from bipolar disorder and auditory hypersensitivity. The class ended, and you packed your bag, ready to leave, but a gentle voice behind you called you to stop. Student Moku, please stay a moment. It was Professor Karen. You saw her walk off the podium and smile as she handed you a brown paper package. You took it in confusion and unwrapped it. Your eyes brightened suddenly. It was an old, yellowed, thread-bound book, a handwritten copy of the Legong Paoji Lun, Canon of Preparation of Materia Medica. This was the treasure you hadn't been able to find for 2 full years. Your voice trembled. Where did you get this? Karen watched your pleasantly surprised expression, her eyes gentle. I participated in an academic exchange meeting before. She smiled sincerely. I think it has found its owner, but she immediately threw out a topic. I saw a method of 9 steamings and 9 sun-dryings recorded in the book. Your restraint vanished instantly. You held the book, your eyes shining as you began discussing it with her. From Romania to Angelica, from ancient processing methods to modern extraction. You said the first half, and she would pick up the second. You threw out an obscure pharmacological theory, and she could instantly grasp it and provide even deeper insights. This feeling was truly like meeting a kindred spirit. Before you knew it, your tense shoulders relaxed completely. At this moment, you didn't need to ponder if the other person was angry, and you didn't have to worry about saying the wrong thing. You didn't even have to act like a pet. You were just Moku, so interacting with people can be this relaxed. Karen glanced at her watch. The smile on your face faded instantly. You held the book tightly to your chest, a flash of panic crossing your eyes. I have to go. Someone is waiting for me. Karen sensed the change in your mood, but didn't ask further. She just nodded. Then hurry back. Thank you, senior sister. You looked at her one last time. It was your last lingering attachment to this normal world. You turned and walked quickly out of the classroom. You had to rush from this warm academic paradise back to that suffocating and maddening Hosh garden. Meanwhile, at the top of the Hosh Corporation, Hoshino sat behind her desk. A merger plan had been in her hands for 10 minutes, but she hadn't read a single word. She wore a Bluetooth headset in her right ear, connected to the microbug inside the necklace around your neck. From the moment you stepped into the classroom, she had been listening. Hearing it was Karen's class, her brows furrowed slightly. Hearing you discuss those obscure TCM theories, she felt it was acceptable. After all, your tone was serious, and your words were academic, with no private emotions. Then came the sound of the book being gifted, followed by the woman's voice. Academic knowledge is priceless. It is only given to kindred spirits. Hoshino's fingers gripping the coffee cup tightened unconsciously. A kindred spirit indeed. She had built a perfume room for you, bought millions worth of medicinal herbs, all in exchange for your cautious fawning. But now, a crappy book had made you this surprised. Inside the headset, you were chatting with such rapport. That tacit understanding, even across electrical currents, she could clearly sense it was the resonance of two souls. While she, like a base thief, was blocked out of that warm world. Suddenly, a light laugh came from the headset, your laughter bright and clear. Hoshino's movements froze completely. You, crying and begging her not to, flushing and letting her do as she pleased, obediently in her arms. Have you ever smiled at her like that? But those were standardized smiles full of fawning. You had never laughed so happily and so relaxed in front of her. Senior sister, these two words were more ear-piercing than the most vicious curse in the world. A scorching jealousy like a black flame instantly ignited from the bottom of her heart. Why? She gave you her heart and soul, only to receive your awe and obedience, while this wild woman could make you laugh so beautifully? She would never allow anyone to make you happier than when you were by her side. Hoshino's breathing grew heavy, her eyes crawling with terrifying red bloodshots. Her right hand, gripping the coffee cup, tightened uncontrollably. Tighter and tighter. The expensive bone china cup was hard crushed in her single hand. Boiling black coffee mixed with fresh red blood dripped down between her fingers. Yet Hoshino seemed to feel no pain. She didn't even frown. She just turned her eyeballs gloomily, her gaze falling on that pool of scarlet blood. CEO hush. Shuyang, who had just entered, saw this scene and was scared out of his wits. Get a doctor, quickly! He rushed over in a panic, only to be met with a sentence from Hoshino that was eerily calm. She slowly loosened her hand, letting the blood-stained porcelain shards clatter onto the desk. She lifted that blood-mangled hand, looking at the bright red blood on her palm, the corners of her lips curling into a smile like a ghost. She whispered, her gaze so gloomy it was as if she were going to eat someone. Medical University, that new visiting professor. She licked her lips, the madness in her eyes no longer able to be hidden. I want to know if she tastes as good as her voice. And at this moment, you knew nothing of all this. You were in the botanical garden behind the medical university, a huge constant temperature glass greenhouse. The setting sun spilled down. The air was full of herbal fragrance, warm and quiet. You were rescuing a rare, endangered medicinal plant. You knelt by the flower bed, your hands covered in mud, but your heart felt incredibly relaxed and focused. You finally weren't anyone's medicine guide. You were just a simple medical student. After an unknown amount of time, looking at the plant that was standing tall again, Senior sister, Karen looked at your mud-stained cheeks, unable to hold back a smile, and handed you a handkerchief. Wipe your face. You were just about to take it when the phone in your pocket vibrated violently. In this quiet greenhouse, the sound was like a death warrant. The smile on your face froze instantly. You glanced at the wall clock. 5 p.m. It was Hoshino's check-in call, precise to the second, punctual to the point of despair. The relaxed atmosphere shattered instantly. Fear washed over you like a tide. Senior sister, I need to take a call. You panicked and stood up, walking quickly to the corner. On the screen, the words, Ms. Hosh, looked like a pair of cold eyes staring at you. You took a deep breath and answered. Ms. Hosh? The woman's cold voice came through the receiver. Class over? You glanced guiltily at Karen in the distance. Your heart leaped to your throat. You knew that once she found out you and senior sister had been alone in this secret base for the whole afternoon, the consequences would be unimaginable. That madwoman would hurt senior sister and would lock you up forever. Fear overcame reason. You instinctively lied. You gripped your phone tightly, your voice tense. The professor assigned a thesis. I'm looking up some materials and might be a little late getting back. To increase the credibility, you even softened your voice to add, probably half an hour late. On the other end of the line, a tomb-like silence fell. Your cold sweat instantly soaked your back. Did she believe it? Did she discover something? Your parents, in order to pay off debts, sold you overnight to the wealthy young lady who suffered from bipolar disorder and auditory hypersensitivity. Just as you were about to suffocate, her voice finally came through the phone. Her tone was still calm, even gentler than before, showing no ripples of emotion. Since you're studying, then be focused. Don't be too tired. Your heart finally dropped and you let out a long breath. Thank you, Miss Hosh. I'll head back as soon as I finish looking up the materials. You hung up the phone, a sense of relief from surviving a disaster surging in your heart. You thought that as long as you hurried back, it should be fine. You would never know that at this very moment, in the CEO's office at the top of the Hosh Corporation, in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window, Hoshino stood there holding the phone she had just hung up, while her left hand was unmistakably wrapped in a layer of white gauze, which was now faintly seeping with bloodstains. Even more terrifying was that on the desk in front of her sat a lit tablet computer, displaying a real-time map of the capital on the screen. On the map, a bright red dot was constantly flashing. The location of that red dot was clearly not the library of the medical university, but rather parked distinctly at the secluded medicinal botanical garden in the back mountain of the school. Not only that, beside the red dot, the thermal imaging map clearly showed that there was a woman there. Library. Hoshino looked at the flashing red dot, the corners of her lips slowly hooking up into an arc of sarcasm, while the trace of warmth that had previously lingered in the depths of her eyes froze completely into ice at this moment. You lied to her. For that woman, you actually learned how to lie. The guilt and tension in your voice were simply wonderful. Hoshino lifted her injured left hand, her fingertips gently touching the red dot representing you on the screen like she was toying with a prey about to be crushed to death. Moku. She whispered softly, her voice so gentle it made one's hair stand on end. I gave you a chance, since you don't want to be a good boy. Her fingers suddenly tightened, her nails scratching a harsh, screeching sound across the screen. Then don't blame me for locking you down completely. It had never been as quiet as it was today. This wasn't tranquility, but rather the heart-stopping dead silence before a tsunami. When you pushed open the front doors of the main building, you instinctively shivered. Only a dim floor lamp was lit in the living room. The servants were nowhere to be seen, and the vast space carried only a faint scent of blood and disinfectant. Your heart skipped a beat as you changed your shoes and hurried into the living room, catching sight of the woman sitting dead center on the sofa. Hoshino looked focused, yet casual, as she tended to her own left hand. It was a bloody mess, and the gauze wrapped around her palm was already soaked through with fresh blood, turning a striking dark crimson. Miss Hosh, you cried out in surprise, forgetting to even put down your backpack as you rushed straight over. What happened to your hand? You knelt beside the sofa, trembling as you lifted her injured hand. The wound was deep, the flesh rolled outward, and it was still oozing blood. This was clearly a fresh injury. How did it get like this? Looking at the palm still bleeding, your eyes instantly turned red with heartache. It was an accident. Hoshino let you hold her hand, her tone as flat as if she were talking about someone else's affair. A cup broke. That cup had been crushed to pieces by her bare hands upon hearing you laugh in front of another woman. Why are you so careless? You sniffed, quickly taking out the medical kit and gently cleaning her wound, applying medicine and bandaging it. Tears even hung on your eyelashes, as if she were your rare and priceless treasure. Yet Hoshino merely sat in the shadows, lowering her gaze to look at you, watching you shed tears for her. What a flawless act. If she hadn't seen the location with her own eyes and heard that lie with her own ears, she almost would have been fooled once more by this deeply affectionate look of yours. Moku, Hoshino suddenly spoke, her voice sounding deep and terrifyingly chilling in the spacious living room. Your fingers, currently tying a knot, paused for a fraction of a second. She extended her right hand to lift a stray lock of hair beside your ear, casually twirling it before suddenly asking, "Did you have a good time at school today?" Your heartbeat skipped a beat. Daring not to look up into her eyes, you focused entirely on the gauze, masking the guilt in the depths of your gaze. You remembered the joy of rescuing the medicinal herbs with Karen this afternoon, but this truth was something you dared not speak aloud. You feigned composure and told the second lie of the day. I read a lot of books in the library and looked up quite a bit of material. Although I'm a bit tired, but to make her believe you, you even looked up and offered her a smile. Yet you were unaware of the nearly imperceptible sneer that drifted through the air. Sweet smile in your view. In her eyes, it was so hypocritical it made her heart wrench. Library? No, you were playing in the mud with that wild woman in the greenhouse. You smiled at that woman, called her senior sister, and even didn't hesitate to lie to me for her sake. Just then, a sharp pain flared in her injured left hand, and a destructive wave of tyranny clamored wildly within her body. The next second, her fingers slipped from your hair, slowly moving to your slender and fragile neck. The pulse beneath her fingertips was beating violently. With just a tiny bit of exertion, this little liar full of lies would never be able to smile at anyone else again. Nor would she ever be able to leave her. Ms. Hosh. Feeling the grip of that hand on your neck gradually tighten, you raised your head somewhat uneasily. What's wrong? Is the bandage tied too tight? When Hoshino met those clear, innocent eyes of yours, that monstrous intent to kill came to an eerie, abrupt halt. Even though you lied to her, even though you betrayed her, she still damned well couldn't bear to harm you a single bit. Hoshino closed her eyes, forcibly swallowing down the fishy, sweet taste rising in her throat. She released her grip on your neck, changing instead to stroke your cheek. It's nothing, as if squeezing the words out from the depths of her chest. Since you read so much, that's good. Get some rest early. She stood up, looking down at you as you knelt on the floor. The last trace of warmth in the depths of her eyes extinguished completely. The corners of her lips curved into a gloomy smile. There are more exciting classes to attend. Looking at her back as she turned and walked upstairs, an indescribable panic suddenly welled up inside your heart for no apparent reason. The dining table was unusually quiet. Hoshino's words from last night weighed on your heart like a boulder, making you suffer through nightmares all night long. Ren, Hoshino set down her coffee cup and spoke indifferently. Following that, she actually canceled all her meetings for the day, including an extremely important merger deal in Germany. Her chief assistant was stunned. This project was critically important. But Hoshino coldly and rigidly interrupted him. I have more important things to do. Your hand holding the spoon paused. More important things? In the eyes of this woman who treated work like her life, what could possibly be more important than a tens of billions of dollars merger? You asked cautiously, Ms. Hosh, are you? Hoshino turned her head, her deep gaze landing on your face. The corners of her lips hooked up into an inscrutable arc. Not going? She stood up, walked behind you, and propped her hands on the back of your chair, trapping your entire body within her embrace. Pressing against your ear, she announced, word for word, today, I'm going with you to school. Your parents, in order to pay off debts, sold you overnight to the wealthy young lady who suffered from bipolar disorder and auditory hypersensitivity. A mouthful of kanji instantly caught in your throat. Go to school? Why? You looked up at her. What are you going to school for? Wasn't that place outside her territory? There were so many students there. And furthermore, what's with that look? Hoshino reached out to pat your back to help you smooth your breath, her tone languid yet taking it for granted. The Hosh Corporation plans to break into the TCM pharmaceutical industry. I want to conduct an on-the-ground inspection of teaching standards. As a future partner of the Hosh family, me sitting in on a couple of classes isn't asking too much, is it? You understood completely now. Sitting in on classes? Couldn't she just casually send a project manager for something like that? Why would the head of a financial empire who handled 10,000 things a day go in person? The unease in your heart grew even stronger, and you pursued the questioning, which class are you going to listen to? Freshman foundational theory is very dry. I'm not listening to foundational theory, Hoshino pressed closer to your oracle. I heard your department recently welcomed a visiting professor, capable, giving lively and interesting lectures, and especially proficient in... She blinked, a dangerous cold light flashing through the depths of her eyes. Ancient processing methods. A thunderbolt exploded in your mind. That was Karen's class. How did she know? Why did she specifically want to sit in on this one? Your voice began to tremble. Professor Karen's class is a specialized course. It's very profound. The more people there are, the livelier it gets. Hoshino straightened up, completely ignoring the resistance and terror in your eyes. Student Moku. Waiting for you to put your hand up, her gaze brooked no refusal. Don't be late. I've heard that this Professor Karen's class is very hard to get a seat for. Sitting in your chair, your hands and feet were ice cold, yet hidden within that smile was a blade. She was going to see Karen, the woman who had chatted so happily with you in the greenhouse yesterday afternoon, and whom she had been wiretapping. This was definitely no coincidence. This was a reckoning. You tried to make a final struggle. Miss Hosh, actually there's nothing much to listen to in that class. How about we go? Hoshino interrupted you. The smile at the corners of her lips faded slightly, revealing a scrutiny that made one's spine chill. You're so reluctant to let me go? She lowered her head until the tip of her nose nearly touched yours, your breaths tangling. Is it because that class is really not worth listening to? Or because Her fingers gently stroked the artery at the side of your neck, her voice soft. "Are you afraid I'll interfere with your academic exchange?" At the words academic exchange, she lingered with sour and harsh emphasis. Your heart skipped a beat, and you instantly understood. She knew everything. This was her final warning. If you dared to try and stop her again, it would equal confirming you had a guilty conscience. Gritting your teeth, you squeezed out a smile that was uglier than crying, taking the initiative to place your hand into her palm. "If you want to go, then go." "You're very welcome." Hoshino tightened her grip around that small, cold hand. "Good boy," she said, satisfaction filling her eyes as she pulled you along to stride outside. "Then let me go see what kind of skills this Professor Karen, who makes you benefit so much, actually has." 10 o'clock in the morning, in the largest tiered lecture hall of the medical university. On the podium, Karen was wearing a white shirt, speaking softly as she explained the synopsis of the Golden Chamber. The atmosphere of the entire lecture hall was warm and filled with the unique tranquility of an ivory tower, until the hinges of the back door let out a slight creak. But your spine, sitting in the front row, stiffened instantly. You didn't even need to look back to know. She had come. A few female students sitting in the corner of the last row playing on their phones looked up instinctively. The next second, they were so startled, their hands shook, their phones nearly dropping to the floor as they saw Hoshino coldly sweep a glance over the corner seats. Those girls scrambled to pack up their things like rabbits targeted by a wolf, trembling as they fled to the other side of the classroom. The corner of the last row formed an absolute vacuum zone, while Hoshino leisurely sat down, her slender legs crossed and her posture indolent as she leaned against the backrest. Karen was currently writing on the chalkboard regarding the pulse condition for this Angan decoction. She turned around, her gaze habitually casting toward the front row, where you, her most prized student and most attentive listener, sat. Student Moku. Karen adjusted her gold-rimmed glasses and asked with a smile, "What are your thoughts on the vinegar washing process in this formula?" Had it been yesterday, you would have definitely stood up and chatted with ease, but now you were like a wooden statue, not moving an inch. You lowered your head, staring fixedly at your textbook, your fingers gripping your trouser seams so tightly that your knuckles turned white. You heard Karen's question, but you didn't dare answer, because you could clearly feel a gaze full of possessiveness cutting through the crowd from the very back of the lecture hall, nailing itself fiercely into your back. That was Hoshino watching you, watching to see if you dared to stand up, watching to see if you dared to smile at another woman like you did yesterday. Karen called out your name again in confusion, and the surrounding students also turned to look at you, whispering among themselves. Under the immense pressure, you had no choice but to stiffly turn your head and look toward the very last row of the lecture hall. Even across such a long distance, you still caught sight of that woman sitting in the shadows at a single glance. Hoshino wasn't looking at Karen on the podium. Her dark, deep eyes were gazing at you gloomily across the empty space. The two gazes collided in midair. Hoshino's expression was terrifyingly indifferent. Her left hand, wrapped in white gauze, rested on the desk, and those slender, pale fingers were tapping rhythmically against the desktop, one beat after another. You felt as though you could hear the sound of those fingertips hitting the desk. It was like a countdown from the Grim Reaper. Every single tap reminded you to remember whose person you were. Every single tap warned you that if you said one more word, she would make her vanish from that podium. Your face turned pale as a sheet. You abruptly turned your head back, lowering it once more. "Teacher?" You didn't even dare to call her senior sister anymore, keeping your head down as you said, "I'm not feeling well today," and didn't catch it clearly. Karen on the podium was stunned. She acutely sensed your abnormality, and following the line of your previous gaze, she looked up toward the back of the classroom. However, Hoshino didn't avoid Karen's gaze. Instead, she raised an eyebrow slightly. The finger she had resting on the table stopped tapping, shifting instead to gently stroke the layer of gauze seeping with blood, while the corners of her lips hooked up into a sneer. The class bell rang. The students who usually rushed toward the cafeteria were now glued to their seats as if stuck by glue, none of them daring to move first. Hundreds of pairs of eyes darted back and forth between Karen on the podium and Hoshino sitting in the corner of the back row amidst this eerie, dead silence. On the podium, Karen closed her lesson plan, adjusted her gold-rimmed glasses, and let her gaze pass through the crowd to land on that gloomy aura woman in the back row. Under everyone's astonished gazes, this gentle and intelligent Professor Karen actually didn't evade. Instead, she took steps forward, walked across the long aisle, and walked straight up to stand still in front of Hoshino. Karen took the initiative to extend her hand, her tone neither humble nor arrogant. I didn't expect someone as busy as you would also be interested in dry TCM theories. Leaning back in her chair, Hoshino didn't even look at the extended hand. She merely looked up lazily, her eyes brimming with contempt and chilliness. Professor Karen. The next second, she extended her left hand wrapped in gauze and grabbed a hold of you, who had been lowering your head trying to play quail. Before you could even react, you were yanked up by a burst of force. Right under the watchful eyes of the entire classroom, Hoshino raised her head, her slender and pale right hand slowly reaching toward your neck.